Who could possibly understand how I feel? In the month of February, winter, chill has finally given way to spring. The Hidden Leaf Village is suddenly bursting with the lively energy of rebirth. Everywhere is vibrant. As if the whole world has gone back to life. Minamisu Chihaxing Liu, at this moment. I am as it, Injin Sidasmal. Japanese-style wooden house. Listlessly staring at the scroll in me hands. I, monthly favor 6 years old. By me features are usually delicate. As if I come with a built-in beauty filter. No matter how you look at me, I am destined to become a heartthrob. Just on a step away from being the ultimate reader favorite. I jit up. Toss the scroll aside, yawn, and stretch lazily. Every movement radiates boredom and idleness. With nothing better Toto. I wander over to the window and gaze at the cage rock. Unable to suppress a sea gas murmur to myself. I really dulla Naruto. Beauty never expected to be sent there to experience it firsthand. This is just too much to wrap your head around. In truth, I, not of the Naruto world. I come from 21 Stanchirai Kina, a traveler between worlds. I just graduated from college and became an ordinary Kajin. They're relentless. 996. Work culture. The daily grind was stressful. So I don't mind be watching Naruto. Form Naruto as a companion as I grew up, no matter how many times you watched it, it never got aired. One night at work, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in me heart. As if I being hit by lightning. And then everything went black. When I finally regained consciousness, I found myself in the world of Naruto, inhabiting the body of a 5-year-6-year-old child. Luckily, after crossing over, I inherited memories and finally understood me situation. Uchiha Miser now through Haukanoha, Sweden. TTK long Torializi wasn't the Hidden Leaf Village. Form, this felt like he Astroko fluck from the heavens. Though the main story hasn't begun yet. I am already familiar with the personalities of the people here. That me and see have a chance at a mythature powerhouses. Even if Aladoish jet me fasic known. Right now. The first great ninja war is about to end. So as a young child. I vimanech to avoid the major catastrophe. However, with the war, send Tobarama Zenju Hasdeed, and the third Hawkage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hastake. Unfortunately for Thuchi Hawklin, the third Dan the village elder Saren. Texactly friendly. To make he matters worse. The parents of this body perished, didn't the final days soft the war. The Regina alone of this body was so overwhelmed by grief the passed away as well. Which gave Methicant Setacom here. Once he desorted out my identity, situation, and the timeline. He took care of the funeral arrangements for the Regina loner. Parents. Torpathy dead off taking over this body. After handling all that, he started searching the house for ninjutsu scrolls and valuables. Hoping to secure me safety and future livelihood. Although the Hidden Leaf Village provides regular compensation payments that basically cover me daily expenses, ninja training requires a variety of supplementary tools and medicinal herbs, all of which I have to purchase myself. The future of the ninja world is filled with chaos and strife. Noten lies there through Chi Haklam massacre looming decades ahead. But the second and third great ninja wars are set to erupt within the next few years. You have no intention of becoming cannon fodder on the battlefield if I want to survive. I must keep growing stronger. Yet, to get stronger. In it to keep training. And training costs money. It's an endless cycle. So, every first then jitted wasity up my room. Hoping, thami parents. Both. Hada left behind something valuable. Sure enough. After a few days, I actually found several million Ryo. Enough to support me training for years to come. However, when it came to ninjutsu, I only found 3 scrolls, and all of them were fire steel techniques. Among them were a jutsu like Thegagriat Fireball, whose power is rather limited and hardly lethal. The dangers of the world of Okajir comparable to Agamesson hard mode, although I have enough money for no. The lack of ninja sure source leaves me feeling a bit disheartened, standing by the window. Gazing at the distant Okajra and the bustling village. I Colton. Thel boot wander. The third Hawkage. Monument is already complete. Do I have any chance of becoming the butterfly? That stirs up the plot of this world. As he was lost in these thoughts about the future, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding. Detected Dathas, saw survive for 3 days. System binding, Jin progress. 10, 30, 70, 100. Binding successful. Data generated. Would you Lito view it? The abrupt voice left me momentarily stunned. Before a surge of excitement bubbled up from within me, Ace expected. Transmigrator scum with system SAS standard. Here was Mikans Edochi Etherals. With that in mind, I eagerly began to explore the system's functions, recalling the prompty. Just theored. I mentally commanded the system and instant lie open the status panel. Hastuchi haxing liuskil sonatomo sharing ang green. Uchi hafazi green. Cooking Y title slots empty. Empty power level 3, note Vena combat power of 5. How pathetically weak. Icon. Thelpa feel a little speechless at the system. Commentary. But the one to Sharingan. Skill brought Miri joy. In hindsight, it Madison's the original owner probably awakened the Sharingan unconscious lie after being overwhelmed by grief at the news of his parents' deaths. Stricken by sorrow, Hina recovered. And so inherited this regift. Having sorted that out, I continued to explore the system's features. It didn't take long to figure things out. This system. Solnamaisti. Idle system. And its function is simple just lotaskal into an idle slot. And it will automatically improve over time. The system classifies its skills into 7 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and rainbow. Each tier is further divided into 10 levels. Once a skill reaches the 10th level of its current tier, advancing Gonomar level allows it to break throughout the next tier. In theory, there is no upper limit to skill breakthroughs. Even Alpha skill like cooking, given in a team, can be upgraded all the way to the rainbow tier. At present, the system hastily unlocked twiddle slots. Viewed as me abilities improve, the number of available slots will gradually increase. The speed offered the training just directly proportional to my combat power, saw the stronger become. The faster me progress in idle mode. However, it's important to note that the system does not grant skills automatically. Every skill must be learned or created by myself. After grasping the basic functions of the system, it didn't hesitate. I immediately placed the Sharingan and the Uchiha physique into that Woidle slots. The system's response was immediate. As soon as the skills were activated, a wave warmth surged through me body, and a refreshing sensation flowed through my eyes. It seemed the tittling with the system not only spared me the exhaustion and discomfort of actual training, but instead made me feel incredibly comfortable. Compared to the systems described in Thassa transmigration novel Suchi Haxing Liu had read before, this Onu was refreshingly simple. Only title slots mattered, with neuther complicated restrictions, which pleased him greatly. Now, all that remained was to determine the specific parameters for idle speed, and he would have complete mastery over how the system worked. Since there were initially only twiddle slots, how to ask the themwise lie became an especially important question. Some skills might start title level, but that isn't. T-men, hey lack potential. Take cooking, for example. It could be not just for preparing ingredients, but possibly even for understanding and altering their themselves. If transformed by the system, perhaps even a basic wide-ear skill could become a formidable power. However, compared with the Sharingan and Uchiha physique, both of which could steadily boost combat effectiveness, the growth path for cooking was simply too unpredictable. In the short term, it would be hard to maximize the system's advantages. With that thought, Uchiha Xinglia stopped hesitating and decided to prioritize leveling up the Sharingan and Uchiha physique. Having settled matters with the system, Uchiha Xinglia grabbed his simoni and stepped out of his room, ready to stroll around outside and find some dinner at the same time. When he had first arrived in this world, he was preoccupied with his parents' funeral and uncertainty about the future, so he hadn't had the heart to venture out. Now, with the system support, his anxiety hadiest, and have found the courage to face what lay ahead. It had already been several days since he arrived in this world. Things she had loved in his previous life were not vividly real before Heizizizet would Bashamata see them for himself. With mixed feelings, Uchiha Xinglia wandered out onto the street. Thesson before him left them somewhat disappointed. Yet there was a touch of familiarity that made him pause for a moment. Though the overall layout closely resembled with Hadzin and Ani, their Alpha streets appeared far more worn and dilapidated. It was a time when the First World War was drawing to a close. Although the end of the conflict was in sight, those who had perished would never return. Under such circumstances, there were few pedestrians in the streets of the familiar shops. Only the now famous barbecue remained, while the renowned Dechira Karaman Hadia to make its appearance. Business at the various snack stalls was sluggish, a clear sign that the current state of Konoha village was far from prosperous, compared to the bustling future Heknu. Today, Konoha was still mired in recovery under construction. Uchiha Xingliu walked along the battered streets, the crest of his clan and his clothing drawing subtle glances and faint disapproval from passers-by. Heckled. Thel Butsai, Sothu Chihaklan. His reputation had already begun to soar the Sirlan. It was likely a result of Thek Hokage. Policies. Uchiha were known for their intense emotions, but also notorious for their stubbornness. Whenever they lost someone that they loved, there was a chance that they would awaken the Sharingan. Those with exceptional talent might even unlock the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, in the moment of awakening, they often become eldest in their own worlds. The most striking examples of this were Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. Obito, after witnessing Rin, death with his own ease, grew radical, convinced that only the infinite Kiyomi could bring true happiness, even going so far as to kill his own mentor, Swife, Itachi. Scarred beware and manipulation. Watched Shisuudi and became convinced, in his obsession, that Uchiha would bring about an irreversible disaster. In the end, Hekosa destroy his own clan with his own hands, to prevent such outcomes. Tobirama's Senju established the police force, hand. This allowed that Uchiha's ballyhood, reducing the frequency of wars and, consequently, the likelihood of awakening the Sharingan. On the other hand, Hugh was well aware of their stubborn nature, so putting them in charge of law enforcement would inevitably make them cold and harsh, further damaging their reputation. To become Hokage, one must earn every own's recognition. Thought his state meant the its flaws. It is not without merit. If Uchiha brought a bad reputation and failed to gain the support of ordinary people, it was only natural that Uchiha would ever become Hokage. One had admit, Tobirama. Strategy was truly ingenious. Yet for a clan stubborn as Uchiha, only they could be so easily manipulated. Had they been able to temper their obstinacy and as their police to cultivate a positive image. Even if they never produced the Hokage, they called Haviatalis, secured a place among the village, shy strengths. However, they remained completely unaware that they were being manipulated. And even after recognizing their own limitations, they still caused an change. Although Uchiha clan possessed remarkable balance, most of its members well established the pre-year family, Sklorian stopped moving forward. This, in itself, was just another kind of cage. After wandering around for a while, Uchiha Xingliu came to a halt. The villagers, strange looks drained away and Yennerstad had in continuing his stroll. Hederndan made his way toward barbecue, a restaurant run by the Kimishiklan. Renowned throughout the world off the Hokage as a beloved spot for gatherings. Sarutobi Azuma often brought Shikamaru and Theo Thurshire for meals. The Kimishiklan, famous for their love of good food, had naturally become living advertisements for the restaurant. Themamantha stepped inside. There a aroma of grilled meat washed over him, instantly whetting his appetite. With everything thought that been happening lately, he drearily eaten a proper meal. Now, with that scent in the air, hunger sprang sudden light to life. The atmosphere inside was a stark contrast to the actually quiet streets outside. Dozens of ninja uniforms sat together round tables. Voices lively and loft terracoing through the room. He glanced about and saw noticed a little blonde girl. Something about their faces stirred a deep sense of familiarity. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Uchiha Xingliu chose easy close at her. After placing his at her, he pretended to casually observe a figure who had caught the attention. Papa. Mama. Are you leaving soon? Dinned. The whirl, ready end. The blonde girl, voice trembled. Her words laced with tears. Her parents exchanged a gentle, helpless smile, and comforted her in soft tones. Tsunade. We, remember soft the Senjuklin. We must lie be example, before they could finish. Tsunade. Says filled with tears. She interrupted them. Her voice choked with grievance. No. I don't. Twantioto. Grandpa said the same thing before. Butha never came back. Hellied. I hate you. With that, Sharon out in tears. For a moment. Her parents stood frozen in surprise. Beat-as ninja. They quickly followed after her. Her father wanted to step forward and console her, but her mother quietly held him back. Let Tsunade cry it out. Losing Uncle Tobarama hither hard. All what can do stay close and leither no way. Here. Tsunade's father nodded in agreement, then silently trailed behind his daughter. As soon as sobbed and ran off into the distance. Both parents felt their knees grow misty. Sometimes, adult Shevin cois but a best strong. Otherwise, how what children relyin'. Having overheard their conversation, Uchiha Liu finally confirmed that the little blonde girl really was Tsunade in her childhood. What surprised him was that Tsunade had never been strong as Sachel. Perhaps only after enduring even more hardships in the future. Did she learn to hide her true feelings behind a mask? He realized that the boisterous, hot-tempered Tsunade from the past was nothing more than Ada. It was until the D Sofrlover and younger brother that their final emotional defenses were shattered, leaving this renowned and medical ninja with hemophobia. Suchifatu Australi lamentable. Tothakur and Uchiha Liu. However, Tsunade was merely a stranger, someone with whom he had no direct connection. Eventha had been quite fond of her character in his previous life. He was well aware of the line between reality and fiction. As the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, Tsunade status was unique, and approaching her Ashley would and Lee invite unnecessary trouble. With this thought, he shook his head. Pushinga said this musings. Bino. The waitress shade already brought out a tall the dish Uchiha Liu had ordered. Faced why, thateable fell of grilled meats. He wasted no time began to eat to nearness. From earlier, he felt a powerful hunger coursing through his body, which was why he had ordered so much food. He suspected this ravenous appetite was likely related to the tidal system. While the system could enhance his abilities, the energy consumed still had to be replenished through nourishment. He finished off the entire spread of grilled meat at an astonishing speed. Distinctly aware of his stomach and intestines working overtime to digest and convert the food into vital energy. Afterward, he opened at a system pane and saw that the Twaskilsha desetoid training, we're advancing gatable speed, confirming his theory. So, replenishing Genergyrolitas boost the efficiency of tidal system. If he want to keep up this high speed progress, making sure he well-fed, will be essential, Uchiha Liu thought with great satisfaction. After all, no matter how much he ate, he wouldn't wait. Instead, he only get stronger faster. To him, this was nothing short of Adriam Comatru. This meal was not only delicious, but also revealed a new function of his system, leaving him in excellent spirits. Check, please. Uchiha Liu called out. The owner handed him the bill in silence. When he saw the amount, his body froze for a moment and he couldn't tell but let it in word sigh. Heck knew that Mustafa barbecue customers were in inches, and that the prices were typically high. Beauty hadn't expected this meal to cost over 20 Thessandrio. To put things in perspective, there were for a single drink mission for regular genin wasn't fit a 10 Thessandrio. He just spent the equivalent of 4 drink missions on a meal. Looking over the bill more closely, he realized the owner hadn't overcharged him. After all, he ordered enough for 4 or 5 people. Although the price was steep, it was still within theory of reason. In reality, a normal person meal wouldn't cost around 4 tofa the sandrioit and seem and exorbitant because sheesh eaten so much. After leaving barbecue, Uchiha Liu made up his mind that from now on, it would be much more economical to cook his own meals. To keep the system as running efficiently in the background, as that a supply of food was absolutely essential. However, the combined monthly pension his parents left behind amounted to 100 the sandrio. Note fin, and auto cover a week. Sworth of his meals. Even counting the several million Rio inheritance his parents shadolfed, it still wouldn't. TB, not a supper tayer, living expenses. He also had to remember that Mustafa the forest sand reverse around the Hidden Leaf village had already been divided among the Maja clans, and gathering resources from those areas without permission was strictly forbidden. For example, Veneraklana Davis forest dedicated to raising Mediticinal deer, and another section off the woodshed being converted into ninja training grounds, which were open at a village in Ninja Sack according to the rank. In the anime, Uzumaki Naruto was able to go out fishing, likely because she had received special permission from the third Hokage. Otherwise, how wouldn't TK, neither were fish in Theriver. Just casting an Ekoldiel the bountiful catch. Beautifivrion a deed. That, how would those homodialiving selling fishes survive? Thuchi Haklan. Of course. Hadit zone for rest as well. But the Tari had long since been turned indicated training ground by Themor belligerent members of the clan. The animals there hated their being hunted to extinction or halfled long ago. Saw the day soft catching wild gamey we'll re over. Still, the village hadn't. T completely beautiful avenues for securing resources every year. They opened dupasmal window off time for this. But the main beneficiaries were Nara civilians. Ninjakla members rarely bothered. Ifuchi Haxing Liuder Toda take advantage of this opportunity with the treason. Huasser Tantha clan would pleth them off so easily. In short, getting freer sources from the land surround the village was basically out of the question. One shown. Uchi Haxing Liu casually picked up the scattered ninjutsus, scrolls sent to Balan examined them closely. The scrolls recorded to Crank Jutsu's fire still a great fireball jutsu on fire style of Phoenix fire jutsu, as well as Sonabrank jutsu fire style dragon flame jutsu. These were part of the inheritentious parent Shatter original Ethem. These three jutsus were considered standard among the Uchiha. Great fireball and Phoenix fire were usual I learned. But Genin, while dragon flame was part of the curriculum for Chunin. As for basic chakra control techniques, those were so fundamental that they were systematically taught both within the Ninjaklan Sandath and Ninja Alchemy. For Uchi Haxing Liu, the existence of the idol system allowed him to improve his ability, unconditionally. Butanly if Lee learned or create out his ability himself skills would not just appear. Thuthanair, compared to the power of Fabled Linda limit. What this ninjutsu scrolls offered was systematic, codified ninjak knowledge. Hess still wasn't sure whether the system, while enhancing his abilities, would also simultaneously upgrade his relevant knowledge reserves. So, he needed to experiment to find out. In order to make better see off the system, Waluchi Haxing Liu was deep in thought. A surge of even stronger warmth coursed through his body, making him instinctively narrow his eyes and savor the sensation of his body changing. The warm current arrived swiftly and faded just as fast. But, when it dissipated, Heckle clearly feel himself growing noticeably stronger. With a mix of surprise and contemplation, he casually opened at the system panel. Hastuchi Haxing Liu ability anima sharing angry elf. Uchiha blood, linen green, cooking white title slots anima sharing in. Uchiha bloodline combat power 5 a weakling with a combat power of only 5. Even thought the system. Scomentary remain the sharpest ever. It didn't. TD, Tampa Nuchi Haxing Liu. Shoyinth the slightest. He'd only gone out for a meal. And already his ability shade improved. While Heck knew that good nutrition called speed up growth, this rate of improvement was truly astonishing. Moreover, while his combat power hadn't risen from 3 to 5, a seemingly small change. If calculated as a percentage, it was nearly double. Uchi Haxing Liu Boska Dinish happiness for quite a while, before gradually calming down. He hadn't expected the system top provides such a dramatic boost. Though he was also well aware, they teach subsequent level would be harder to achieve. Beauty things kept progressing at the space. He might become invincible even before graduating from the Ninja Academy. Therapist surge in his power ignited an angry outer mission in Uchi Haxing Liu. Sart. In his previous life, he lived in a peaceful country, untouched by war. So understood just how precious peace it truly was. That's why he wanted to bring genuine peace to this world. A world that had given him so much joy and emotion. Uchi Haxing Liu aspired to become Hokage. To completely shapeth this continent. Tomake true according to his idols. And perhaps even ensure that us with power. Noble Sandai Mios couldn't along Gerdo stay pleased. He painted this grand vision in his mind. Beaut reality. Ace always. Was far sure than imagination. He sprawled lazily in his tatami mat, rolled over, scratched his head, and let to his eye, muttering to himself. Achieving Gagawa like that is exhausting. Iriladon. Twanto go back to working myself to death like I died my last life. Torialize issue can a deal would require men seafert, even more than the grueling work we done before. He thought of Naruto Uzumaki. Who? Asked the Zeventhokage. Was so busy he even needed Torlayan shadow clones just to keep up with his duties. Besides, if Irili did become Hokage, the responsibilities on his shoulders would extend far beyond simply managing the Hidden Leaf Village. Thinking about Tolthus. Uchiha Xingliu. Already laid becatitude waver. He subversion to the high-pressure work of his previous life he made Hyman willing to repeat that kind of existence. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Asha pondered. His mind drifted back to what had happened during the meal. Suddenly, inspiration flashed through his mind. That, sit, I could be a hands-off leader. Xingliu wanted to become Hokage. Butha didn't. Twanto overexert himself. The best solution was to delegate the actual work to others. The first person who came at Tomand was Tsunade. Asked the fifth Hokage. She was sectionally capable, though she could be reliable at times. Her overall performance was quite impressive. Then there were an ninja like Orochimaru, who haven't managed to independently establish the Sound Village. In truth, Konoha was full of talented people. Each of the legendary Sannin had the ability to manage a village. There were also outstanding ninja like White Fang, the fourth Hokage Minato Namakazes, and Kakashi Hada. So, after becoming Hokage, he killed complete lie death at TDS tasks to others. Uchiha Xingliu wouldn't need to steer the village, direction and his strength to safeguard a vision, just as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, once founded the Hidden Lee Village, ending years of war and bringing peace out of the ninja world. Back then, there must have been many who pose effeminate of their own self-interest. But, what difference did that McKean thinned? During the period when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama joined forces, almost none the entire shinobi world dared to openly oppose them. Even if someone voiced dissent the first day, by the next day they might find themselves dealt with by their own companions for various reasons. There was simply a need for the set with powerhouses to take action themselves. The saying, Susanoo and the great Buddha together could destroy 4 nations, was not an exaggeration. Anyone who to challenge Shirama's decisions didn't need to worry about them eradicating every dissenter along with their country, and then founding his own shinobi village from the ashes. Back then, with that was strong jesmen standing side by side, every opponent coldly fall silent. Now, Watuchi Haxinglius ought was to become Sukuna unbeatable existence, powerful and ought to challenge an entire nation single-handedly. For him, this was not so difficult. With the system's presence, his place the pinnacle of the future was all but guaranteed. Perhaps it wouldn't take you years, maybe even less. For him Toriachates, never seen before. At this moment, the most important thing was to have a Siddle Saxodon recognized by more people. If he were to conquer the world by force alone, yet noon, willingly followed or served him. Such a rule would better lie meaningless, without bringing the Sannin, White Fang, and others into his own camp. He would never truly be able to delegate and manage freely. Would he have a toll like a Naruto, relying on shadow clones to work overtime every single day? That was certainly not the life he wanted, though such things were not difficult for Uchiha Xingliu. Only by putting plans into action could progress be made, step by step. He couldn't. You'd imagine how wonderful it would be if, one day, he could entrust all affairs to White Fang and the fourth Hokage, while he enjoyed a carefree life with Tsunade. With that thought, Uchiha Xingliu straightened up and began to work toward his future. He picked up the scroll for the fireball jutsu and studied it intently. By now, dusk had begun to fall. The lamp in Uchiha Xingliu's room gradually glowed brighter, bearing silent witness to all his tireless efforts. Time passed quickly. It had been more than half a month since Uchiha Xingliu awakened his ambition and resolve to become Hokage. During this period, apart from occasionally going out to buy groceries, Xingliu spent almost all his time at home. On one hand, his mentality was that of an adult, making it difficult to truly blend in with children. On the other hand, there wasn't. Timushin the current Konoha to take part in for entertainment. There were some modern facilities. But compared to that 21st century, the gap was enormous. Moreover, though the war was drawing to a close, those who had fallen were gone forever, and funeral ceremonies could be seen all across the village. A somber mood lingered over Konoha, and even the usual mal celebration shuttle being suspended for the team meeting. Theorisons completely extinguished Xingli Uchiha. Sintrastingo, Ingauto have fun. However, this period was being a means fruitless for him. Host Xingli Uchiha ability Sanamo sharing angry elf. 8. Uchiha bloodline green, elf sodding. Fire release great fireball technique green. Fire release phoenixish fire technique. Fire release dragon fire technique. Cooking white title slot sun and Amo sharingen. Uchiha Bloodline Combat Pow. 15 reals. Although he's finally broken into double digits, he still quite weak in reality. First of all, let's talk about the two abilities and his slots. His Uchiha Bloodline Hado reach level 10 just on Amar level, and it would resto blue quality. When the happens, he expects a significant boost. The enhancement of this ability had made his badistrudier. His reflexes sharper. And most importantly, it greatly increase highs in Adelant. The most direct result of this was they taxingly Uchiha mastered the 3 ninjutsu scrolls left by his parents, learning them all within a single week. Although his use of these 3 techniques was still quite basic and their power limited for no, nothing would stop him from adding them to his slots in future and making them stop them. The evolution of his bloodline made Ada learning ninjutsu much smoother, and the increase in his talent propelled his study efficiency, forming a positive cycle with the system. Support. In this world, the purity of own bloodline naturally determines a ninja's potential ceiling. Soxingly Uchiha was genuinely delighted by his own progress. By comparison, his Sharingan was advancing more slowly. This was likely Bekashishu yet mainly strengthened his body, saw the system. Acceleration effect benefited his bloodline more, leaving the Sharingan's growth lagging behind. Nevertheless, the rate of improvement was already remarkably fast. By his calculations, at this base, he should expect a new breakthrough with the Sharingan in above Alpha month. However, Todochi Haxing Liu had Nakoi's better step, Podifis comfort zone and head into the heart of Konoha village. Thinking back to what had happened that morning, a hint of pride still lingered in his heart. He had been resting when a sudden knock at the door startled him awake. Along with the knocking came a young, unfamiliar melee voice. Izanyan inside. I'm Uchi Hakushuan. I have news from the clan for you. Hearing this, Uchi Haxing Liu called in. Thelbuff. After all, he, been staying Gathamelately, and Theoragina loner. Sparents didn't. Thavine, Niklo friends. So I would summon a from the clan suddenly come a looking for him. But Thinagin, this was Uchi Hatertori. He rassured himself that new would dare impersonate a clan member just to cause a trouble here. So he opened at the door. Sorry to bother you. Are Uchi Haxing Liu? The young man out Sagavi Himakima Kimitsover and got straight to the point. Uchi Haxing Liu on a hand through a chair. Stifled a yawn, and looked at the visitor with a touch of uncertainty. Is there something Thekla needs from Uchi Hakushuan? In contrast to the Dipikaluf Nasofman Uchiha, was polite and personable his easy manner pu people attitudes. First, he gestured that this wasn't the right place to talk. When Xing Lia stepped aside, Shuan walked straighten, moving with the familiarity of someone entering his own home. Once they seated, Uchi Hakushuan finally spoke. Here, the situation on response to the second hokage. Snoo policy. The clan has decided to send you to the ninja gakami. Of course. Theklan 1. Pledio down. You. L receiving an extra monthly stipend off 100. Zero. Ryoa's compensation. When you graduate, you also be rewarded with a rank ninjutsu. In these times, not everyone saw thou you went the ninja academy, men in ninja clan still clung to tradition, preferring to train Theorung within the family. But the academy, founded by the second Hokage, broke that monopoly. It opened the Orsoft education to all, given ordinary people that could set a Beckerman and Jan change their fate. Imagine if, in realif, a special military academy suddenly appeared, except when war broke out. Its students would be sent straight to the battlefield. If you were faced with a course like that, what would you do? What's more, if the ninja on the frontline scolded, told, these commoners would be left defenseless. So while many civilian-born ninja lacked extraordinary intent and a dupas lower room drinking shinobi. Fourth them. This was the large opportunity for social mobility. That's why they were willing to enter the academy and learn. Additionally, the students strand at the Ninja Academy are taught a plastic shriata emphasis on teamwork thanthus raised within the clans. Here, that concept of team goes beyond small squads, cider first to large scale, coordinate operations on the battlefield. Unless one possesses exceptional strength for Abath the norm. The power of fighting will always surpass the tough alone fighter. Although ninja abilities are well suited for solo missions, real warfare offers so many special assignments. if a force lacks sufficient strength in direct combat, its lines will quickly collapse. Must airily wait until the Enasaka no has gates before being forced to fight. Therefore, even the traditional ninja clans ultimately had Nikois to send their descendants to the Ninja Academy, while using after-school horse to pass down their own secret techniques. This approach not only adapts to changing times but also enables their members to grow more rapidly, to further promote the academy system. Thus can Hokage personal selected a group of graduate Sasha's trusted aides. Among the earliest to seize this opportunity were Sarutobi and Shimura, who latter see to the highest strengths. By the team heroes in Saruto became a tower. Only those who had attended the Ninja Academy were actually eligible to become a gates for Hokage, for the sake of their clan's future. After weighing all considerations, even the most traditional ninja families goldenly accept that their youth must attend school. As fourth older generations believe that the academy merely trains cannon fodder, there's some truth to the view. Yet in reality, when war breaks out, even clan-trained ninja are inevitably sent to the front lines. Back then, could you avoid war and keep your clans, men off the battlefield? When that time comes, each ninja clan will fight on their own. And it's in to be expected that the enemy will defeat them in Bion. Otherwise, why would every nation rush to follow Konoha's example and establish their own ninja academies? Of course, right now, they can't see these truths. They stubbornly believe that their own family's training methods are superior to those of the ninja academy. Still, so's not to embarrass the Hokage. They go along with his policy and send some of their clan members to the school. Those clan members Sasanito Theakamir, in reality, half abandoned, and so the family offers them some compensation. Is a half abandoned Becca's. Without family training, you naturally want form deepens with your peers from the clan. When the sea children grow up, no matter what opportunities arise, you will never be the first person they think of. So, in this era, being sent to the Ninja Academy usually means your clan doesn't value you highly. And most of these sekos and clan members are orphans. As orphans avenue and Torlion and are easier to overlook. In themed. Every world is the Samithi we carry always the first to be sacrificed. However, for Uchiha Liu, entering the Ninja Academy was actually a good thing. Setting aside all the potential benefits the academy itself might bring. He had recently been troubled over how to approach key figures in his plans, especially at Tsunade. Since the Thuchi and the Senju are hardly on friendly terms, if Etri Tope approached Tsunadarishly, the Senju clan might very well give him a thorough beating. The new Suchi Hakusuan brought was nothing short of fat time layer rescue, according to Wuthek knew from the anime. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya would attend the Ninja Academy, and the Hatake clan, where White Fang belonged, was the Larga family either. Soit stood a reason that the take Sakamo should be as well. Joining the Ninja Academy would Javuchi Haxing Liu a perfect legitimate reason to interact with all the people, so in Herg Suan sorts. Hekonenthal but smile. Noten lit a give him a concrete way to carry out this plan. He'll receive a generous reward. Eventho Sekla members Shihadonsa found disagreeable na see meet a much more pleasant. Suppressing high excitement. Hifane Dalit, Oldie's appointment handask. Is the clan abandoning me? At the Sewards. Uchiha was momentarily flustered. Losing Gaul the usual Uchiha pride. Uchiha Liu is sincere sold at the time. When a 6-year-old child looks at you with helpless eyes, especially when it knows just lost this close estimally, anyone with a conscience would feel uneasy. Uchiha and Haruto explain that's not true. How could the clan verge upon you? When you finish Schuler during holidays, you can always go back to the clan to continue your studies. You truly want the Vimukofan impact. But the swear clearly not what Uchiha Liu truly wanted. He watched Uchiha's lightly flustered expression and decided to continue his performance. Once she made a fizzment, his eyes immediately turned red wide the motion. Hested up. Looked up at Uchiha, and we, that a touch? Asked, really? Then could you give me some extra compensation? For example, could you share some medical knowledge with me? Seeing Xing Liu like at this and Li Maduchi Haxua more flustered. He greeted almost without hesitation. Really? As for medical knowledge, I have some basic materials. I can give them to you privately. But, why do you want to learn about this? Asha spoke. Uchiha gradually calmed down, looking at Xingliu with curious seriousness, rather than feeling uneasy. Xingliu grew even more earnest. Uncle, I want to become a medical ninja. That way, I can help people and make sure no losses their life to injury or illness. They'll be able to return on and reunite with their families. Asha finished. Two streams soft terra slid down Xinglia's cheeks. So moving the Tuchi Hakshuan felt a pinch in his heart. He stepped forward, gently stroked Xinglia's head, and comforted him for a long moment before finally speaking. You're a Lara kinchild. Don't worry. I'll bring you those medical text tonight. Thank you, uncle. Xinglia hurriedly wiped away his tears. His voice choked. Why the motion Ash, Gava his thanks. If their Wariano Scartobe handed out fear, surely Xinglia's performance would have you one round of applause. And feel it la golden statuette itself. After a while, seeing they text Xinglia, some motion shad settled. Uchi Hakshuan stood up to leave. At the door, he glanced back at Xinglia, headed. Say anything more. Just nodded and silent Lia left their room. Xinglia frowned, suspecting the Texuama thought sensed something. Butha couldn't. Be sure. Still, his soon pushed those his thoughts aside. After all, asking to study medical knowledge wasn't an unreasonable request. Even if Isaac was seen through, at worst Theo would just be kept at a distance Bixuan. Yet Xinglia had a faint sense, the Tuchi Hakshuan, a man who had never appeared in the original story line and whose character was unique, might prove useful to his plans in the future. As for why he wanted to learn medical knowledge, it was, of course, for his upcoming schemes. Using medical studies as an excuse to approach Tsunade was perfectly reasonable. And on Siega close to Tsunade, he do naturally have opportunities to meet Jiraiya and Orochimaru as well. Just know. The word Tsuchi Haksinglia spoke Tuchi Haksuan Werner Tentralalis. Hetrally intended. At least in the ear listages. Toshe P himself into prodigiously gifted medical ninja. This approach would help him avoid many unnecessary conflicts. Reduce trouble. Amakid easier fourth or third Hokage and a third village leader stalwart their guard against him. After all, Ochihawathon the medical talent was far less threatening and much more useful than those with the Manjiki sharing in. This made it much more natural for him to approach their important talents in the plan. After all, the third Hokage valued this individual shyly. Tsunade and the other two had then become his personal disciples. Moreover, with the help of his idol system, his abilities could be improved unconditionally, as long as she left it running for a while. His medical prowess called far surpassed the Tofani contemporary Rembical ninja. A doctor who can survey your life is often your only hope, and a physician whose skills Saryun rivaled in the ninja world, unless there are special reasons, almost never finds himself deliberately mad enemy. On the contrary, he earns Fengreed respect. Uchi Haksinglia walked along the streets of Konoha, watching as many parents led their children toward the ninja academy. The children were full of anticipation, clutching their parents' hands with excitement, their minds filled with dreams of future as ninjas. Their parents, however, wore complicated expressions, and some even changed their man halfway, turning around and taking their children home. After all, the casualty rate among ninjas washi, and this ninja war was especially brutal. Survival for civilian-born ninjas waslam. Yet, the income of a ninja far surpassed that of an ordinary villager. Ivana Samergenin, a ninja, monthly earnings Swaramu Shigarthanthos Asafana Varaja family. For these households, enrolling their children in the ninja academy might bethephus distan ferris way Taurusus Rotha social ranks. Thus, these parents were on an hand. They hoped their children would become a ninja Senthiothar. They worried about the possibility of them falling in battle someday, mingling with the crowd. Uchi Haksinglia soon saw a familiar building. The ninja academy stood before him, looking almost identical to how it would in the years to come. A large gadaborthable character for ninja. With a school sign display beside it, he withdrew his gaze and walked slowly into the academy. As soon as entered, he saw an ninja in Konoha form handling registrations for the arriving children. Nearby, another ninja maintained order, his voice ringing out loudly. Please move quickly. Children who have completed registration. Prosato Theophortheus assessment. Parents, please note enter. Wearing the Uchi Haklan emblem is back. Uchi Haksinglia was naturally spared from lining up with the other children for registration. His name had already been submitted to the ninja acad, my in advance be his family. So all the remained was to pass the entrance assessment and be placed in a class. This was only if the small privileges enjoyed by the ninja clans. Following the directions of the ninja maintaining order, Uchi Haxing Liamad his way to the schoolyard. Ready to participate in the assessment. On the field, hundreds of children had gathered, chatting excitedly and filling the air with vibrant energy. Despite the Inosai crowd, Uchi Haxing Liu immediately spotted Tsunade amid these faces. A few children from the Senju clan clustered around her, laughing and joking without a care in the world. Clearly, the entrance assessment meant little to them. After all, the so-called test amount had a little more than a measure of physical ability or thespedat Wakanakal's gathered chakra. For ninjaklins, especially the Senju, physical strength washard lay awakeness, and evento su, did never formally study chakra control had at least some familiarity with it. If a child truly talent, such shortcomings would have been discovered and dealt with in infancy. Not far away. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were also waiting for their turn. At this moment, they were still strangers to each other, though Fatuid and Daben the three of them as the closest of comrades. Yet, precisely because of their different ideals, each would ultimate like Aziz, Parapath, but no. With Hedishin of Uchi Haxing Liu, perhaps everything might unfold differently. Asuchi Haxing Liu searched Thekrat for familiar faces. A sharp whistle pierced the Aran Kothas attention. Hetern Etta Sian Ninja with a scarred face. Holding a whistle and advancing with astern expression. Quiet. Thesis menace officially beginning no. Everyone, assemble. Form groups, off of tea and prepare for the physical test. Anyone who keeps talking will be disqualified and must leave immediately. The harsh reprimand dan commanding is equiclissilence the schoolyard. Many children instinctively fell into line as instructed. Those from ninja clans might not have been intimidated, but there was no reason to provoke the examiner. So they, too, cooperated without complaint. In a time, the onsechaotic field had been organized into neat groups of 50, seeing order restored. Thescarfus ninja. His expression softened slightly, though his authority remained. My name is Tokichi. I am a examiner for today. Physical assessment. Now, this group said me, follow metathetrak to begin. He gestured for the group to follow him. Let me repeat the assessment criteria. The minimum requirement for enrollment is to complete in labs within 10 minutes. The faster your run, the higher your score, and the better your class placement will be. Begin. After your physical test, remember to proceed theorem behind me for the chakra extraction assessment. The assessment itself was quite so simple. Nothing too difficult. Beautify wanton and dupin the sama classes Tsunade. I can't afford to hide my abilities too much. After hearing the requirements for the assessment, Uchi Haxing Liu began calculating his man how to make it into that group. Otherwise, he wouldn't qualify for the elite class. A Shu was thinking. A child caught eyes. A boy dressed in a deep green jumpsuit, with shiny black hair and a gleaming wit smile. The boy's appearance was striking, and he drew the attention of many around him. A look of pleasant surprise flashed across Uchi Haxing Liu's yes. He thought. It didn't. Textbeck might do, Oito being rolling gait this timey as well. Even with an ordinary physique, he can hold his Sonagan's prodigies thanks to the 8 gates. The might father and centrally are extraordinary. Soon. He witnessed might do it. Performance during the test, although might do it in. T come in last. His scores were just barely passing. This didn't. Surpass Uchi Haxing Liu. Might do it. His natural talent was average, which was why he would remain an remarkable chunin for many years, in reality. His future triumph over these Evan ninja swordsmen would come from 20 years of relentless daily training. Uchi Haxing Liu is that himself. Still, today marks the first step of me plan. With so many gifted people in the Lee village, I can't let third Hokage squander all this talents. When it was Uchi Haxing Liu, stern to bedisted, he loosened his body and walked towards the track. Bino. The sun stood hoverhead. Its blazing rays beating down on the training field and making every own sweat profusely. Time slipped by. And the alchemy. Sassa's men quickly drew to a close, as the proctor announced the results. The field erupted with excitement. Children and parents crowded together, jostling to leave. Uchi Haxing Liu wasn't. Tina hurry. He waited until the crowd thinned out before us rolling towards the school. Bulletin board. Bython. The board was already surrounded by people. Some were cheering in delight, while others, who hadn't been accepted, were looks of disappointment. Just as expected. His name appeared on the list for a Litlason. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were also assigned to a Liteclason. While in Limite I had entered the irregular class. This outcome you was entirely within his expectations. Though Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not come from ninjaclans. Their talents were exceptional. There was none to elaborate in Orochimaru. And, while Jiraiya's grades were mediocre before signing the contract with Mount Myoboku, his chakra reserves were astonishing. Otherwise, he never called Hive Master Tajmode. He glanced at Atheski it was nearly noon. And there wasn't too much time left to get me and prepare lunch, since she had just received compensation from his clan Tode. Uchihaxing Leo decided to treat himself to a good meal at barbecue. He hurried over to barbecue, lifted the Norin, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Theona greeted him with a warm smile and took his order. Last time, he had spent more ding alone than mustables combined, so Theona remembered him vividly. Uchihaxing Liu ordered his meal with a blank expression. After all, he was spending his own money. He, only betterly happy he retreated to a free meal. Today, barbecue was bustling with customers. Nearly every writable was filled. Most were there to celebrate their children. Successful admission into school. Just then, a young woman with her hair teen-aired bun walked in, leading Tsunade by the hand. Grandma, I got into the best class. How were y'all going to reward me today? Tsunade bounded over to Uzumakimoto, her facilitude with irrepressible joy. It was clear that this red-haired young woman was none other than Tsunade's grandmother. Uzumakimoto might have crouched down, gently stroking Tsunade. Sheglin Sadaron dan noticed every seat in the shop was taken, leaving Herod a bit of phallus. Then her gaze shifted, landing on Uchihaxing Leo, who was sitting alone at table, pointing Gotham. She said, "Well then, let me introduce you to a handsome young man." Without minding Tsunade, slightly embarrassed to look, she took her hand and held her over Toxing Liu. "Hey there, handsome. Mindif wishery audible. There. Snowwhere else a toss it. And this meal. Sane. How about it?" Xingliu had only been watching the of Lysine, never expecting to suddenly become the center of attention. A hint of nervousness flickered inside him. No wonder Tsunade and Kushina later turned out to be so forthright. Turns out, they learned it from Mito. But as soon as heard that Mito would be treating his facilitude with a careful smile. "Of course. I'd be honored to join the lovely big sister and heterobala little miss." Mito was a bit surprised at being called Pradai sister, but she was clear-lighted. Shedden. Tidi Walanta says small details treating Samaneto Emil was nothing to her, after all. Nearly the entire street belonged to her. And Moni meant little line Harius. After seating Tsunade, who was still pouting, across from Xingliu, Mito asked with the touch of concern, "Handsome, are you a new student this year, too? Which class are you in?" She had noticed the taxing Liu was still quite young. Yet had come to there alone, given the recent were. She wondered if the boy, parent shade already passed away. That, Swish carefully avoided sensitive topics. After all Harry years, Shek knew what shouldn't. T-Beask. Uchihaxing Liu glanced at Dachizuma Kimito with a hint of confusion. But still insweardously. "I just started school this year too." Andy was assigned to a Teklasone. Tsunade was a bit surprised when she heard this. She hadn't expected Uchihaxing Liu to be the same classisher, her own friend Shadden. TB imputant their regular class. But Donley made it into their relatively weaker lighted tech class duo. Still, Shekuden. They'll feeling gabbatanoid. Pouting. She grumbled to Uzumakimoto. "Grandma. Look at the crest in his clothes. He's from Uchihaklin." Themaminch heard this. Uzumakimoto's expression grew serious. She looked at Tsunade and spoke earnestly. "Tsunade. That's not the right thing to say. I understand that some people in our family still have a prejudice against Uchiha, given the long-standing conflicts between our clans. But you different. You the granddaughter of Fashirama Senju. Everyone is watching you every move. Uchiha clan is also part of the village. You should lad be example and welcome them. Otherwise, wouldn't to be letting down your great uncle. Slife alongwish." Having say this, my Tuzumaka turn Adaron denda apologist to Hoshiri Uchiha. Her tangential bu sincere. Amazori. Tsunade is still young. She may not fully understand the seething Sayat. Inadist how much you like a thais restaurant. Widen. Twidothis. From now on. Whenever you come here for a meal, Udon. Thavatope. The bill will be in May. Standing to the side. Soon at a glance at Mido. Serious expression. She still didn't entirely grasp the deeper meaning. Buto obediently bowed, head and apologized to Hoshirayuchi Hi. Sorry. Please forget him a mistake. Faced with their apologies, Hoshirayuchi hurriedly responded it. Right. Really? There. Snani Toby so formal. Naturally. None of these words made Hoshiri upset. After all, even within Uchiha, Huey's always sent the fringes. His perspective had long transcended the narrow boundaries of clan loyalty. What surprised him was the seer breadth of Matuzumaki. Passion. In the hidden leaf, Uchiha always seems set apart. As thought he could never truly blend in. In truth. Therudov, the problem wasn't Uchiha. Unwillingness to integrate. It was that the village could never fully accept them. This invisible barrier was what ultimately lalata the rift between Uchiha and the village. When Hashirama Senjuan Madara Chiha founded Konoha, their intention was for all ninja children to grow in peace, with such ideals. Hashirama would never have excluded Uchiha, nor would any under his influence have dared to discriminate against them, but latter. He and Madara went their separate ways. Their final, fateful battle left Hashirama gravely wounded, and Happa sat away not long after. This loss meant Konoha no longer had the overwhelming strength to suppress the chaos of the ninja world, which indirectly led to new wars. From Thanon, the village began, perhaps unconsciously, to distance Etzel from Uchiha. This misdirected resentment was born out of helplessness. But it was also a very human response. Countless lives well lost in the wars. And it wasn't natural that the grief of those left behind would turn in toward others. This resentment within the village, combined with Tobirama Senju's political maneuvering and the Uchiha Soem pride, only deepened the rift between the man Thurstoff Konoha, and yet, my two Zumaki, who had Everaries and Torazen Uchiha, chose instead to protect the greater good. Her boldness and compassion left those Shiryu with newfound respect for her. With the apology accepted, the atmosphere among the threes, considerably, pretty lady, did you really mean what you said just now? Can I really come and eat for free from now on? My two Zumaki, never run atomic promises lightly, nodded in response. Of course it. True. But yuckin', tea come every day. Eating barbecue all the time since. Teju, good for your health. You still need a balanced diet. This stroke of good fortune landing on him so suddenly made Shirayuchi Hayfield genuinely happy. Still, he already had a plan in mind. And Ventha, witnessed in his previous life, had sparky Dane idea. At first, Hoshirayuchi has seen me hesitant. He remained silent for a while before reluctantly speaking up. Although unlimited meal ticket you promise my is incredible tempting, beautiful sister. I Javier quest, thee hope you, el consider. His words immediately piqued Mituzumaki. Curiosity. She wondered what kind of request Shirayuchi would make. Sashi, let alone. If you have something in mind, just say it. Let, see fit. Something jacando. Hoshirayuchi Hans rather witherness seriousness. Actually, eventhaum, my familisant, 12 off. I can still come at a barbecue from time to time, but the children ath your fanagiran, tas lucky yasium. Why not give them this opportunity instead? You coldest them and to provider sources for them. Hearing these words, my Tuzumaki was momentarily taken aback, then deeply moved. She clearly hadn't expected Hoshirayuchi Hatomek Suka's suggestion. What made you think of this? Did something happen that inspired you? Though moved, my Tuzumaki was so puzzled. A child so young giving, such a mature thought struck her as unusual. Hoshirayuchi had already prepared answers for this question. Seeing me Tuzumaki, curiosity, he replied, tinged with sadness. My parents passed away not long ago. During that time, even considered going to Olivane an orphanage. Butaftiri actually visited and saw what it was like. I javi pon, the idea. Thirfanage. Senvironmentispor. There aren't tennis supplies. And that children are nourished and to look so frail. Noon he says my on their face. Though whole place eel sheavy and stifling. It merely uncomfortable. Sointhend, Ichos, Etao stay. He thought that if they could Sathir Fanage cold come together for a meal and have some fun, maybe it would lift they depressive mood a little. At the very least, they did something good to eat and grow stronger. I felt the pain of losing family before. So I understand how those orphans feel. It already hard enough they vinglovidones, misfortune shulden. Talways philanthasami people. That swai hatha sitta at the sewards. My Tuzumaki could no longer hold back her emotions. Shestu dupangaze adintant liatho shuriuchiha. Soon as stood, quiet lie by see him. Her gazlingering in him insolence. Shekin. They'll boof feel at Winjioff guilt. Realizing the earlier prejudice about him at Thavi being unfounded. After a while, my Tuzumaki walked over to stand by Hoshiriuchiha, sighed. She gently ruffled his hair, her face softening with a warm, grandmotherly smile. You, retroly a good child. I accept your suggestion, she said. Her voice fell of affection. And as for the word diplomatized, you earlier. You, ls still jit every batofit. From the one. You, re-welcome here any time for a meal. These are all things you deserve. At that moment, Mito. Sart was filled with emotion. Hoshiri's proposal had completely changed their impression of him. Initially, she decided Tasharatable simply because their restaurant was full. And, admittedly, because the boy, friendly fashad made her feel at ease. She hadn't expected to encounter Suchikin Dan extraordinary member of Thuchi Hoklin, despite being just a newly enrolled child who had lost his parents Sanclear Lidden. Tikama from a privileged background. Hoshiri was still willing to offer kindness to strangers. People like him were rare. No matter where ya went, it was the sincerity and goodness of Suchefu that cultured him of heart. Even Mito, who had lived through the ravages saw for, felt touched by this pure beauty of humanity. Had Hoshiri not mad, his suggestion. The three of them either parted ways little more than familiar strangers after this meal. Butte after hearing his words. Might have even found herself wishing that sheckled heavy Agranson like him. Her gazette toward Hoshiri grew softer and more affectionate. The more she looked, the more endearing he seemed. Just then, the dishes Hoshiri had ordered began to arrive. One after another. These servers bustled in and out, soon covering the interedible with a feast. When Thephanol dish was it down, Thidable was piled eye with grilled meats. The aroma was mouth. And Thiever Brent colors off the fruit platter besidet medate almost impossible to resist sneaking a taste. Sunade, unable to hold back, swallowed involuntarily a thesite of the food. She was curious whether Hoshiri coldrila finish Halafatandask. Did you really order all this for yourself? Can you even eat that much? Want Meadow help you out? It. Debashamitalitani, go to waste. Hoshiri applied calmly. Astonishing both woman. Dawn, to worry. I ordered all this for myself. I hag a quiddy an appetite. I can finish it. Heglan sadatsanata dadded. Beautiful, like some. You. Re-welcome Meadow join me, Sunade. Slittle scheme had been laid bare, and a faint blush crept to her cheeks. But when she saw quickly Hoshiri ways devouring the food, her embarrassment faded and she eagerly joined in feast. Mito too was amazed by th' astonishing speed ashate. Does this boy have a blood of Thiki Mishiclin in him? Given how much he can eat. However, as she watched at the two children squabble playfully over the meal, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Her gaze lingered on Thuchi Hakerst embroidered on Sing Liu, Sklosan the bright smiley Ensine's face. In that instant, my Tuzumaka seemed to remember something from Longago. A little while passed before Mito finally collected herself. Looking at Tsunade. How was still fighting with Xing Liu for a piece of grilled meat? She spoke gently. Tsunade. What do you think about letting me adopt this child and have him live with us? Mito. Intention behind this suggestion was crystal clear. She hoped that by adopting an orphan from Thuchi Haklin, she could send him sajaf acceptance to the entire village. She wanted to encourage the them to be more open and to reduce their prejudice and exclusion toward the Thuchi Ha. As for Weisheka Suchi Hak Singliu, it was, first and foremost, because their earlier conversation had left her with the impression Thieth was kind-hearted, he was different from other Uchi Hashag known. Secondly, she wasn't concerned about whether the child she took in had exceptional ninjadalent, even if Xingli were just an ordinary boy. she would gladly welcome him. For her, the specific child was less important than the statement their action would make, so Shekasamon's headmire Dan felt was suitable. Tsunade, engrossed in her to goffer over the food, was clearly taken aback by Mito's sudden proposal. She was still too young to understand the deeper meaning behind it. Yet, recalling how she misunderstood Xingliu earlier, and remembering his kindness, Tsunade called in, fell bug Lankatham. The delicate teacher Sophis fastened the bright smiley on Tsunade. Face made her fee, unexpectedly she. Her cheeks flushed, and she quietly put down the grilled meat she had just claimed. She returned, Etta her seat and murmured softly, I don't mind. But shouldn't. Twesk him with he thinks about it. With her wealth of experience, my instant, Lee saw through Tsunade. Little misunderstanding. She realized, the relier wordsmith of Adet Tsunade thinks she was proposing forcing Liu to become their family, son-in-law. Hence their action. Mitocolden. Thel Butsi inward lie at how mu children these days seem at Tokno. Nevertheless, shedded. Text Tsunade. Innocent thoughts. Instead, Shatter Naruto Liuan spoke warmly. Tsunade eyes righty should have considered Eortius first. So, Xingliu, would you like come live with us? Mito's unexpected invitation caught Xingliu off guard. Buthikwe realized that there was more to it than just Mito's fondness for him. There had to be a deeper reason. After all, they hadn't just met, and she wouldn't to adopt them without cause. Clearly, something more complex was at play here. Although she Xingliu sometimes acted casually, he was far from foolish. In the original story, this period was never described in detail, so heckin'. To be sure if there had always been such a fortunate tone. But no. With this opportunity right in front of him, he had no reason to turn it down. As long as she accepted me to Zumaki's invitation, it wouldn't lie benefit future plans and deals. There was nothing to lose. Event though me, to Zumaki's invitation had come rather suddenly. After thinking for a moment, Uchi Xingliu gave a high answer. But we vehemently just met. And we done. T'even know each other, sname as yet. Here, bing this. My Tuzu make his mild apologetically and said, that's all right. I like you allet. Snotalato introduce yourselves no. Minami Zimitos and you. Anthesis my granddaughter. What? See your name. With that, my Tuzumaka looked Tuchi Xingliu with anticipation, waiting for his response. Minami Suchi Xingliu. Andy. MF, from Thuchi Hoklin. Are you really willing to adopt me? My Tuzumaka saw the faint though Pinuchi Xingliu's expression and nodded with a gentle, reassuring smile. When she nodded, Xingliu Cotton, Thel Butcher excited Lito still shite Suna D and exclaim. This is wonderful. Let shed along well from now on. Suna stared at the boy before her. How was so excited he seemed to be shining. For a moment, she was stunned. She was still too young to truly understand what it meant to like Simone. But seeing Gucci Xingliu's radiant smile filled her with an inexplicable happiness. Tsunade nodded enthusiastically, giving Haim a bright and confident smile. My Tuzumaki watched that children's interaction with gentle affection. A loving smile spreading across her face. Theme brought back memory. Isa frown passed with Ashirama Senju. Although they Demethron arranged introduction and wherewithal already adults at the time. Hashirama had always been like he a bit child. Awkward and she, leaving Jito her to take the initiative. Whether it was for that or their marriage, she had always been the honest speak up first. While Hashirama remained as would an Anbash Phallus ever. Today, those cherish memories surfaced Dimi Tuzumaki, mind. As people grow older, it sunla natural tormenous about their Ruth. She was no exception. She gently patted both children on the forehead. Hurtinado, Ingash's soft lie reminded them. All right, no. This is a public place. Let not get too carried away. At that, Ivanuchi Xingliu flushed with embarrassment. After all, deep down, he was an Trila child, Tsunade. Sexcitement could be forgiven heritage. But how had ended up jetting caught up in their antics as well. But soon, Xingliuchi attributed his reaction to his own body, thinking it must be the hormones affecting him and making him act a bit childish. To save a bit of face. Or perhaps implanted wanting to be Thean Liona feeling awkward. He feigned innocence and asked. By the way, just know you said you are at Tsunade's grandmother. So how old are you? Sis. Themamantha finished his question. Xingliu felt a chill sweep up his spine, sending goosebumps all over his skin. He turned stiff like Tolokatu Zumakimito, whose face should been all smiles just a second ago. She was still smiling. But no it's shivered down his back. A shadow seemed to fall over whole beaming. And cold menace flicker. At the very moment Xingli uttered those words, Tsunade had already slipped away with the excuse of going to the bathroom. Now, he was left tall alone and couldn't force himself to stay calm, swallowing hard. Het recover. I misspoke. Actually, I just wanted to ask if a quickly sister mita from no one. Athis. Uzuma Kimito. His expression instantly softened. As if the acycle and murderous intent had all been a thing Butha's imagination. Sunshine seemed to pour back into the room, and Xingli felt as if the world had brightened. You can call my sister Mito, she said gently. As for Tsunade and me, just address us by your names. Each in your own way, and on a more thing, be more careful with your words next time. Xingliu let it along sigh of relief. Realizing had narrowly dodged acrisis. It seemed that no matter where you were, a woman, Sage was always a sensitive topic. At that moment, Tsunade appeared as a foot of nowhere. She glanced at Athanos Rinuzumaki Mito and quietly sighed. With relief herself, then, acting as if nothing had happened, she went back tooting barbecue. Xingliu, sitting beside her, was salad alinoid. He hadn't. Texpect Tsunade Tobaso, adept tat slipping away. Each to Metroboleros. She managed to vanish without Tatris. What frustrated even Marua is that she seemed perfectly at ease. As if this were in their first Temepling Sukastunt. Thinking about thaving Tullav with Uzuma Kimito from no one. Xingliu called. They'll feel a bit anxious. But Mito was not Simone he dared provoke. As for Theolit let Tsunade. Shekiden. Caused too much trouble. Just then, his stomach crumbled. So he decided to launch into a food-snatching battle with Tsunade. For a while, chopsticks darted back and forth across the eatable. The barbecue rapidly disappearing as they competed. Neither was willing to give in. However, neither of them did touch the barbecue in front of Uzuma Kimito. Clearly, they still had enough sense and not to risk angering the big boss. In this lively atmosphere, time slipped be with Atenya and noticing. As people Egradua left the barbecue restaurant, the battle between Tsunade and Shiriuchi finally came to an end. By now, Tsunade was holding her round, stuffed belly, clearly managing to avoid fetently by sheer willpower. She glanced, Datho Shiryu. Flat stomach in frustration. Her face fell of reluctance, even though she had half expected this outcome. It still stung to low seto ha Shiriuchi ha winikimitoing. After all, Tsunade was still just Achil. And caring about victory or defeat wasn't the natural. Ho Shiryu, on the other hand, had been spurred on bit Tsunade's competitive spirit. He decided to see the playful contest throughout at the end, fully engage in this little rivalry between children. Watching Tsunade leaning back on the seat, clutching her belly. Hoshiria decided to deliver Thephanol blow. Justy Tuntalu, reabouts venant T% full. Eating too much can lead to indigestion. After saying this, Xingliuchi Hagavet Tsunade meaning Faluk, hoping she would understand what the meant. Then, he turned to me to Zamaki and said, Maitani, I can. Takamato, House Tode. There are still a Lolatov thing Sanato sort out at home. Soy, Blito comethati after tomorrow. If that's alright. Such a reasonable request was, of course, not something me too Zamaki would refuse. After all, Huron decision had been rather sudden. And at the Senju residence, only the guest rooms were currently available, allowing an extra day. Spuffer Woodlesoga Vexing Luchi in a Timati Mitodi Hyson room. Of course you can. Elcome, Pepik you, up the morning after tomorrow. And, then we. El go to the Hokajafa see together to take care of the formalities. Xingliuchi has to dupe. Bow deeply with determination shining Jinhai's eyes. And Sid. Thank you for taking main. No matter what happens. My Tuzumaka smiled gently, helping Xingliuchi ha. from his bow, and replied warmly, "It's all right. Being able to adopt a kind-hearted child like you is me good fortune." 2. Looking at the woman before him, Xingliuchi understood that she hadn't. T graspeth deeper meaning be Hindi swords. In truth, there was more implied in witheth, dsa'd. Because it didn't. Cheral the main formation. Mito hadn't noticed. Xingliuchi was well aware that Mito had her own reasons for adopting him. Butha did. Mind. After all, this arrangement also brought them real benefits. To him. A person. Saction spoke louder than their motives. In the end, this world judges people be what they do. Not be endlessly questioning why they do it. Thought his view may focus overly on results. Xingliuchi had a way shell themself to that standard. His earlier suggestion, even if it served the thorphanage aspartifisplen, still resulted in the children jetting to grilled me at Weisementh. Whatever calculations she had in his heart, his plans ultimately brought about positive outcomes. Unlike the Hokajan III who, in the years to come, claimed everything was for Konoha, yet did nothing that truly benefited the village. If it weren't for Konoha, solid foundation, they would have reunited to the ground long ago. As for Mituzumaki adopting Xingliuchiha, it genuine gave him tangible advantages. With Mito's protection, heckled no justice original plans. His idol system still needed time to grow, and with Samalek, Dianzo, whose hostility toward the Uchiha clan ran deep, Ifex Xingli reveal his talents too soon. There was Arielris Ganza Woods Kretli eliminate him in the enemy of the village before ever had a chance to mature. If the happened, no matter how brilliant Xingli Uchiha might become, he would end up as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. So, his original plan was to display in his talents in medicine, and wait until he had the ability to protect himself before carrying out the more radical parts of his plan. But no, things had changed. Mituzumaki was about to officially adopt them, which amounted to providing him with a layer of protection. With his shelter, he would have Iani Mito grow, and Kodal sawput his plants into actionier layer than expected. That was Ryuchi Xingliu. Promise of repaying the favor was never just empty words. He had already made Ufisman he would protect Uzumaki clan in the future. This was his way of repaying Mituzumaki. Skin the Sathis time. He was not a Tomakama Zeshwuden. Keep. He called the owner over to pay the bill, ignoring the man. Ingratiating smile. Mituzumaki took Tsunade, Sanxingliu, Shans, and together they stepped out of the barbecue restaurant. The night wind swept away the lingering warmth of grilled meat, leaving all three feeling especially comfortable. Mitalekuf Xingliu, Shandan took hold of Tsunade, instead, then slowly walked toward Xingliu. It settled. Then, I'll come pick you up the morning after tomorrow. Sodan. Tover sleep. Tsunade and you will head home first. Be careful on your way back by yourself. All right. Xingliu nodded and waved Totham. Don. Turi. Sis. Igno. My house is just around the corner. They each went their separate ways. Heading home. Soon enough, Xingliu saw Wee's own house come into view. When Harry eshed the door, Hanada Sedan eat stack of books left in the step. On top was a letter, which Xingliu picked up and read carefully. Ignocked for a long time. But Nooni opened door, so I guessed you erin. Tome. Left the medical books at your door. Remember to study hard. Uchi Hakshuan. It was a short note, and in truth, Xingliu had already guessed who had brought the books them Amantha saw them. Besides Uchi Hakshuan, who had promised to help. There really was Nunil Saikulbi. He gathered up the books, opened the door, and stepped into Hishom. After neatly arranging the books in order, Xingliu began to reflect on everything. The thought happened that first, he be notified about entering the Ninja Academy. Then Methuren a ninja from his childhood and might do at the school. And finally, he be unexpectedly adopted by Mituzumaki. Thade, 7 shad coming after another. Far beyond anything had planned. Originally, he intended to slowly get talk Nautsun 80 and the author Sathiakani. But no, that plan was over before I even began. He would have a tour consider his next steps. Has still had to keep learning medical knowledge, while also seeing Thidal system Tullivlu skills. But he also realized That improving his own strength was equally important. He would have to reserve an idle slot for boosting his combat abilities. For a moment, Heffeltaba troubled. With on the Litwaddle slots available, the limitations were clear. And he had no idea when the system would unlock new Whittle slots. However, a thought occurred to him did the Uchiha bloodline ability already include the Sharingan. If both existed simultaneously, would there be an overlap in their effects? At present, the Uchiha bloodline was at the green level. If it were advanced to blue, it might evolve into the Indra bloodline, or perhaps grant them a fragment of the six paths. Bloodline, Uchiha or called that Indra, Smanjiki Sharingan was. From the very beginning, an eternal Manjiki. In fact, even before awakening the Manjiki, Indra cold willed the divine power of Susanoo with just the freedom of Sharingan. So, if the Uchiha bloodline were upgraded, could it directly trigger the evolution of the Sharingan as well? If things turned out he could free up an idle slot, alleviating his current shortage of skill slots. Still, all of this needed to be tested. With that in mind, Uchiha Liu opened at the system interface place Adamo Sharingan green into an idle slot. Then, headed fire still a great fireball jutsu green to another slot. Intending to confirm his hypothesis through real-world practice.
Today at Barbecue Q, he indulged in a lot of highly nutritious food, and at this moment his Uchiha bloodline green had already reached the brink of level 10. Based on Uchiha Xingliu's estimation of the idle system's training speed, by this time tomorrow, the Uchiha bloodline ability should be able to break through to the next level. That will be the moment to see if his theory holds true. As for the medical skill, the medical knowledge he just acquired, he would still need to study it until it became an actual ability before he could set it to idle training. With an empty idle slot available, Uchiha Xingliu decided to put the fireball jutsu there for now, making sure it wouldn't go to waste. After taking care of all this, Uchiha Xingliu walked over to the table stacked with medical books and sat down. So many books. It seems turning medical knowledge into real skills won't be an easy task. I originally planned to get close to Tsunade and the others at the Ninja Academy, but things have gone so smoothly that I'm not even sure what step to take next. Staring at the mountain of books before him, Uchiha Xingliu couldn't help but let his mind wander. The plan to approach Tsunade hadn't even begun, yet he had already achieved his goal. While he was delighted, he also found it a bit bewildering. Having been adopted by Uzumaki Mido, as long as he didn't do anything outrageous, and as long as Uzumaki Mido was alive, his safety was assured. Although Uzumaki Mido hadn't made peace with the Nine Tails, her powerful sealing jutsu allowed her to forcibly extract the Nine Tails chakra, creating the Nine Tails chakra mode. With the current strength of Konoha, even if everyone joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Uzumaki Mido. Officially, the third Hokage had the final say, but if Uzumaki Mido didn't give her approval, there was nothing he could do about it. This realization calmed the sense of urgency in Uchiha Xingliu's heart. Though he always claimed he didn't want to work hard, the world of the Hokage was never truly peaceful. Although there was a long stretch of peace after the First Great Ninja War, that didn't mean there was no conflict at all. There were bound to be all sorts of underhanded dealings among the 5 great nations. For ninjas, assassination and espionage were simply part of the job. As a member of the Uchiha clan, albeit an overlooked one, Uchiha Xingliu still worried about being taken out early on by someone looking for an easy target. Assassinations were inevitable, and taking out an insignificant Uchiha who hadn't awakened his Sharingan wouldn't cause much of a stir, making it easy for the assassin to escape and giving them something to report upon returning to their village. What's more, only 3 or 4 years separated the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, and then the fighting dragged on for more than a decade before it finally ended. Just imagining it, one could see what a hellish scene such a long war would paint. So even with the idol system at his disposal, Uchiha Xingliu still felt a sense of urgency deep down. The idol system's training speed wasn't slow right now, but its upper limit was just as crucial. If the system only defines abilities at the color level as the Sharingan evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan, then you could say the system is useful, but not by much. But in truth, this was merely Uchiha Xingliu's wild speculation, and soon his sense of urgency would be replaced by surprise. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mido had returned with Tsunade to the Senju clan's estate. As she led Tsunade into the house, a maid stepped forward, ready to assist Uzumaki Mido. Faced with this scene, Mido couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Chinxia, I've told you many times already, I don't need you to wait on me. I'm not that old yet. Although Uzumaki Mido looked like a young girl, she was actually over 50 years old. In a world of ninja, where the average lifespan was barely 20 or 30, someone in their 50s was already a rare sight. Mito's ability to use the Een seal was what kept her looking so youthful and radiant. That won't do. As a maid, it is my duty to serve you, Lady Mito. Besides, I'm deeply grateful to Lady Mito. Because of her, I have the means to support my family. With that, Shinshia stubbornly continued to attend to Uzumaki Mito. Mito's expression became even more resigned. Most of the maids in her household were girls who lacked ninja talent and came from troubled families. She understood their wish to repay her kindness, but Shinshia's stubbornness was truly one of a kind. But then, as if something had just come to mind, Mito turned to Shinshia and said, "As it happens, I have something to trouble you with. In a few days, I'll be adopting a child. Prepare a room, set up to Tsunade's standards." Even with this attempt to change the subject, Shinshia was not distracted. After helping Mito change her shoes and outer robe, she finally replied, "I understand. I'll get the room ready. Please don't worry, Lady Mito." Mito's little scheme having failed, Tsunade, standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though her face betrayed nothing. "Shinshia, you really don't need to wait on me like this. I'm not so old that I can't move about myself. Besides, I've always thought of you as my own child. There's no need for you to remain a maid here. Your talent may not be the very best I've seen, but you'd certainly rank in the top 10. As mentioned before, while most of Mito's maids lacked ninja talent, most meant that Shinshia was the only one who possessed it. Shinshia came from a family of ninja, inheriting all her parents' strengths and displaying extraordinary natural ability. During the first Great Ninja War, Shinshia's parents, being ninja, inevitably went to the battlefield. There, her parents' team was ambushed by the Sand Ninja's puppet squad. Fortunately, she didn't die on the spot like the other teammates. Unfortunately, the poison had ravaged their bodies so badly that not only was it impossible to continue as a ninja, just staying alive meant relying on expensive medicine for the rest of their lives. Although her family had once been fairly well off, it wasn't enough to fill such a bottomless pit. At the very moment when Chika felt most hopeless, Mito Uzumaki found her. Even now, Chika still remembers that day. She had tried to buy medicine, but had no money, and the shopkeeper had thrown her out. She hid in a corner, crying helplessly. Thinking of her parents, who forced themselves to smile through their pain for her sake, Chika wept even harder. She knew that if she didn't bring home the medicine today, she would be truly alone from then on. It was just then that Mito Uzumaki found her, crouched in the corner, and spoke the words that saved her. "Flowers can't be watered with tears, you know. Only bright sunlight can help them blossom beautifully. Little flower, whatever troubles you have, just tell your big sister. I'll help you solve them, all right?" From that moment on, Mito Uzumaki began paying for all of her medical expenses. And it was then that Chika made a vow to repay the person who had saved her, no matter what. Hearing Mito Uzumaki's words now, Chika's memories flashed through her mind in an instant. She looked at Mito Uzumaki, who was puffing out her cheeks in a mock pout like a child, and couldn't help but smile at such a childish display of displeasure. Let the others be ninjas. I just want to stay by Lady Mito's side, always. Mito Uzumaki saw Chika's smile and knew, just like before, that there was no persuading her. With a sigh, she walked up to Chika, looked her in the eye, and said, "My era as an old woman is over, but yours is just beginning. If you ever change your mind, just let me know." Then Mito Uzumaki took Tsunade's hand and led her into the inner room, while Chika quietly left after watching them go. Chika was stubborn, but when it came to Lady Mito's requests, she always did her best to fulfill them perfectly. She understood Mito Uzumaki's character well, and knew she was never one to play favorites. Even a child she adopted would be treated no differently. So if Lady Mito asked her to tidy up the house, Chika would do it as thoroughly as Tsunade would. Inside the room, Mito Uzumaki raised her hand and flicked Tsunade's forehead with a snap. Ouch! Tsunade clutched her reddening forehead, looking at Mito Uzumaki in confusion. "Little Tsunade, you still need to work on hiding your laughter. Just now, that expression like you'd suffered 1,000 wounds was almost funny." Tsunade looked a bit guilty, but still tried to sound tough. "What's that supposed to mean? Grandma, aren't you a bit old to be picking on kids?" Tsunade hadn't even finished speaking when she realized she was in trouble. She clutched her head in her hands, squeezed her eyes shut, and braced herself for the coming storm. But after a long moment, nothing happened. The air was calm and still. Tsunade opened her eyes and found Mito Uzumaki looking at her, clearly displeased. "All right, put your hands down. I have something serious to discuss with you." Hearing that Mito had something to say, Tsunade, relieved to have dodged a bullet, obediently lowered her arms and sat up straight. "I didn't take that child in today, just so you could have a fiancé. As the current head of the Senju clan's younger generation, you can't afford to be so naive. Now tell me, what else do you think I had in mind when I adopted that child today?" Tsunade would one day become the 5th Hokage, known to sneak off for drinks yet still keep the village running smoothly. Her intelligence was never in doubt. Even though she was only a new student now, the harshness of the shinobi world had already forced its lessons on her, making children wise before their time. Mito's words snapped Tsunade out of her daydream and brought her back to reality. It's obvious Uchiha Shinryo is from the Uchiha clan. He's an orphan. Grandma, did you take him in just because he's an Uchiha? Mito gave Tsunade an approving look and praised her. That's my granddaughter. You're absolutely right. It's precisely because he's an Uchiha. The village is alienating the Uchiha now. If we don't address this, it will become a serious problem for future generations. By taking the lead and adopting an Uchiha, I'm sending the village a message, one that will change how people view the clan. The village is Hashirama's life's work. I won't let all he built be destroyed. Just as Tsunade was beginning to swell with pride from the praise, Mito abruptly changed the subject, making Tsunade regret not having run from the room when she had the chance. Since you're so clever, you'll be learning sealing techniques with me this afternoon. Before Tsunade could enjoy her moment of happiness, Mito's words hit her like a ton of bricks. Tsunade's talent was beyond question. She was destined to be a Kaga-level powerhouse. Learning basic sealing techniques will be no problem for her. So why the reluctance? Because studying sealing techniques was mind-numbingly dull, and the advanced ones were as impenetrable as ancient scripts. Worse still, her teacher was not only quick-tempered, but also her own grandmother. Failed to master a technique, and she'd really end up hanging from the adamant sealing chains. Mito cared little for Tsunade's protests. After all, learning sealing wasn't going to harm her. Besides, whether it was at Barbecue Q or at Chica's place, Mito had seen Tsunade's every move. Tsunade thought the ordeal was over, unaware that Mito was still holding back something big. Time slipped by in study, and early the next morning, Uchiha Shinryo was startled awake by changes in his body. Uchiha Shinryo felt a surge of immense power flooding into his body, as if thousands of fine threads were coursing through his meridians, stirring up a storm within. His breathing grew steady and powerful, his heartbeat pounding faster and harder, as though it might burst from his chest at any moment. It was as if every muscle in his body was being infused with an endless stream of energy, the tension making him feel like a taut bowstring, brimming with excitement. Shinryo could sense every subtle change in his muscles, bones, meridians, and even his internal organs. This sensation was nothing short of a rebirth. Just then, his eyes involuntarily awakened the Sharingan. A cool sensation swept over his eyes, sharpening his vision. Every hint of movement, every faint breath around him was now laid bare to his senses. This transformation lasted for a full hour before it finally subsided. The moment it ended, Shinryo immediately opened his system panel. Host, Uchiha Shinryo. Skills, 2-Tomo Sharingan green, LV9, Indra's Bloodline incomplete, blue, LV1, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique green, Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique green, Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique green, Cooking white. Idle slot. Empty, Indra's Bloodline incomplete, blue, LV1, 2-Tomo Sharingan green, LV9. Combat power. 150, leveling up this fast feels like cheating, right? Well, you're not wrong. I am cheating. Tip. Host abilities have improved. Combat power is for reference only. Excessive reliance is not recommended. The system's sarcastic commentary was as sharp as ever, yet now, it had clearly undergone some changes. First, there was a new idle slot, and without hesitation, Shinryo placed the Great Fireball technique into it. Then, a new feature appeared, Tips. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but Shinryo could sense the system's progress within this edition. In the past, aside from making snide remarks about his combat power, the system was rigid, almost mechanical. But now, with the introduction of the tip function, it was clear that the system itself could evolve. The upgrade of his bloodline ability had also advanced Shinryo's Sharingan, from a single tomo to a double tomo, though still categorized as a green-level power. Its rank had risen from LV8 to LV9, and this change made Shinryo realize something important. Even without a breakthrough to a new tier, increasing the level alone could bring tangible benefits and improvement. What excited him even more was that with just a blue-level ability, he had already reached the power of Indra. By this logic, once his Sharingan advanced to blue, it would evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and if it reached purple, it would become the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the Uchiha are descendants of Indra, each member's talent varies greatly. Only Indra's reincarnations are true prodigies, while for the rest of the Uchiha, breaking through to the Mangekyo is a nearly impossible feat. Moreover, When it comes to the eternal Mangekyo, which has no side effects, the story makes it clear Indra's Mangekyo had no adverse effect from the moment he awakened it. So, calling the world of Naruto the Otsutsuki family saga and the Legend of Eyes couldn't be more fitting. Now, although Indra's bloodline is described as incomplete, this also means that Uchiha Shinryu is already capable of awakening a Mangekyo Sharingan without side effects. It's simply a matter of investing some more time and effort to reach the next level and mend that flaw. Given the system's current auto-training abilities, even the orange tier skills can reach Sage of 6 Paths level. At this rate, Uchiha Shinryu is destined to become a god simply by letting the system run. So even if he hasn't hit the system's upper limit yet, there'll be no one on the entire continent of ninja who can stand against him. This realization brought Uchiha Shinryu a surge of joy that lasted for quite a while, until another system notification caught his attention. The idea that combat power is only for reference is easy to understand. Take two people with the exact same abilities, one with combat experience and one without. In a life-or-death fight, the experienced one is sure to survive. It's like how ordinary people, when confronted by a criminal, don't instinctively think about turning the tables. Just being able to stay calm enough to escape right away already puts you ahead of most. Or take Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra and the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Despite all that overwhelming power, even she was caught off guard by Naruto and Sasuke, and sealed once again by their heavenly prison technique. That's why combat experience plays a crucial role even between people of equal strength. Sometimes it's the edge that lets you defeat stronger foes when you're at a disadvantage. The system's prompt, however, also carried a subtle second meaning, one that Uchiha Shinryu managed to pick up on. Combat power is only a reference, meaning he'd fallen into a mental trap. Even if he acquired the Sage of 6 Paths physique and boosted his strength into the thousands or tens of thousands, would that alone make Uchiha Shinryu truly powerful? Of course, having a solid foundation is a good thing, but how could you hope to protect yourself or defeat enemies relying on raw power alone? Your combat power is just the groundwork. Without the right techniques, relying on brute force alone isn't enough to face others on your level. This made Uchiha Shinryu resolve to improve his combat techniques. Given his Uchiha bloodline, the first thing that came to mind was fire-style jutsu. So now, he placed the fire-style, great fireball technique into the newly unlocked auto-training slot. Besides, just having a versatile Sharingan isn't enough. Even if you unlock the Mangekyo, it's still inconvenient without other supporting abilities. Otherwise, what will you do if you run into a genin who also pulls out Susanoo to fight you? Sure, it might look cool, but it's honestly overkill. And across the myriad worlds, there are countless masters of fire. While fire techniques may sound ordinary, their potential is boundless. The most convincing example is Emperor Yan's Heavenly Flame, while Ace from One Piece is, well, a bit of an embarrassment by comparison. So, when it comes to the power of fire, it may sound common, but its true strength is undeniable. Most importantly, it looks incredibly cool. Strength can be fleeting, but style is something that lasts a lifetime. Uchiha Shinryu chose to have both. He was looking at the two-tomo Sharingan green in the system when suddenly he felt his eyes activate on their own. Then, without any warning, a third tomo appeared. Noticing the label 3-tomo Sharingan green LV10 displayed in the system, Uchiha Shinryu silently gave the system a thumbs up. Having finished dealing with system matters, Uchiha Shinryu began to examine his surroundings. He had been abruptly awakened by his power's advancement. This was the first time the system had upgraded his abilities, and he hadn't expected it to cause such a commotion. The newly enhanced power had caused his chakra to surge explosively, and unable to control the sudden increase in strength, he ended up collapsing his bed. Uchiha Shinryu scratched his head in frustration. Now that he'd wrecked his own bed, where was he supposed to sleep next? Then he remembered, tomorrow, Uzumaki Mito would officially adopt him. This bed could make do for one more night, so he decided not to dwell on it. Just then, as if sensing something, Uchiha Shinryu leapt up from the bed. His barely controlled chakra seemed to respond to his will, erupting with an astonishing pressure. His eyes locked intently on the direction of the window, and he shouted, "Who's there?" In the next instant, Uchiha Shien stepped out from beside the window, offering a wry smile. "This is a misunderstanding. I came today to see if there was anything you needed help with. It's just that on my way here, I sensed a massive fluctuation of chakra in this area, and worried you might be in trouble, I stopped by the window to check things out first. I didn't expect to startle you. That's my fault." Uchiha Shinryu did not relax his guard at Uchiha Shien's appearance or words. If anything, he grew even more cautious. Did I ask you for anything yesterday? Transformation jutsu was something he still had to watch out for. And as for using the Sharingan to verify identities, that thought never crossed his mind. If this really was Uchiha Shien, then the matter of the Sharingan would be impossible to hide. Uchiha Shinryu dared not imagine what would happen if the elders in the clan learned that he'd awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at just 6 years old. Yesterday you asked me for a lot of medical books. It was just the two of us at the time. Does that prove I'm not using a transformation jutsu? Hearing this, Uchiha Shinryu finally relaxed a little, though he still eyed Uchiha Shien with some suspicion. Seeing Shinryu's expression, Uchiha Shien could only shake his head helplessly, knowing full well he hadn't handled things very tactfully. Although his intentions were good, he was worried that something might happen to Uchiha Shinryu. Snooping around the homeowner's affairs without permission is simply inexcusable, no matter where you are. Thinking back to how Uchiha Shinryu behaved yesterday, he pondered for a moment and said, I was never here today. In a little while, I'll bring you some fire-style ninjutsu scrolls. Please accept them as my apology. But times have changed. Yesterday, you barely gave him the time of day. Today, you'd be lucky if he even glanced your way. Though it was meant as a light-hearted jest, the truth is Uchiha Shinryu no longer had any use for those trifling gifts. Being adopted by Uzumaki Mito meant that most of the Senju clan's secret techniques would soon be available to him. Who could resist Tobarama Senju's collection of jutsu? There was no need to chase after such minor things from elsewhere. So as for Uchiha Noboru's apology, Uchiha Shinryu simply had no use for it anymore. Still, judging by his impression of Uchiha Noboru, this was a man who might prove valuable in the future. In fact, Uchiha Noboru had shown some traits yesterday that set him apart from the typical Uchiha. In their clan, such differences often hinted at the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Noboru also tried his best to accommodate the requests of a mere child, never displaying the arrogance and aloofness so common among the Uchiha. Today's incident could have been brushed aside, yet he chose to apologize and offer restitution at the first opportunity. This alone set him apart from the rest of the clan. If you look at the original story, the Uchiha who shared this trait, Obito, was a kind-hearted, simple boy before awakening his Mangekyo. Shursui and Itachi were also unlike their proud clanmates. Shursui was genuinely gentle, while Itachi hid his pride deep within. It was those Uchiha who were different that possessed such rich inner worlds. So when they lost something precious, they gained the cursed power of the Mangekyo Sharingan in an instant. If Uchiha Noboru really did awaken the Mangekyo in the future, he'd be considered a valuable asset, no matter how you looked at it. Even if he wasn't cut out for leadership, he'd still make for a formidable force in battle. I don't need your apology. Let's just say you owe me one. How about that? At these words, Uchiha Noboru's ever-narrowed eyes snapped wide open. He first glanced at Uchiha Shinryu, then took in the collapsed bed and the mess all around. And when he remembered the chakra he'd just sensed, far surpassing that of a jonin, he realized he could no longer see Uchiha Shinryu as just an ordinary child. Their encounter yesterday hadn't just helped Shinryu understand Noboru a bit better. In fact, Noboru had also walked away from their conversation with a few questions about Shinryu. He'd originally thought that Shinryu's maturity was simply the result of losing his parents. But after what had happened today, Uchiha Noboru could no longer believe things were that simple. But today, he had already broken a taboo among ninjas, and pressing further would truly be impolite. So after giving Uchiha Shinryu a deep, meaningful look, he spoke slowly. No problem. Consider it a favor you're owed. If you ever need me, just come find me at the police force. I'm a vice captain there. Speaking of which, I have a daughter about your age. She'll be entering the Ninja Academy this year as well. Her name is Uchiha Chiri. Please, look after her in the future. Uchiha Shien's words left Shinryu utterly stunned. He couldn't hide his shock and stared at Shien in disbelief. Shinryu had never imagined that Uchiha Shien was actually Uchiha Chiri's father. Uchiha Chiri, the developer of Izanami, was among the rare few Uchiha capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Her talent was said to surpass even that of Shursui in later generations. Truly the most formidable Jinjutsu user of her time. After all, a technique that could force you to change your mind and rewrite your very thoughts. If you couldn't bring yourself to change, you'd never escape. Wouldn't you call that the ultimate illusion? Of course, this also foreshadowed dark times. In her teenage years, Uchiha Chiri would witness a civil conflict erupt within the clan. Perhaps this was why the Uchiha's reputation later failed to match their former glory. The infighting dealt a heavy blow to their strength. For Shinryu, who had long considered the Uchiha clan as something already within his grasp, this was hardly welcome news. Internal strife was the last thing he wanted. But then Shinryu remembered that Chiri was his age, the clan's upheaval was still years away, so he relaxed a little. By then, Xingliu himself would already have grown much stronger. And those who would incite the clan's civil war, those desperate enough to wield Izanagi for power, would surely reveal themselves. In time, when that happened, Xingliu could decide whether to eliminate them or keep them as pawns. It would all be manageable. Uchiha Xian found it odd. He hadn't said anything strange. He'd simply asked Xingliu to look after his daughter. Why had that surprised him so much? Still, there had been enough mysteries today to puzzle Xian, and this was just a minor one. He soon forgot about it. At that moment, Xingliu finally recovered, realizing he'd overreacted, and quickly tried to smooth things over. It's just, big brother, you look so young. I never expected you to have a child already. That really surprised me. But since you've been so kind to me, you can rest easy. I promise to take good care of your daughter. As he spoke, Xingliu thumped his chest in assurance, striking such a grown-up pose that Xian couldn't help but wonder if he was being overly sensitive. But now that his purpose for coming here was accomplished, it was time to leave. He made his farewells. Well, since nothing happened here, I'll take my leave. There's still much to attend to within the clan. Uchiha Xian didn't try to stop Uchiha Xingliu from leaving, but there was still something he needed to tell him. The fact that Uzumaki Mido was going to adopt Uchiha Xingliu was something Xian had to be informed of. Although, when the time came, everyone in the village would know about it anyway, and Uzumaki Mido's objective would be achieved through this announcement. Still, telling Uchiha Xian in advance was a way of giving him some time to prepare. After all, anyone could see that Uzumaki Mido's decision to adopt him would send shockwaves throughout the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha themselves were already divided into many factions, and there was never a unified voice among them. For instance, there was a man named Uchiha Setsuna. In the original storyline, he even incited the Uchiha to rebel, stirring up trouble, until the second Hokage sent Umbu operatives to arrest him, resulting in his imprisonment. He was the very embodiment of the Hawk faction. Where there are Hawks, there are bound to be other factions as well. Though the Uchiha were not a large clan, they were split into numerous groups within. So, by alerting Uchiha Xian at this moment, Uchiha Xingliu was also extending goodwill to the faction that Xian represented. With this in mind, Uchiha Xingliu stepped out immediately and reached out to stop Uchiha Xian. Uchiha Xian looked at Xingliu, who had just taken his arm, and a trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. Big brother, I'll be leaving here tomorrow. Lady Mido has decided to adopt me, and tomorrow morning she'll take me to the Hokage Tower to register. So, if you want to find me in the future, you'll have to go to the Senju estate. Uchiha Xian was left utterly speechless, his mind reeling with the classic three questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Am I really falling behind the times? How did you end up being adopted by Uzumaki Mido in just a single day? Are you the reincarnation of a succubus or something? Though this was nothing more than Uchiha Xian's inner monologue, it was clear evidence of how shocked he was at that moment. After all, Uzumaki Mido was the first Hokage's wife, the very first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She might not have held any official position in the village, but everyone knew the truth behind how the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, came to power. Without her approval, there's no way Sarutobi would have been chosen as the third. Back then, Hiruzen had been part of the Hokage's personal guard, yet no matter how he tried to justify it, abandoning the Hokage he was meant to protect was a serious dereliction of duty. Leaving the Hokage behind to cover their retreat, based solely on their own account, lacking any proof whatsoever. If it weren't for Uzumaki Mido's understanding of Tobarama Senju's true character, she would never have believed Hiruzen and the others. In the end, she stood firm against all opposition, honoring Tobarama's final wishes, and thus Hiruzen Sarutobi became the third Hokage. Word of this spread throughout the village. Though people seldom spoke of it openly, everyone knew that Uzumaki Mido commanded unparalleled respect and prestige within the Hidden Leaf. And so, when a figure of such high rank and influence suddenly announced his intention to adopt an orphan with neither power nor status, how could it not be astonishing? Yet, as someone capable enough to become the vice-captain of the security force, Uchiha Nobuyoshi was no fool. He possessed a certain wisdom. After his initial shock faded, he quickly understood the true purpose behind Mido Uzumaki's decision, though this only made Uchiha Xingliu all the more inscrutable in his eyes. Without a doubt, Uchiha Xingliu's words just now were a subtle reminder to Nobuyoshi, a hint about the implications behind this development, urging him to prepare in advance. Such cunning was hardly what one would expect from a mere 6-year-old. Precocious or not, this was beyond anything ordinary, bordering on the uncanny. As the one charged with notifying Xingliu about his admission, Nobuyoshi had naturally reviewed his file. The reports detailed Xingliu's behavior throughout his childhood. After all, If he'd always shown such promise, the clan would never have abandoned him in the first place. His parents, too, were nothing more than ordinary chunin, neither of whom had even awakened the Sharingan. In such a household, in such circumstances, it should have been impossible for a genius like Xingliu to emerge. Could it be? Nobuyoshi narrowed his eyes, recalling the immense chakra he'd sensed moments ago, and a sudden suspicion began to form. The awakening of the Sharingan often brought profound changes to a person's character and abilities, and Nobuyoshi's own behavior fit that pattern perfectly. Combined with the recent deaths of Xingliu's parents, Nobuyoshi was convinced Xingliu had awakened the Sharingan. Watching Nobuyoshi's expression shift from stunned disbelief to deep contemplation and sudden realization, Xingliu found it hard not to laugh. The range of his facial expressions was truly something, worthy of a member of the three maniacal jokers of the Uchiha clan. His emotional range was unmatched. Whether or not Nobuyoshi had guessed the truth didn't concern Xingliu much. When he offered that reminder, he'd already resigned himself to revealing a little more than intended. After all, with the protection of Mito Uzumaki and the imminent advancement of his Sharingan, his household now had the confidence to let slip a few inconsequential secrets. "What's wrong, big brother? Why do you look so silly all of a sudden?" Nobuyoshi flushed with embarrassment at the question, but quickly regained his composure. Even though he was certain the child before him was feigning innocence, he couldn't deny the debt he now owed, not to mention there were more pressing matters at hand. "Thank you for your warning, Xingliu. I also wish you happiness under Lady Mito's care, but I must take my leave now." With these words, Nobuyoshi signaled to Xingliu that he supported Lady Mito's decision to adopt him. It was also his way of saying that he would make the necessary preparations upon his return, ensuring the adoption would proceed smoothly within the clan. After seeing Xingliu nod his assent, Nobuyoshi wasted no time. He vanished in a blink, leaving the scene in an instant. After he left Uchiha, Xingliu stood up and changed out of his pajamas. Gazing at the chaos in his bedroom, he let out a weary sigh. After all, this has been my home since childhood. I should at least tidy it up a bit. He picked up a broom and swept away the scattered debris, then set the toppled furniture upright. Anything too damaged, Xingliu simply tossed outside. In no time, the entire room was neat and orderly once more. Taking advantage of the cleaning, Xingliu also packed up everything he needed to take with him. Standing in the center of the room, he slowly looked around, silently taking it all in. "To the original owner of this body, I hope I've done right by you. From now on, I'll bring flowers to your parents' graves on every anniversary." Just then, the sound of rushing water breaking free from its bonds suddenly echoed in Xingliu's mind. His Sharingan activated once again, entirely on its own. 3 tomo spinning wildly, merging together in a seamless pattern. Unlike other mangekyo, what appeared before Xingliu's eyes was a swirling vortex, marked by 3 tomo at its center. The pattern closely resembled that of the Rinnegan, yet it retained the distinctive crimson hue of the Sharingan, with those 3 tomo embedded within. Xingliu's mangekyo was remarkably similar to Indra's, yet different in its own way. True to the name mangekyo, no two are ever exactly the same. The awakening of the mangekyo also greatly enhanced Xingliu's spiritual power. His chakra, already restless from the system upgrade earlier that morning, was now even harder to control. With the surge of spiritual energy brought on by the mangekyo, his chakra began to boil within him. Fortunately, thanks to the morning's events, the room was now nearly empty and Xingliu had positioned himself in an open space, so he avoided a repeat of the morning's disaster. Even so, the ground itself began to crack under the force of his raging chakra. At that moment, new information about his ocular abilities suddenly surfaced in Xingliu's mind. He deactivated his Sharingan and focused on the details flooding his thoughts. First was the divine power, Susanoo. However, as he had only just awakened the mangekyo, he could currently manifest only the skeletal form. His left eye's ability was Mahabrahma, endowing fire with the attributes of creation and destruction, as well as allowing him to generate and control flames at will. To put Mahabrahma's powers simply, first, the flames conjured by this eye technique burn at 1,500 degrees Celsius, appear white, and can be freely created and manipulated. His fire control was not limited to flames created by his eye. He could command any fire at all. Second, the aspect of creation meant that Xingliu's future fire-style techniques could gain the power to save lives. These special flames wouldn't harm people. Instead, they would heal injuries. As for the destructive attribute that was added, that was much simpler. From now on, if anyone tried to show off their intangibility in front of him, Uchiha Xingliu's flames would quickly remind them of their place. The destructive property could obliterate anything. Even space itself was not exempt. The right eye's dojutsu was called Candle Dragon. Compared to the left, its ability was much simpler. It controlled the flow of time for the user. Currently, the maximum multiplier was twofold. For example, if he doubled his own time, the enemy's movements would appear to him as though they were in slow motion. These abilities, too, consumed ocular power, but Uchiha Shingyo's Sharingan could slowly restore that energy over time. As long as he didn't spin it all at once, it would gradually recover. Of course, for Uchiha Shingyo, this ability was just the icing on the cake. With the idol system working in the background, it was only a matter of time before his Mangekyo would be upgraded to grant him unlimited ocular power. It was important to note, though these abilities sounded formidable, they did have their limitations. For instance, the Brahma's fire control. If the flames exceeded a temperature of 3,000, he could no longer command them. He could only interfere. Or take the destructive attribute. While it could tear through space, the rifts it created were only fine cracks. Of course, since the Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan, these powers would naturally grow alongside the eye's advancement. The Mangekyo-S might was undeniable. Not only did it vastly enhance perception and Jinjutsu, but Uchiha Shinryo's own chakra reserves had also surged dramatically. The sensation of this newfound strength was intoxicating, and the legendary reputation of the 4 laughing demons of the Uchiha clan was well earned. Even Uchiha Shinryo was swept up in the feeling, letting his guard down as a result. Earth style, earth flow wall. Lightning style, lightning sphere. Almost as soon as those shouts rang out, the world around him shifted. For walls of earth suddenly sprang up, trapping Shinryo inside, and a sphere of lightning crashed down from above with incredible speed. He had been caught off guard, too mesmerized by his own power to notice his assailants until they were right upon him. But panic would do him no good now. Besides, who was the real prey here? That was not for the ambushers to decide. Uchiha Shinryo simply glanced calmly at his attackers, his Mangekyo Sharingan opening in silence. Suddenly, tangible chakra surged around him, quickly coalescing into a gigantic skeletal figure that enveloped his body. It was none other than the Uchiha clan's pride, the divine power of Susanoo. Though Uchiha Shinryo would rather not use such overwhelming force for such minor threats, he had no other defensive jutsu at his disposal at the moment. As for whether he'd expose this power, he wasn't concerned. As long as he eliminated the mosquitoes quickly, there would be no witnesses left. No matter what others might say, without evidence, it would be nothing but rumor. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than the lightning style. Lightning sphere crashed into the skeletal frame of Susanoo. Just like an egg shattering against a rock, the lightning sphere vanished in a thin air without leaving the slightest mark on Susanoo. At the same time, the earthen walls surrounding them collapsed with a thunderous crash. Uchiha Shinryo stood quietly within Susanoo, his gaze fixed on the fleeing figures in the distance. At that moment, the attackers were cursing under their breath. They were spies from the hidden cloud village. This place was remote enough, lying at the very edge of the Uchiha clan grounds, an ideal spot to avoid detection by the Umbu. After all, the outskirts of the hidden leaf village were not only patrolled more frequently, but also protected by a powerful barrier. Ironically, under the cover of darkness here, they felt even safer. Their plan was simple: exchange information quickly and leave immediately. But then a massive surge of chakra erupted in the area, sending a chill down their spines. They waited in hiding for a while longer, and when no one appeared, they prepared to resume their exchange. But then it happened again. This time, they began to wonder if the leaf was conducting secret experiments, and they resolved to investigate. One went ahead, the other followed behind. If there was a trap ahead, the one in front would sacrifice himself, giving the one behind a chance to escape with the intel. But when they reached the source of the chakra, all they found was an ordinary house. They hid beside the building to observe, never expecting to witness Uchiha Shinryo awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Though Shinryo's Mangekyo closely resembled the 3-tomo Sharingan, causing them a critical misjudgment, it didn't stop them from seeing him as a genius that had to be eliminated for the sake of their village. Uchiha Shinryo looked no more than 6 or 7 years old. To unlock the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age, wouldn't he become another Madara Uchiha in the future? For this reason, the two, whose mission was only to gather intelligence, reached an unspoken agreement. Shinryo must be eliminated. In their eyes, Shinryo was just a child. How strong could he really be? Even Kage-level shinobi can be killed in an ambush if caught off guard, let alone a child like Shinryo. And so, the scene that now left them dumbfounded unfolded before their eyes. Susanoo stood tall upon the earth. In today's ninja world, it had only been just over a decade since Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha vanished from the stage. As elite spies, they couldn't possibly fail to recognize Madara's signature technique. In that instant, they didn't hesitate, they turned and fled. They had to bring news of another Mangekyo appearing in the leaf back to their village. If they succeeded, it would be a major accomplishment. The two took different escape routes, each using body flicker after body flicker, covering a great distance in mere moments. Did we get away? Just as the thought crossed their minds, a surge of blinding white flames erupted around them. Before either could even scream, in the span of a heartbeat, they were reduced to charred remains. Uchiha Shinryo's Mangekyo Sharingan was slowly spinning, his gaze fixed on the direction the two had departed. Yet, despite their deaths, the flames did not fade away, continuing to consume them until nothing but ashes remained. Only when Shinryo saw the two reduced completely to ash did he finally close his Mangekyo. In an instant, as his eyelids flickered, the pattern in his eyes shifted to the three-tomo Sharingan. At that exact moment, three figures appeared before Shinryo. Though this was a residential district, the commotion caused here had clearly grown too loud to ignore. These three were members of the village's Anbu, sent to investigate after the barrier team's report compelled them. Exchanging glances, the three surveyed the ruins wrought by ninjutsu, sign enough that a fierce battle had unfolded here. Yet, when their eyes fell upon the Uchiha clan crest emblazoned on Shinryo's clothes, they hesitated. After a moment's silence, one of them stepped forward and spoke to Shinryo. "We're with the Anbu. Can you tell us what happened here?" No sooner had he spoken than the Uchiha police force arrived on the scene. After all, this was Uchiha territory. For the police force to arrive after the Anbu was almost unthinkable. "This area is now under Uchiha jurisdiction. You may leave." Such was the Uchiha's dominance these days. The duties of the police force within the village overlapped heavily with those of the Anbu. After all, the Uchiha weren't fools. If there was nothing to gain, they wouldn't bother with a task that only brought trouble. Every scheme needs its bait, and the second Hokage was never one to shy away from sacrifice. The Uchiha police force's responsibilities included maintaining public order, cracking down on crime, and even policing rogue ninja and monitoring offenders. By now, nearly all the Anbu's authority within the village had been appropriated by the Uchiha police force. With the loss of the second Hokage, the Anbu was left with little talent and was no match for the Uchiha. It wasn't until a man named White Fang rose within the Anbu that the proud Uchiha were forced to relinquish some of their power. Later, during the Nine Tails incident, the village claimed to have seen the Sharingan reflected in the beast's eyes. Not only were the Uchiha driven from their ancestral home, but most of the police force's authority was stripped away as well. At that point, the clan stood on the brink of annihilation. But that was the future. For now, in Konoha, even the Anbu had to defer to the police force. Shinryo knew his clansmen meant well, but in his heart, his own plans took precedence. If he returned to the clan today, there would be no hiding the fact that he'd awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Given the Uchiha's nature, this might jeopardize Mito Uzumaki's intent to take him in. At this moment, though the Uchiha were strong, they still could not compare to Mito Uzumaki's influence. Moreover, tonight's sudden attack was already a fait accompli. Perhaps it was best to take this opportunity to test the third Hokage's current attitude toward the Uchiha. After all, reality is nothing like the world of anime. With that thought, Shinryo Uchiha turned to the approaching police force members and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I think it's best to let Lord Hokage handle this matter." Uchiha Yin retorted with an air of arrogance. "What are you talking about? This is a clan matter, nothing to do with the Hokage. The honor of the Uchiha does not require anyone else's help. Kid, you'd better come with me." Hearing these words, and seeing the threatening look on Yan's face, Shinryo understood that words alone would never convince this man. So he thought to himself, "I'm sorry, but this is the only way." As this thought crossed his mind, the three-tomo in Shinryo's eyes began to spin slowly. The pressure of the advanced Sharingan instantly became unbearable for Uchiha Yen. Even though Shinryo hadn't awakened the Mangekyo, his three-tomo Sharingan had already reached a level far beyond the others. Under this overwhelming presence, Yen unconsciously activated his own Sharingan and struggled with all his might just to remain standing. He looked at the three spinning tomo in Shinryo's eyes, full of confusion. How does this kid have such powerful ocular force? Although Yen was so overwhelmed that he could barely speak, Shinryo could still read the meaning behind his expression. "When it comes to matters concerning myself, I prefer to handle them personally." With that, Shinryo deactivated his Sharingan, and Yen, finally released from the pressure, collapsed onto the ground in relief. Shinryo turned and walked over to the ANBU, speaking slowly. "Let's go. I'll report the details of this incident to Lord Hokage myself." All three Yanbu stared at Shinryo in shock. unable to believe how surreal the turn of events had become. Had the Uchiha really just fallen into infighting? But I do have another favor to ask. Could you help me find someone? A simple search like this was nothing for the ANBU, so they didn't hesitate. Who do you need us to find? Kushina Uzumaki. With that, Xingliu stood in place, waiting for the ANBU's reply. The three exchanged glances, and finally, the one who had spoken earlier stepped forward. I'll inform Lady Kushina for you. My colleagues will escort you to Lord Hokage. Xingliu nodded. All right, then let's get going. Seeing Xingliu agree, the speaking ANBU gave a small gesture and disappeared in an instant. The remaining two led Xingliu ahead, showing him the way. Only after they had left did Uchiha Yin finally regain his composure. The humiliation of losing face in front of the ANBU made him grit his teeth in frustration. That little brat. But even as anger simmered beneath the surface, Yan's reason told him this was no longer a situation he could handle. To be overpowered by a 3-tomo Sharingan, and its wielder was a child who still looked so young. Everything that had just happened made Uchiha Xingliu appear to place more trust in the Hokage than in his own clan. Geniuses like this are rare in the Uchiha clan, even over 1,000 years. We can't let the Hokage brainwash him. Uchiha Yin thought to himself as he scrambled to his feet. Ignoring his own disheveled state, he hurriedly left the scene. It was now the busiest time of the morning, and people bustled in and out of the Hokage building. On the top floor, inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat with his pipe, clouds of smoke curling upward as he watched his old friend's performance. Hiruzen, the great ninja, war has only just begun to wind down. Right now, spies from every nation are at their most active. The village can't do without the Foundation. My Foundation has suffered heavy losses lately. Not only do I need more personnel, but we're running short on funds too. As Hokage, you must take responsibility for the Foundation. Transfer some members and funding from the Anbu to me. Everything I do is for the village. Danzo, being Sarutobi Hiruzen's close friend, found Sarutobi not yet as hesitant as he would become in later years, so for now, he firmly supported him. But this didn't stop Danzo from vying for power. His ambition to become Hokage one day showed just how much he craved it. The Foundation was the fruit of his struggle. As a student of the second Hokage, Hiruzen simply didn't have the same iron will as his predecessor. Unable to shoulder all the village's dark burdens alone, he needed someone willing to stand in the shadows and bear the infamy. That was precisely when Danzo appeared before him. As close friends, Hiruzen knew Danzo's nature all too well. At that moment, he needed someone to take the blame, and so, with one willing to wield the stick and the other willing to take the blows, the root was born. Taking a deep drag on his pipe, Hiruzen exhaled slowly, giving Danzo a long, thoughtful look before speaking. No, neither personnel nor funds from the Anbu will be allocated to you. Allowing you to recruit freely is already a significant concession. If you're having trouble with manpower and funding, perhaps it's time to dissolve the Foundation and merge it back into the Anbu. You must remember, the Foundation is an Anbu training ground, not Danzo's personal fiefdom. Although Hiruzen needed a frontman, he was careful not to let Danzo get any ideas above his station. A young Hokage, ambitious and ruthless, would never grant Danzo too much power. As for how Danzo would later grow too powerful, even sending assassins after Hiruzen, that is another tale, the story of Hiruzen, known as the strongest Hokage. To sum it up simply, in the first Great War he spoke with grandeur, in the second he rambled nonsense, and by the third he had fallen into silence. After becoming Hokage, Hiruzen never returned to the battlefield. As Hokage, he did not participate in the second Great Ninja War himself. Instead, he sent his 3 disciples into that living hell. If not for Hanzo showing a bit of mercy, the 3 legendary Sannin would have perished right then and there. During the same war, White Fang performed exceptionally, yet under his tacit approval, White Fang was driven to suicide by public opinion. Even in the Third Great Ninja War, though Konoha emerged as the de facto victor, they received none of the compensation they deserved. The direct result was that the third Hokage had no choice but to step down, and indirectly, this also allowed Root to grow stronger. After all, a cowardly Hokage was bound to displease many, while Danzo, as the representative of the hawkish faction, became all the more appealing. Regardless of whether his proposal to unify the 5 great nations was realistic, it was still enough to attract followers. But now is now. Hiruzen Sarutobi would have to be a fool to relinquish power to Danzo. To Danzo, the young shinobi hero still carried an undeniable air of intimidation. So although Danzo seethed with anger, fully aware that Hiruzen was issuing a warning, he dared not talk back. Just as he was about to soften his words, and try to coax something out of Hiruzen. A knock at the door drew the attention of both men in the room. Hokage-sama. Tanuki and Lizard have brought an Uchiha child requesting an audience. They say there's something important to report. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, sensing that this was no simple matter. Normally, if anything arose that didn't threaten Konoha's safety, it would be reported straight to the head of the Otherwise, if every trivial issue came to the Hokage, even with Shadow Clone Jutsu, he'd never keep up. Since it concerns the Uchiha, I suppose it's worth hearing them out. With that thought, Hiruzen spoke up, let them in. He glanced at Danzo, who was standing to the side, but made no move to send him away. In his mind, for minor matters, there was no need to keep his old friend in the dark. Little did he know, Hiruzen would soon regret this decision. Not long after Hiruzen finished speaking, the two led Uchiha Shinryu into the room. Uchiha Shinryu glanced up, taking in the sight of the young shinobi hero and the future king of the ninja world, both still in their prime. At this moment, they radiated vitality and possessed undeniable strength. As the heads of Konoha and Root, each already carried the aura of a true leader. This air of authority might make an ordinary person uneasy in their presence, but to Uchiha Shinryu, who had grasped the true law of the ninja world, it meant nothing. The law of the ninja world, might makes right. When Hashirama Senju made up his mind, the entire world had no choice but to listen. Now that Uchiha Shinryu had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, even if he couldn't guarantee victory against these two, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. With this kind of power, confidence came naturally. What's more, his backup plan was about to come into play, so there was no need to bow or scrape before these two. Two members of the walked up to Hiruzen Sarutobi, dropped to one knee, and said in low voices, Tanuki and Lizard report to the Hokage. About 20 minutes ago, a battle broke out on the outskirts of the Uchiha compound. At the scene, we found nothing but the ruins of a house and this Uchiha child, Hashiryu, no trace of any other ninja. Hearing their report, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze to the young Uchiha who had just been sizing him up. Little one, what's your name? Uchiha Hashiri. Hiruzen went on to ask, can you tell me what happened there? Since Hiruzen wasn't sure how the boy would react, he had no intention of making things hard for a child. His voice turned gentle, but this only seemed to irritate Danzo, who stood nearby. Danzo had inherited none of the second Hokage's better qualities, but in one regard, he'd gone even further, his animosity toward the Uchiha. He gave a sharp, disdainful snort. His face clouded as he issued a menacing warning. Kid, you'd better tell us the truth. Otherwise, you're betraying the leaf. Hashiryu couldn't even be bothered to give this a second thought. No wonder Danzo could never become Hokage. The difference in how he and Hiruzen treated others was worlds apart. Emotional intelligence aside, they weren't even in the same league. And honestly, with that perpetually sour look on Danzo's face, anyone would choose Hiruzen over him. Danzo's weaknesses were so obvious, there was no need for confrontation to get under his skin. So, Hashiryu pointed to Hiruzen, looking up with an expression of pure innocence, and asked, I thought this uncle was the Hokage. Isn't this the Hokage's office? And doesn't the Hokage have the final say here? You, that's enough, Danzo. This is the Hokage's office. Danzo was just about to blow up when Hiruzen cut him off with a stern reprimand. As much as he hated it, Danzo could only obey the Hokage's command. He glared at Hashiryu, his eyes filled with menace, hoping to intimidate the boy that way. Then Hiruzen got up, walked over to Hashiryu, and raised his hand, intending to pat the child's head. But Hashiryu naturally evaded the gesture with a small movement, saying, Hokage-sama, perhaps we should get back to what just happened. Seeing the boy dodge his hand, Hiruzen withdrew it, a bit embarrassed. He quickly masked it by picking up his pipe and taking a puff, then said, Very well, let's hear what happened. Hashiryu paused for a moment, glancing at the two before him. Now that my 3-tomo Sharingan has been exposed, I might as well lay things out clearly. As long as I still have other cards up my sleeve, it's fine. With that thought, Hashiryu spoke up. While I was training in my room today, I was attacked by spies trying to assassinate me. After I managed to drive them off, the arrived at the scene. That patch of lingering ruins is where I fought those spies, and where I used to live. Hiruzen Sarutobi was visibly taken aback when he heard this. Uchiha Shinryu, who looked so young, had actually managed to fend off an assassination attempt by enemy spies. One had to understand, anyone sent as a spy to another ninja village was at least of Chunin rank, if not Jonin. And even if they weren't Jonin, they could still escape unscathed from a Jonin-level opponent. Yet here was Uchiha Shinryu, claiming he had driven off these spies. That could only mean he already possessed the strength of an elite Chunin or higher. Just as Sarutobi was about to ask Shinryu how he managed to fend them off, Danzo, who had been holding back, finally lost his patience. Who are you trying to fool, brat? Even the lowest-ranking spies in the ninja world are at least Chunin. How could you possibly defeat them? As he spoke, Danzo slammed his hand on the table, and the next words he uttered sounded like a sentence being passed. I say they let you off easy, and now you're working as a traitor, an inside man betraying the village. Uchiha Xingliu had already grown tired of Danzo's snarling accusations. In the blink of an eye, his Sharingan appeared, its 3 tomo spinning with a chilling light. Danzo, who had been trying to intimidate Xingliu with his glare, now found himself staring directly into those 3 crimson tomo. Even though Xingliu didn't yet know any Jinjutsu, with the power of his Mangekyo chakra, the innate illusion of the Sharingan was more than enough. In that instant, Danzo felt as if those blood-red tomo were the eyes of death itself, watching him coldly. The crushing pressure made his heart feel as though it had stopped beating. He couldn't even breathe. It all happened in a split second, but Hiruzen Sarutobi still noticed the sudden fluctuation of chakra in the room. Seeing his old friend's state, Sarutobi knew at once that Danzo had been caught in a Jinjutsu. He couldn't help but wonder what sort of Jinjutsu could seize Danzo so swiftly. But now was not the time for questions. Before he could speak, Uchiha Xingliu deactivated his Sharingan and said calmly, I believe Elder Danzo now understand how I drove off the spies. If you still don't believe me, I'd be happy to demonstrate. Though the moment had passed in a flash, Danzo felt a wave of relief as the 3 tomo faded away, followed immediately by a burning shame that turned to rage. You insolent brat! You dare attack a leader of the Leaf right in front of everyone. This is treason. Hiruzen, what are you waiting for? The 2 of us should take him down together. Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated. A child with a 3 tomo Sharingan, no older than Tsunade. A Uchiha with such potential, if left unchecked, could one day become another Madara Uchiha. As Sarutobi wavered, the office door suddenly burst open with a thunderous crash. Bang! The unexpected noise drew every eye in the room. A woman with her hair in a bun sauntered in, utterly unhurried. That's enough. He's just a child, after all. Monkey, you've really let me down today. The person who spoke was, of course, Mito Uzumaki. In truth, she had arrived as soon as Hashiryu Uchiha activated his Sharingan, and she had heard every word Danzo had spoken. Originally, she had intended to step in and stop Danzo, but a sudden curiosity struck her. She wanted to see just how much magnanimity Hiruzen Sarutobi would show. So she lingered outside the door, waiting to observe how Hiruzen would handle things next. As Hokage, no matter how the villagers gossip about the Uchiha, you can never openly take sides. If you do, such attitudes will only grow worse, eventually leading to open confrontation. And just now, Hiruzen didn't immediately stop Danzo, nor did he take any further action. All of this left her disappointed. Whether it was indecision or silent consent to Danzo's claims, it all amounted to a lack of trust in the Uchiha. It showed that Hiruzen's capacity as Hokage was only so much. Even the second Hokage, for all his talk about the evil Uchiha, would never have singled out an Uchiha child in this way. Otherwise, how could Kagami Uchiha have become a student? The second Hokage disliked the Uchiha, but he still sought ways to integrate them into Konoha, not drive them away. Danzo's claim that Hashiryu Uchiha might become the next Madara was nothing more than the fear of his own authority being threatened. Mito's disappointed expression brought a pang of sadness to Hiruzen. All those things had been said by Danzo, and Hiruzen hadn't done anything. Was that truly a mistake? He could make sense of it. Just like a child craves the approval of a parent, Hiruzen wanted Mito's recognition to always be with him. But after what happened today, Mito could no longer approve of him. In every sense, that was a troubling sign. So Hiruzen tried to make amends in the way he thought was right. It's my word that counts here. I apologize to you, and I hope you can forgive your uncle's behavior just now. Hiruzen's apology sounded sincere, but Hashiryu Uchiha responded with nothing but disdain, deepening Mito's disappointment. Once a mistake has been made, those in power can choose to see it through to the end. A tyrant is one who stubbornly insists on his own way, right or wrong. But a ruler who wavers and cannot decide, he is nothing but a fool. If, under Mito's gaze, Hiruzen had stood by Danzo's words and acted against Hashiryu Uchiha, it might have made the Uchiha problem unsolvable, but at least it would have shown decisiveness, the bare minimum for a competent leader. But now, this lack of resolve, this way of letting others sway his will, it even made Mito feel regret, and she began to question whether her decision long ago had truly been the right one. Though she quickly snuffed out the thought, it was like a seed planted deep within Mito Uzumaki's heart. quietly waiting for the day it would blossom. In fact, from the moment Mito Uzumaki arrived at the Hokage's office, Hashiryu Uchiha already knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so aggressively. What if things got out of hand? This time, not only did he meet Hiruzen Sarutobi, but he also came face-to-face with Danzo Shimura. And he had achieved everything he set out to do. Although the sudden attack took him by surprise, he seized the opportunity to clearly see the third Hokage's attitude toward the Uchiha clan. Much like in the future, there was a hint of prejudice. And with Danzo's influence, it was inevitable that Hiruzen would eventually walk down the path of rejecting the Uchiha. That made Hashiryu Uchiha realize the two of them could never truly coexist. For now, Mito Uzumaki could still keep things in check, but one day, Hiruzen would become just as he did in the years to come. Rather than wait for Hiruzen to hold a blade to his throat, it would be better to take him out first. Once he understood this, he set his plan into motion. First, he needed to anger Danzo and provoke him into making a rash move. When a person is consumed by anger, they're bound to act without thinking. And just as Hashiryu Uchiha predicted, even after being reprimanded, Danzo still overstepped Hiruzen and defined today's incident on his own. To explain how he had repelled the attacker, there was no way to hide his 3-tomo Sharingan. Instead, he decided to give Danzo a taste of his power. After that, everything, from Hiruzen and Danzo's reactions to Mito Uzumaki's response, unfolded exactly as he had expected. It was a simple scheme to sow discord, and Hiruzen played his part so well that Hashiryu Uchiha almost wanted to give him an award. Now that all his objectives had been met, it was time for the final act. It's all right. Actually, the real reason I asked Sister Mito to come here today is for something else. Hashiryu Uchiha replied to Hiruzen, then hurried over to Mito Uzumaki's side. Sister Mito, my house was destroyed today. Could I stay at your place tonight? The way he addressed her made everyone present fight back a smile, and the tense atmosphere instantly melted away at Hashiryu Uchiha's casual words. Sister, Mito? Both the third Hokage and Danzo mulled it over. If anyone could get a child to call her sister, it would be Mito Uzumaki. But the idea of someone old enough to be Hashiryu Uchiha's grandmother being called sister, just picturing it was enough to make them stifle their laughter. Even someone as composed as Mito Uzumaki couldn't help but feel a bit flustered in front of so many people. Stepping forward, she quickly changed the subject. Since little Hashiryu has nowhere to stay, and everyone is already here, why don't we take care of tomorrow's business ahead of schedule? This child will be raised by me from now on. There's no need to change his name. He can keep it. From now on, he'll be a companion to Tsunade. These words, so light and casual from Mito Uzumaki's lips, landed with the weight of a mountain in the ears of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. Both men were old foxes, keen enough to see what lay beneath Uzumaki Mito's decision to adopt Hashiryu Uchiha. They understood the political message she was sending, a signal for them to reconsider their current policies. They had, both openly and in secret, targeted the Uchiha for some time. Now, to suddenly change their stance would be a blow to their authority. But since this move came from Mito herself, they had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Seeing the two men fall silent, Mito paid them no mind. After all, once she made a decision, she saw it through to the end. In her view, adopting Hashiryu Uchiha was a way to resolve the Uchiha problem and prevent a future civil strife. It was much like how Hashirama Senju had once raised his hand against his closest friend, Madara Uchiha. Anyone who threatened the village, no matter who they were, would be dealt with by Mito swiftly and without hesitation. If Sarutobi and the others wished to oppose her yet couldn't offer a better solution, then perhaps it was time for the village to have a new Hokage. The incompetent only dragged the village down. Since no one objects, then it's settled. With those words, Mito didn't wait for anyone else to react. She simply took Hashiryu Uchiha by the hand and led him away. It was only long after she'd left that the sound of a fist slamming onto a desk shattered the silence in the office. Hiruzen, you saw it yourself. That brat will spell disaster for us one day. Hand him over to me. I'll make sure he's dealt with. Hiruzen Sarutobi held his pipe, but didn't smoke. He simply sat in silence, considering Danzo's words. No, that's not possible. Lord Mito has adopted him. Now he's become a bridge. Anyone who tries to harm him will be making an enemy of her. And besides, not every Uchiha is bad. Kagami is a Uchiha, and he embodies the will of fire. In truth, Hiruzen knew well enough. Hashiryu Uchiha was now untouchable. He had become a bridge between the village and the Uchiha. Should anyone dare to destroy that bridge, Mito would ensure they paid the ultimate price. But Danzo cared nothing for such subtleties. All he heard was Hiruzen's refusal, and he couldn't help but roar in anger. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. To this, Hiruzen replied calmly. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Fuming, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again and exhaled a slow, lingering cloud of smoke. For a moment, the smoke veiled Hiruzen's face, making it impossible to know what he was really thinking. Let us turn the clock back to just over 10 minutes ago to the Uchiha clan compound at the residence of the Grand Elder, Uchiha Setsuna. A disheveled Uchiha Yen, his face filled with anxiety, knocked urgently on the door. Who is it? It's me, Uchiha Yen. I have an urgent matter and must see the Grand Elder at once. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing a man with the bearing of a steward. In that case, follow me. With that, the steward led Uchiha Yen straight to Uchiha Setsuna's room. At that moment, Uchiha Setsuna was quietly sipping tea. When he saw Uchiha Yen's rumpled clothes, his brows knitted in displeasure. What is it? Uchiha Yen dropped to one knee and spoke solemnly. Lord Setsuna, I have discovered a genius, an utterly unparalleled prodigy. Uchiha Setsuna had assumed this urgent visit must concern something of grave importance, so he was surprised to hear what seemed like a trivial matter. Geniuses, after all, were the one thing the Uchiha clan lacked least. Noticing the elder's indifference, Uchiha Yen abandoned all formality. He stood up, stepped forward, and pressed on. That child looks no more than 6 or 7, but his Sharingan has already awakened to the 3-tomo stage. Uchiha Setsuna leapt to his feet, not even noticing the teacup he knocked over in his haste, and seized Uchiha Yen by the arm. What did you say? His grip was so tight that Uchiha Yen winced in pain, but he forced himself to speak through clenched teeth. Today, I was patrolling the clan grounds when I came upon a battle. When I arrived, the enemies had already vanished, leaving only a single child standing there. Then I was overwhelmed by the pressure of his 3-tomo Sharingan and collapsed. After that, he left with the umbu. He hesitated a moment. After all, being bested by a child was hardly something to advertise. But he understood the gravity of the situation, and so, swallowing his pride, he recounted everything that had happened. Uchiha Setsuna grew more and more excited as he listened, and only when he heard that this prodigy had departed with the umbu did he understand why Uchiha Yen had come to inform him. A 6 or 7-year-old with a 3-tomo Sharingan. What did that mean? In 1,000 years of Uchiha history, there had never been such a monster. Even awakening the Sharingan at that age was extraordinary, let alone achieving 3-tomo. With such talent, Setsuna refused to believe the child would not one day unlock the Mangekyo. Unable to contain himself any longer, he ordered his servants to investigate Uchiha Shinryo's background and, wielding his authority as Grand Elder, promptly convened a clan meeting. As the leading figure of the hawkish faction, Uchiha Setsuna longed to wrest back supremacy from the Senju clan. He even went so far as to stir up his clansmen, inciting rebellion and unrest. Unfortunately, before he could succeed, he was thrown into prison by the second Hokage. It was only after the second Hokage fell in battle that he was released. The purpose of his release was to appease the Uchiha clan and ensure a smooth succession for the third Hokage. Ever since Uchiha Setsuna was imprisoned by the second Hokage, he had constantly pondered why the Uchiha clan could never become Hokage. In the end, he arrived at a conclusion. The Uchiha were not strong enough. Although most Uchihas who awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan were already elite Jonin, that level of strength was still not enough to become Hokage. Uchiha Setsuna knew his own limits. He was incapable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. But now, things were different. A promising candidate with the potential to awaken the Mangekyo had suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, Uchiha Setsuna saw in Uchiha Shinryo a final hope, one he would never let slip away. Lord Setsuna, all the information has been gathered. The clan head and elders have also arrived. Just as Uchiha Setsuna was envisioning the future, his steward entered, having completed all the tasks assigned to him. Now, everything was in place. All that was left was for Uchiha Setsuna to make his move. He walked to the conference room, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Before he could even sit down, a mocking voice echoed through the room. Well, Elder Setsuna, you certainly know how to make an entrance. You summon us for urgent clan business, yet waltz and last yourself. Truly impressive. TSK Tisk. Uchiha Setsuna narrowed his eyes and saw that it was Uchiha Ong, the second elder, someone he had always been at odds with. Setsuna stood as the representative of the Hawks, while Uchiha Ong was firmly in the Dove camp. As for the clan head, Uchiha Mingda, who sat to the side, he habitually remained neutral, never taking sides. Normally, faced with such sarcasm, Uchiha Setsuna would have snapped back at once. But today, he had far more important matters to attend to. With a cold snort, Setsuna ignored the second elder. He swept his gaze around the room and spoke slowly. I have gathered you all here today for a matter that concerns the very fate of the Uchiha clan. Seeing that Setsuna had ignored him and given the gravity of his words, Uchiha unwisely refrained from further jeering. Today, my subordinate Uchiha Yen has discovered a true prodigy, the most gifted individual the Uchiha have seen in 1,000 years. As he spoke, Setsuna produced the recently acquired dossier and passed copies to everyone present. This document contains everything about this young genius. Please, take a look for yourselves. Uchiha Ong picked up the file. On the very first page was a photograph and the name, Uchiha Shinryu. Uchiha Shinryu. That name rings a bell. Where have I heard it before? While Uchiha Ong was still trying to recall why the name sounded so familiar, Setsuna's excitement grew as he continued. When I first saw this, I could hardly believe it myself. According to the records, this boy named Shinryu is nothing more than the child of 2 ordinary chunin. And he's only 6 years old this year. He has never received any ninja training since he was little, and yet he's already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. We've all been through this ourselves, so I don't need to explain what this kind of talent means. The brilliance of the Mangekyo will soon shine upon the Uchiha once more. At these words, the entire meeting room erupted with excitement. Everyone lost their usual sense of decorum. Some even cheered aloud. Bless the Uchiha, a 3-tomo at 6 years old, a future Mangekyo. The Uchiha will surely rise to greatness again. That's right. What clan leader Madara couldn't accomplish, he will surely lead us to seize the seat of Hokage. Upon hearing the mention of 6 years old, Uchiha Ong suddenly remembered what Uchiha Shien had told him earlier that morning. A brat named Uchiha Shinryu, a child whom the clan had half abandoned, had been chosen by Uzumaki Mido and would be officially adopted tomorrow. Not good. The thought made Uchiha Aang's heart tense with urgency. He quickly began flipping through the documents in his hands. As he matched each detail, a heavy sense of dread settled over him. Even among the more peace-minded Uchiha, the significance of the Mangekyo was clear as day. He had once been glad that Uzumaki Mido was willing to give the Uchiha a chance to build a bridge of communication and ease the clan's isolation. Never did he expect that the future Mangekyo would be snatched away right under their noses. Uchiha Aang's anxious reaction naturally drew the attention of the others in the meeting. Uchiha Shana halted his speech, fixing Uchiha Ong with a grave stare. The now silent hall brought Uchiha Ong back to his senses. Seeing his clanmate's eyes upon him, he gave a wry smile and said, I'm afraid there's a problem. This child, Uchiha Shinryu, has already caught the eye of Lady Uzumaki Mido. At Aang's words, Uchiha Shana suddenly recalled the incident with Uchiha Shinryu and the Ambu earlier. A realization seemed to dawn on him, and he pressed anxiously. What do you mean, caught her eye? Be specific. Uchiha Ong helplessly raised the documents in his hand, pointing to Shinryu's photo. This child, Shin, and I heard it from him this morning, has already been adopted by Lady Uzumaki Mido. Aang's words landed in the room like a bomb, sending shockwaves through everyone present. This is outrageous. How can the Mangekyo be allowed to fall into someone else's hands? I won't stand for it. That's right. Let's go confront that woman Mido right now. Just as the room was ablaze with shared indignation, a sudden suggestion quieted the crowd once more. Everyone turned to look at the person who had spoken. Under so many eyes, he sheepishly slunk back into his seat, not daring to bring it up again. What's the difference between confronting Mido Uzumaki and asking for a beating? Uchiha Ong shot the man a look of disdain, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke up. Everyone, let's just leave this matter be. At these words, Uchiha Shana glared at him and said angrily, Let it go. How can we just let it go like this? Uchiha Shinryu carries the blood of our clan. We cannot simply let him walk away. Though Uchiha Ong also didn't want to see Shinryu leave, the situation was already set in stone. Besides, awakening the Sharingan at 6 was extraordinary, but didn't guarantee he'd one day unlock the Mangekyo. Yet if Mido Uzumaki adopted him, it would undoubtedly improve the Uchiha's present predicament. Of course, Uchiha Ong had no idea that Shinryu had already awakened the Mangekyo. Had he known, he would have been beside himself with regret. Moreover, Uchiha Shana himself had played a part in Shinryu's adoption. With that in mind, Uchiha Ong continued. Perhaps you don't know the details of this child's recent circumstances, so I'll lay it out plainly. Elder Shana here actually contributed to Shinryu being adopted. Uchiha Shana was caught off guard by this, for he'd never even met Shinryu before. How could he have helped? But before he could voice his question, Uchiha Ong explained. Do you recall Elder Shana's suggestion some time ago to send some of the clan's orphans to the ninja academy? One of those orphans was Shinryu Uchiha. And at that same time, Tsunade, the Senju heir, also entered the academy. It was likely then that their paths crossed, and ultimately, Shinryu caught Mito Uzumaki's eye and was taken in. So, there's no turning back now. Everyone present held status within the clan. They understood that when Ong said there was no room to maneuver, he meant it. Shinryu was among those the clan had chosen to give up. Since he had been abandoned, his feelings toward the Uchiha were easy to imagine. In stark contrast stood Mito Uzumaki, the one who had come to his aid in a time of need. With such different approaches, anyone could see which path was best. The words Uchiha Shana wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Whether he spoke or kept silent, neither felt right. It was true. He had been the one to suggest sending orphans to the academy, and he knew what that truly meant. But there was no other way. It had been a compromise with the pacifist faction in the clan, in exchange for allowing their own people to be placed in the clan school. Rumor had it, the pacifists had sent their own children to the ninja academy as well, eager to win favor with the Hokage. Shame be damned. In truth, whether pacifist or hawk, every Uchiha sought the betterment of the clan. The goal was the same. Only the paths they chose to reach were different. The dovish faction is the conciliatory one, advocating for building good relations with those within Konoha and earning the approval of the majority of its people. In the end, under such a prevailing trend, it would be only natural for a Hokage from the Uchiha clan to emerge. The hawkish faction, on the other hand, is extremely radical. They propose using a coup to remove Konoha's top brass and then electing an Uchiha as Hokage. However, their extreme stance has led to constant suppression, especially in these times when the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha isn't so pronounced. As a result, most demands have to be negotiated with the doves, so Uchiha Setsuna, determined to achieve his goals, put forward a suggestion that favored the dovish side. Yet who could have foreseen that among those orphans, there would be such an anomaly? That left him with a bitter taste in his mouth, a sense of hoisted by his own petard, with no one to whom he could voice his regret. But after all, he's just a child. There will be plenty of time and opportunities to bring him back. In the end, Uchiha Setsuna could not bring himself to lose face. Being an Uchiha was already a matter of pride, and as the Grand Elder, his dignity was even more pronounced. So, with a deliberate cough, Uchiha Setsuna waited until all eyes were on him before presenting his proposal. Since things have already reached this point, why not proceed step by step? Uchiha Shinryu is, after all, still an Uchiha. Even Uzumaki Mito couldn't possibly comprehend the secrets of the Sharingan. Send word to Uchiha Shinryu. If he wants the secret techniques of the Sharingan, he should return to the Uchiha clan. This compromise satisfied those present, and they nodded in agreement. At this stage, any attempt to remedy the situation would be too little, too late. Moreover, as Uchihas, they believed no one understood their own kind better than they did. The power of the Sharingan would surely bring Shinryu back to his roots. Unfortunately, they had all miscalculated. Uchiha Shinryu's Mangekyo had already awakened, and the system's cheat defied all logic. No doubt, when Shinryu returned to the Uchiha, it would be as their true leader. With the main goal of the meeting now unattainable and a compromise in place, the two factions, never seeing eye to eye, parted ways without hesitation. Thus, this meeting of the Uchiha clan ended in an anticlimax, but the storm was only just beginning. No matter what, though, the name Uchiha Shinryu had begun to circulate among the clan's upper ranks, and before long, that name would spread to every corner of Konoha. Uchiha Ong had only just returned home and was about to sit down and rest when Uchiha Shien knocked on his door. "Come in." At Aang's words, Uchiha Shien opened the door, walked in respectfully, and spoke. "Father, did the meeting go smoothly this time?" Uchiha Ao nodded with satisfaction, pleased with his son's sense of etiquette. Though he was a pacifist by nature, Ao paid meticulous, almost severe, attention to manners. Even at home, not even his own son was exempt from these standards. "The meeting didn't go smoothly. The child you mentioned to me was actually the focus of this meeting. Your instincts were correct. Not only has this child awakened Sharingan, but he's already reached the level of 3 Tomo. Sadly, Mito has already adopted him." As he spoke, Ao shook his head, clearly regretful over the loss of such a genius from the clan. Beside him, Uchiha Shien looked on in surprise. He had suspected for some time that Uchiha Shinryu had awakened the Sharingan, but he hadn't expected it to be the fully developed 3 Tomo form. But now, discussing it was pointless. The child had already been adopted, and by someone even the Uchiha dared not provoke. Still, was the clan really going to let such talent slip away, without making any move at all? Driven by this thought, Uchiha Shien pressed further. "Is there really no way to fix this?" Ao let out a soft, knowing chuckle and replied, "You know what Uchiha Shana is like. It was his idea to let orphans into the ninja academy. Asking him to swallow his pride and apologize to Uchiha Shinryo, that would be harder than killing him. Shien nodded in agreement, and soon the two shared a wry smile. Neither of them noticed the small figure standing silently outside their door. Uchiha Shinryo. Standing there, Uchiha Jili listened to her grandfather and father speak of the clan's young prodigy, muttering the name under her breath. She shot a resentful glance at the closed door, as if her gaze could pierce through and see the two men inside. Slowly, a single tomo began to swirl in Jili's eyes, only to fade away just as quickly. Perhaps her chakra wasn't strong enough, or perhaps her emotions hadn't reached the necessary threshold. This time, her Sharingan did not fully awaken. But even so, it was clear Uchiha Jili was a prodigy in her own right. Thanks to Jili's commotion, the two men inside finally noticed her presence. As soon as Shien opened the door, he saw Jili standing there, lips pursed and eyes rimmed red. He didn't need to ask. He knew at once that his precious little princess had overheard the conversation and was now sulking with jealousy. Ao, seeing this scene, immediately stood up and swept Jili into his arms. What's wrong, my little darling? Who's upset you this time? Tell Grandpa, and let's see how I'll deal with them. For all his devotion to the clan's interests, there was one exception in Ao's heart, his granddaughter, Uchiha Jili. Jili had lost her mother at a young age, and to fill that void, the whole family treated her as their precious princess. To put plainly, ever since he was a child, Uchiha Chiri had everything he could possibly want. Most people raised this way would have turned unruly long ago. Yet, Uchiha Chiri managed to maintain a steady mindset. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, which put everyone at ease. He was always polite and courteous in his dealings with others, presenting himself as the picture of perfection in front of outsiders. But even someone as perfect as Uchiha Chiri had a flaw. He was prone to jealousy, a little bottle of vinegar, as the saying goes. Perhaps this had something to do with the excessive care he received from Uchiha Ong and Uchiha Shien. The abundance of affection made Chiri especially sensitive about these two. Chiri buried his head in Uchiha Aang's arms and mumbled, "Is that Uchiha Shinryo really so amazing? Is he better than me?" Hearing this, Uchiha Ong shot a look at Uchiha Shien, signaling him to come up with something quickly. Uchiha Shien caught the signal and could only respond with a wry smile, at a loss for how to smooth things over. Fortunately, Chiri's jealousy flared up quickly but faded just as fast. Before her grandfather and father could answer, she wriggled free and leapt out of Aang's embrace. Gone was the face streaked with tears. Now, determination radiated from her expression. Right now, Uchiha Shinryo might be stronger, but I swear I'll surpass him one day. I'm off to train. Call me when it's time to eat. Without waiting for a response, she dashed away in a flash, disappearing from sight. The two men left behind could only watch her go, their faces glowing with pride. No doubt about it. She's truly my daughter, granddaughter. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mito had completed the paperwork with Uchiha Shinryo, making his adoption official. News of her adopting an Uchiha would soon spread throughout Konoha in a matter of days. Hand in hand, Uzumaki Mito walked at a gentle pace, leading Shinryo down the path home. Shinryo seemed to have something on his mind, hesitating, puzzled by Mito's silence and her lack of questions. They had walked for quite some time. Shinryo could already see the Senju compound in the distance. Yet still, Mito said nothing. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shinryo let go of her hand, stopped in his tracks, and looked at Mito. "Don't you have anything you want to ask me?" he said. Mito turned to face the boy, her gaze meeting his clear, earnest eyes. She answered softly, "Everyone has secrets they wish to keep. If there's anything you want to share with me, you'll tell me when you're ready." With that, she smiled gently and flicked Shinryo on the forehead. Seeing him wince and rub his aching forehead, she laughed even more heartily. After a long moment, Mito finally stopped laughing and continued, "Do you know what Hashirama regrets the most?" Hearing this, Shinryo's mind flashed back to the life of Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. He had witnessed the brutal Warring States era. Children not even 10 years old forced to fight and kill, a world where everywhere you looked was nothing but hell. He met Madara Uchiha, drawn together by shared beliefs, only to part ways over differing ideals. He founded Konoha and distributed the tailed beasts, hoping to maintain balance among the 5 great nations and bring lasting peace to this war-torn land. Hashirama Senju's regrets were many. His own brother never grew up healthy, falling forever during the Warring States era. He yearned for peace, yet with his own hands gave dangerous power to others. His dearest friend, Madara Uchiha, fell by his hands simply because they walked different paths and held different dreams. For a moment, even Hashiryu Uchiha found himself uncertain which of them he truly was. Before Hashiryu could respond, Mito Uzumaki began her story on her own, not waiting for his answer. Hashirama once told me, the thing he regretted most in this life was not pulling his best friend back onto the right path. I still remember that day, the day Hashirama himself buried Madara Uchiha. That day, when Hashirama returned, he collapsed into my arms. His body was covered in wounds, injuries that even his healing jutsu couldn't mend. It was the first time I'd ever seen him so broken. Through tears, he told me, if I'd only let Madara become Hokage from the start, none of this would have happened. He even said Madara had been right, that he himself had strayed from his original purpose. Honestly, Hashirama never cared about me as much as he did about that. It still makes me a little angry thinking about it. As she spoke, Mito puffed out her cheeks in frustration, but soon fell silent. Hashiryu Uchiha didn't interrupt her, knowing she was lost in painful memories. Before long, Mito regained her composure, gently ruffling Hashiryu's hair as she continued. After that, even though Hashirama's wounds healed, his chakra felt lifeless. It gave me a terrible feeling. Though on the surface he seemed unchanged, I already knew what was coming. And sure enough, Hashirama was gone before little Tsunade could grow up, leaving me, this old woman, all alone. It was then that I truly understood. When you trust someone, that person also hopes you can hold on to that trust and never lose your faith in them. At this point, Mito gazed into Hashiryu's clear eyes and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Child, can I trust you? Never in either of his lives had Hashiryu Uchiha encountered such genuine emotion and words. That sincerity moved him deeply, stirring something profound within his heart. Of course, you can always trust me. As long as you, Sister Mito, believe in me, I will never stray from my original path. In that moment, Hashiryu Uchiha's heart fully accepted Mito Uzumaki. Though there were many secrets in the story she told that he did not yet understand, her unconditional trust in him was unmistakably real. In response to this heartfelt trust, what was returned could only be a trust of equal depth. In the past, Hashiryu Uchiha had also set his sights on bringing peace to the continent. Yet, deep inside, his motivation was tinged with the playful curiosity of someone exploring another world. It was as if he were playing a game. There always had to be a main quest line to give his actions purpose. But Mito Uzumaki had shaken him to his core, making him truly understand what it meant to be Hokage. The founding of Konoha was not simply the achievement of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju alone. Centuries of relentless warfare had made every soul on this land yearn for peace. Once someone took the lead, the spark of peace would be kindled and spread to every corner. So, the creation of Konoha could be seen as the accomplishment of everyone in the Land of Fire, and Mito Uzumaki was no exception. Though limited by their own perspectives and the constraints of their era, having no concept of unifying the continent and unable to realize true peace. Compared to the chaos of the warring states, the era of shinobi villages was already a step forward. If Hashiryu Uchiha were to judge everything on this continent from a god's eye view, it would be unbearably arrogant. The emergence of the shinobi village system was in fact the best model people of that time could imagine. Although wars between nations might be even more brutal, it was still a vast improvement over the daily bloodshed of the warring states. With the establishment of order, every weak person became a beneficiary. The Hokage was not only the leader of the village, but also the protector of the vulnerable. To become Hokage, one had to earn the approval of the vast majority. Of course, it was also possible to subdue everyone with absolute strength. No one would dare to object then. In his previous life, Hashiryu Uchiha had already reached adulthood, and he wanted it all. What truly moved him was what Mito Uzumaki had just said. Her words were telling him something important. She trusted Hashiryu Uchiha, and even if he decided to strive for the position of Hokage in the future, she would continue to support him. His being an Uchiha would never affect that trust. Hashiryu Uchiha truly hadn't expected that Mito Uzumaki could go this far. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Hashirama Senju had died young under Uchiha Madara's influence. Mito Uzumaki, standing by his side, simply smiled warmly at Hashiryu Uchiha, saying nothing more. Under her gentle gaze, Hashiryu felt a little uneasy. Thinking back to the determined tone he had just used, he suddenly found it hard to keep a straight face. Though he was in a young body now, he had already been an adult in his previous life. The words he'd blurted out in the heat of the moment now filled him with embarrassment. It felt just like being back in his second year of middle school, right in the throes of adolescent bravado. The things he did and the words he spoke during that time Whenever he remembered them, he wished he could just curl his toes in embarrassment and disappear into a tiny apartment, never to be seen again. But after a moment of awkwardness, he managed to regain his composure. "Don't you really want to know what just happened, Sister Mito?" he asked. Mito Uzumaki nodded in response, her tone calm as she replied, "I do want to know, but I prefer to hear it from you, Xingliu." In truth, neither the attack he'd suffered nor the events at the Hokage's office were much of a secret anymore. So, hearing that Mito Uzumaki wished to know, Xingliu Uchiha recounted everything that had happened in detail. He hadn't gotten far, though, before he was forced to stop. The moment Mito heard that he'd been attacked, she didn't even let him finish before standing up and giving him a thorough once-over, scanning him from head to toe. Seeing that he was safe and sound didn't entirely put her mind at ease. She pressed on, asking, "You were attacked? Are you hurt at all?" Though his story had been interrupted, a gentle warmth flowed through Xingliu's heart. A person's instinctive reactions are always genuine, and Mito's response was clear proof that she hadn't been lying. "I'm fine," Xingliu reassured her. "The attack did come out of nowhere, but you can't underestimate an Uchiha like me." As he spoke, Xingliu activated his Sharingan. Pointing to his eyes, he continued, "These eyes let me track the path of the attack. I countered with a fire release, and my jutsu clashed with theirs. Maybe they were afraid someone would come, so they decided to retreat." Now, the two attackers were nothing but dust. Xingliu could say whatever he liked about them. Attackers. If you said you'd awaken the Mangekyo, no sane person would dare attack you. Wait, I'm already a ghost? Well, never mind then. Mito had already learned at the Hokage's office that Xingliu possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan, but hearing that he could use fire release to repel the attackers still caught her by surprise. Judging by the strength Xingliu had just demonstrated, setting aside his lack of real combat experience, he was already above the level of an ordinary jonin. Such natural talent reminded Mito of someone, Madara Uchiha. But then she remembered that Xingliu was an orphan, and her heart ached for him once more. She'd heard the story of how Uchiha Izuna died at the hands of the second Hokage, and how his Mangekyo had been transplanted to Madara. The changes in Madara's eyes afterward naturally hadn't escaped Tobarama Senju's sharp observation. Regarding those changes, Tobarama had speculated as much in his special scroll on the Uchiha. He theorized that there must be an even more powerful eye beyond the Mangekyo, one that could only be awakened by replacing one's own eyes with those of a sibling. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how Madara, who had been on the verge of blindness, had suddenly regained his sight and gained such a dramatic increase in power. But this thought was quickly cast aside by Mito Uzumaki. She certainly did not want Hashiryu Uchiha to become someone who sought power at the expense of his own family. Now that he had no siblings, that particular temptation no longer existed. "Little Hashiryu, you're truly remarkable. At your age, I dare say even Madara Uchiha might not have compared to you." Hashiryu Uchiha scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed, and replied modestly, "Madara Uchiha was something of a late bloomer, at least according to our clan records. He awakened his eyes much later than most. I could never match up to him." Mito Uzumaki certainly knew this. Madara hadn't awakened his Sharingan until his teenage years, after which his progress was nothing short of meteoric, ultimately rivaling Hashirama Senju himself. Still, praise was in order. Clearly, harsh or discouraging words would not suit this naturally humble child. "Little Hashiryu, you truly are gifted. You're the most talented person I've ever met. In the future, I'll have to entrust my Tsunade to your care. You'll have to teach her well." Mito's words brought back memories for Hashiryu, memories of being compared to other people's children and the pressure that came with it. The legendary other people's child, the prodigious Hashiryu Uchiha, making his debut. He hurriedly replied, "No, that's not at all. But I promise, I'll always train together with Tsunade from now on." Without waiting for Mito to say anything more, he grabbed her hand and started walking forward at a brisk pace. His sudden action made Mito laugh, but she let him lead her on. Soon she caught up, and with a playful reversal, she took Hashiryu's hand instead. "No need to rush, little Hashiryu. You don't even know where I live yet. Let me show you the way." Before long, they stopped in front of a beautiful courtyard. The garden wasn't large, but it was classically Japanese in style. Nestled in this garden was a tranquil pond, its waters emerald and crystal clear, reflecting the world like a perfect mirror. At the edge of the pond, Crane stood gracefully on snowy moss, lotus blossoms in full bloom, painting a scene of peace and harmony. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo grove, filling the courtyard with a soft, soothing whisper, as if they had stepped into a world far removed from worldly cares. Though not lavish, this garden was far superior to anywhere Hashiryu had lived before. Before they could even step inside, Tsunade flung open the door and came running out to meet them, with Chika following behind in her maid's attire. Tsunade eyed Hashiryu with curiosity, unsure why he had come by today. Before she could ask, Mito spoke up first. Little Tsuna, have you mastered the sealing technique I taught you yesterday? At this, Tsunade instinctively shrank back, a shiver running down her spine. Sealing techniques were notoriously difficult to learn, and with less than a day to practice, Tsunade had, of course, not yet mastered it. She was merely curious about what the Umbu had just come to tell her grandmother, so she'd run out to ask about it, never expecting that she'd walk straight into a trap. Seeing the increasingly stern look in Mito Uzumaki's eyes, she couldn't help but let out a soft cry and hurried back to her room. Mito's thoughts were quite simple. Today, she had witnessed the extraordinary talent of Uchiha Shinryu. Tsunade's own gifts were decent, but they fell far short of Shinryu's brilliance. It was one thing to be outshone in talent, but if you weren't even going to put in the effort, then the fault was yours alone. The more she thought about Tsunade's usual laziness, and how she'd even picked up gambling from Hashirama, the angrier Mito became. Her eyes betrayed her urge to discipline someone. Beside her, Uchiha Shinryu watched with a hint of mischievous amusement. Just then, Chika stepped forward, interrupting Mito before she could lose her temper, and for the moment, Tsunade's little backside was saved. Lady Mito, is this the young master you're planning to adopt? Though Chika's words pulled her out of her brewing storm, and she was still a bit irritated, Mito, nonetheless, answered her question. That's right. This is Uchiha Shinryu, the child I intend to adopt. There have been a few unexpected changes, but I've completed all the paperwork. They'll be moving in today. Chika, could I trouble you to get the room ready? Chika seemed to have anticipated this change, and instead offered Mito a gentle reminder. Master Shinryu's room was tidied up yesterday. He can move in any time. Lady Mito, this isn't the best place to talk. Let's go inside. Realizing this as well, Mito nodded her thanks to Chika, then turned to Uchiha Shinryu and said, Let's go in. From now on, this will be your home. Home, huh? To me, that still feels so far away. Uchiha Shinryu whispered these words in his heart. In his previous life, he'd also been an orphan. The headmaster had cared for him like her own child, but love divided among many could never be whole. Thinking of this, Shinryu looked up at Mito and asked, So from now on, will Sister Mito be my family? His sudden question took Mito by surprise, but then a warm certainty filled her face as she replied. What are you thinking, little Shinryu? The moment I adopted you, you became my family. Okay, Grandma Mito. A storm of emotions surged in Uchiha Shinryu's heart. The sense of family he never had in his last life came to him so easily in this one. That one word, Grandma, caught Mito a little off guard, but seeing the faint flush in Shinryu's eyes, she only said, Remember to call me sister from now on. With that, she led Uchiha Shinryu into the courtyard, while Chika did not follow them any further. My home was saved by Lady Mito. Lady Mito truly is a kind person. Standing there, watching the two people enter the room, Chika couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The moment Hashiryu Uchiha walked in, he saw Tsunade engrossed in studying a scroll, her expression earnest and focused. Mito Uzumaki, upon seeing this, gave a satisfied nod. Whether Tsunade was genuinely diligent or just putting on a show, at least for now, she had dodged a bullet. Sure enough, when Mito's face softened with approval, Hashiryu caught the sight of Tsunade, letting out a long sigh of relief. Tsunade, you don't need to study for now. Hashiryu will be living here from today. Why don't you show him around? I have things to take care of, so let's skip lunch together today. Instead, I'll take you both out for dinner tonight. No sooner had she finished speaking than Tsunade dropped the scroll she was holding, dashed over to Hashiryu, and grabbed him by the arm, dragging him toward the door. Got a grandma. I'll show him around right away. Hashiryu nearly stumbled from her enthusiasm, thinking to himself how reckless Tsunade was as a child. Then, his gaze met Mito Uzumaki's. Well, that explains everything. Knowing that Mito had matters to attend to, Hashiryu simply let Tsunade lead him out to explore the residence. It didn't take long for them to tour the whole courtyard, giving Hashiryu a general sense of the layout. At least now, he wouldn't have to worry about getting lost when he needed the restroom. After they finished walking through the courtyard, Tsunade kept chatting as she led Hashiryu along. Big Sister Chika cleaned your room last night. It's right next to mine. Come, I'll show you. Hashiryu followed her, and before long, they stood in front of two almost identical rooms. But one of them was a complete mess. Snacks, books, and all sorts of odds and ends filled every corner. Tsunade's face flushed red when she saw it. She hurried forward and quickly shut the door to that room. Then, in a small voice, she said to Hashiryu, The one next door is yours. I need to tidy up, so I won't keep you company. With that, she yanked open the door, darted inside, and slammed it shut behind her. Hashiryu smiled at her antics, not bothered in the least. After all, he hadn't exactly been a tidy child himself. He stepped into the room that had been prepared for him, and seeing that everything he needed was there, he let out a breath of relief. After all, the place he used to live had been all but destroyed. The two attackers had unleashed powerful jutsu, and although he managed to fend them off with Susanoo, the house itself hadn't been so lucky. The building had collapsed, and everything inside was ruined. He truly hadn't expected his luck to be this bad, living in such a remote place, only to be stumbled upon by spies. As for why Hashiryu was so certain they were spies, that was a question he'd considered as well. Until today, he had been nothing more than an unknown nobody, a parentless orphan, forgotten by the world. No matter how much the village leaders disapproved of the Uchiha, they would never go so far as to trouble someone like him. Now, with the Great Ninja War nearing its end, espionage activities among the villages had reached their peak. Taking all this into account, Uchiha Xingliu could be certain that the one who attacked him was a spy, not anyone else. But now, it was pointless to dwell on it. The deed was done. Uchiha Xingliu simply went with the flow. He allowed Mito Uzumaki to adopt him ahead of schedule, and even managed to sow discord among Mito Uzumaki, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura. Though this incident revealed a portion of his talents, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Since the path of keeping a low profile was closed, he would take the high road instead. After all, people are naturally drawn to strength. The fact that he had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 6, and even repelled a spy, was sure to raise alarms among some. Yet, ordinary villagers would see things very differently. What they wanted was another Uchiha Madara, a figure capable of maintaining peace. As long as he continued to display genius in the future, this belief would only deepen, eventually earning him immense fame. With the support of the masses, even among the ninja clans, the Uchiha would soon come to see him as their own. The Senju, backed by Mito Uzumaki, would certainly stand by his side. As for the Hyuga, he could afford to ignore them, a clan that had clung to tradition for thousands of years, whose geniuses could at best rise to the Kage level, posed no real threat. And the other minor clans? Under the combined influence of the Uchiha, Senju, and the common people, they would not dare to voice any opposition. Given the current situation, as long as Uchiha Xingliu proceeded step by step, the position of Hokage was essentially his for the taking. But as always, he had no desire for a life of endless toil and duty. His plan would continue as before. Things were already progressing remarkably smoothly. Luck played a part, but luck was a kind of strength too. Once the Ninja Academy opened, he could influence those he had set his sights on, and in the future, he could live at ease, managing things with a light touch or simply enjoying life. At that thought, Uchiha Xingliu remembered how, after awakening the Mangekyo, he had been suddenly attacked. He wondered if the system had changed. With that, he silently called it forth in his mind and opened the system panel. Host, Uchiha Xingliu. Skills, Mangekyo Sharingan Blue, LV1, Indra's Bloodline Incomplete, Blue, LV2, Fire Style. Great Fireball Jutsu Green, LV5, Fire Style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu Green, LV2, Fire Style. Dragon Flame Jutsu Green, LV1, Cooking White. Idle Slots, Fire Style. Great Fireball Jutsu Green, Indra's Bloodline Incomplete, Blue, LV2, Mangekyo Sharingan, Blue, LV1. Combat Power, 1288. Just turn it off, this is getting boring. Tip 1. The host Mangekyo abilities are all integrated within the Mangekyo Sharingan and will not be listed separately. Tip 2. Upgrading the host Mangekyo abilities will affect the power and energy consumption of ocular techniques. Tip 3. The system has detected the host combat power surpassing 1000, and the auto-training system speed has increased. As he read through these 3 system notifications, Uchiha Xingliu felt a sense of clarity. First of all, the Mangekyo abilities could no longer be upgraded automatically just by waiting for the bloodline to evolve, like before. Because Mangekyo encompasses 2 ocular techniques, occupying 1 auto-training slot is essentially training 3 abilities at once. Wasn't that just exploiting a loophole in the system? The second tip confirmed this, likely as a reminder from the system itself, warning him not to place the Mangekyo in the auto-training slot. Moreover, while bloodline-related abilities can indeed influence the advancement of the Sharingan, the reverse is also true. Upgrading the Sharingan can enhance the bloodline as well. Essentially, the two complement each other, and auto-training both abilities is the most cost-effective approach. The third tip was straightforward. The speed of auto-training had increased. From now on, skills at green level or below would likely advance even faster. The Great Fireball technique was proof of that. In less than a day, it had already reached level 5. Reflecting on it, Uchiha Xingliu realized his mind was now filled with a wealth of insights on how to use the Great Fireball technique. His body, too, felt as if he could now wield the great fireball with skill and ease. This seamless transfer of knowledge straight into his mind was something Uchiha Shinryu found deeply satisfying. Otherwise, imagine experiencing a splitting headache in the middle of a fight. What a pointless way to die that would be. As for why the upgrade in Indra's bloodline ability had caused such a commotion, it was because the sudden surge in chakra had affected him, not the bloodline ability itself. Some of his other abilities had also leveled up once or twice, because the Great Fireball technique was related to those ninjutsu, and its improvement had boosted them as well. But the most important thing was that the system's functionality was becoming more complete, even providing more notifications. Uchiha Shinryu had suspected this before, and the system's recent changes had more or less confirmed his theory. The system was still far from perfect and would evolve alongside Uchiha Shinryu's own abilities. Previously, the system had only just begun displaying tips, but now those notifications were more frequent and useful. As Uchiha Shinryu grew stronger, the system's features would surely expand as well. Could it be that one day a portal will open, and I'll end up in another world? As he pondered the system's evolution, Uchiha Shinryu couldn't help but grumble internally. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the door to his room was suddenly flung open by Tsunade. She rushed up to him, face alight with excitement, and exclaimed, "I just checked. Grandma's already gone out. Let's play for a while together." Uchiha Shinryu showed no interest in Tsunade's suggestion and delivered a devastating blow to her hopes. "Have you mastered the sealing technique Grandma Mito taught you? She'll be back tonight to take us out for dinner, and I'm sure she'll want to check your progress." Tsunade froze at these words, turning completely to stone, unable to respond for a long while. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinryu paid her no mind, already planning to find something to eat and fill his stomach. He hadn't eaten anything since morning. Even though lunch was near, he still craved a snack. After all, being a child sometimes comes with certain privileges. Just as he was about to step around the petrified Tsunade, a hand grabbed him. "I don't care. You have to play with me." With that, she somehow produced a die from who knows where and placed it right in front of Uchiha Shinryu. Uchiha Shinryu hadn't really intended to trick her, but considering this was Tsunade as a child, wouldn't it be a shame not to dig a little pit for her to fall into? If Tsunade got punished for failing her sealing technique practice, what did that have to do with Uchiha Shinryu? Besides, though Shinryu knew roughly what was in the courtyard when it came to snacks, wasn't the person in front of him the best source? More importantly, she'd even brought out a die. What better opportunity could there be? As for Tsunade's luck with gambling, well, those in the know would understand. So, Uchiha Shinryu didn't hesitate anymore and spoke up. "You want to play dice with you?" Tsunade nodded eagerly, and when Shinryu saw she'd taken the bait, he continued, "It's a bit boring if there's nothing at stake, but we're just kids." He paused, pretending to ponder, then his eyes lit up. "How about this? If I lose, I'll cover for you so Grandma Mito doesn't punish you." At these words, Tsunade nodded even more enthusiastically. "But if you lose, you have to give me your snacks. What do you say? Do you agree?" At that moment, Tsunade was entirely focused on the idea of Shinryu covering for her. She didn't even register the second part. She snatched up the die, her face brimming with energy. "No problem. Let's start." Soon it was lunchtime. Chinatsu searched the courtyard for the two children, but when she couldn't find them, she headed to their room. When she arrived, she saw Tsunade sprawled on the floor, her face shrouded in gloom. Chinatsu was startled and hurried over to help her up, anxious to know what had happened. But no matter how much Chinatsu asked, Tsunade refused to say a word. Uchiha Shinryu, knowing Chinatsu had come call them for lunch and not wanting to waste any more time, decided to deliver the finishing blow to Tsunade right then and there. "It's nothing much, really. I just want all your snacks for this month, that's all." At this, Tsunade looked even more despairing, while Chinatsu stood by, torn between laughter and tears. "It's all right, Lady Tsunade. If you want something to eat, just let me know. I'll make it for you." Tsunade was deeply moved by this. She rushed over and hugged Chinatsu tightly, then stuck her tongue out at Hashiryu Uchiha in a playful gesture. Watching this unfold, Hashiryu couldn't help but clear his throat twice, gently reminding them that it was time to eat. Taking the hint, Chinatsu released Tsunade and led the two of them to the dining room before quietly slipping away. Inside the dining room, two adults, a man and a woman, were already seated, waiting for them. The moment Tsunade spotted them, she ran over in excitement and leaped into the man's arms. "Daddy, you're back. Weren't you supposed to be at the front lines?" Senji Yosuke caught her in a warm embrace, his laughter filling the room. "Well, you should thank Hashiryu for that. It's because of him that I got to come home." Beside him, Senju Qingxue chimed in with a smile. "That's right. We were all set to leave, but then your mother suddenly told us to stay put for a while." It turned out she was planning to adopt a child and needed the whole family there as witnesses. If not for him, we'd be heading back to the battlefield right now. As Hashiryu watched Tsunade's reaction, he guessed that these two must be her parents. Their words soon confirmed his suspicions. Their conversation also gave Hashiryu pause for thought. In the original story, Tsunade's parents were never mentioned. If his guess was correct, and if not for his presence, this particular battle might have severely injured Tsunade's parents, cutting their lives tragically short. Looks like I've already started flapping my butterfly wings, changing quite a few things. At that thought, Hashiryu felt a pang of regret. If he'd known earlier, he wouldn't have gone soft and agreed to let several months' worth of snacks slide. After hearing her parents' explanation, Tsunade wriggled out of Yosuke's arms and walked over to Hashiryu. Perhaps embarrassed by the attention of so many people, she blushed and muttered softly, "Thank you for everything." Hashiryu quickly replied, "If you're really grateful, how about we forget the whole no snacks deal?" At this, Tsunade bristled with indignation. She gave him a light, harmless punch. "No way. You already promised, so you can't take it back." The two adults looked on with warm smiles as the two youngsters bickered, only reminding them to eat after a while. After dinner, just as Hashiryu was about to leave, the two adults called him back. Not seeing any further need for her presence, Tsunade headed back to her room, determined to make up for all the time she'd wasted that afternoon. Otherwise, Mito Uzumaki might just hang her up and make her study sealing techniques. She wouldn't be let down until she finished. The thought of that scene made Tsunade quicken her pace. Senju Yosuke watched Tsunade slip away, but didn't mind. He took out a scroll from behind him and handed it to Hashiryu Uchiha. "Hashiryu-kun, Lady Mito asked me to give this to you. Please accept it." Hashiryu Uchiha immediately recognized the scroll. It was the type used for sealing items. He even had one himself. After taking the scroll, he asked, "What's been sealed inside?" "The Senju clan's ninjutsu collection. All of it." Hashiryu Uchiha's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected it to be something like this. Though being adopted meant he'd never lack for ninjutsu, he never imagined Mito Uzumaki would entrust him with the entire collection. But thinking back to their conversation this morning, it wasn't so surprising after all. Still, it felt odd. Hashiryu hadn't even asked Mito Uzumaki for any ninjutsu, so why was she suddenly giving him everything? Puzzled, Hashiryu asked, "May I ask why you're giving this to me?" Senju Yosuke looked at him, then said with a sigh, "Lady Mito says you're a once-in-a-millennium genius. She doesn't know how to teach you, so she asked me to hand over all our ninjutsu to you, so you can choose your own path forward. Of course, if there's anything you don't understand, you can always come to us." After learning what Hashiryu was capable of, Mito Uzumaki realized she was no longer qualified to guide him. It wasn't the Warring States era anymore. Back then, survival meant endless fighting. That kind of pressure would have taught Hashiryu everything he needed to know. After thinking it over, Mito Uzumaki decided to let Hashiryu choose for himself. That's why the scroll had ended up in his hands. Holding the scroll, Hashiryu understood. Mito Uzumaki wasn't just making empty promises. She had truly entrusted him with everything. Sensing his emotion, Senju Yosuke patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't overthink it. Every one of us has seen the scroll. Whether you can master what's inside depends on you." Despite those words, Hashiryu was deeply moved. When someone opens their heart to you like this, if you feel nothing, you're no better than a stone. At this stage, there wasn't much Mito Uzumaki wanted. She only wished to see the village thrive in peace and her loved ones safe from harm. Without desires, she asked for nothing. In this state, Hashiryu truly couldn't think of a way to repay her. But then, an idea came to him. He remembered Tsunade, and the way Mito Uzumaki had looked so weary dealing with her earlier that day. Tsunade's personality is clear for all to see, but right now, she's definitely acting a bit like a mischievous child. As a descendant of Uzumaki Mito, there's no reason she shouldn't be able to master the adamantine sealing chains. Although this jutsu can only be performed by members of the Uzumaki clan, it's still a sealing technique that can be studied and learned. Tsunade meets the prerequisites to learn it. She is, after all, an Uzumaki descendant. The adamantine sealing chains possess a powerful sealing effect. Once an ordinary ninja is ensnared, escaping is all but impossible. Moreover, when it comes to tailed beasts, the ultimate weapons of the ninja world, this jutsu carries a special effectiveness against them. That's why this technique can perfectly compensate for Tsunade's future weaknesses. In fact, Tsunade's talent is the greatest among the 3 legendary Sannin, surpassing even Orochimaru. Despite letting her skills stagnate for years due to her hemophobia, she has still maintained Kage-level strength. Judging by the 4 rules she introduced for medical ninja, it's highly likely that she created the techniques of creation rebirth and the strength of 100 seal during the Third Great Ninja War. Not only that, Tsunade systematically organized the development of medical ninja, prompting Konoha to reform in this area. All of this shows that even if Tsunade's talent doesn't quite match Tobarama Senju's, she's not far behind. The Senju clan's collection of jutsu ensures she will never lack material to study, so resources and talent aren't what she's missing. What she really lacks is a reason to settle down and devote herself to learning. Uchiha Shinryu had already thought this through. No matter how much of a genius Tsunade is, she can't outpace him. With him around, the catfish effect is inevitable. Even if Tsunade feels like slacking off, with Uzumaki Mito as a living example beside her, she'll have no choice but to keep going. Suffer a little now, and things will be better when you grow up. Thinking of this phrase, half truth, half lie, Uchiha Shinryu almost burst out laughing. It reminded him of what his high school teacher used to say in his previous life. Back then, he believed it, but once he got to university, he realized things were nothing like he'd been told. Uncle Yosuke, although there's not much I can give back to you right now, I can at least make sure Tsunade keeps up with her studies. Having been on the battlefield, Senju Yosuke naturally understood that every bit of extra strength was another chance to survive. So he certainly wouldn't object to Uchiha Shinryu's words. On the contrary, he replied cheerfully, "Then I'll leave it to you. Tsunade's always looking for chances to slack off, and it's been a real headache for us." Uchiha Shinryu nodded, picked up the scroll in his hand, and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll study this scroll together with Tsunade." Senju Yosuke clapped Uchiha Shinryu heartily on the shoulder and let out a booming laugh. He was quite pleased with Shinryu's sense of gratitude and responsibility. After all, no one wants to raise someone who turns out to be an ungrateful wolf in sheep's clothing. But he was overthinking it. Mito Uzumaki's standards for judging people were far higher than his. Back at the barbecue restaurant, even though Mito had realized there was a hint of performance in Hashiryu Uchiha's actions, it was the clarity in his eyes that truly moved her. Because he had lived his previous life in a peaceful world, Hashiryu Uchiha lacked the anxiety and violence that lingered in the hearts of those raised in the shinobi world. When he suggested donating to the orphanage, the attitude Hashiryu unconsciously revealed was that it was simply the right thing to do. To him, acts of kindness seemed perfectly natural. This kind of genuine goodness couldn't be faked, no matter how skilled the performance. After handing the scroll to Hashiryu, Yosuke Senju only exchanged a few words with him before leaving. Even though he didn't have to step on a battlefield, there was still plenty to keep him busy. With the scroll in hand, Hashiryu made his way to Tsunade's room and explained that they would be studying the scroll together from now on. When she heard this, Tsunade was completely bewildered. She had no idea how this responsibility had landed on her shoulders. Of course, she'd seen this scroll before. Back then, she tried every trick to get out of it and eventually managed to dodge the issue. Even Mito Uzumaki couldn't do much. She'd simply promised to wait until Tsunade was a bit older before letting her study the contents. So, naturally, Tsunade wasn't keen on obediently studying the scroll. But her eyes lit up as she suddenly thought of an idea. "Hey, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll agree to your request." Hashiryu immediately understood what she was up to. Tsunade was about to give him another easy win, and he wasn't about to let this chance slip away. He knew Tsunade's temperament well enough to know that force wouldn't work on her. Now, hearing her suggestion, he realized she was ready to gamble again, and of course, he planned to seize the opportunity. "No problem. My wager is your snacks for the next month. If you win just once, you get them all back. But if you lose even once, you have to study seriously for 3 days. Deal." Just one win to reclaim all her snacks. Tsunade was brimming with confidence, having apparently learned nothing from past losses. She had absolutely no sense of her own bad luck. If anything, her losing streak only made her more eager to play. "All right, let's start. This time, let's play high or low." With that, Tsunade snatched up the dice, gave them a vigorous shake, and slammed them down on the floor. "I call high," she declared with excitement. Hashiryu grinned and said, "Since you got high, I'll go with low." When gambling with Tsunade, Hashiryu could never figure out how to lose. And sure enough, the roll came up low. Tsunade wasn't ready to give in. She pestered Hashiryu to keep playing. Naturally, he wasn't about to let this chance slip by. The two of them were perfectly in sync, playing game after game until evening fell and dusk settled outside. Just like that, an entire afternoon slipped away. Mito Uzumaki had just returned. She made her way to Tsunade's room and happened to catch them in the middle of a dice game. At first, she suspected that Tsunade had been the bad influence on Hashiryu Uchiha, but then she noticed something odd about Tsunade's expression. In the past, whenever they played games like this, Tsunade had always been bursting with excitement. But this time, She looked as if she were on the verge of tears. Catching sight of Mito Uzumaki, Hashiryu Uchiha decided to act fast, fearing Tsunade might try to renege on the outcome. He wanted to preempt any mischief. Grandma Mito, Tsunade, and I made a deal. Each time she loses, she has to study seriously for 3 days. She's already lost over 100 times. Let's just say 100 times for the sake of argument. Can I hand over this record to you, Grandma Mito? If Tsunade tries to back out, will you help me enforce it? Hearing this, Mito Uzumaki suddenly understood everything. She had been wondering why Tsunade, who loved gambling so much, could look so miserable. It turned out Tsunade hadn't just lost material things. She lost time, and precious time at that. Time she now had to dedicate to studying. The moment Tsunade heard this, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She had been planning to weasel out of the deal. After all, only the two of them knew about the wager. But now things had changed. Hashiryu Uchiha had brought Mito Uzumaki in as the arbiter. She might dare to cheat Hashiryu Uchiha, but she would never dare cross Mito Uzumaki. The realization that she faced nearly 300 days of endless study overwhelmed Tsunade with sorrow, and she couldn't help but cry. Though Tsunade's sobbing was truly pitiful, Mito Uzumaki had no intention of indulging her. She had always disliked Tsunade's fondness for gambling, and perhaps a heavy loss like this would finally cure her of the habit. Besides, the wager wasn't for money or material possessions, but for something that would do Tsunade good in the long run. So not only did Mito Uzumaki refuse to sympathize, she resolved to make sure Tsunade honored the terms of the bet. Don't worry, Hashiryu. I'll keep a close eye on her, she said with a cheerful smile, accepting the responsibility of overseeing the wager. Tsunade, realizing she wouldn't be able to wriggle out of this one, felt even more miserable when she heard Mito Uzumaki's firm promise. Her grief only grew, and her sobs grew louder. She clung to the hope that her tears might stir some compassion in Mito Uzumaki's heart. But Mito Uzumaki didn't even spare her a glance, instead giving Hashiryu Uchiha an approving nod. Hashiryu Uchiha smiled back, and in that instant, the whole room was filled with a light-hearted, cheerful atmosphere. Only Tsunade seemed out of place, lost in her own world of disappointment. After making a fuss for a while and seeing it had no effect, Tsunade finally resigned herself to her fate. She spent the rest of the time shooting resentful glances at Hashiryu Uchiha, as if hoping to make him feel guilty. But even as dinner began, Hashiryu Uchiha didn't show the slightest sign of remorse. Tsunade, thoroughly exasperated, could only challenge him to yet another contest at the dinner table, this time to see who could eat more. The silent rivalry between the two children filled the meal with laughter and joy. Naturally, in the end, Tsunade was once again the one to admit defeat. During the meal, Mito Uzumaki also informed Hashiryu Uchiha and Tsunade that ninja school would start in 3 days. She reminded them to get ready in advance and not to forget when classes begin. When Hashiryu Uchiha heard that the Ninja Academy was about to start, a glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Once school began, his plans would finally be set into motion. Of the 3 future Sannin, Tsunade was already firmly under his influence. Now only Orochimaru and Jiraiya remained. But he knew he couldn't focus solely on these 3. The other talented students also deserved his attention. As long as he could set these young saplings on the right path, he could one day sit back and let others do the hard work. Yet for now, there was a sapling right before him in need of guidance. Hashiryu cast a playful glance at Tsunade. Lost in her thoughts about tomorrow's fun, Tsunade suddenly felt a shiver, as though someone was watching her intently. She turned around in confusion, only to see Hashiryu and the others engrossed in conversation about something else. She quickly brushed off the feeling, thinking it was just her imagination. Little did she know, what awaited her was a hellish study regimen. 3 years of mock exams, 5 years of intensive review. Tsunade was about to discover the terror of remedial lessons. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Tsunade now followed behind Hashiryu Uchiha. Leading the way, her teeth clenched and eyes rimmed red. Just as Hashiryu had predicted, the day after the family dinner, Tsunade was eager to play to her heart's content. But she was promptly caught by Mito Uzumaki and made to honor her wager. For 3 days straight, Tsunade regretted ever betting against Hashiryu Uchiha. Of course, Mito wasn't so heartless as to force Tsunade to study 12 hours a day. She only had to study for 5 or 6 hours each day. Still, for Tsunade, who had never faced such a challenge before, it proved to be no small trial. Hashiryu Uchiha hadn't been idle during those 3 days, either. First, he familiarized himself with his Mangekyo abilities, then trained in tree climbing and water walking. With his chakra growing by the day, he had no choice but to practice these essential skills. Fortunately, whether it was due to the Indra bloodline or his own innate talent, he progressed at lightning speed. In just 3 days, Hashiryu mastered tree, climbing, and water walking, gaining full control over his chakra. The new pace of his idol training system also brought a pleasant surprise. In those short 3 days, his fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, had already reached level 10. Just one more level, and the technique would evolve to the next rank. His fireballs had already turned white-hot, their temperature surging dramatically. This made him curious about what the ability would be like after it leveled up. At this moment, they were on their way to the Ninja Academy. Originally, Uchiha Shinryu wanted to walk hand-in-hand with Tsunade, but as soon as they stepped out the door, things were already like this. Shinryu wasn't bothered by the anger simmering inside Tsunade. After all, it was just a childish tantrum. Truthfully, the past 3 days together had been rather pleasant. Tsunade wasn't truly ungrateful. She was just a bit lazy, not foolish. She understood that Shinryu was helping her improve her habits in his own way. And she had noticed how hard Shinryu was training. She saw all of it. But knowing was one thing, and feeling annoyed was another. So Tsunade vented her displeasure in this way, hoping Shinryu would try to comfort her. Unfortunately, Shinryu, who'd been a straightforward guy in his previous life, had no idea how to read a girl's mind. Hearing Tsunade grinding her teeth, he thought she was about to bite him. Instead of stopping to soothe her, he quickened his pace to get away. I'd better make myself scarce. Getting bitten would really hurt. Watching Shinryu vanish in the blink of an eye, Tsunade was left utterly speechless. Actually, Senji Yosuke had planned to escort them both to the academy today, but they had both firmly refused. On this point, they even had the same reason. We're grown up now, we can go to school by ourselves. So now, with Shinryu running off, Tsunade had no time to be angry and quickened her pace to catch up. When Shinryu saw Tsunade chasing after him, he genuinely thought she was coming to take a bite out of him. Before she could get close, he silently sped up again. Watching Shinryu move faster and faster ahead, Tsunade was already screaming with frustration on the inside. But in this situation, there wasn't much she could do except pick up her pace as well. And so, the two of them kept going faster and faster, turning what should have been a 10-minute walk into a mad dash that took only a few minutes. When they finally stopped, Shinryu handed a bottle of water to Tsunade, who was so out of breath she couldn't even speak. Tsunade shot him a glare, snatched the water, and took a long drink. Looks like she's really mad. Maybe I should just let her bite me and get it over with? As he hesitated, half raising his hand as if to offer it, Tsunade gave him a light punch on the shoulder. I am exhausted. There's still plenty of time. Why did you have to run? When Shinryu heard this, he realized he'd misunderstood her. But even someone as oblivious as him knew better than to tell the truth right now. So, thinking quickly, he came up with a lame excuse. Running is good for your health. I was just getting some exercise. That was clearly just an excuse, but even though Hashiryu Uchiha wouldn't say the real reason, Tsunade could easily guess it. So, even though Hashiryu had given his explanation, that didn't stop Tsunade from trying to take advantage. After all, his answer sounded pretty guilty. I don't believe you. Grandma told you to bring me to school, but you almost left me behind. If you're not afraid of me telling Grandma, how about we have those 99 bets? Hashiryu Uchiha shot Tsunade a disdainful glance and said, This is really no big deal. If you're thinking of going back on our deal, it's not happening. Tsunade was still unwilling to give up and try to haggle a bit more. But before she could get another word out, Hashiryu turned and strode straight into the Ninja Academy without looking back. Seeing this, Tsunade knew her plan had fallen through. She sighed, letting go of her little scheme, and hurried to catch up, walking into the school at his side. As the two of them entered, they saw a teacher organizing the new students into lines on the playground. Clearly, some sort of event was about to happen. Before they could ask, the teacher informed them. Today was the entrance ceremony for new students, and the third Hokage himself would be attending to give a speech. So even in this world, leaders love to make speeches, huh? Hashiryu couldn't help but grumble inwardly about the third Hokage. He pulled Tsunade over to where the elite class was gathering and took his place in line. Fortunately, ninja were quick to act. Once all the students were in position, the third Hokage announced the start of the ceremony. Hiruzen Tsurutobi stepped up to the podium and began to speak about the will of fire. Meanwhile, Hashiryu was glancing around. In his class, besides himself, there was actually another Uchiha. What really surprised him, though, was that there was a Hyuga as well. Must be from the branch family, he thought. Just like me, the one who was cast aside? A cage bird, that thing really ruins lives. But what Hashiryu didn't realize was that as he was observing his classmates, Hiruzen Sarutobi was keeping a close eye on him. After all, an Uchiha who awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan at age 6, a child who could control Danzo with just a look, was impossible to ignore. especially now that Hashiryu had been taken in by Mido. If Sarutobi couldn't eliminate him early, he'd have to find a way to win him over. The sacrifices made in the war were not in vain. They were all heroes. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire of the village lives on. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and nurture new leaves. This is the will of fire. Sarutobi's speech went on at length, but in the end, it all boiled down to that famous, almost hypnotic motto. The words themselves were fine. Sacrificing oneself to light the way for future generations is a truly noble spirit. But coming from Hiruzen Sarutobi, those words rang hollow. Among the Konoha F4, only Danzo later set foot on the battlefield during the war. In this regard, it's no wonder Danzo eventually looked down on Hiruzen Sarutobi, believing himself the better man. The other 4 Kage all led their subordinates in a battle. Even a third Reikage fought valiantly to the death for the future of his village. And what about Hiruzen Sarutobi? What did he do? He made stirring speeches about sacrifice, yet never made any himself. Even when the war escalated to the point where students from the Ninja Academy were sent to fight, he still stayed off the front lines. Words alone achieve nothing. So in the end, when Orochimaru attacked, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself isolated and alone. No one came to his aid. Yet, despite this, his words still resonated deeply in the impoverished cultural landscape of the ninja world. As his speech ended, every child in the schoolyard was ablaze with excitement, itching to throw themselves into the fire of action. Even Tsunade clenched her fists in passion, her face set in a look of utter devotion, as if ready to offer her very heart to Konoha. Uchiha Shinryu, on the other hand, remained unmoved. He even flashed Tsunade a quick 99 hand sign, signaling her to calm down. Standing on the stage, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw this and felt a surge of satisfaction. Why did he give this speech every year? Was it simply because he had time to spare? Of course not. He wanted to sow seeds in these children's hearts, to win them over to his side. That the phrase he'd come up with on a whim today could have such an effect truly took him by surprise. Although the one he cared about most, Uchiha Shinryu, didn't show the reaction he'd hoped for. Overall, he was quite pleased. Having achieved his goal, Hiruzen Sarutobi handed the microphone back to the teacher hosting the ceremony. After a few flattering words for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the host announced the official end of the entrance ceremony. The students were told to wait for their homeroom teacher, who would soon lead them to their classroom. At that moment, a somewhat familiar figure appeared at the front of their class. I'm sure most of you still remember me, but if you don't, that's fine. I'll introduce myself again. My name is Tsuchiki Satoshi, and I'll be your homeroom teacher from now on. I look forward to working with you all. He was the teacher who had recorded their physical test scores during the entrance exam, now stepping in as their homeroom teacher. Tsuchiki Satoshi didn't rush to lead them to class. Instead, he waited until the schoolyard had mostly cleared before addressing them. Because we're the elite class and I've reviewed your files, you all already possess chakra. So, your very first lesson, physical training. I want you to run 20 laps around the schoolyard. Move it. His calm expression vanished, replaced by a fierce roar. Combined with the scar across his face, his sudden outburst startled most of the students. What are you standing around for? Think that's not enough? Make it 25 laps. Seeing the students still frozen in place, Tsuchiki Satoshi tacked on 5 more laps. This time, the students sprang into action. Meanwhile, Tomokichi kept pace alongside them, jogging as he explained. Chakra is a blend of mental and physical energy. The mental aspect varies from person to person, but a strong body can boost your chakra reserves. I don't care how the other teachers run their classes. From now on, as long as you're in mine, you'll start by running 20 laps. Is that clear? As brand new students who didn't even know each other's names yet, they were immediately ordered by their teacher to start running laps. At first, everyone thought it was just a show of authority, a one-time ordeal to set the tone. But to their dismay, it turned out to be a regular fixture. Their steps faltered, and they all stared at Tomokichi as if he were some kind of demon. Uchiha Shinryu, however, remained unfazed. 20 laps was merely a warm-up for him. In fact, what Tomokichi said made perfect sense. It just wasn't exactly suited for prodigies. Take Tsunade and himself, for example. Both were blessed with powerful bloodlines that granted them extraordinary gifts. Then, there was Jiraiya, a genius born to ordinary parents, who naturally possessed a vast reserve of chakra. To have such immense chakra meant that Jiraiya's body and spirit were both exceptional. So ultimately, this teacher's methods only benefited the average students. For those few gifted ones, it made little difference. As Uchiha Shinryu had predicted, when the laps were done, most of the students collapsed onto the ground, unable to go any further. Yet, a handful showed only light signs of fatigue, revealing the physical talent that set them apart. Uchiha Shinryu glanced at these few. The Uchiha and Hyuga were to be expected, and both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were among them as well. But to his surprise, there was another, a girl with brown hair and glasses. As Uchiha Shinryu observed those around him, he could feel their eyes on him as well. If the others were still a bit out of breath after the run, Uchiha Shinryu looked as if he hadn't been affected at all. Such resilience put the rest of them to shame. Uchiha Chiri watched Shinryu with a mixture of frustration and envy welling up inside. Chiri, who would one day develop as Zanami and in the Uchiha clan's internal strife, was already showing remarkable promise herself. Just 3 days ago, a conversation between her father and grandfather had left her feeling competitive toward Shinryu. But today's fitness test shook her confidence. A single run wasn't enough to prove anything, but Shinryu's effortless demeanor made it obvious he was just getting started. In contrast, Chiri herself was soaked in sweat and completely spent. The difference between them was plain to see. She also knew that Shinryu had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan, known for its abilities in copying and illusions. So when it came to ninjutsu and jinjutsu, she didn't stand a chance against him. Uchiha Chiri's abilities had been completely surpassed in every aspect. No matter how unwilling she was to accept it, the undeniable truth stood before her. Uchiha Shinryu was now the stronger one. For a moment, Chiri's eyes dimmed, but soon she pulled herself together. She believed that one day, she would surpass Shinryu. At that moment, Tokichi strode over. Look at yourselves. Only a handful of you passed. You are by far the worst group I've ever trained. Get up, all of you. I'm taking you to your classroom. He didn't care whether the students could stand or not. The moment he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. The students sprawled on the ground, too exhausted to move, could only groan in protest as they forced themselves upright, seeing Tokichi's unwavering departure. With great difficulty, they climbed to their feet, heads hung low, dejection written all over their faces as they trudged after him. Tokichi glanced back, noticing that not a single student had been left behind. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, but it was quickly replaced by his usual stern expression. In no time, he led the students into a classroom. After instructing them to find seats for themselves, he took his place at the lectern and fell silent. The students, cowed by Tokichi's imposing presence, hurried to find seats. Within moments, everyone was settled. To Shinryu's left sat Chiri, to his right, Tsunade. He didn't know this Uchiha, nor had he expected her to sit next to him. Once the students were all seated, Tokichi finally spoke. Today is the first day of school, and none of you know each other yet. So for this lesson, I want you to introduce yourselves. I'll go first. My name is Tokichi, a chunin of Konoha. I enjoy spicy food, and my dream is to train you all into the pillars of Konoha. That's it. Use my introduction as a template. Who want to go first? The students glanced around at one another, none of them eager to be the first to speak. But Tsunade was not one to hesitate. At Tokichi's words, she stood up at once. I'll go first. My name is Senju Tsunade. I love sweets, and my dream is to become Konoha's first female Hokage. Tokichi responded with a round of applause, openly approving of Tsunade's ambition. Just then, Uchiha Chiri also stood. My name is Uchiha Chiri. I like ramen, and right now, my dream is to surpass a certain someone. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Shinryu. The moment Shinryu heard her name, he was stunned. He hadn't expected that the only woman in the anime to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan would be in the same class as him. Uchiha Chiri. Her talent might even surpass Itachi's. You could argue that Itachi's strength was greater, but when it came to raw talent, she was undoubtedly superior, having invented a Zanami to counter Izanagi. Now, this remarkable person was sitting right beside him, as if fate had delivered her straight to his side. Uchiha Shinryu was completely baffled. Everything over the past few days had gone so smoothly that it left him feeling uneasy deep inside. He had planned to cultivate talented individuals, and yet Tsunade and Uchiha Chiri had practically delivered themselves right to his doorstep. He intended to keep a low profile and develop his strength in secret, but then Mito Uzumaki took him in, relieving him of any worries about his early-stage preparations. Everything was progressing far too smoothly. So much so that it exceeded even Uchiha Shinryu's wildest expectations. Could there really be something wrong? He muttered to himself, and suddenly thought of the great Toad Sage. Looks like I'll need to find a chance to test things out. He remembered the Sage of Six Paths, who'd been watching over the shinobi world from the underworld. Uchiha Shinryu decided it was worth trying to see whether the great Toad Sage's prophecies were truly infallible. In fact, the test was quite simple. Now that he was here, the so-called butterfly effect was already in play. There was no way the shinobi world's future would remain unchanged. Once Jiraiya became the representative of Mount Myaboku, the great Toad Sage would prophesy to him. If the prophecy remained exactly the same as before, it would mean the great Toad Sage was nothing special, and the Sage of Six Paths wasn't as unfathomable as rumored. On the other hand, if the prophecy changed, or worse, if Uchiha Shinryu himself appeared in it, then it would show the Sage of Six Paths was truly the law of the shinobi world. He could genuinely peer into future timelines. At that thought, a cold sweat nearly broke out across Uchiha Shinryu's forehead. But thinking it over, the likelihood of the second scenario was vanishingly small. If the Sage of Six Paths really was that powerful, he would have made a move the instant Shinryu crossed worlds. Otherwise, the future events would never have followed the Sage's script. Even the births of Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha would be in question. Still, a bit of caution never hurt. Uchiha Shinryu decided to help Jiraiya establish a contract with Mount Myaboku as soon as possible. He wasn't worried about Jiraiya failing to reach Mount Myaboku correctly. Rather than say it was Jiraiya's luck that allowed him to summon the Toads, it was more accurate to say the Toads had chosen Jiraiya all along. Just as the great Toad Sage's companion, Gamamaru, had chosen the Sage of Six Paths as their era's representative, this time, it was Jiraiya. The outcome existed first. Only then did Jiraiya's summoning jutsu take him to Mount Myaboku. Otherwise, what were the odds? 1 in millions. It couldn't have been mere coincidence. What people called a chance encounter was nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated coincidence. Lost in thoughts about how to persuade Jiraiya, Shinryu suddenly felt someone tug at his sleeve. Snapping back to reality, he looked around. The whole class was staring at him. Tsunade was rolling her eyes at him. She was the one who'd reminded him just now. Looks like the whole class finished their introductions, and now everyone's waiting for me. With that realization, Uchiha Shinryu stood up and offered an embarrassed smile. Sorry about that. I got a bit distracted just now. My name is Uchiha Shinryu. I like spicy food, and as for my dream, he glanced at Tsunade before continuing. My dream is to become Hokage. There was a subtle pause in his words, but aside from Tokutomo, everyone present was a child and naturally failed to catch the nuance. Besides, dreaming of becoming Hokage was so common that more than half the class shared the same ambition, so nobody paid any attention to that slight hesitation. It was only Tokutomo who realized the implication. His stern expression nearly slipped. He hurriedly cleared his throat, then gave Uchiha Shinryu a meaningful look. Well then, since everyone has introduced themselves, that's it for this class. Take a 10-minute break. As Tokutomo left the room, the students instantly snapped out of their earlier lethargy, regaining their energy in a flash. They all swarmed toward Uchiha Shinryu at once. Over the past few days, Uchiha Shinryu's name had spread far and wide throughout Konoha. Whether it was being adopted by Uzumaki Mido or driving off spies from other villages, tales of his genius had already made their rounds. Especially among the children, his name was enough to make them grind their teeth in envy. He had become the gold standard, the child that every parent in Konoha compared their own kids to. Yet in this harsh world, even children unconsciously flock to the strong. Even though Uchiha Shinryu kept most of his strength hidden, the little he revealed was more than enough to dominate the ninja academy. So, any child from a well-informed family gathered around him, eager to befriend him. Unfortunately, before Uchiha Shinryu could enjoy this attention, Tsunade's murderous glare drove most of them away. To Tsunade, Uchiha Shinryu was her playmate. A child's possessiveness can be surprisingly fierce at times. As the granddaughter of both the first and second Hokage, Tsunade's status was second to none in Konoha. So with Tsunade standing guard, most children quickly retreated. But there were a few who weren't intimidated by her, and Uchiha Chiri was one of them. She sat right beside Uchiha Shinryu, turning slightly so she could speak to him directly. She put on an exaggeratedly proud expression, though her face gradually turned red. Uchiha Shinryu, you may be strong, but I'm definitely going to surpass you. Uchiha Shinryu looked helplessly at the girl in front of him, silently critiquing her terrible acting. So the person you just said you wanted to surpass was me. And anyway, this isn't your real personality, is it? Why are you blushing? I haven't done anything. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, someone stepped in and eased his awkwardness. Even as a child, Orochimaru was strikingly handsome, though his exceptional looks also made him a bit shy. Yet the words his parents spoke before heading to the battlefield still echoed in his ears. My child, you are gifted, but the battlefield is a place where reason holds no sway. The enemy won't spare you just because you are young. A talent you cannot realize is worth nothing. Remember what we said. Uchiha Shinryu is the comrade who can help you survive. You must form a bond with him and strive to graduate onto the same team. Orochimaru's parents were never as talented as he was. Within Konoha, they were merely chunin. Every time they went to war, they were sticking their necks under the scythe of death, gambling with their lives. So, to spare their child from the same fate, they repeated these words to Orochimaru, hoping he could find a better path. That's how this scene came to be. Orochimaru walked up to Uchiha Shinryu and began an awkward conversation. Shinryu-kun, you seem distracted just now, so you probably don't know me. My name is Orochimaru. I hope we can look out for each other in the future. Even Orochimaru is coming to me now. Uchiha Shinryu had no idea about the warnings Orochimaru's parents had given him. Seeing Orochimaru approach, he became even more determined to test the waters. In truth, Uchiha Shinryu was overthinking things. As the old saying goes, when fortune comes, heaven and earth work together. Uchiha Shinryu didn't realize it himself, but his very presence had already stirred up a storm in Konoha. He was still underestimating his own influence. At only 6 years old, he had already driven off a spy, and there were even rumors that he'd awakened Sharingan with 3 tomo. Such talent, if not the greatest of all time, was certainly among the very best. At least in the decades since Konoha's founding, there hadn't been another like him. And so, in order to avoid repeating the past, the villagers hoped Uchiha Shinryu would become another Hashirama Senju, not a Madara Uchiha. Many in Konoha even began to change their way of thinking, gradually embracing the Uchiha clan. This brought a rare period of ease for the Uchiha. All the whispers on the streets had faded away. Even shopping now came with discounts. These positive changes, though subtle, slowly built up Uchiha Shinryu's reputation within the clan. The fact that Uzumaki Mido had taken him in also reassured many, who now hoped he would become the second Hashirama Senju. If that happened, Konoha could enjoy decades of peace once more. Even before Hiruzen Sarutobi could shift his political stance, Konoha was already moving in a new direction, not bound by his designs. The longing for peace was deeply etched into the hearts of everyone in Konoha who had suffered from war. Such a powerful current couldn't be changed by Hiruzen Sarutobi alone. When someone sees real hope, they will cling to it at all costs. And right now, Uchiha Shinryu was that hope. Of course, he was still young, and the rumors hadn't yet said he'd awaken the Mangekyo. Otherwise, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage might not be so secure right now. Just like at this moment, Orochimaru, influenced by the current trends, also wanted to get to know Uchiha Shinryu. Uchiha Shinryu, who wasn't clear about the truth behind everything, felt a bit uneasy, but with Orochimaru coming to him on his own accord, how could he possibly refuse? A genius in scientific research is valued anywhere. Orochimaru's words offered Shinryu a way to ease the awkwardness, and he naturally seized the opportunity. My name is Uchiha Shinryu. It's my honor to be friends with both of you. Please take care of me from now on. Uchiha Chiri suddenly realized that what she'd said just now was indeed hard to respond to. Who says things like that at a first meeting? Anyone who didn't know better would think she was picking a fight. Her face turning an even deeper shade of red, she stammered, "Says sorry, I misspoke just now." Seeing Uchiha Chiri's true personality showing through, Shinryu couldn't help but smile knowingly. Chiri looked absolutely adorable when she was shy. He could just imagine her bursting into tears if teased a bit more. Tsunade, watching their exchange from the side, couldn't help but shiver when she caught Shinryu's smile. She silently began to pray for Uchiha Chiri. After spending the past few days together, Tsunade had come to understand one thing. Uchiha Shinryu had a rather wicked personality and loved to mess with her. And every time he set a trap for her, he would show precisely that smile. Chiri noticed Tsunade's sympathetic gaze, but was utterly confused by it. Shinryu, of course, caught that look too. He shot a glance at Tsunade, startling her into pretending to be an ostrich, her head down, avoiding any further hints. Tsunade had no desire to let that bet drag on forever. She knew very well, better her than me. Seeing that Tsunade had caught on, Shinryu decided not to pick on her anymore. After all, there was someone right in front of him he could tease. Why look further afield? It's all right. But just now, Uchiha Chiri, didn't you say you wanted to surpass me? Chiri nodded, a bit bewildered. With her confirmation, Shinryu smiled and continued. If you go up to the podium right now and sing me a song, I'll tell you the secret to my strength. Chiri was taken aback, her face flushing bright red. This condition was quite tempting for her. Since Shinryu was from the same clan, maybe his secret to becoming stronger would suit her perfectly. So, despite her overwhelming shyness, after a moment's hesitation, Chiri nodded in agreement. She then took small, hesitant steps toward the podium. Tsunade watched from the side, knowing full well that Shinryu was teasing Chiri, but she couldn't help being curious about the so-called secret to becoming stronger. If she really does it, will you actually tell her your secret? Uchiha Shinryu nodded and replied with conviction. Of course, honesty is my guiding principle. As for the secret behind Uchiha Shinryu's growth, it was nothing more than the system's automatic training in the background. Other than that, there was really nothing special about him compared to anyone else. The way he was picking on Uchiha Chiji today was actually part of an experiment he wanted to test. Uchiha Chiji was already so painfully shy when it came to talking with people. Now, making her sing in front of a crowd was obviously pushing her beyond her comfort zone. And after she managed to complete the task while enduring her embarrassment, he planned to give her an answer that would leave her dissatisfied. Perhaps even tease her with a reply that would toy with her feelings, causing a huge swing in her emotions. At that moment, he would see whether Uchiha Chiji could awaken her Sharingan. If she could, it would prove that the Sharingan didn't require one to lose a loved one to awaken. A powerful surge of emotion alone could trigger its emergence. Of course, Uchiha Shinryu planned to apologize properly to Uchiha Chiji afterward. After all, a joke is only a joke if both sides find it amusing. Why hadn't Uchiha Shinryu treated Tsunade the same way? That was because Tsunade needed to change her bad habits and hobbies, not simply be the butt of a joke. Just then, Uchiha Chiji, fighting back her shyness and fear, made her way up to the podium. Seeing the curious faces turned her way, she simply shut her eyes and began to sing. If you spread your wings, you'll never look back. What you gaze at is that endless blue sky. In stark contrast to her timid appearance, her voice was beautiful and captivating. The once noisy classroom gradually fell silent as everyone began to listen to her sing. When Uchiha Chiji finished her performance and opened her eyes again, she found the entire class staring at her. Faced with this scene, her socially anxious mind went completely blank. But soon enough, the thunderous applause snapped her out of her daze. Uchiha Chiji opened her eyes wide, and the sight in front of her made her smile, despite herself. Every single person before her was applauding her song. A wave of courage surged within her, helping her regain her composure and confidence. After bowing, Uchiha Chiji returned to stand beside Uchiha Shinryu. I did it. Now it's your turn to keep your promise. Uchiha Shinryu, on the other hand, was rather moved. He hadn't expected her singing to be so wonderful. It threw his entire plan into disarray. Because now, instead of being overwhelmed by embarrassment, she was brimming with confidence. Still, he figured he might as well give it a try. My secret to getting stronger is actually very simple. He paused here, and everyone nearby leaned in, eager to hear what he would say next. That means I don't smoke or drink. I go to bed at 11 every night, and I always make sure to get 8 hours of sleep. Before bed, I always drink a cup of warm milk, then do 20 minutes of stretching exercises. The moment I get into bed, I fall fast asleep. I sleep soundly until morning, never carrying over any fatigue or stress to the next day. That's my secret to becoming stronger. Uchiha Shinryu's so-called secret to getting stronger left the eavesdroppers in utter disbelief, some nearly collapsing from shock. Uchiha Jili, in particular, felt like she was being made fun of, her eyes wide with anger. Just moments ago, she had been admiring Uchiha Shinryu, and now that thought made her feel utterly miserable. How could someone with such a mean-spirited personality, who bullies classmates, ever be worthy of my admiration? For a while, that was the only thought echoing in Uchiha Jili's mind. There's a saying, the more you endure, the angrier you get. The more you back down, the more cheated you feel. In that instant, a surge of passion rushed through Uchiha Jili, and her chakra began to flow unconsciously within her body. Just as she was about to teach Uchiha Shinryu a lesson, she noticed everyone around her staring at her in astonishment. And the very person who'd made her so angry, Uchiha Shinryu, was now looking at her with genuine appreciation, then said to her, Congratulations, Jili, you've awakened your Sharingan. A bit startled, Uchiha Jili touched her eyes, then took the small mirror Tsunade handed her and peered into it. Seeing the single tomo spinning in her eye, she broke into a goofy, delighted grin. Uchiha Shinryu was deeply moved. As expected of Uchiha Jili, she managed to awaken her Sharingan even without a great emotional upheaval. Such talent. No wonder she'd one day unlock the Mangekyo. It also confirmed a theory Shinryu had been pondering. For the Uchiha, awakening the Sharingan didn't require losing a loved one. A strong enough emotional surge would do. He even speculated further. Perhaps, with enough mental strength, the Sharingan could awaken naturally. Of course, that was likely a long shot. After all, Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha, only awakened his Mangekyo under intense stimulation. So, spiritual energy was probably a prerequisite rather than the direct cause of awakening. As for why Shinryu's own Mangekyo awakened so naturally, Well, the autopilot system wasn't about to explain the rules of the ninja world to him. This bit of confirmation also gave Xingliu a stronger hand for leading the Uchiha clan in the future. But now wasn't the time to focus on all that. There was still an apology Xingliu owed to Zhili. Watching Zhili grin at her reflection in the mirror, Xingliu smiled, walked up to her, and gently took the mirror away. Zhili, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. In fact, my way of getting stronger is just like yours. There's really no difference at all. The only difference might be that I've worked a little harder than others. Even though Uchiha Chiri tried to brush off what had just happened, she still felt a bit uneasy about it. But seeing how sincerely Uchiha Xingliu apologized, and considering that she had actually benefited from the incident by awakening her Sharingan, she decided not to hold it against him any longer. Despite her young age, Uchiha Chiri was anything but naive. She sensed that what Uchiha Xingliu did wasn't just a childish prank. Yet, with her limited experience, she couldn't quite figure out the reason behind it. So, she resolved to discuss it with her grandfather after school. It's fine, but next time, Xingliu, please don't joke around like that, she said. Xingliu, who had underestimated Chiri, had no idea she had a secret weapon, outside help. Having accomplished everything he set out to do, he was now in a particularly good mood. Soon, Orochimaru and Tsunade joined the conversation as well. Among children, feelings come and go quickly. Their quarrels are soon forgotten. Thanks to Xingliu's maturity, even Orochimaru forgot his parents' warnings and began to take Xingliu seriously. Having grown up with few friends, he was already beginning to think of Xingliu as one. On the sidelines, Jiraiya watched them with a hint of envy in his eyes. Much like Naruto Uzumaki in personality, Jiraiya didn't quite understand that jokes have limits, and on top of that, he'd been a bit of a pervert since childhood. This made him even less likable than Naruto, and, as a result, he didn't have many friends either. All this time, Xingliu had been watching Jiraiya out of the corner of his eye. Not just him, but also a girl with brown hair and glasses. Xingliu remembered that during the physical test, she was also one of the last people standing. Now, seeing the longing in Jiraiya's expression, Xingliu knew he was ready to join in. So Xingliu turned to Tsunade and the others and suggested. During the physical test earlier, besides the four of us, there were two others who made it to the end. How about I invite them over too? Tsunade and the others had no objections to this idea. After all, strength draws like-minded people together, and their outstanding performance during the test was as good as an admission ticket to this little group. Seeing everyone's agreement, Xingliu made his way to Jiraiya and the girl with glasses to extend his invitation. Sorry, I was a bit distracted during the introductions earlier, he said. Could the boy with white hair and the girl with brown hair and glasses come over? I'd like to get to know you both. Jiraiya pointed at himself in disbelief, but when Xingliu nodded, he ran over, barely able to contain his excitement and pride. The girl, on the other hand, was much more reserved. After receiving confirmation from Xingliu, she quietly walked over, her face calm and unreadable, as if she felt nothing at all. In truth, Uchiha Xingliu couldn't help but feel a bit curious. This girl looked familiar, but he just couldn't place her. Judging by how she was acting now, even if she wouldn't reach the level of Kage in the future, she'd at least become an elite jonin. What's more, she was a girl. Could it be that she was killed in the wars to come? As for the rest of the class, although they were somewhat envious of this group, none of them had any complaints. After all, the people in this group were the ones who had just performed the best. If you wanted to join them, you'd have to be even stronger than they were. At this moment, Jiraiya ran over to Uchiha Xingliu's side, trying his best to appear calm as he introduced himself. My name is Jiraiya. I don't have any particular favorite foods. I like beautiful older girls and peep, cough cough. My dream is to become Hokage one day. Tsunade and Uchiha Chiharu instantly wore looks of displeasure after hearing his self-introduction. Even though Jiraiya caught himself and didn't say peeping out loud, given what he just said, anyone could guess what his hobby was. Secretly, Uchiha Xingliu gave Jiraiya a thumbs up at his mind. When it came to being shameless, Jiraiya truly took the crown. Peeping is something that ruins your reputation no matter where you go. But Jiraiya had persisted in this for decades, which showed just how absolutely shameless he was. Uchiha Xingliu didn't care for this hobby of his either. A man could be a little lecherous, but there had to be limits. You could go to pleasure districts, but peeping was out of bounds. But for Jiraiya, this habit was nearly impossible to break. It was completely different from Tsunade's gambling. Tsunade later fell into gambling to numb the pain in her heart, unable to extricate herself. But when Jiraiya was peeping, Tsunade nearly beat him to death. Even so, he kept doing it as if nothing had happened. That alone showed just how much he loved peeping. And with how shameless he was, getting Jiraiya to quit was close to impossible. So at the moment, Uchiha Xingliu couldn't think of any good way to save or set up him. Seeing Tsunade and Chiharu looking at Jiraiya with increasing annoyance, Uchiha Shinryu quickly tried to change the subject. All right, there's still one person who hasn't introduced themselves. Hearing this, the two finally let Jiraiya off the hook for the time being. Jiraiya, for his part, didn't seem to realize he'd just had a close brush with peril. He was still cheerfully trying to strike up a conversation with Orochimaru next to him. Hello everyone, my name is Yakushi Nanoyu. I like cake, and my dream for the future is also to become Hokage. Yakushi Nanoyu's self-introduction made Uchiha Shinryu suddenly see the light. No wonder she looked familiar. So it's her. Yakushi Nanoyu was also a ninja with a title. The Wandering Shrine Maiden refer to her. She was Root's ace spy, and she made remarkable contributions to Konoha in both the second and third Great Ninja Wars. Her outstanding skills as a spy earned her many titles that even the most formidable ninjas lacked. These titles were a symbol of both the wariness she inspired in other villages and her own achievements. Although the anime never explicitly described the strength of this ace, the fact that she could infiltrate enemy villages, gather intelligence, and retreat unscathed spoke volumes. At the very least, she was of Jonin rank. This, despite being a product of that wretched organization known as Root. If not for that, Nanoyu Yakushi might well have reached the heights of Kage. Moreover, compared to her espionage abilities, her combat strength seemed almost irrelevant. She was born to uphold public order. Entrusting Konoha security to her would make it nearly impossible for any spy to slip away undetected. Yet, for all her excellence as a Konoha ninja, she still fell to Danzo's hand. The other four Kage probably laughed themselves awake in their sleep. With leaders like that, how could Konoha not be doomed? And unlike Jiraiya and Orochimaru, those renowned civilian ninjas, Nanoyu Yakushi carried a family name. That meant she came from a small ninja clan. Whether there were others in her clan with similar talent remained a mystery. But even a handful of such talents, paired with the Nara clan, could easily prop up Konoha's entire administration. This realization made Uchiha Shinryu's gaze toward Nanoyu Yakushi burn with intensity. Feeling the weight of that look, Nanoyu grew a little uneasy. At this point, she was not yet the fearsome, legendary shrine maiden, just a child newly admitted to the academy. Catching the fleeting awkwardness on Nanoyu's face, Uchiha Shinryu realized he'd been a bit out of line. But since they hadn't known each other before, it was hard to explain his reaction. Fortunately, no one else seemed to notice the awkwardness between them, and they both felt a little relief. Just then, Tomonori Tsuchiki walked in from outside. He surveyed the noisy classroom, his face darkening as he said, "Brats, do you all want to run laps again? Sit down and quiet yourselves now." In an instant, the lively classroom fell silent, as if someone had flipped a switch. Students hurried back to their seats. Seeing this, Tsuchiki's stern expression softened a little as he opened his textbook and said, "Let's begin class. Today, we'll be learning about the founding of Konoha." But before he could finish, Jiraiya raised his hand and called out, "But we don't have our textbooks." Tsuchiki froze, then slowly turned his head and asked, "Didn't I tell you all to go get them?" At this, the students below burst out laughing. While laughter filled the air around Uchiha Shinryu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just returned to the Hokage office, was plagued by a headache. An unexpected spark of the will of fire within the academy had given him much food for thought. He was just preparing to organize these ideas, hoping they would guide the future curriculum of the Ninja Academy. He hadn't expected that as soon as he stepped into the office, he would see Danzo waiting there for him. When it came to this old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only sigh at how much trouble he'd caused himself worrying over him. Danzo's political skills couldn't be called non-existent, but it was fair to say he had absolutely no talent for it. None of the major or minor clans in Konoha liked him. In fact, many outright despised and hated him. Danzo's strength wasn't particularly impressive either. Even at his peak, he was barely at the lower end of Kage level. Yet, for some reason, he loved to provoke others, earning his reputation as the scapegoat king of the ninja world for good reason. If it weren't for Hiruzen's protection and indulgence, Danzo would have long since died, a kunai in his back, the victim of an arranged suicide. Now, this shadowy figure of the village had been waiting for Hiruzen for quite some time, his eyes lighting up as soon as he saw him enter. "Hiruzen, the wind in the village has shifted. We can't just sit and wait any longer." Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he skillfully picked up his pipe and began puffing out clouds of smoke. Of course, he knew exactly what Danzo was getting at. He could still vividly recall the warning Uzumaki Mito had given him that day. He had been debating whether to change his approach to try and reconcile the Uchiha with the rest of the village. But he hadn't expected that in just 3 days, everything would change. After Uzumaki Mito announced she would adopt Uchiha Shinryu and spread word of his achievements. Konoha underwent a dramatic transformation. People still didn't trust the Uchiha, but they did believe in Uzumaki Mito's capabilities. They trusted that Mito could guide Uchiha Shinryu onto the right path. With this newfound trust, many in Konoha began to change. The most obvious shift was in how the village treated the Uchiha clan. Where once they were shunned and despised, the Uchiha suddenly became highly sought after. This, in turn, greatly strengthened the dovish faction within the Uchiha, giving them a much stronger voice. For a moment, peaceful coexistence became the shared theme between Konoha and the Uchiha. Yet Hiruzen's old policies were still in effect, and this inevitably led to conflict. It became clear that Hiruzen lacked the authority to enforce his will. His policies were simply cast aside. Conveniently, since Hiruzen dared not openly target the Uchiha, those below him simply pretended those policies no longer existed. His rise to Hokage owed much to the support of the Senju, led by Uzumaki Mito. But now Mito seemed to be shifting her support to someone else, and Hiruzen's standing had dropped significantly. He hadn't been Hokage for long, and his grip on the village was nothing like what it would be in Naruto's era. So, everything that had happened in these past 3 days had greatly shaken his position as Hokage. Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen found himself wavering. Danzo may have lacked in other areas, but when it came to understanding Hiruzen, there was no one more perceptive. The moment he saw Hiruzen hesitate, he knew he was already halfway to achieving his goal for today. Hiruzen, I know we can't touch Uchiha Shinryu right now, but just because he's off limits doesn't mean others are. The ninja clans in the village are all like weather vanes. When you're strong, they obey your every word, but the moment you're weak, they'll kick you while you're down. It just so happens I'm short on manpower at the root. Give me your order, and I'll demand people from those minor ninja clans to teach them a lesson. This way, everyone will know you're truly the Hokage, and you'll also strengthen your own power. What do you think? Hiruzen Sarutobi had expected Danzo to come out with some lofty argument, but it was the same old tactic. In fact, this time Danzo even wanted to stretch his hand into the ninja clans. Yet Danzo's final words struck a chord with him. That's right, I am the Hokage. With this thought, Hiruzen made up his mind. He took out the Hokage's transfer order and signed his name. Then he tossed it to Danzo, who had been waiting for this moment with bated breath. This is a one-time deal. Don't expect it next time. Danzo, goal achieved, couldn't help but retort when he heard Hiruzen's words. Hiruzen, you're too soft. Sometimes you have to knock a few heads to maintain the Hokage's authority. The words were barely out of his mouth before he realized he'd gone too far. Sure enough, Hiruzen's face darkened. Clearly, Danzo had gotten under his skin. Danzo knew he was in the wrong. After all, who asks for a favor and then acts so self-righteous? It's like Ming Lu dropping to his knees. Big sister, I beg you for a favor. Afraid Hiruzen might change his mind, Danzo pretended nothing happened and quickly left. Once Danzo was gone, Hiruzen's expression returned to normal. After so many years, just as Danzo understood him, he also understood Danzo's nature. Truth be told, he hadn't been angry at all about what Danzo just said. But as Danzo pointed out, there are people who do need to be kept in line. Danzo himself, for starters. So, Hiruzen kept his face stern, feigning anger to let Danzo know some things are better left unsaid. In fact, Hiruzen was well aware that Danzo's actions would damage his reputation. But right now, he was out of options. In the end, the only ones Hiruzen could truly count on were his own Sarutobi clan and Danzo's Shimura clan. Even the Inoshikacho trio might not stand firmly by his side. With Mito Uzumaki still present, and both the Senju and Uzumaki clans not yet gone, Hiruzen's hands were tied at every turn in the village. That's why he now wanted to assert the Hokage's authority, to strengthen his own voice. Since he needed to show his authority, then targeting those ninja clans outside his own camp, using them as examples, was the perfect way to send a message. In truth, Hiruzen's move was reminiscent of the White Fang incident. It was the same tactic. Make an example of someone so the village knows who's truly Hokage. Back then, the chicken was White Fang. Now it's the ninja clans. But just as White Fang resisted with his own life, if you're determined to make an example, you'd better be ready to get your hands dirty. What's more, at this point, there's no telling whether Hiruzen Sarutobi could even handle the backlash. Sometimes, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. Doing nothing at all, on the other hand, guarantees you won't be wrong. In the blink of an eye, the day was over, and the time for school to let out had arrived. After bidding farewell to Tsunade and the others, Hashiryu Uchiha strolled home at a leisurely pace. The events of the day felt so surreal that he almost wondered if he was dreaming. Jiraiya being so open and carefree was one thing, but even someone with Orochimaru's personality had come forward to befriend him. What surprised him even more were the unexpected gains. The Wandering Shrine, Maiden Yakushi, and Uchiha Osamu with his Mangekyo Sharingan. If these people were cultivated well, they might not sweep across the four nations, but they would certainly be able to stand their ground. In short, he had already accomplished 90% of his goals at the Ninja Academy. All that remained was Might Due. Thinking of Might Due, Hashiryu Uchiha shook his head and decided not to disturb him. Might Due's talent was, frankly, abysmal. Even opening the 8 gates, he was far inferior to Might Guy. His success came from decades of unwavering persistence. If someone were to interfere with him now, it was possible that the red beast of a leaf would never appear. Just then, Hashiryu Uchiha sensed someone following him. Without revealing his suspicion, he checked quietly, and, to his surprise, it was Orochimaru. Hashiryu Uchiha stopped walking, and Tsunade, puzzled, wondered what he was up to. The next moment, Orochimaru stepped out from behind them. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Hashiryu, I hope you can guide me in my training. Please, grant me this unreasonable request. With that, Orochimaru closed his eyes and bowed deeply to Hashiryu Uchiha. Secretly following someone was already a breach of manners. To then ask that person for guidance made it all the more audacious. But Orochimaru had no other choice. Having just entered the Ninja Academy, he was not yet the student of Hiruzen Sarutobi. His parents were merely ordinary Chunin, civilian ninjas, at that. With such limited resources, he had no means to grow stronger. He had hoped the academy instructors would compensate, but Takechi's lessons were clearly too basic. For Orochimaru, it was tasteless, something he could neither savor nor discard. In contrast, Hashiryu Uchiha, aside from his Uchiha lineage, was in much the same position as Orochimaru. But unlike Orochimaru, Hashiryu had already developed formidable strength even before being adopted. That was why Orochimaru hoped Hashiryu would help guide his path forward. As he waited for judgment, Hashiryu Uchiha stepped to his side and helped him up. We're friends. There's no need for formal guidance. Let's grow stronger together. Is today convenient for you? Why not spend the night at my place? And tomorrow we can go to school together. When Orochimaru was first helped up, he was still in a bit of a daze. Uchiha Shinryo's words left him frozen on the spot. It took him a while to fully process what he'd just heard. The next instant, though only 6 years old, his eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved. Uchiha Shinryo's offer didn't just bring Orochimaru to tears. It carved out a place for Shinryo in Orochimaru's heart, elevating him from a friend to a true confidant. Sometimes, children's friendships are just that simple and straightforward. As for why Shinryo was being so kind to Orochimaru, did you even need to ask? While others might not recognize Orochimaru's talent, Uchiha Shinryo certainly did. If it weren't for the Ninja Academy having just started, Orochimaru's gifts would have already drawn attention. Not to mention his talent in ninjutsu. Just his aptitude for research alone made him worth Shinryo's investment. In a world like the Hidden Leaf, where bloodline is king, only Orochimaru puts his faith in science. If he ever learned the true nature of this world, who knows, he might even be able to unlock the mysteries of the Rinnegan. And before he turned to darkness, Orochimaru was actually a rather kind soul. It's just a shame that Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo led him astray. A promising Hokage candidate turned down a dark path. Seeing Orochimaru's teary-eyed face, Uchiha Shinryo was taken aback. After all, the Orochimaru he remembered was twisted and unemotional. But looking at the small, vulnerable boy before him, he realized how wrong his preconceptions had been. In truth, this cold prince was still an innocent child. Uchiha Shinryo patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. A man is only allowed to cry twice in his life, once at birth and once when his parents pass away. So dry your tears. Let's go. Orochimaru quickly wiped his eyes upon hearing this, then looked at Uchiha Shinryo with earnest determination. Understand, Shinryo-kun. I won't cry anymore. Tsunade stood by, watching their exchange, confusion written all over her face. She couldn't quite grasp how the conversation had shifted to the subject of manhood. Wasn't Orochimaru asking Shinryo for training advice just moments ago? Besides, it was getting late. Uchiha Shinryo didn't fear Uzumaki Mido, but Tsunade certainly couldn't afford to test her patience. So she interrupted the two boys before they could continue. Shinryo, it's getting late. We should head back. Uchiha Shinryo glanced at a visibly anxious Tsunade and immediately understood her concern. Uzumaki Mido had been working hard to correct Tsunade's behavior lately, being especially strict with her. If Shinryo was late, he'd only get scolded for a bit, but if Tsunade was late, she might be facing a long night under the lamp. Orochimaru picked up on Tsunade's anxiety as well, realizing she was eager to go home. They exchanged a glance. Though they hadn't known each other long, a sense of camaraderie had already formed. In perfect unison, they said, "Then let's get going. Times 2". The two of them exchanged another smile. Tsunade, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, hurried ahead with such an anxious pace that Uchiha Shinryu found it hard not to laugh. But then he remembered the hardships Tsunade had suffered, and quickly suppressed the urge. After all, much of what Tsunade had endured was because of his own meddling. If he laughed now, it would be a bit too much. In a while, I should find a way to make it up to Tsunade. With this thought, Uchiha Shinryu followed after Tsunade, bringing Orochimaru along. Tsunade walked so quickly that in no time, they arrived at the Senju clan's old residence. Uzumaki Mito stood at the doorway, and beside her was Chinchia. The moment she saw them, Tsunade darted over like a streak of light. "Grandma, I'm BACK right on time." As she spoke, Tsunade deliberately emphasized the words "right on time." Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito chuckled in delight. Tsunade's recent behavior had truly made her proud. "Tsunade's been doing great. In a few days, I'll have Shinryu take you out for some fun. You'll get a day off." Uzumaki Mito understood well the dangers of too much discipline. That's why she made a point of giving Tsunade a day to relax, to let her blow off some steam and enjoy the freedom of being a child. When Tsunade heard this, she nearly bounced with joy. With a brilliant smile, she ran over to Uchiha Shinryu, grabbed his arm, and said excitedly, "Did you hear that? Grandma wants you to take me out." Uchiha Shinryu looked at the cheerful girl before him, patted her on the head, and said, "I heard. When school lets out in a few days, I'll take you out and give you a surprise." The word surprise made Tsunade's eyes go wide with anticipation. "What is it? Tell me, tell me." Uchiha Shinryu folded his arms, putting on a mysterious air. "No can do. If I tell you now, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore, would it? Just hold on to that excitement a little longer. You'll find out soon enough." Then, gesturing toward Orochimaru, he added, "Besides, we have a guest right now." Tsunade, realizing she was keeping their guest waiting, felt a little embarrassed. She stepped aside, allowing Uchiha Shinryu to bring Orochimaru over to Uzumaki Mito. "Grandma Mito, this is Orochimaru, a friend I met at the academy." Orochimaru glanced at Uzumaki Mito. Although he didn't quite understand why Tsunade and Uchiha Shinryu called this young-looking woman grandma, his instincts told him that it was a privilege reserved for them, not for him. So, with careful politeness, he said, "Hello, big sister. My name's Orochimaru, and I'm a classmate of Shinryu and Tsunade." The big sister made Uzumaki Mito beam with delight. Then she shot a glance at Tsunade and Hashiryu Uchiha, her meaning clear. She wanted them to change how they addressed her. But all she saw was the two of them pretending to admire the scenery, glancing around as if everything was endlessly fascinating. In truth, Hashiryu Uchiha was already secretly admiring Orochimaru. As expected of Orochimaru, even at this age, he's as cautious as a snake sensing danger. Mito Uzumaki didn't dwell on the matter of how she was addressed. Hashiryu had made a good friend on his very first day at school. Now that he had brought his friend home, she was determined to be a gracious host. She crouched down so that she was eye level with the slightly nervous Orochimaru, and said kindly, "Hello to you as well. I'm Tsunade and Hashiryu's grandmother. Welcome to our home." As long as Mito Uzumaki wasn't angry, she was a gentle and warm person. Her respectful and considerate manner made her seem all the more approachable. This effectively eased Orochimaru's tension. Looking at Mito's gentle smile, he quietly asked, "Would it be alright if I called you Grandma too?" Orochimaru had never known any family besides his own parents. Although Mito didn't look like an elderly woman, her kindly expression and the warmth she exuded were unmistakably grandmotherly. So in front of her, Orochimaru let his guard down and showed his childlike side. Mito, however, was momentarily taken aback by his request. But seeing the careful and hopeful look on the child's face, she simply couldn't bring herself to refuse. "I'm an old lady, after all. No need to make things difficult for a child." With that thought, Mito's heart suddenly felt lighter. "Of course, you may call me Grandma from now on." Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he replied happily, "Grandma." This time, Mito didn't fuss over the address, simply smiling gently. Hashiryu Uchiha and Tsunade watched the exchange in surprise. They hadn't expected Mito to relent on such a point. Especially Tsunade, who had been lectured many times by Mito over just this very thing. Now, seeing this sudden change in her grandmother, Tsunade was momentarily at a loss. But soon she gave up trying to figure out. After all, this wasn't a bad thing. There was no point fussing over such a small matter. After their little exchange, the group made their way into the Senju estate. Although the Senju couple, Yosuke and his wife, had managed to avoid being sent to the battlefield again, they were still swamped with work. The trouble started when a certain Uzumaki clan member kept slacking off and taking extra days off, leaving the Senju clan's affairs to pile up. With no other choice, the couple had to handle everything themselves outside the home. When he first heard about this, Hashiryu Uchiha had only one thought. Well, would you look at that? So that's where Tsunade learned to leave all her duties to Shizune and sneak off for drinks. It was from you. Orochimaru followed them through the Senju estate, and when he caught sight of the training grounds, his eyes lit up with excitement. His purpose was to seek guidance and training from Uchiha Shinryu, but after seeing this place, he found himself unable to take another step. Uchiha Shinryu could tell exactly what he was thinking just by looking at him. He stopped in his tracks and said to Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, "Grandmother, you and Tsunade should head back first. I'll stay here and train with Orochimaru for a while." Training was certainly a good thing, and Uzumaki Mito had complete trust in Uchiha Shinryu, knowing he would never do anything reckless. So, she simply nodded and left with Tsunade. Once they had gone, Uchiha Shinryu turned his attention to Orochimaru. He had no way of knowing what abilities this young version of Orochimaru possessed. So Uchiha Shinryu asked, "Orochimaru, what can you do right now?" Orochimaru thought for a moment before replying. "I've already learned chakra control and the clone jutsu. I can also use a D-rank fireball jutsu. I've mastered tree, climbing, and walking on water as well." Uchiha Shinryu regarded Orochimaru with admiration. At just 6 years old, he had already mastered everything expected of a genin. What's more, it was only limited resources that held Orochimaru back, not any lack of ability on his part. As one of the few ninja in the Hokage's era to possess all elemental affinities, even including yin and yang, he was a true genius. His only limit was the era he lived in. When Orochimaru reached the edge of his natural talent, he began seeking ways to break through that boundary. Whether it was Hashiroma's cells or the Sharingan, they all became targets of his experimentation. It's a pity that, although his direction was right, the methods he chose were flawed. If only he had learned the truth of the world sooner, the achievements Orochimaru could have reached would be beyond imagination. But right now, he was still just a child, and with the presence of an outsider like Uchiha Shinryu, who could say what the future would hold? Drawing his thoughts back, Uchiha Shinryu asked, "So, is there anything you want to learn right now?" This time, Orochimaru answered without hesitation. "Shinryu-kun, my dream is to master every jutsu there is. So, whatever you're willing to teach me, I'll gladly learn." As he spoke, a powerful confidence radiated from him. It was as if he were declaring, "No matter what ninjutsu it is, I will master it." Seeing Orochimaru like this, Uchiha Shinryu found himself at a bit of a loss. Teaching him standard jutsu would certainly improve his strength in a straightforward way. But somehow, Uchiha Shinryu felt that would be wasting Orochimaru's extraordinary gift for research. He began to recall Orochimaru's feats in the anime. A whole arsenal of snake-related jutsu, and even a Yamata no jutsu developed to contend with the tailed beasts. He had even improved the second Hokage's reanimation jutsu, and managed to overcome the dead demon consuming seal. At that moment, Uchiha Shinryu understood. A towering building always starts from the ground up. Foundations are everything. Ordinary elemental ninjutsu certainly needs to be learned, but one must not only know how to perform it, but also understand why it works. After teaching Orochimaru ninjutsu, he could be encouraged to study the very structure of these techniques. Why does forming this particular hand seal allow you to unleash a jutsu? Is it possible to skip the step of forming seals altogether? Or perhaps, could a technique with an A-rank difficulty be improved, making it as easy to learn as a B-rank or even a C-rank jutsu? If this succeeds, more people would be able to master advanced ninjutsu, which would greatly enhance the strength of the village. All of these possibilities are worth letting Orochimaru explore. It would also naturally guide him toward research, killing two birds with one stone. As for whether this would mean a massive workload, that was not something Uchiha Shinryu cared to consider. After all, since he was imparting knowledge, it was only natural to expect something in return. Blindly giving without reciprocation was not a wise approach. Even between brothers, accounts should be settled clearly. Having figured out how best to guide Orochimaru, Uchiha Shinryu looked at him, his eyes filled with anticipation, and spoke slowly. "Orochimaru, I've just given this some careful thought. I acknowledge your talent, and I want to formally mentor you. This is different from simply giving you pointers. That's something just between the two of us. But if I'm to train you, I'll need to share the Senju clan's hidden ninjutsu with you. That means you'll need to offer something in return. If you disagree, that's fine. I can still teach you some basic knowledge and techniques." Hearing Uchiha Shinryu speak so earnestly, Orochimaru fell silent, weighing the offer. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch, so he understood exactly what Uchiha Shinryu meant. Still, this concerned Orochimaru's future, so he had to weigh the pros and cons carefully. Uchiha Shinryu had offered him two choices. If he wanted greater things, he would have to pay a price. But what exactly was that price? Uchiha Shinryu hadn't said. With that in mind, Orochimaru raised his question. Shinryu, may I ask what sort of price you have in mind? Uchiha Shinryu saw that Orochimaru was growing a bit nervous and chuckled softly. There's no need to be so tense. I'm not about to do anything drastic to you. As for the price I mentioned, it's quite simple. Since I am giving you knowledge, I'd like to receive knowledge in return. So, if you choose this path, what I want from you is your insights and findings from your future ninjutsu research. At these words, Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Uchiha Shinryu would demand absolute obedience from him, like the samurai in old tales. I'll choose the Senju clan's hidden techniques. I promise to share all my future ninjutsu research with you. How does that sound? Exchanging knowledge for knowledge. This was perfectly fair, so Orochimaru accepted the terms without hesitation. Uchiha Shinryu was pleased as well, even though Orochimaru's future research might not be of immediate use to him. Still, if he ever wished to further strengthen Konoha's military might in days to come, there was no doubt these insights would be of great value. As for the results gained from leaving things running unattended, those high-level secrets would, of course, only be shared with his own family. Uchiha Shinryu was no saint. Although he wished for Konoha to grow stronger, he was certainly not about to sacrifice his own interests. In that case, I still need to discuss this with Grandma. Let's head back for now. There's no rush. Orochimaru nodded, agreeing with his suggestion. So, the two of them returned inside, where they found Uzumaki Mito explaining sealing techniques to Tsunade. After Uchiha Shinryu shared his thoughts with her, she simply waved her hand dismissively and said, "Since I've given you the scroll, what you do with it is entirely up to you." When it came to this matter, Uzumaki Mito's trust in Uchiha Shinryu was, as always, unconditional. Sometimes he even wondered himself, could it be that he'd really been possessed by a succubus when he crossed over into this world? In reality, he had forgotten that Uzumaki Mito possessed a unique ability exclusive to Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the power to sense malice. This ability allowed her to detect ill intent in others, no matter how well it was concealed. Any trace of hostility would be noticed. Though people in the village never spoke of it openly, everyone who faced her would, however unintentionally, let slip a flicker of dark thoughts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told Kushina Uzumaki to fill the vessel with love first. Yet with Uchiha Shinryu, there was not the slightest hint of such feelings. Uchiha Shinryu stood before her with no guard up, no fear at all. People with unusual circumstances are always most sensitive to others' gazes. Even Uzumaki Mito was no exception. Combined with the look in his eyes, a look shaped by a peaceful age, Uzumaki Mito actually trusted him even more than he realized. As long as Uchiha Shinryu did not betray the village, Uzumaki Mito would support him unconditionally, always. At that moment, Tsunade pulled a playful face at them. Instead of stopping her, Uzumaki Mito simply paused, then seemed to consider something. Shinryu, why don't you take Tsunade and Orochimaru out to play for a while? After all, we can't expect too much from children. Hearing this wonderful news, Tsunade first stared at Uzumaki Mito in disbelief. When she saw Mito nod, Tsunade cheered joyfully. Hooray! Grandma, you're the best. She immediately leapt down from her seat, darting over to Uchiha Shinryu with sparkling eyes, her face full of anticipation. Tsunade was already adorable, and now, she was deliberately putting on her cutest act. Uchiha Shinryu simply couldn't resist. He also felt that he'd been a bit too strict with Tsunade these past few days. It would be good to take her out to have some fun. So he asked, "What would you like to do?" Without thinking, Tsunade blurted out, "Gamble. I want to play a couple of games." This left both him and Uzumaki Mito utterly speechless. Neither of them liked Tsunade's fondness for gambling. Fortunately, Shinryu Uchiha had long prepared for the long haul. Even if she couldn't quit, he was determined to help Tsunade move from reckless gambling to playing in moderation. Tsunade herself knew how they felt about her gambling habits, and the moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it a little. Just as she was about to suggest playing a different game, Shinryu Uchiha surprised her by agreeing. "All right then, since Orochimaru is here today, I'll teach you two a new game for 3 players, a different kind of gambling." Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes lit up with delight. She truly hadn't expected Shinryu Uchiha to agree. As for Mito Uzumaki, she had seen it all before. With a single glance, she knew Shinryu Uchiha was once again plotting to set Tsunade up. "Very well, it's settled then. Let's go," she said. With that, Tsunade strode out in the lead, while Shinryu Uchiha and Orochimaru hung back. Shinryu Uchiha quietly leaned over to Orochimaru and whispered, "Don't ask questions yet. In a moment, you take the role of landlord first, but when there are stakes, let it pass." Although Orochimaru didn't quite understand, he nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tsunade stopped and glanced back at them, suspicious. "Are you two hatching some kind of scheme?" Shinryu Uchiha laughed heartily. "Come on, with your luck, do we even need to plot? I'm just thinking that maybe this time we shouldn't gamble at all, otherwise it feels like we're just picking on you." Tsunade, never one to take a challenge lying down, was about to retort, but then the memories of losing to Shinryu Uchiha flashed in her mind. For a moment, she hesitated. Shinryu Uchiha knew that last time's experience would make Tsunade wary, so this time, he planned a different approach. With a game like doujinshi, even with Tsunade's abysmal luck, he could still help her win. Once she saw the hope of winning, she would naturally want up the stakes. And that would be the perfect moment to harvest Tsunade, just like a ripe field of leeks. So Shinryu Uchiha suggested, "This new game we're playing, let's not bet anything at the start. Once you're familiar with it, you can decide if you want to raise the stakes." How does that sound? That settled it. Tsunade no longer hesitated and agreed. They went to Shinryu Uchiha's room, where he pulled out a deck of playing cards he'd prepared in advance. After explaining the rules and how to play, they began the game. Just as Shinryu Uchiha had planned, Orochimaru followed his instructions and took the landlord's role at first. Even though Tsunade's terrible luck affected Shinryu, causing him to lose more than he won, he still managed a few victories. For Tsunade, who almost never won at gambling, this was thrilling. At that moment, she was like a little lamb wandering into a spider's web, blissfully unaware of the danger closing in. She had no idea she was already standing at the edge of a cliff. One wrong move, and she'd find herself battered and bruised from the fall. Oblivious to the danger, she began to raise the stakes, boasting boldly that she would win back everything she'd lost. Just as planned, Orochimaru stopped bidding for landlord. Tsunade, however, emboldened by her earlier luck, took up the landlord's mantle, only to fall into deeper and deeper silence with each round. And so, half an hour later, Tsunade, utterly spent, collapsed onto the floor. Without a word, she shoved her cards away. After being swindled for 300 days, if she still hadn't caught on by now, she'd have to be a fool. At this moment, the poison hadn't sunk in too deep, or perhaps she just hadn't suffered enough yet. So, once her excitement faded, she realized she'd been tricked yet again, and, judging by last time, she knew there'd be no way to wriggle out of it. For a moment, a mask of pain settled over Tsunade's face. Smiles never disappear. They simply find a new host. The grin that had lit up Tsunade's face half an hour ago had now migrated to Uchiha Shinryu's. Her gaze was a little unnerving, but Uchiha Shinryu just couldn't hold back. Even with Tsunade's stoic expression, he still felt a bit of pressure. So Uchiha Shinryu tried to justify himself. "You know, as ninjas, we're rigorously trained not to laugh, no matter how funny something is. Unless, of course, it's just too much. Ha ha ha." He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing how delighted he was, Tsunade's face grew more and more contorted. Orochimaru, standing off to the side, didn't quite understand what had happened. But his serpentine instincts told him now was not the time to get involved. Tsunade glared at the laughter growing louder on Uchiha Shinryu's face, her anger rising with every moment. Almost without thinking, she summoned the monstrous strength she'd recently learned in her taijutsu training. With a sudden crack, the bed they'd been playing cards on gave way beneath them. Now, it was Uchiha Shinryu's turn to be stunned. This was his bed, after all. He was a bit particular about where he slept, and it had taken him days to get used to this new one. And now, just as he'd finally settled in, it was gone. Slowly, the smile faded from Uchiha Shinryu's face. Tsunade hadn't meant for it to happen. The surge of emotion had caused her to use a taijutsu technique she still wasn't familiar with. Even she jumped in surprise at what she'd done. Though she tried to stop herself in time, she couldn't save Uchiha Shinryu's bed. Tsunade had felt a little guilty at first, but seeing Uchiha Shinryu's crestfallen look, she couldn't help but smile again. With wide, innocent eyes, she said, "You know, I've been practicing monstrous strength lately. I'm still not quite in control of this technique." There was nothing Uchiha Shinryu could do. It was even his idea for Tsunade to practice her monstrous strength, and now he had only managed to shoot himself in the foot. After all, it was just a bed, nothing worth making a fuss over. The bed is no going to speak up for me. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shinryu sighed and decided to let the matter rest. He looked at Tsunade, whose eyes were squinted with laughter, and said, "Since you're still not very adept at using this taijutsu, let's just treat the forfeits from this bet as extra practice for you. How's that? I'm really looking out for you." Tsunade, who had been beaming with joy just a moment ago, suddenly froze at his words. She hadn't expected Uchiha Shinryu to use her own words against her, leaving her no room for argument. With that, he had cut off her escape route entirely, giving her no chance to wriggle out of it. Training in monstrous strength required not only fine chakra control, but also rigorous physical conditioning. So, practicing monstrous strength was far more exhausting than simply studying sealing techniques. After spending these past few days together, Tsunade had come to know that Uchiha Shinryu's heart was harder than steel. He would never easily change his mind. Especially when it came to setting her up, if there was no opportunity, Uchiha Shinryu would go out of his way to create one. So Tsunade didn't bother pleading. Instead, she kicked Shinryu in frustration and said, "I'm done playing. I'm off to practice my monstrous strength. Otherwise, someone will use this as another excuse to trip me up." With that, Tsunade jumped off the ruined bed, slipped on her shoes, and dashed out in a flash. Uchiha Shinryu exchanged a glance with Orochimaru. From the look in each other's eyes, it was clear they were both a little exasperated. The game had been Tsunade's idea, yet she was the first to leave. Now only the two of them remained, and neither had any interest in gambling. Uchiha Shinryu put away the playing cards, pulled out a ninjutsu scroll, and handed it to Orochimaru, saying, "Since you've chosen to trade knowledge for knowledge, why not start right away? This is a scroll of C rank and lower ninjutsu. I'll give it to you now, so you can study it on your own. When you've finished, write up your research findings, and come to me for another ninjutsu. How does that sound?" Orochimaru was visibly excited. Though Uchiha Shinryu had said he'd nurture him, he never expected such generosity. In this era, and even in the era when the protagonist would be born, what most limited civilian ninjas was the lack of access to ninjutsu resources. Secret techniques aside, even an ordinary ninjutsu capable of establishing a small clan was out of reach. For most, even a C-rank ninjutsu was something a civilian genin could hardly hope to obtain. At the Ninja Academy, all they taught were the basic transformation, substitution, and clone techniques. Not everyone was lucky enough to have a jonin as a team instructor. Being able to perform C-rank ninjutsu already made one a competent, ordinary chunin. Yet here, Uchiha Shinryu was offering C-rank techniques right off the bat, and there was the promise of even more in the future. This made Orochimaru not only incredibly excited, but also deeply grateful to Uchiha Shinryu. He accepted the scroll and said, "Thank you very much, Shinryu-kun. I won't betray this trust." Uchiha Shinryu just smiled nonchalantly and replied, "When I become Hokage, you can help me." It was a casual remark, but Orochimaru took it to heart. He carefully remembered Shinryu's words. Little did Shinryu know, he had unknowingly recruited Orochimaru as an ally. With the long-awaited new ninjutsu finally in his hands, Orochimaru exchanged a few awkward words with Shinryu before diving into his studies. Shinryu, too, picked up a book on sealing techniques and began to read. For a while, the only sound in the room was the gentle turning of pages. Out in the courtyard, Tsunade was practicing her monstrous strength. The three children, each in their own way, pressed forward toward their dreams without pause. When you're truly absorbed in learning, time seems to blur and slip away unnoticed. While they were studying diligently, Chika not only finished preparing Orochimaru's guest room, but also completed the dinner for the evening. Watching Tsunade train so earnestly, Chika felt a moment of wistfulness. It was as if she caught a glimpse of Uzumaki Mido, recalling the days when she herself was taught ninjutsu. If I had chosen to become a ninja, will my life have turned out differently? The thought made her shake her head quickly, brushing away such notions. No, I've already decided to repay Lady Mido. I must keep my word. Resolving herself, Chika gathered her composure and walked over to Tsunade, saying, "Lady Tsunade, dinner is ready." Pausing her training, Tsunade grabbed Chika's sleeve and, in a playful tone, pleaded, "Chikane, don't call me lady anymore. You watch me grow up, and Grandma likes you so much. To us, you're family." Chika didn't protest. She had heard these words many times before. Instead, she gently wiped the sweat from Tsunade's brow and tidied her hair, which had become messy from training. Once everything was neat and Tsunade looked radiant again, Chika gave her a soft smile. "Let's go, Lady Tsunade." When Chika led Tsunade into the dining room, everyone had already gathered. Uzumaki Mido sat at the head of the table, with the Senju Yosuke couple, who had been absent before, now cheerfully conversing at her side. Orochimaru was asking Uchiha Shinryu for advice about something. Seeing her parents, Tsunade ran to them excitedly, eager to show off what she had accomplished in her training that day. The warm, harmonious scene brought a beautiful smile to Chika's face. Noticing Chika standing there, Uzumaki Mito called out with a cheerful laugh. "Chika, come and join us." Hearing this, Chika shook her head and bowed before quietly leaving. Seeing her remain as reserved as ever, Mito didn't insist. Over the years, no matter how much Mito Uzumaki tried to persuade her, Chinatsu always held herself to her own standards. Some things, after all, can only be worked out by the person themselves. Setting these thoughts aside, Mito Uzumaki turned to Senju Yosuke and asked, "Yosuke, has anything happened within the clan lately?" When Senju Yosuke heard this, his expression darkened, as if recalling something unpleasant. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "Mother, within Konoha, nothing has happened among the Senju recently. But on the battlefield, our clan has suffered heavy losses. They know we've been defeated this time, so their attacks have become almost reckless." Mito Uzumaki was well aware of the situation, but she too felt powerless. This final frenzy on the battlefield was nothing more than the last revenge of those who had lost loved ones to Konoha's hands. As the war was drawing to a close, if they didn't take vengeance now, who knew when they would get another chance? Mito Uzumaki was not only exceptionally powerful, but also a master of sealing techniques. She could provide effective support on the battlefield, easing the Senju's burden. But she was also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If Mito Uzumaki were to appear on the front lines, this war, so close to ending, would be dragged on even longer. As for the other ninja clans, they would never abandon their own to aid outsiders. Everyone had their own troubles, and Mito Uzumaki never blamed others for this. All she could do was stay in Konoha and care for the families of the fallen. A hint of sadness crossed Mito Uzumaki's face. The Senju had lost so much in this war. Not only had they lost many clan members, but even those who had survived the Warring States era had fallen. Even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, perished before the dawn. They had gone to sign the peace treaty, never expecting both the second Raikage and Hokage to die there. If not for the militant faction of Cloud, led by the Gold and Silver Brothers, perhaps this war would have ended long ago. With no good solution, Mito Uzumaki could only discuss with Senju Yosuke how to better compensate the families of those who had fallen. Listening quietly from the side, Hashiryu Uchiha found himself deep in thought. From their conversation, Mito Uzumaki and Senju Yosuke had revealed something important. Although the war was nearing its end, the number of Senju sacrifices was actually increasing. Perhaps this was connected to the clan's quiet disappearance in the years to come. Hashiryu Uchiha wondered if he could come up with a solution. In recent days, he had read extensively about sealing techniques and gained some understanding. There was a way to seal ninjutsu, and explosive tags were related to this principle. So, was it possible to seal medical ninjutsu, like the healing palm technique, turning it into emergency supplies to save the wounded? Though it sounded simple, putting it into practice would surely be much more difficult. After all, the era of the ninja has spanned over 1,000 years. If it were really that easy, this method would have long since replaced conventional ninja combat. No hand signs required. Just toss out a sealing technique in the heat of battle. Wouldn't that be far more convenient than ninjutsu? So it's not that people don't use it. It's that they simply can't. After pondering for a moment, he shifted his gaze to the idol system. Others may not be able to do it, but that doesn't mean Uchiha Shinryu can't. Based on the system's classification of abilities, he estimated that as long as he left the sealing technique on auto-training until it reached the blue rank, he should be able to pull it off. As for medical ninjutsu, there were still people in Konoha who could wield that power. There was no need for Uchiha Shinryu to go out of his way to train it. The Senju clan would one day become his allies. Helping reduce their casualties now was, in a sense, preserving his own strength for the future. Besides, Uzumaki Mito had always treated him so kindly. Offering her a helping hand was the least he could do. What's more, if he truly managed to create a medical talisman, the boost to Uchiha Shinryu's reputation would be immense. Kakashi Hitaki's creation of Chidori made him famous overnight. Tsunade's reform of Konoha's medical system enabled her to return as the fifth Hokage even after decades had passed. A medical talisman could be seen as a fusion of both achievements. Such a revolutionary product, once unveiled, would all but guarantee that the next Hokage would be Uchiha Shinryu. Of course, the other ninja villages might see him as a thorn in their side, but he wasn't afraid. Uchiha Shinryu had no intention of graduating early. There were still 5 or 6 years before he would become ninja. As long as he wasn't a ninja, even Hokage couldn't send him on missions. And if he didn't go on missions, there would be no ambushes to worry about. Besides, within the village, who could possibly hide anything from Uzumaki Mito, who could sense ill intentions? With that thought, Uchiha Shinryu took Fire Release off the system's auto-training slot and replaced it with the sealing technique, Green, he'd learned over the past few days. At the system's current training speed, abilities below the blue rank leveled up quickly. He'd probably reach blue in just over 10 days. What's more, sealing techniques were extremely useful. Auto-training this ability was hardly a waste. Although Uchiha Shinryu had already decided to help Uzumaki Mito, nothing was set in stone yet, so he hadn't mentioned it to them. He planned to wait until he'd succeeded to give them all a pleasant surprise. By now, Uzumaki Mito had finished discussing work matters with Senji Yosuke. Though those responsibilities still weighed on her mind, it was time for dinner. She set her worries aside for the moment, then tapped on the table and announced, "Today, Xiao Xingliu has brought a classmate home. Let's all welcome him." At her words, everyone present raised their drinks to greet Orochimaru. Orochimaru blushed at the scene, and after a moment to compose himself, he said, "Thank you, Grandma Mito. I'll have a drink first." With that, he picked up his drink and downed in one go. Trying his best to look grown-up, he couldn't help but make everyone laugh warmly. For a moment, the room was filled with an air of joy. Meanwhile, at the residence of Uchiha Ong, the second elder of the Uchiha clan, not long after their last gathering, the Uchiha elders and clan leaders once again found themselves assembled under the same roof. Unlike the previous meeting, which had been called by the hawkish Uchiha Setsuna, this time it was the dovish Uchiha Ong who had brought everyone together. "Haven't we been meeting a bit too often these days? I was just having a meal with my grandson when I was summoned again. What's so urgent this time? I was also enjoying dinner with my precious granddaughter. If this isn't something important, I'll beat that Ong until he learns I'm not some lackey who jumps at every call." Uchiha Ong could only listen with an exasperated expression. While it was admittedly inconsiderate to call everyone together right at mealtime, the matter at hand was truly of great importance to the Uchiha. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so hastily. Yet seeing how their grumbling grew ever more spirited, almost as if they were about to beat him senseless, Uchiha Ong hastily cleared his throat and spoke up. "There's a good reason I've convened this meeting. As you all know, though our Uchiha bloodline is famed throughout the ninja world, it's no secret how difficult it is to awaken the Sharingan. Those among our clan who haven't awakened the Sharingan are no different from ordinary people." At this point, Uchiha Setsuna interrupted him impatiently. "All right, enough suspense. What's so urgent that you had to summon us like this? Just get to the point." Uchiha Ong didn't mind being cut off. After all, compared to what he was about to reveal, a little interruption was nothing. Since Elder Setsuna is so impatient, I'll get straight to it. It appears the method for awakening the Sharingan has finally been confirmed. At these words, the assembled Uchihas were momentarily taken aback. The method for awakening the Sharingan was, in fact, something they all knew. When one loses a loved one or close friend, the Sharingan can be awakened. For those with enough talent, even the Mangekyo Sharingan can be awakened in this way. However, this can't be accomplished through Jinjutsu. The reason remains unclear. Only genuine, irreversible loss can trigger the Uchiha's Sharingan to awaken. This is why the second Hokage called the Uchiha both the clan of love and the clan cursed by it. This secret was not really a secret at all. Ordinary clan members might not know, but as high-ranking members, they had access to this information. The Uchiha were proud, not foolish. 1,000 years had been more than enough time for them to draw these conclusions. So now, with Uchiha Ong suddenly bringing up something everyone already knew, they were left momentarily speechless. "Ah, so you really are begging for a beating, aren't you?" In the next moment, a burly elder could be seen flexing his wrists, a cold sneer on his face as he looked at Uchiha Ong. Just as he was about to make his move, the clan leader beside him reached out to stop him. With an excited, almost incredulous expression, the clan leader asked, "The method you mentioned, isn't it the one we've all been thinking of?" Though Uchiha Ong was a little flustered at the prospect of being beaten, he forced himself to appear calm for the sake of his image. The clan leader's question made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and then he nodded with a smile. By nodding to confirm the leader's guess, Uchiha Ong set off a storm in the meeting room. Everyone stared at him in utter disbelief. After a moment, silence fell over the room as all eyes turned to Uchiha Ong, hoping he would offer a clear explanation. "This time, no one's going to interrupt me, right?" Seeing the crowd's reaction, Uchiha Ong first shot back at Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Shana's face darkened at these words, but he held his tongue. Compared to the matter of the Sharingan, his own concerns were trivial, let alone a retort. If what Uchiha Ong said was true, he could even be removed from office for it. Seeing Uchiha Shana so tactful, Uchiha Ong curled his lip, clicked his tongue, and began his explanation. "Today, my granddaughter, Uchiha Jili, awakened her Sharingan. And unlike the traditional way it's awakened, she simply had a brief, emotional trigger from Uchiha Shinryu, and her Sharingan opened. According to Jili, Uchiha Xingliu did it on purpose. She sensed something was off and came to tell me about it. Jilly might not understand, but how could I not see what's going on? Perhaps our earlier assumptions were wrong. The Sharingan isn't awakened by the death of loved ones, but by the intense emotional upheaval when receiving that news. As he said this, Uchiha Ong paused to steady himself before continuing. With this new theory, of course I had to verify it. Otherwise, wouldn't we be getting our hopes up for nothing? I selected a few talented young Uchihas and had members of the clan who specialize in delivering bad news notify them of their relatives' deaths. When the news was delivered, 3 of them awakened their Sharingan on the spot. Everyone, this is a monumental discovery. A wave of exultation swept through the crowd at Uchiha Aang's words. In an instant, the meeting room was filled with jubilant cheers and celebration. The thunderous voices burst out from the soundproof chamber, echoing faintly into the hallway beyond. It took quite some time for the excitement to settle. Uchiha Aang's face was flushed with pride, a man in high spirits. This second possibility for awakening the Sharingan had catapulted his standing in the clan to unprecedented heights. Strictly speaking, this discovery should be credited to Uchiha Xingliu, since even Uchiha Jili could sense that he revealed it on purpose. Uchiha Ong naturally saw this as well, but since he was the first to voice it, the credit fell to him. Still, he wasn't one to forget those who paved the way. Uchiha Ong was determined not to be ungrateful. So, once the meeting room had quieted down, Uchiha Ong spoke up. I merely summarized the answer. Uchiha Xingliu played an indispensable role. He should be rewarded within the clan. Otherwise, we risk chilling the hearts of those who contribute. On hearing this, the Uchihas all nodded in agreement. The clan leader frowned slightly, unsure for the moment what would be an appropriate reward. Just then, the very person who had previously vowed to drive Uchiha Ong outstepped forward and said, "Why not give him the Sharingan's secret scroll? Since this kid could deduce the secret behind awakening the Sharingan, perhaps after seeing the scroll, he'll unlock even more mysteries." Most people agreed with this suggestion, except for Uchiha Shana. He was still fantasizing about using that very scroll to win Uchiha Xingliu over to his side. Unfortunately, even as the Grand Elder and head of the Hawkish faction, he couldn't rally the Hawks to his cause this time. After all, giving Xingliu the scroll would not only show their sincerity, but also allow him to continue his research. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that Uchiha Xingliu could uncover the secret to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would open up a new path for all the Uchihas with 3 Tomo eyes. So, under such overwhelming consensus, any voices of opposition vanished like a drop of water into the sea. After discussing how to reward Uchiha Xingliu, they moved on to strategize about enabling more clan members to awaken their eyes. Now that they had the secret formula in hand, it would be a shame not to put it to use. With a mischievous grin, Uchiha Ong suggested, "Why not use the same method I did in my experiment? I think it could be improved. For example, have one of the parents set up a spirit hall in advance, and when the other returns, break the news to the child that their father has passed away. That way, the sense of reality will be overwhelming. Maybe it'll help more people awaken their eyes." Uchiha Aang's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. As the leader of the dovish faction, he was usually warm and genial toward his clansmen. No one expected this broad-browed, honest-faced man to come up with such a suggestion. Yet, after giving it some thought, everyone had to admit it was a clever plan. According to Uchiha Ong, awakening the Sharingan required a surge of intense emotion. And what could trigger stronger feelings than suddenly losing a parent you see every day? Having one parent play along would make the event even more convincing and less likely to be exposed as a ruse. Moreover, this trick isn't one that would be easily exposed after just a few uses. The reason is simple. Once you've been caught in the rain yourself, you want to take away everyone else's umbrella too. That's exactly how the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts has been preserved over the years. So, although the method may be a bit questionable, when it comes to something that only benefits your own children and does no harm, it's still worth a try. The Uchiha clan is also known for their swift and decisive style. They never drag their feet. Right after the meeting ended, they began selecting a few people to carry out this plan. Careful selection was needed, since there's always the issue of bloodline ninjas and the risk of bloodline diseases. If the child is too young and their body hasn't fully developed, awakening the Sharingan too early could be a burden. So, it's best not to pick children who are too young, just to be safe. After some deliberation, they finally chose a dozen or so lucky ones. The elders present, after a brief pang of conscience, soon joined in the fun with a sense of guilty pleasure. They exchanged sly smiles, each one filled with mischief. Later on, some parents even bought cameras to capture their children's most embarrassing moments for posterity. From then on, Every child who awakened to Sharingan would have a black mark in their past that they'd rather forget. As Uchiha Shinryu was eating, he suddenly sneezed, drawing a concerned glance from Uzumaki Mito. He waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just a tickle in my nose." That's what he said, but for some reason he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if, somewhere in the universe, he'd just been saddled with a huge responsibility. Turning to Orochimaru, Uchiha Shinryu said, "It's getting late. Why don't you stay over tonight? We can go to school together in the morning." Orochimaru was still eating, but upon hearing this, simply nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tsunade also scooted over. She cupped her face in both hands, eyes wide and sparkling, and asked in a playful tone, "Shinryu, what's the surprise you promised me a few days ago?" Because of her status and personality, Tsunade had always felt out of place, even among the Senju clan's children. In fact, Uchiha Shinryu was her first real friend. Aside from her parents and grandmother, no one had ever given her a so-called surprise. Ever since she'd heard about it, the impatient Tsunade had felt like there were ants crawling in her heart, itching with curiosity. She was desperate to know what surprise Shinryu had in store for her. Now, seeing that Shinryu was in a good mood, Tsunade couldn't help but try her luck. Although Tsunade's cuteness was undeniable, Shinryu just chuckled and went back to eating. When no answer was forthcoming, Tsunade refused to give up. She picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a drumstick, and placed it in Shinryu's bowl, coaxing, "Big brother Shinryu, won't you tell me?" Tsunade's sudden action sent a shiver down Uchiha Shinryu's spine. He was about to refuse her once more, but then he noticed Tsunade's slightly reddened eyes and the look of hope on her face. That pitiful, pleading expression took him by surprise. Mito Uzumaki had considered most of the consequences that came with adopting Uchiha Shinryu, but she had overlooked Tsunade's feelings. For Tsunade, she was glad to have gained a new friend, yet she also harbored some resentment toward Uchiha Shinryu. She disliked how he had taken away some of her grandmother's affection, as well as the attention of her family. What hurt her most was the difference in the way Mito Uzumaki treated the two of them. As a child, Tsunade didn't stop to wonder why her grandmother acted differently towards them. She only cared about how things turned out. The pressure from her studies and the ordeal she'd been through that afternoon were just about the final straw for her. In the past, Tsunade might never have tried to win favor by acting cute, but now, feeling so upset, she couldn't help herself. All she wanted was a bit of comfort from Uchiha Shinryu. Although Uchiha Shinryu couldn't quite figure out what was going through Tsunade's mind, he could tell something was off. So, almost against his own will, Uchiha Shinryu changed his mind and said, "All right, since Tsunade is so eager to know, then come out with me." As he spoke, he glanced apologetically at Orochimaru. "Sorry, this was supposed to be a surprise for Tsunade, so I can't really bring you along." Orochimaru shook his head and replied, "Don't worry about it. You've already done so much for me today. I'm more than satisfied." When Tsunade heard Uchiha Shinryu change his plan, she wiped her eyes and rewarded him with a brilliant smile. Once Orochimaru finished speaking, Tsunade couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed Uchiha Shinryu and hurried him away. After a brief, silent exchange among the adults in the dining room, Senji Yosuke quietly slipped out to follow the two children. Once outside, Tsunade stopped and turned to wait for Uchiha Shinryu's next move. Uchiha Shinryu smiled at Tsunade, then shot a quick glance at Senji Yosuke trailing behind them, but said nothing. It was only natural for an adult to follow two children sneaking out at night, especially when one was a descendant of the Senju clan and the other was the village's latest young prodigy. If I were a spy and saw these two out alone, I'd probably take the risk myself. "Tsunade, have you ever seen fireworks before?" he asked. Hearing this, Tsunade felt a little let down. After all, she had seen plenty of fireworks in her time. Still, she perked up and answered, "I have. Every year during the festivals, Konoha puts on a fireworks show. They're always beautiful." Uchiha Shinryu noticed that brief flicker of disappointment on her face, but he didn't bother to explain. He simply continued, "That's good. Let me take you to the best place to watch the fireworks." With that, Uchiha Shinryu lifted Tsunade onto his back and, in the blink of an eye, sped away. As she held onto Uchiha Shinryu, Tsunade watched the scenery flash by, truly realizing the depth of his strength. This strength, along with the time they had spent together, put Tsunade's heart at ease. Without thinking, she rested her cheek against his back. Before long, Tsunade felt Uchiha Shinryu come to a stop. She opened her eyes and saw that they had already arrived at the highest point in Konoha, the Hokage Rock. "We're here now. You can get down." Hearing his muffled voice in her ear, Tsunade's cheeks flushed a delicate red. Trying to appear unaffected, she hopped down from Uchiha Shinryu's back. In that moment, Tsunade's awkward innocence made her irresistibly endearing. Uchiha Shinryu let out a gentle laugh. Instead of teasing Tsunade as he often did, he softly said, "Tsunade, have you ever seen a firework shaped like yourself?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive burst of flame shot high into the sky. In the next instant, a firework blossomed overhead, a radiant image of Tsunade's smiling face illuminating the night above Konoha. And that light shone softly within Tsunade's heart as well. By now, dusk had deepened. Night began to fall over Konoha, and stars appeared one by one on the horizon. As the first smile-shaped firework glittered in the sky, more and more fireworks began to ascend, one after another. Brilliant bursts of color bloomed above, painting the heavens with 1,000 dazzling flowers. Some glimmered red as fireflies, some shone blue like the stars themselves, and others sparkled golden, as if sunlight were spilling across the earth. These dazzling sparks danced in the air, flitting and swirling like sprites in the night, an enchanting spectacle. Tsunade was utterly entranced. Never in her life had she witnessed such a breathtaking display, especially that firework in her own likeness. She couldn't tear her eyes away from it. At last, the show reached its crescendo. The fireworks exploded in a glorious cascade, weaving a long, colorful dragon across the sky, its scales gleaming with radiant light. Finally, as Tsunade reluctantly watched, the fireworks faded away, and along with the fading sparks, the heaviness in her heart quietly disappeared. Just then, the Umbu arrived, intending to approach and ask questions, but were all stopped by the newly arrived Senju Yongjia. With a wry smile, he began to explain, ensuring that no one would disturb Tsunade and Uchiha Shinryu. At her age, Tsunade still didn't quite understand what love was, but this scene was forever etched into her memory. One day, that memory would take root and bloom. Uchiha Shinryu simply watched Tsunade in silence, seeing the light return to her eyes. That sight brought a quiet relief to his own heart. In his previous life, Uchiha Shinryu had always liked Tsunade's character. Though reality could never be just like the stories, he found himself growing fond of this young Tsunade all the same. Of course, it was just the kind of affection one has for a younger sister. After all, Tsunade is still so young right now. I mean, surely no one could actually fall in love with a 6-year-old child, right? That would be unthinkable. Perhaps this fondness might change in the future, but definitely not now. So, seeing Tsunade like that just now made Uchiha Shinryu genuinely worried. He was afraid that his influence might turn Tsunade from a cheerful, beautiful girl into a melancholy young lady. And if that happened, it would be his fault. Fortunately, Tsunade had returned to her usual self. Uchiha Shinryu let out a quiet sigh of relief. As he watched her bounce back, he remembered the mix of delight and disappointment on her face when she heard the fireworks. So he teased her gently. "How about those fireworks? Did they count as a surprise?" Hearing this, Tsunade, still lost in the beauty of the fireworks, snapped back to reality. Her little cheeks flushed pink, but she fought hard to hide her shyness, putting on a stern face as she replied, I'll give you a passing grade." With that, Tsunade quickly turned away, not wanting Uchiha Shinryu to see her face turning even redder. Uchiha Shinryu knew that pushing any further would just be asking for trouble. He chuckled and turned his gaze away from Tsunade, looking instead towards Senju Yosuke. Senju Yosuke noticed Shinryu's glance. In the middle of explaining himself to the Umbu, he suddenly gave Shinryu a big thumbs up. After a while, once he'd finished getting the Umbu off his back, Yosuke made a gesture that meant "let's head home," then vanished from sight. Whether he'd left or was simply hiding nearby was anyone's guess. Tsunade had also calmed herself down by now, her curiosity written all over her face as she looked at Shinryu. Freed from the tangled but blissful emotions of a moment ago, her sharp mind returned to her. Now, she was burning with curiosity. How had Uchiha Shinryu managed to set off those fireworks, the likes of which she'd never seen before? Especially since one of the fireworks had even formed her own likeness in the sky. That only piqued Tsunade's curiosity further. With something to wonder about, of course Tsunade asked without hesitation, "Shinryu, where did you get those fireworks?" Where the fireworks came from, of course, wasn't something Shinryu could explain. After all, it was the power of his Mangekyo Great Brahma technique, combined with the properties and shape manipulation of fire release. The different colors in the fireworks were actually the flame color reactions at various temperatures. And with the Mangekyo's control over fire, he could shape them into any pattern he wished. Bringing all these abilities together resulted in the dazzling fireworks display they just witnessed. But this fireworks show was far more than just a spectacle for the Umbu. Tsunade was too young to realize it, but those fireworks had actually startled quite a few people. At that moment, the third Hokage was working late in his office, expertly pulling out his pipe, just about to light it, and in the next instant, a surge of chakra gathered above Konoha, bursting into fireworks overhead. Startled by the sudden turn of events, his hand trembled, and the matches he was holding slipped from his grasp, scattering onto the floor. And it wasn't just the third Hokage who reacted this way. Many others in the Hidden Leaf Village experienced something similar. Most of them were ninja with heightened sensory abilities. As for why no one but the Yinbyu showed up, that was thanks to Mito Uzumaki. Gifted with the Kagura mind's eye, she realized at once that Hashiryu Uchiha had stirred up quite a commotion. Without hesitation, she set down her bowl and rushed to the Hokage's office with all possible speed. After explaining the situation to Hiruzen Sarutobi, she had him relay her message to the villagers. The explanation went like this. It was all a misunderstanding. These were fireworks Mito Uzumaki set off for Tsunade's amusement. The excuse was flimsy, and her perfunctory attitude was all too obvious. In the end, apart from giving a few sensory ninja quite a fright, the fireworks caused no real harm. Those without such abilities, on the other hand, were actually delighted. Fireworks at this time of year were a rare treat, something usually reserved for festive occasions. So, for the most part, people were even grateful to Mito Uzumaki. They thanked her for bringing a touch of celebration to a village weighed down by sorrow. It eased, if only a little, the pain in their hearts wrought by war. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, was not among those offering thanks. As the village leader, even a firework display, no matter what excuse was given, should have been reported to him in advance. To Sarutobi, Mito's paper-thin excuse was nothing less than a sign of disrespect. But faced with her status, her authority, and her strength, he could do nothing but grit his teeth and swallow his displeasure. Mito herself hadn't considered it from this angle. Yet, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she could sense that the malice in Sarutobi's heart toward her had grown. She frowned, looking at Sarutobi's unreadable face, and sighed. Hiruzen, this time it was my fault. I owe you an apology. At these words, Sarutobi's expression finally softened, though the knot in his heart remained as tight as ever. This, of course, did not escape Mito's keen perception. She had taken the blame to ensure Hashiryu Uchiha's involvement wouldn't be exposed. Strictly speaking, it was Hashiryu Uchiha who was at fault. But before things could spiral out of control, Mito had quickly stepped in with an explanation, and in the end, no real harm was done. If Hiruzen Sarutobi, as Hokage, were to let petty grievances fester, that would be truly worrisome. Such behavior would mean he envied the capable and blocked the rise of the next generation. And harboring ill will toward the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was hardly a good sign, either. At that moment, Mito Uzumaki felt a hint of sorrow. She understood that the little monkey she once knew was gone for good. What she didn't understand was that power is an instrument that can twist a person's nature. Though some can remain true to themselves in the face of power, Hiruzen Sarutobi was clearly not among them. Unlike the atmosphere at Mito Uzumaki's place, Tsunade's home was filled with laughter and joy. After Tsunade asked where the fireworks came from, Shinryu Uchiha kept dodging the question, changing the subject every time. But in the end, Tsunade proved to be the more skillful one. Shinryu Uchiha could only look helplessly at Tsunade, who was firmly clutching the corner of his clothes, and raised his hands in surrender. All right, you win. The truth about the fireworks. I really can't tell you right now. It wouldn't do either of us any good. How about this? Let's make a promise to each other. Tsunade's eyes lit up at the mention of a promise. She'd never made a promise with anyone before. Now, hearing Shinryu suggest it, she thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Seeing her response, Shinryu continued. Here's the deal. If you still haven't figured out the secret of the fireworks by the time you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I'll tell you then. And as compensation, I'll take you to see the fireworks every year. How does that sound? Tsunade hesitated for a moment upon hearing that she'd have to wait until graduation to learn the secret. But the moment Shinryu promised she could see the fireworks every year, she bobbed her head up and down with the eagerness of a pecking chick. Shinryu couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. His laughter made Tsunade a bit embarrassed, and she gradually stopped nodding. Her gaze wandered shyly, and then she whispered, "Thank you, Shinryu." Shinryu wisely refrained from asking her what she was thanking him for. Even if he could be dense at times, he knew better than to ruin the moment. He turned around and crouched down, signaling for Tsunade to climb onto his back. It was time to go home. Tsunade's cheeks turned bright red, but she obediently climbed aboard. The whole way home, neither of them spoke a word. Or perhaps, everything they wanted to say was already quietly understood between them. In that moment, the bond between them became unbreakable. When they arrived at the Senja household, Mito Uzumaki was sitting right in the center of the living room. Shinryu shrank back instinctively at the sight of her. He hadn't said a word about his plans beforehand, and the spectacle he'd caused was no small matter. A massive surge of chakra had gathered above Konoha. Anyone unaware would have thought the village was under attack. The only reason he was able to return home safely and not end up in the Umbu interrogation chamber was probably thanks to Mito Uzumaki's intervention. Knowing he was at fault, Xingliu could only offer an awkward smile. Mito shot him a look of exasperation, then glanced to Tsunade behind him, and finally let out a heavy sigh. What did she do? One was her own flesh and blood, the other the child she had adopted. Both were precious to her. She couldn't bring herself to punish either of them. In the end, Mito could only speak to them with heartfelt sincerity. Xingliu, if you ever plan to do something like this again, it's best to let me know in advance, she said. I still have some influence in Konoha. Reporting this sort of thing ahead of time is a simple matter for me. Just this once. Let's not make a habit, all right? Uchiha Xingliu immediately nodded, almost like a little chick pecking at rice. But then, something came to his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. Then I'll report it now. Every year at this time, I want to put on a fireworks show. Hearing this, Mito Uzumaki nearly lost her composure, but when she caught sight of Tsunade's hopeful eyes beside her, she agreed with a smile. After that, she didn't say much more, simply sending the two off to rest. Mito Uzumaki was actually quite curious about how Uchiha Xingliu managed it. The amount of chakra swirling above Konoha was far beyond what any child should possess. Even compared to her own chakra reserves, it was no less impressive. And as for the fire-style mastery revealed in those fireworks, that was simply unmatched. Even Madara Uchiha, back in his prime, would have fallen short compared to Uchiha Xingliu. The fireworks formed by the flames varied in shape and temperature, each more intricate than the last. Such skill was simply beyond human capacity. But since Uchiha Xingliu chose not to explain, Mito Uzumaki didn't press him, instead choosing to trust in him. She was open-minded about it. To her, a ninja's battle was always a battle of intelligence. Haiden's immortality, for example, Asuma didn't know about it and paid the price. But once they had the information, Shikamaru was able to turn the tables and win. Or take Jiraiya. His reconnaissance allowed Naruto Uzumaki to fight pain better and eventually win. Of course, those were battles between ordinary shinobi. When it came to the likes of Madara, Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju, the scale of their power was on a whole other level. Even if you knew everything about your enemy, could you take on a Susanoo as tall as a mountain, or face the true several thousand hands that could snatch the nine tails like a chick? Mito Uzumaki didn't know the full extent of Uchiha Xingliu's power. But protecting a ninja's jutsu secrets was also a way to protect the ninja himself. And the best way to keep a secret was to let it be known by no one but the person himself. So, as long as Uchiha Xingliu didn't reveal anything, she wouldn't interfere. Mito Uzumaki's attitude also influenced Senju Yosuke, who refrained from asking further. And so, what had started as a commotion ended quietly, with little more than a ripple. The next morning, after breakfast, the three, Uchiha Xingliu, Tsunade, and Yosuke, headed off to school together. When they arrived, they found their classmates abuzz, still talking excitedly about the fireworks from the night before, all trying to guess who had set them off. Some, with Sensor Ninja in their families, were whispering in hushed tones. Uchiha Xingliu and Tsunade exchanged a glance, and both saw the laughter sparkling in each other's eyes. But with a quiet understanding, none of them brought others into their conversation or shifted the topic away from fireworks. A hint of confusion flickered across Orochimaru's pale face. Did I miss something? Why does it feel like they're hiding something from me? He wondered silently. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Jiraiya, as gregarious as ever, bounded over and immediately started pawing around with Orochimaru. Though in this case, pawing around turned literal. Orochimaru, startled, reacted instinctively and threw Jiraiya over his shoulder. And so, the situation quickly escalated. Jiraiya issued a challenge and rushed in, only to be promptly taken down, left sprawled and unable to get up. Uchiha Xingliu and Tsunade watched from the sidelines, bursting into hearty laughter. But once the tussle ended, Uchiha Xingliu stepped forward to mediate. All right, you're both at fault here. Let's just drop it, okay? Orochimaru thought Xingliu had a point. He really had overreacted and lashed out at Jiraiya. He turned to Jiraiya and offered a quiet apology. Jiraiya, though still a bit disgruntled, found himself awkwardly apologizing too after Orochimaru spoke first. Watching this exchange, Uchiha Xingliu couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. If Madara Uchiha hadn't survived, and if these two had the blood of the Otsutsuki in their veins, perhaps Orochimaru and Jiraiya would have been this generation's Azura and Indra. The dynamic between them was strikingly similar to what would later be seen between Sasuke and Naruto. But maybe it was for the best that it wasn't them. Otherwise, a genius in scientific research might have been lost. Meanwhile, Nanoyu Yakushi had arrived early, sitting quietly in a secluded corner, watching the goings-on in the classroom. But her gaze was distant, her mind drifting far away. The excitement belongs to them. I have nothing left, she thought to herself, slowly closing her eyes. The Yakushi clan had been among the founding elders when the first Hokage established Konoha. Their numbers were always few, and after the devastation of the First Great Ninja War, many lives were lost. Nanoyu's parents were among those who had sacrificed themselves. Yet if there was any comfort, it was that in such a small clan, people cared deeply for one another. Though she became an orphan, Nanoyu was raised with care by her remaining family, and grew up healthy and strong. She felt genuine gratitude for her clan's support. Still, a small clan was a small clan. Aside from some medical knowledge, the Yakushi had no powerful, secret ninjutsu to pass down. Nanoyu Yakushi, to her credit, managed to enter the academy's most elite class. But this achievement turned out to bring disaster. After gaining Hiruzen Sarutobi's approval, Danzo Shimura's first targets were these smaller clans. Though not strong, the ninja from these families were often more skilled than those from civilian backgrounds. As a top student in the elite class, Nanoyu Yakushi naturally caught Danzo's eye right away. The Yakushi clan, unable to defy the orders of the Hokage, could only leave the decision in Yakushi Nanoyu's own hands. Yesterday, after school, Yakushi Nanoyu bid farewell to her classmates and happily made her way home. That's when she encountered her nightmare. Even now, Yakushi Nanoyu could still remember the man who stood shrouded in shadow. Shimura Danzo explained the philosophy of Root to Yakushi Nanoyu, using lofty, brainwashing rhetoric. Yet, as Root's future ace spy, Nanoyu saw right through the darkness at its core. Before she could refuse, Danzo, noticing the resistance on her face, spoke up. In a calm, measured tone, he delivered the cruelest words. Root is shorthanded right now. I received the Hokage's order to recruit you. But if you agree to join, no one else from the Yakushi clan will have to follow. Kind-hearted as she was, she couldn't bring herself to reject this offer. She didn't want to see the people who had cared for her dragged into the shadows. Faced with this impossible choice, she loaded herself into the chamber. Danzo, of course, cared nothing for her feelings. Once he had Yakushi Nanoyu's answer, he didn't immediately take her away. Instead, he issued his first order, observe Uchiha Shinryo for a year, and if her grades slipped, she would be expelled. During this year, Yakushi Nanoyu would have to let her academic performance gradually decline, until expulsion was inevitable. The purpose of this was to have Nanoyu quietly slip into Root's ranks, without drawing attention. After all, if a student from the elite first class suddenly dropped out, it would surely attract suspicion. Danzo had high hopes for Yakushi Nanoyu, and didn't want her recruitment to bring about unnecessary trouble or mistakes. So he devised this simple, yet convenient plan. And to make the most of her situation, Danzo took advantage of the fact that Nanoyu was in the same class as Uchiha Shinryo, assigning her to gather intelligence. For this whole year, any sign of unusual behavior or information about Uchiha Shinryo had to be reported to Danzo without delay. This way, when the time came to deal with Uchiha Shinryo, Danzo would be prepared. Whenever Nanoyu thought about the dark and endless path ahead, despair welled up inside her. Although this was a choice she had made, in truth, it was a single-answer question. Danzo had never given her any other options. Given Danzo's nature, even if she hadn't chosen this path now, there would have been other threats waiting for her, until she finally ended up en route. Blindsided by such a sudden turn, 6-year-old Nanoyu couldn't help but imagine the stories from her picture books. She found herself longing. If only a prince would come and save her. Just then, Uchiha Shinryo walked over to the distracted Nanoyu. He greeted her, but received no reply, which struck Uchiha Shinryo as a bit odd. After all, just yesterday their little group had gotten to know each other. Nanoyu wasn't the sort of person to be rude. Of course she would respond to him. So Uchiha Shinryo turned his gaze to Nanoyu, wanting to see what was going on. And then he saw her, her face pale as a sheet, dark circles heavy beneath her eyes. Nanoyu looked so frail that he stood there, taken aback. As his gaze lingered, Tsunade followed suit, glancing over at her as well. The moment Tsunade, so blunt and outspoken, caught sight of Nonoyu's appearance, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Her exclamation drew the attention of most of the classroom, and soon everyone was looking at Nonoyu's complexion. The children were still young and innocent. The moment they noticed something was wrong with their classmate, they immediately crowded together, concern shining in their eyes as they gathered around Nonoyu. Nonoyu, are you all right? If you're not feeling well, you should go to the infirmary and have the teacher take a look. Yeah, that's right. We can all go with you if you want. Tsunade, never one for hesitation, stepped forward and tried to take Nono Yu's hand to lead her to the medical room. Surrounded by so many worried faces, a flush of red welled up in Yakushi Nono Yu's eyes. But when she thought of her clan, she forced back her tears, managing a weak smile. I'm Fina. I just didn't sleep well last night. I'm sorry to make everyone worry. Though her smile was strained and her classmates were still uneasy, they gradually dispersed. Because after all, she herself insisted she was all right, and none of them felt right about dragging her off to see a doctor by force. Once the crowd dispersed, Uchiha Shinryu frowned, feeling certain things weren't as simple as they seemed. Based on his own experience of always being blamed, his first suspicion fell on Danzo. He had no proof, but Uchiha Shinryu just couldn't shake the feeling that Danzo had a hand in this. What's more, Yakushi Nono Yu had originally joined Danzo's route, becoming his ace spy. He wasn't sure exactly when that happened, but now that his butterfly effect was in play, it was only natural for the story to start changing. Nono Yu is supposed to be my future head of public security. How dare anyone try to snatch her away? The idea that Danzo was trying to poach her filled Uchiha Shinryu with anger. He had already made careful plans for Yakushi Nono Yu, and there was no way he'd let Danzo have her. Besides, Danzo's route was hardly a good place. Inside, you were either brainwashed into a puppet or had your tongue sealed by a deadly curse. Clearly, Danzo truly saw them as nothing but tools. And most importantly of all, the first Hokage established Konoha so that children could grow up healthy and strong. Yet with Mito still hale and hearty, Danzo already dares to lay hands on the village's children. There were still many elders who had joined Konoha in response to the first ideals, and they weren't gone yet. Is it that you, Danzo, have gotten too arrogant, or do you think Uzumaki Mito has lost her edge? Danzo, you practically handed the blade to me yourself. With that thought, Hashiryu Uchiha looked at Nanoyu before him and offered her a comforting smile. Nanoyu, we're comrades, he said gently. If there's anything troubling you, don't hesitate to tell us. We'll all help you no matter what. Nanoyu's lips quivered slightly at his words. But in the end, after biting her lip, she shook her head and replied, there's really nothing wrong. In Nanoyu's mind, the Hokage was the highest authority in the village. Danzo was holding a document signed by the Hokage. He had the Hokage's approval. Even Hashiryu Uchiha couldn't help her now. In fact, to avoid dragging anyone else into her troubles, she had already decided to bear this burden alone. After a moment's hesitation, Nanoyu still chose not to tell Hashiryu Uchiha what had happened. But it was precisely her hesitation that confirmed to Hashiryu that his suspicions were likely correct. Since Nanoyu didn't want to say more, Hashiryu didn't press her. After all, Danzo's route wouldn't target only Nanoyu. There were surely other victims. With the Senju's resources, it wouldn't be hard to find a few with a simple investigation. If Danzo were merely summoning some graduated ninja, that would be perfectly legitimate. But he was preying on the children of the village, using threats and bribes to do so. That crossed a forbidden line in Konoha. Children are the boundary for all humanity, no matter the world. Since Danzo had already begun his scheme, Hashiryu knew he had to act at once. He couldn't risk Konoha's future suffering unnecessary harm. With this in mind, Hashiryu turned to Tsunade and said, Tsunade, I have something urgent to take care of. Could you please ask Teacher Toki for leave on my behalf? I'd really appreciate it. Tsunade rolled her eyes and replied, taking a day off on the second day of school? Aren't you afraid the teacher will give you a hard time? Hashiryu just smiled, refusing to answer her question. To him, Toki's teaching style simply didn't suit him. He was only attending school to connect with his classmates and build bonds. Once those bonds were strong enough, he'd probably end up leading a group to skip class altogether. When that day came, Toki was sure to be annoyed with him. But to be the teacher of this class, Toki couldn't possibly be a fool. As long as Hashiryu kept up with his studies, even if Toki disapproved, he'd turn a blind eye. So Hashiryu wasn't worried about the situation Tsunade mentioned. He pointed toward Nanoyu and said, I'm counting on you. I really do have important business with Granny Mito, and it concerns Nanoyu. Tsunade didn't understand why Hashiryu's urgent matter involved Nanoyu. Judging by how seriously he spoke, Tsunade knew this was no small matter. So she straightened up as well, promising to help Uchiha Shinryu request a leave of absence. Once Shinryu saw Tsunade nod in agreement, he turned and left without hesitation. Nanoyu, who had witnessed everything from the side, was filled with emotion. Yet she had no idea how to stop Shinryu from what he was about to do. As she wavered in uncertainty, Shinryu had already departed. Seeing him walk away, Nanoyu quickly stood up, wanting to rush out and stop him. But just as she left her seat and reached the doorway, Shinryu's figure blurred for an instant, and in the next moment, he vanished completely. Nanoyu reached out her hand, trying to say something. Tsunade watched her and stepped forward to comfort her. Don't be afraid. That boy Xingliu would never act unless he was sure of himself. Besides, my grandmother is still here. Nanoyu was not yet the shrine maiden she would one day become. Though she was as kind as ever, her heart did not yet possess the strength she would gain in the future. Especially now, seeing Xingliu prepare to involve himself in this matter, she finally couldn't hold everything in and broke down in tears. Her sudden sobbing left Tsunade at a loss for what to do, so she stepped forward and gently embraced her. After leaving the classroom, Uchiha Xingliu used the body flicker technique to hurry on his way. Compared to the slow, traditional ninja sprint, the body flicker was much more draining in both stamina and chakra. Yet to Xingliu, the effort was negligible. He recovered faster than he expended energy. The speed of the body flicker was remarkable, especially when Xingliu didn't care how much chakra he spent. In just a short while, he had returned to the Senju residence. Uzumaki Mito was sitting in a chair, basking in the sun and sipping her tea. When she saw Xingliu return, she was a little surprised, but not overly so. She knew the boy had a good sense of boundaries. He would never come running back for no reason. Sure enough, in the next moment, Xingliu spoke the words that made her eyes widen in shock. Grandma Mito, I suspect someone in the village is targeting the children. The instant she heard this, Mito bolted upright. Anyone who had survived the Warring States era knew how brutal those times had been. Hatred and profit wove together across this land, to avenge themselves on other clans, and to sever the future hope of rival ninja. Children born into a ninja clan were always at risk of assassination. And at the most critical moments for their clan, as long as they could hold a kunai, even the youngest children would be sent to the battlefield, asked to sacrifice themselves. The Uzumaki clan, Mito's own family, had not been spared. Many children were murdered at a very young age. Back then, every parent lived in constant vigilance, afraid that, come the next morning, their child would be gone forever. Hashirama Senju founded Konoha so that children could grow up safely, and adults wouldn't have to live in constant fear. But now, Uchiha Xingliu had told her that someone had dared to harm the children. At first, Mito Uzumaki found it hard to believe, but that disbelief quickly turned to intense anger. Looking at Mito Uzumaki's ashen face before him, Uchiha Xingliu continued. There's a girl in our class who seems to have been threatened. With that, Uchiha Xingliu said nothing more. Mito Uzumaki was a clever woman. No matter how much he said, she would investigate on her own. So, it was better to let the truth speak for itself. After all, Uchiha Xingliu wasn't falsely accusing Danzo. He really had done such a thing. Mito Uzumaki swiftly pulled herself out of her anger. Taking a deep breath, she slowly let it out. Then she turned to Uchiha Xingliu and said, I'll look into this. For now, keep this quiet. As for the girl, bring her here. She can stay with me for the time being. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Xingliu readily agreed. He nodded and then said, Grandmother, I've already taken a day off from school. Why don't I help you investigate as well? I actually have some ideas already. Mito Uzumaki gave Uchiha Xingliu a surprised look, not understanding why he was so invested. What she didn't know was that Uchiha Xingliu had long wanted to deal with Danzo. If there was anyone in the Hidden Leaf Village whom Uchiha Xingliu found most distasteful, it was undoubtedly Danzo. Now, not only did he have enough strength, but both the Senju and Uchiha, the two great clans of Konoha, stood behind him. And with Danzo delivering the weapon right to his door, Uchiha Xingliu would have felt ashamed to let this opportunity pass. Mito Uzumaki had initially considered refusing, but when she heard Xingliu say he had a plan, she narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment, then finally said, All right, then come with me to see the Hokage. Having decided to bring Uchiha Xingliu along, Mito Uzumaki wasted no time. However, to avoid alerting their target, she didn't march into the Hokage's office with a grand display. Instead, she planned to pay a private visit and quietly instruct the Hokage to look into the matter. When Uchiha Xingliu heard Mito Uzumaki's plan, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. You're having someone investigate themselves? If that yields any real results, it would be a miracle. Still, he didn't try to persuade Mito Uzumaki to change her approach, because up until now, everything he'd said was based on speculation. Yakushi Nanoyu hadn't spoken up, and there was no other evidence for now. Besides, all they needed was to meet with the Hokage. Once they did, the matter could be properly classified, and the true culprit could be named for what he was, a rogue ninja who preys upon children. Leaving this matter for Hiruzen Sarutobi to investigate may very well lead to nothing, or at best, someone else taking the blame. But that doesn't mean Hiruzen Sarutobi is the only one who can uncover the mastermind behind it all. With Uzumaki Mito's experience, Once she meets with the Hokage, she will certainly sense that something is amiss. At that point, Uchiha Shinryu will persuade her and ask her to entrust the Uchiha police force with the investigation. Uzumaki Mito's decision to take in Shinryu is a clear gesture of goodwill toward the Uchiha. The police force has a duty to handle matters like this, so the Uchiha cannot refuse. Moreover, while the relationship between the Uchiha and Danzo isn't yet as hostile as it would be in the future, it's far from friendly. The Uchiha have considerable skill, and with Shinryu's subtle guidance, they can quickly identify the real culprit. Even in the worst-case scenario, if Danzo truly managed to cover his tracks perfectly, Uchiha Shinryu is confident he could get Nanoyu to reveal the truth. Besides, with Danzo's personality and abilities, he's simply not capable of pulling off something so flawless. So, exposing Danzo is only a matter of time. When that happens, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi tries to shield Danzo and smooth things over, it will be impossible. Because by then, the incident will be officially recognized and the whole village of Konoha will be abuzz with the news. At that point, even if Danzo survives, he will be utterly disgraced. Through all this, Uchiha Shinryu doesn't have to do much. He only needs to go with the flow and wait. It won't be long before Danzo finds himself with nowhere left to run. The Hokage's office building was as tranquil as ever. This was Uchiha Shinryu's second visit. Last time, he was brought here by the Umbu. This time, it was Uzumaki Mito who accompanied him. There was simply no comparison between the two experiences. As soon as Uzumaki Mito arrived, the guards, realizing the purpose of her visit, didn't even bother to announce her. Instead, they walked ahead, personally leading the way. Along the corridors, everyone who saw Uzumaki Mito greeted her with respect. Some of the kunoichi even looked at her with the all-one reserves for a beloved idol. Just like that, they made their way smoothly to the Hokage's office, encountering no obstacles. The ease of their passage felt no different from returning to their own home. Such an extravagant display left Uchiha Shinryu both amazed and somewhat uneasy. No wonder the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan eventually faded away, and even Senju Nawaki met a tragic end. Hiruzen Sarutobi simply wasn't strong enough to keep such esteemed subordinates under his control. If he didn't come up with some countermeasures, there was every chance Senju Nawaki might one day seize the throne for himself. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito paid no mind to whatever was running through Uchiha Shinryu's head. They had already arrived before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a brief glance at Uchiha Shinryu, then, with a broad smile, stepped forward to greet her. "Lady Mito, what brings you here today?" Feeling the growing malice radiating from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Uzumaki's mood, which was already sour because of the child, sank even lower. She understood exactly where Sarutobi's hostility came from, Uchiha Shinryu. Shinryu had already become the rising star of Konoha, a bridge between the village and the Uchiha clan. He was a famous child prodigy, destined to be a pillar of Konoha's future. Within the village, there had even been voices suggesting Uchiha Shinryu as the fourth Hokage. But in the end, Shinryu was simply too young, and the idea faded away without resolution. For Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, such a notion was utterly unacceptable. He was still at the height of his ninja power, with no intention of stepping down. Now, seeing Mito Uzumaki arrive with Uchiha Shinryu in tow, it was only natural that he would feel dissatisfied. Sensing this animosity, Mito could only smile helplessly. She studied Sarutobi for a moment before finally speaking. "Hiruzen, the reason I've come today is that I have an important matter to trouble you with." At her words, Sarutobi set aside his private grievances. Given Mito Uzumaki's temperament, something she deemed important was never trivial. The war was still raging. If anything had gone wrong on the Senju front, it could spell disaster. He hurriedly asked, "May I ask what has happened, Lady Mito, that brings you to me?" Mito looked over at Uchiha Shinryu, signaling for him to step forward and explain. After all, it was Shinryu who had discovered the issue, so it only made sense for him to speak. Unfazed, Shinryu took her cue and stepped up to face Sarutobi directly. "Hokage-sama, someone has crossed the village's forbidden line. They've targeted the children of Konoha." Relief flickered through Sarutobi's heart when he realized it wasn't a problem on the battlefield. But as soon as he heard someone was preying on the village's children, his mind immediately jumped to his old friend. Then, he remembered the writ he had given him. In that instant, a cold sweat broke out down his back. Yet, as the seasoned fox he was, Sarutobi managed to feign outrage, pressing for more information. "Is the information reliable? Do you know who's behind this? How dare someone commit such a heinous crime? They clearly have no respect for me as Hokage." Shinryu paused to consider, then answered Sarutobi's questions. The information is accurate. We already have a witness. But as for who exactly is responsible, we're still in the dark. That's why we've come to ask the Hokage to dispatch the Umbu to investigate. At the mention of a witness, Sarutobi's heart went cold. But when he heard that the perpetrator's identity remained unknown, a glimmer of hope returned. Finally, learning that Mito Uzumaki had come to him only to request his help in uncovering the culprit, Sarutobi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't be absolutely certain that Danzo was behind this, judging by what he knew of the man, there was little room for doubt. So, when he was asked to investigate, Hiruzen actually felt somewhat relieved. This was an opportunity for him to take matters into his own hands. At worst, he could always find someone else to take the fall. However, he soon remembered there was an eyewitness involved, and the relief he just felt tightened into a knot of worry once more. "No problem. I'll order the Umbu to carry out a thorough investigation," he replied. As he spoke, Hiruzen put on a show of concern and continued, his tone slow and deliberate. "Is the witness still safe? Why don't you let me take care of their protection?" Uchiha Shinryo almost burst out laughing when he heard that. Let you protect them? That's like sending a lamb into a tiger's den, he thought. Still, his own acting was just as good. Facing Hiruzen's seemingly casual inquiry, Uchiha Shinryo smiled pleasantly and said, "There's no need. My grandmother is already looking after this person. I wouldn't trouble you, Lord Hokage." Off to the side, Mito Uzumaki listened to their exchange, feeling the fluctuating malice radiating from Hiruzen, and sensed that something was wrong. The more Mito listened, the more convinced she became that Hiruzen was fishing for information from Uchiha Shinryo. Especially when it came to the matter of the witness. He was far too eager. With that thought, Mito cut in to interrupt their conversation. "All right, since everything's been made clear, we should head back now." Without waiting for Hiruzen to ask anything else, she took Shinryo's small hand and turned to leave. At the doorway, Mito paused, then spoke with a meaning that lingered in the air. "Monkey, you are the Hokage. Don't let me down," she added silently to herself. A Hokage's authority is not meant to shield wrongdoers. Hiruzen's behavior had raised red flags in her mind. She was already preparing to seek another solution. If, in the end, Hiruzen couldn't give her a satisfactory answer, Mito would have to consider whether he was truly fit to be Hokage. All of this, Hiruzen failed to notice. He simply assumed that Mito's words were urging him to speed up the investigation, to prevent any more children from suffering. After Mito finished speaking, she left with Shinryo without looking back. Once they were gone, Hiruzen lit his pipe, filling the room with curling smoke. "Elephant, bring Danzo here." As soon as he spoke, a shadow flickered by. The room, empty just a moment before, was now occupied by an Umbu kneeling on one knee. Bowing his head, the Umbu replied, "Yes, understood." Only after Hiruzen gave a nod did the Umbu vanish, heading off to find Danzo. Before long, Danzo arrived, his perpetually cold, gloomy face set as he stood before the Hokage. "Danzo, is there something you wanted to discuss with me?" Hiruzen Sarutobi did not speak right away. Instead, he simply stared at Danzo. The silence made Danzo uncomfortable. Finally, Hiruzen broke it. "The people your root organization has been recruiting lately, just what kind of people are they?" Danzo's pupils shrank at the question, but he quickly regained his composure. "They're just some genin from the ninja clans who have earned their forehead protectors. You approve this yourself. Is there a problem?" Hiruzen knew his old friend all too well. Even though Danzo's hesitation had lasted less than a second, it was enough. He was certain now. The person who targeted the children, as Mito Uzumaki had described, was Danzo. That thought made Hiruzen's anger surge beyond control. Grabbing Danzo by the collar, he barked, "You fool! Don't you realize that if you harm children, no one will be able to protect you? Mito already knows about this. She's asked me to investigate. And you're still pretending? Have you got a death wish, Danzo?" At that, Hiruzen shoved Danzo away, sending him sprawling to the floor, bewildered and stunned. Danzo was truly at a loss. He'd only set his plan in motion less than a day ago. Except for a handful of candidates he'd personally targeted, most of the recruiting was being handled by root members. How had word already reached Mito Uzumaki? Did everyone know now? Still, he wasn't entirely foolish. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he scrambled back to his feet, forcing a smile as he edged closer to Hiruzen. "Well, since Mito has entrusted this matter to you, I suppose I'm off the hook, aren't I?" By now, Hiruzen had calmed himself a bit. He picked up his pipe and took a long, deep drag. Glancing at the sycophantic smile plastered on Danzo's face, Hiruzen replied irritably, "Be honest with me. How many children have you targeted?" At those words, Danzo's smile froze. In truth, it wasn't just a few children. Every single target was a child. Danzo intended to make Root his personal domain, so naturally, he would pick only the best. Adult ninja from the clans were notoriously hard to brainwash. Even with the seal of absolute silence, all it did was keep them from revealing information about Root or Danzo. It couldn't inspire absolute loyalty. Besides, the most talented adults already had reputations, making it impossible to recruit them quietly. As for the less talented, Danzo had no interest in them. So in the end, he chose only children. It was a slower approach, but it promised far greater rewards. Seeing Danzo's expression, Hiruzen couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Astonished, he asked, "You didn't recruit only children, did you?" Danzo broke out in a cold sweat, but stubbornly insisted. "That's right. This way I can." Before he could even finish speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already sent him flying with a furious kick. At the height of his power, Hiruzen's kick landed with all his pent-up anger, leaving Danzo badly hurt. Danzo slumped against the wall, his heavy, ragged breaths making it clear just how much pain he was in. "Danzo, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Hand back the authorization token." Danzo let out 2 harsh coughs before he slowly spoke. "I will return the token, but some of the children have already been taken to Root. What are we supposed to do about that?" Hiruzen grew so agitated that he stopped smoking. He paced back and forth, indecisive and troubled. The third Hokage had never imagined Danzo would go this far. Things had escalated to such a degree that even if they found scapegoats, the truth would eventually come out. Those children were undeniable evidence. Yet when it came to dealing with those children, Hiruzen hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to go through with it. For all his shortcomings, his lack of ability and hunger for power, Hiruzen really did love Konoha. If Danzo had kidnapped children from other villages, Hiruzen would have dealt with them without a second thought. But these were Konoha's children, Konoha's young leaves. To let them wither away here was something Hiruzen couldn't reconcile with his conscience. Danzo, on the other hand, felt no such burden. He had orchestrated situations where even mothers and sons would turn on each other. Something like this was nothing to him. Danzo's solution was simple: eliminate the children at once and destroy the evidence. But seeing Hiruzen's hesitation, he dared not act against his wishes. Right now, Hiruzen was Danzo's only lifeline. Otherwise, with crimes like his, a lifetime in prison would be the best he could hope for. Execution on the spot was just as likely. After a long and heavy silence, Hiruzen finally made up his mind. To him, there were only 2 paths open. 1. Destroy the evidence, find someone to take the fall, and frame the whole thing as a plot by another village. 2. Kill Danzo on the spot, so he couldn't implicate Hiruzen. After all, the authorization token came from Hiruzen himself. "Danzo, I'm leaving this to you." With that, Hiruzen walked to the window and gazed out at the hidden leaf village, lost in thought. In the end, Hiruzen couldn't bring himself to sever his ties with Danzo, so he chose to abandon those children instead. No wonder Danzo would later try to assassinate him. In the end, Hiruzen was always ready to forgive. Danzo, overjoyed, struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, caught his breath, and said, "Leave it to me, Hiruzen." Meanwhile, as Uchiha Shinryu and Uzumaki Mito walked away in silence, it was Mito who finally broke the quiet. "Shinryu, do you know something?" Shinryu gave a soft chuckle at her question. "How could I? I just have someone in mind who seems suspicious." Upon hearing this, Mito Uzumaki paused to think, and then as if a realization struck her, she spoke up. "Are you saying that this matter is connected to someone close to Sarutobi?" Uchiha Shinryu was not surprised that Mito Uzumaki could deduce this much. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi's behavior had been somewhat suspicious, making it easy for others to suspect him. As the Hokage, he had no reason to target the children. There was nothing for him to gain and everything to lose. Since it wasn't Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet he was still acting strangely, it meant he already had someone in mind as the mastermind behind all this. That person was undoubtedly connected to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Otherwise, he would have already taken action and apprehended them. So Uchiha Shinryu nodded, not bothering to keep her guessing, and said directly to Mito Uzumaki, "I suspect it's Elder Danzo. He's the only one in the village who fits the criteria. I also heard he established a brand new department called Root, and this war has cost his Root dearly. That gives Danzo a motive to kidnap children and train them to fill out his own department." After hearing this, the confusion that lingered in Mito Uzumaki's mind was instantly swept away. She immediately felt a pang of regret. She had come to Sarutobi in hopes of avoiding alerting the enemy, never expecting that her efforts might have been unnecessary. Although Uchiha Shinryu had informed her of this at the first possible moment, it was likely that some children had already been taken. Now, all of Mito Uzumaki's actions amounted to nothing more than pushing those children deeper into danger. Seeing the sadness in Mito Uzumaki's expression, Uchiha Shinryu tried to comfort her. Grandma Mito, please don't worry. We still have time. If Elder Danzo really is behind this, as soon as he hears the news, he'll want to destroy the evidence right away. There's a window of opportunity here. We can turn this to our advantage by having people keep a close watch on Elder Danzo. That way, we can save the children. After listening, Mito Uzumaki studied Uchiha Shinryu carefully and sighed with emotion. Sometimes I feel you really aren't like a child at all. You're far too mature. Yet after her sigh, she found herself at a loss. The Senju clan was now desperately short-handed. No matter how you looked at it, Danzo was not someone ordinary Chunin or Jinin could trail undetected. The top fighters of the Senju were all stationed at the front lines. It was impossible for her to recall them and weaken the clan's position. If she went herself, she would draw too much attention, and disguising herself would only make it easier for her identity to be exposed. Thinking this through, Mito Uzumaki turned her gaze to Uchiha Shinryu, hoping he might have an answer. Uchiha Shinryu had anticipated this reaction. He pointed to the Uchiha clan crest on his clothing, then watched as understanding dawned on Mito Uzumaki's face, and said, "There aren't many left in the village who could keep Danzo under surveillance, but the Uchiha, well, we always have our ways. Only a small portion of them are allowed on the battlefield. Most of the capable ones were kept back under the pretense that the village needed a security force, so..." Uchiha Shinryu was about to continue, but Mito Uzumaki could wait no longer. She was terrified that even a moment's delay might cost those children their lives. Without hesitation, Mito Uzumaki pulled Shinryu away. The two of them moved swiftly, keeping themselves carefully hidden. No one detected their presence. Before long, they had arrived at Uchiha Aang's residence. At that moment, Uchiha Aang was gripping what little hair he had left, absorbed in paperwork. As the Uchiha clan's second elder and the head of various factions, especially with the ongoing Sharingan experiments, his mounting duties were giving him endless headaches. Just as he yanked out another strand of hair, muttering under his breath, a sudden tapping on the window glass startled him. He instantly became alert. With a flash, his Sharingan sprang to 3 tomo as he scanned the direction of the sound. When he saw who was there, he finally let out a small sigh of relief. He recognized Mito Uzumaki. And when he caught the change in Uchiha Shinryu's eyes, all traces of wariness melted away. To awaken the 3 tomo Sharingan, and to be standing by Mito Uzumaki's side, these facts alone were proof enough of their identities. Though he didn't know what they wanted from him, he was certain they meant no harm. Uchiha Aang slid open the window, allowing them inside. Mito Uzumaki, not bothering to fix her hair, still tousled from their urgent journey, spoke directly. "There's a matter of great importance in the village right now, and I need the Uchiha's help. I need you to select an elite team to keep watch on Danzo, as well as Hamura Mitokado and Kohar Yudate. Can you do it?" Since this matter concerned the lives of children, Mito Uzumaki showed her steel resolve. To be absolutely sure, she even included Hiruzen Sarutobi's 2 closest confidants under surveillance. Uchiha Aang was taken aback. The 3 people Mito Uzumaki wanted watched were all high-ranking leaders of Konoha. He hesitated for a moment, but after glancing at Shinryu, he nodded and replied, "Lady Mito, leave it to the Uchiha." Seeing him agree, Mito Uzumaki pressed on, still uneasy. "Time is of the essence. Arrange it now. This concerns the lives of many children in the village. You must act quickly." Upon hearing that children were involved, Uchiha Aang began to understand. For something to make even Mito Uzumaki so anxious, it had to be serious. To think someone would dare target the village's children, such recklessness. A spark of excitement flickered in him. The Uchiha had been confined to the village, denied the chance for glory or recognition. No one in the higher echelons would speak up for the Uchiha, and without military achievements or prestige, no Uchiha could ever rise to those top positions. This was essentially a deliberate blockade, keeping the Uchiha trapped in an awkward, in-between status. But now, if the Uchiha succeeded in stopping this incident and saved the children, the prestige and merit they'd gain would outpace even that of victories on the battlefield. So, after a quick farewell, he left in high spirits, his enthusiasm for this matter surpassing even that of Mito Uzumaki. Uchiha Shinryu and Mito Uzumaki exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh softly. At this point, Mito finally let go of her worries. As someone who had lived through the Warring States era, she knew the Uchiha's true strength better than anyone. Aside from the Senju clan, the Uchiha could easily overpower any other ninja clan. Now that this affair was in the Uchiha's hands, she could finally settle her mind and think things through. What had once been an uncertain situation had now found its direction because of Hiruzen Sarutobi. His words and actions had inadvertently revealed much more than he intended. In truth, the worst possible outcome had already begun to take shape. As Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not chosen the right path. Instead, he protected the perpetrator. Though it couldn't yet be confirmed as Danzo, everything pointed toward him. And if Danzo really did move to silence the child, then Hiruzen would not escape culpability either. So now, Mito Uzumaki was left to ponder. After dismissing the Hokage, who could serve as the acting leader? Or rather, who could become the fourth Hokage? If things truly spiraled into disaster, Hiruzen Sarutobi would be utterly unfit to remain in the position. But at this time, the Great Ninja War was still raging. Changing Hokage in the midst of such turmoil would inevitably affect the village. If the battlefield shifted, if other villages believed Konoha was changing commanders in the heat of war and try to press their advantage, she would be branded the village's traitor. Yet allowing Hiruzen Sarutobi to stay after such grave misconduct would surely shake the army's morale. After all, the soldiers were risking their lives at the front. Imagine coming home only to find your child gone. Who could bear that? If these wrongdoers went unpunished, it might even spark a rebellion. Caught between these impossible choices, Mito Uzumaki found herself paralyzed with indecision. She could only laugh and shake her head at herself. She'd already hesitated so many times today. It made her wonder, are there really some dilemmas in life with no perfect solution? Uchiha Shinryo, knowing how this war would end, recalled that all 5 great nations would emerge battered and broken. So much so, that it would be more than a decade after this war before the Second Great Ninja War would begin. And that wasn't even started by the 5 great nations, but by Hanzo the Salamander of the Hidden Rain Village. Which all goes to show, the 5 nations had already been pushed to their very limits. The only reason both sides are unwilling to accept defeat is because neither wants to shoulder the burden of war reparations. That's why the fighting continues, each hoping to secure victory. At this point, the reason the war hasn't ended is simply the lack of an opportunity to negotiate peace. As the wife of Hashirama Senju, and as Uzumaki Mito, who possesses the power to forcibly extract the Nine Tails chakra, she has both the ability and the prestige to become that catalyst. If she were to exercise the authority of a Kage and convene a 5 Kage summit, the war could end immediately. So, the person Uzumaki Mito was hoping would break this deadlock was, in fact, herself. As Mito pondered deeply, Uchiha Shinryo tugged at her sleeve. When she snapped back to reality and looked at him, he spoke. "Grandma Mito, why can't you become Hokage?" His words struck her like a sudden revelation, and in that instant, Mito saw the heart of the matter clearly. Yes, why couldn't she become Hokage? She hadn't contended for the position of 3rd Hokage back then. Firstly, to avoid suspicion and criticism. Otherwise, with the first 3 Hokages all being from the Senju clan, people would talk. Konoha would seem to belong solely to the Senju. Secondly, she wanted to honor Tobirama Senju's last wishes. And thirdly, Mito herself had never desired the position. It simply wasn't her ambition. But now, things were different. Whether it was for the stability of the village or to bring the war to a swift end, she was the ideal candidate. Even if Mito herself didn't long to be Hokage, the weight of responsibility could change her heart. At this thought, a gentle smile returned to Mito's face. She reached out and patted Uchiha Shinryo on the head. "You're right, Shinryo, but we haven't reached that point yet. Let's trust the 3rd Hokage a little longer. Maybe he'll choose the right path." But deep down, Uchiha Shinryo couldn't believe it. Just counting Danzo's later misdeeds, spreading rumors, and framing White Fang, conducting illegal human experiments, abducting orphans, colluding with Obito and Itachi to wipe out the Uchiha clan, and even plotting to assassinate the Hokage. Despite all this, Hiruzen Sarutobi always forgave him, allowing Danzo's root organization to grow in power again and again. And in the end, even after Danzo's death, his roots still managed to stir up chaos. So Shinryo was convinced that this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi would inevitably head down a path of no return. Seeing the look of utter disbelief on Shinryo's face, Mito said in exasperation, "All right, everything's basically in place now. Is that witness you mentioned safe?" Shinryo slapped his own forehead, chiding himself for being a bit careless. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know who the witness was, but Danzo was the one who sought the person out. He would certainly know. He quickly glanced up at the sky. They had acted swiftly. Classes at the Ninja Academy should not have ended yet. For now, Nanoyu was safe. But knowing Danzo's ruthless nature, Shinryo was certain he would make his move on her way home from school. So, just like Uchiha on the moment ago, Uchiha Shinryo left as soon as he bid farewell, his voice lingering in the air while he was already far away. Mito Uzumaki couldn't help but smile at this, but she too soon took her leave. She needed to make preparations for the worst, to be ready for anything that might come. Uchiha Shinryu hurried to the Ninja Academy, where classes were in session. As he reached the classroom door, he heard the thunderous voice of Chunin Tsuchiki-ji. Taking a day off on only your second day? The next time he shows up, I'll make him run 100 laps. And that still won't be enough. Uchiha Shinryu gave a wry smile, but nonetheless stood at the door and knocked. In an instant, the door swung open, and Tsuchiki-ji's fierce face became even more intimidating when he saw Uchiha Shinryu standing there. He let out a low chuckle, his tone dark and foreboding as he spoke. Uchiha Shinryu, you've got some nerve, kid. Taking a day off on your second day. Uchiha Shinryu seemed unfazed by Tsuchiki-ji's threatening tone. There were more important matters at hand. He glanced into the classroom, spotting Nanoyu slouched in her seat, looking dispirited. That sight let Uchiha Shinryu breathe a sigh of relief. He had said that Danzo wouldn't dare attack the academy, but what if he really lost his mind and did something reckless? If it came to that, these teachers would be powerless to stop Root's assassins. Chunin Tsuchiki-ji, there's an urgent matter. Nanoyu, and I need to see Lady Mito immediately. Please let us pass. The gravity in Uchiha Shinryu's voice made Tsuchiki-ji's expression change at once. As a veteran of the battlefield, he understood. If Uchiha Shinryu wasn't joking at a time like this, then something truly serious must have happened. He immediately stepped aside, then asked in a low voice, "Do you need me to escort you?" Uchiha Shinryu shook his head, beckoned to Nanoyu and Tsunade, then turned to Tsuchiki-ji and said, "With your strength, you wouldn't be able to help. Something major is happening today. Give them a day off. Have the teachers escort every student home. Assign a teacher to each one." Understood. Tsuchiki-ji straightened his back and responded in a clear, loud voice. "Yes, I guarantee the task will be done." Tsunade, meanwhile, brought Nanoyu to Uchiha Shinryu's side. "You're in danger right now. I need to take you both away with me. Don't resist." As he spoke, he scooped Tsunade up in his arms, then signaled for Nanoyu to climb onto his back. Tsunade let out a surprised cry as she was lifted, but quickly regained her composure. Nanoyu hesitated for a moment, but seeing Uchiha Shinryu's sense of urgency and recalling what had happened to her, she realized he wasn't exaggerating. She truly was in danger now. It didn't take her long to make up her mind. Blushing, she climbed onto Uchiha Shinryu's back. Uchiha Shinryu, for his part, seemed unfazed by it all. Two little brats, with nothing to their names. What's it to feel good about? If anything, he found them more of a burden than anything else. Once the two were ready, he quietly urged them to hold on tight, then leapt away in a single bound. After they'd left, Taki Satoshi began arranging for the teachers to lead the students home in an orderly fashion. The moment Uchiha Shinryu stepped out of the ninja academy, he sensed a small squad of ninja tailing him. He frowned, genuinely surprised that Danzo had moved so quickly. This meant the worst had come to pass. Hiruzen Sarutobi's time as Hokage was at its end. Uchiha Shinryu continued on his way, outwardly calm, but inwardly bracing for battle. As he passed through a quieter stretch of road, his vision suddenly flickered, the world blurring for an instant before returning to normal. Not far ahead, a muffled groan sounded. Focusing his gaze, Uchiha Shinryu saw a masked figure supporting someone who could barely stand. At that moment, he heard movement behind him as well. Someone had blocked his retreat. Trying to use illusions against Uchiha Shinryu, Root had clearly miscalculated this time. Though he hadn't yet mastered the demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change, the technique that specialized in reflecting Jinjutsu, the basic power of his Mangekyo Sharingan was still more than enough to repel ordinary illusions. While he pondered this, the Root ninja who'd been caught in the rebound illusion was already recovering with help from his comrade. Meanwhile, the two Root operatives blocking his escape stepped forward, completing the encirclement around Uchiha Shinryu and his companions. Uchiha Shinryu let out a soft, amused laugh, then whispered to Tsunade and Nanoyu, "Close your eyes. This'll be over soon." No sooner had the words left his lips than the attack began. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, times 2-inch. Wind style, Great Breakthrough, times 2-inch. Although Root rarely produced ninja of Kaga-level strength, their coordination was nothing to scoff at. They moved in pairs. One unleashed fire, the other wind. While they hadn't quite achieved the seamlessness of true combination jutsu, their teamwork still packed a dangerous punch. In a blink, their attacks hurtled toward Uchiha Shinryu's position. A thunderous explosion erupted, shrouding the area in thick smoke. Before Root could confirm the results, a skeletal arm wielding a blade swept out from a haze. Three of them barely had time for their eyes to widen in shock before Susanoo cut them down, leaving not a trace behind. The last remaining operative reacted quickly, evading the strike in a flash the moment he sensed danger. He landed a short distance away, watching as Susanoo slowly emerged from the lingering smoke, cold sweat dripping down his face. Root's brainwashing might have stripped away his fear of death, but when ordinary people face overwhelming power, their bodies tremble despite themselves. Forcing down his instinctive dread, the survivor readied himself to continue the fight. But a deep sense of foreboding suddenly surged in his heart. The air around him grew abruptly warmer, and then specks of white flame began to appear. He stretched out his hand, intent on weaving hand signs to cast a jutsu, but it was already too late. In the very next second, Brahma's flames soared skyward, engulfing him and reducing him to a charred husk. The gust from the searing fire swept away the lingering smoke completely. At this moment, Uchiha Shinryu stood surrounded by the spectral armor of Susanoo, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning slowly in his eyes. Tsunade, obedient as instructed, kept her eyes tightly shut, but Nanoyu, standing behind him, watched the entire scene unfold until the very end. She saw Uchiha Shinryu shield them from a lethal blow, watched as he dealt with the trouble she herself had brought. The firelight illuminated his features, making his handsome face even more striking. Nanoyu gazed, almost spellbound, at Shinryu's profile. Having fallen into utter despair, she had truly found her prince just when all hope seemed lost. Shinryu, for his part, was oblivious to all this. Once he confirmed that their attackers had been completely eliminated, he dispelled Susanoo and deactivated his Mangekyo. Even a lion hunts a rabbit with all its might, especially since he was escorting two burdens and he himself had little real combat experience. For safety's sake, he'd unleashed his full power to wipe out every threat. "You can open your eyes now. Are you both all right?" Hearing his voice, Tsunade opened her eyes and asked, "I'm fine, what about you?" Nanoyu finally snapped out her daze. Though no one seemed to notice what she'd done, she herself was now feeling acutely embarrassed. She hugged Shinryu tightly and whispered, "I'm all right too." Feeling her grip tighten even more, Shinryu quickly said, "I'm not hurt, Nanoyu. You don't have to hold on so hard." This only made Nanoyu blush even deeper, her cheeks turning as red as apples. Still, she obediently loosened her hold a little. Freed at last, Shinryu breathed a sigh of relief and muttered inwardly, "Wouldn't it be tragic if I made it through the fight unscathed, only to get strangled by you?" Once he heard that both were unharmed, he said, "That last battle was rather loud. It's not safe to stay here. We need to keep moving. Hold on tight." With that, he quickened his pace, hurrying toward the Senju estate without a moment's rest. Fortunately, there were no further ambushes along the way, and they made it back to the Senju compound without incident. Uzumaki Mito had also returned by this time, and the Senju couple, Yosuke and his wife, were listening to her instructions nearby. They watched as Shinryu returned, carrying Tsunade in his arms and a girl on his back. For a moment, their gazes turned rather curious, especially when they saw the way Nanoyu looked at Shinryu. Something definitely seemed off. But Shinryu's next words pushed aside any stray thoughts. "We were attacked on the road." Upon hearing these words, Mito Uzumaki let out a sigh of disappointment. In such a short time, someone had already come to destroy the evidence. There were only so many people who knew the truth. At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi's involvement was all but certain. Although Mito had sensed this possibility in her heart, she still held out hope. She hoped Hiruzen wouldn't go down this path of no return, hoped he wouldn't let her down. Yet, harsh reality rarely bends to our wishes. After a moment of reflection, Mito composed herself. There would be time enough later for sorrow and regret. Right now, Konoha needed her to take charge of the situation. At that moment, Yasuke Senju also grasped the gravity of what was happening. He looked at Mito and said, "Lady Mito, please give me your instructions for what comes next." Looking at her resolute son before her, Mito was briefly lost in thought. The next instant, her gaze sharpened and she spoke in a firm tone. "Summon the clan leaders and all the Jonin. I'm calling for Jonin Council." Yasuke Senju bowed his head in acknowledgement, then left with his wife at his side. As he passed by Hashiryu Uchiha, his expression changed ever so slightly. He parted his lips, wanting to speak, but couldn't find the words. Hashiryu Uchiha was talented, well-mannered, and came from a distinguished family. And from the way his daughter Tsunade looked at Hashiryu, it was clear enough. Tsunade might not understand, but he certainly did. A godson could never compare to a son-in-law, and Yasuke had always regarded him as a potential son-in-law. But now, yet another girl seemed to be looking at Hashiryu with the same glimmer in her eyes. This kid, Is he going to have girls chasing after him for the rest of his life? Yasuke couldn't help but think, and it really did seem possible. He wanted to say something to Hashiryu, but in the end, he let it go. He simply patted Hashiryu on the shoulder, giving him a look that said, "Take care of yourself." He vanished in a blink. But eyes can't speak, and Hashiryu had no idea what Yasuke's gesture meant. He scratched his head, looking completely bewildered, as if a question mark had popped up right above him. Seeing all this, a gentle smile appeared on Mito's face, easing some of the heaviness in her heart. To her, whether it was Hashiryu or Yasuke, they were both still children. Witnessing their amusing exchange, even for a moment, helped clear away a bit of the gloom inside her. Mito walked up to Hashiryu and gently ruffled his hair, speaking softly. "Is this the eyewitness you mentioned?" Hashiryu nodded in response, and with that, Mito turned her attention to Nanoyu. Seeing the nervous look on the girl's face, she smiled kindly and said, "There's no need to be afraid. I am Mito Uzumaki. No one here will hurt you. Would you tell me your name?" Though Nanoyu was an orphan, she had still heard of the name Mito Uzumaki. Where clansmen exchanged gossip, they would talk about Uzumaki Mito, mentioning that she was the first Hokage's wife. And as the wife of the Hokage, surely she would be able to protect both her and Uchiha Shinryu from harm. So, ever since Uchiha Shinryu stood up for her, the heart she had been holding high with anxiety finally began to settle. Much of her tension melted away. Nanoyu looked up at Uzumaki Mito, then turned her head to glance at Uchiha Shinryu. After pondering for a moment, she finally spoke. "Lady Mito, my name is Yakushi Nanoyu. I'm willing to testify in court, but you have to promise to keep all of us safe. Is that possible?" Upon hearing Nanoyu's words, Uzumaki Mito's smile grew even brighter. "They are my children, and of course I will protect them. You are no exception. Rest assured, everything will be taken care of." At those words, Nanoyu's eyes immediately filled with tears, and soon, little droplets began to fall down her cheeks. That simple phrase, "everything will be taken care of," completely shattered the defenses she'd built around her heart. She was still just a child, after all. Whenever she faced hardship in the past, she always wished there was someone who could shelter her from the storm. Especially now, when she faced something that could decide her very fate. And Uzumaki Mito's words told her, clearly, that she could become that sheltering umbrella. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, Nanoyu began to weep silently. Uzumaki Mito understood the pain this child carried. She didn't launch into grand speeches, but simply held Nanoyu quietly in her arms. Though Mito could not banish sadness, she could offer the warmth of an embrace, to make Nanoyu's sorrow a little easier to bear. Tsunade, standing nearby, pouted a bit, feeling a twinge of jealousy. But she was sensible enough to know that Nanoyu was hurting and needed comfort. It took a while, but eventually Nanoyu's sobs subsided. Uzumaki Mito gently patted her on the back, then released her. Afterward, she turned to Uchiha Shinryu, who had been quietly watching everything unfold, and said, "Take Nanoyu to freshen up. In a moment, I'll need you both to come with me to the Jonin Council." Uchiha Shinryu pointed at himself, in surprise. "Me too." Uzumaki Mito chuckled softly and explained, "You're the one who discovered all this, and you just experienced the attack firsthand. Of course you have to come." Hearing this, Uchiha Shinryu felt a bit overwhelmed. He'd already done quite a lot today. At this rate, he felt like he was heading toward a life of endless toil. But Mito's reasoning was sound. He had discovered the incident and reported it to Uzumaki Mito, and he had witnessed every part of what happened. So, he really was the most suitable person to recount the events. Thinking of all this, Uchiha Shinryu couldn't help but sigh at how much he'd gone through. He was only 6 years old, and all he wanted was a little break. How could that be a crime? This thought only strengthened his resolve. He would become a hands-off leader. He'd leave the work to others and make himself scarce. Then, from the shadows, he'd watch them get flustered while he reveled in the simple pleasure of shirking his duties. To him, that was a win-win. Uchiha Shinryu felt like he'd won twice over. He let himself indulge in this notion for a moment before returning to reality. With a heavy sigh, he listlessly dragged Nanu off to tidy up. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki watched them with an amused smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Though Shinryu had been diligent in both study and training during this time, when it came to anything else, he became noticeably lax. She never said it out loud, but in her heart, she was already grooming him to be the next Hokage. Every challenge Shinryu had faced, he found a way to overcome. His abilities were beyond question. Mito still remembered both the recent attack and the fireworks that had once lit up the skies over Konoha. Such power was far from normal. She even began to wonder if Shinryu had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. But without proof, Mito kept her suspicions to herself. As things stood, Xingliu was more than qualified in every way to become Hokage. The only issue was his age. He was far too young for the title now, but there was no harm in preparing him for the future. Should she wait until he was an adult? Or perhaps, let him become Hokage at 14? Maybe she could have him graduate early and serve by her side, helping her with official duties. Wasn't that an appealing thought as well? When it came to dodging work, Mito Uzumaki was no slouch herself. Though it was more or less decided that she would be the next or interim Hokage, she hadn't even taken office and was already plotting how to lighten her workload. Even if Madara Uchiha showed up, he'd have to tip his hat to her as the queen of taking it easy. People are different, after all. The Hokage's seat was the highest symbol of power in Konoha. Some would cling to that power for decades, while others treated it as something easily discarded. Just then, Xingliu was helping Nanoyu wash her face when a sudden, bone-chilling cold swept over him. He glanced around, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Perplexed, Xingliu blinked in confusion, unable to make sense of what just happened. What he didn't realize was that his dream of being a hands-off manager was already on the verge of being realized. Only, he was the one about to be handed all the work. No matter how he puzzled over it, he couldn't figure out the source of the chill. So, Xingliu simply let it go. By now, Nanoyu had finished tidying up, so he brought her downstairs. After meeting up with Mito Uzumaki, the three of them set out for the Hokage building, ready to settle the matter at hand. Along the way, the usually bustling streets were almost deserted. Only a few ninja, those about to attend the Jonin Council meeting, were making their way together toward the Hokage's office. Whenever these Jonin caught sight of Mito Uzumaki, they all greeted her respectfully. At that moment, a chubby ninja came up beside Mito Uzumaki and spoke up. "Lady Mito, what exactly happened this time? Why are we suddenly holding a Jonin Council?" Mito focused her gaze on him, then responded with a hint of melancholy. "It's you, Torafu. It looks like a storm is coming." Torafu Akimichi's face, usually beaming with a genial smile, suddenly went blank as soon as she finished speaking. "Has something serious happened?" he asked. Mito looked at him, but instead of answering, she posed her own question. "Are the village's defense measures still intact?" Hearing this, Torafu immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Mito was asking him, what if something major happened within the village? Serious enough to shake the very foundation of Konoha, to invite the covetous eyes of outsiders. And as the Jonin responsible for the village's defense, it was his duty to prepare for such an eventuality. For Torafu Akimichi, this might be the most critical moment since he'd taken on the responsibility of defending the Hidden Leaf. "Please rest assured, Lady Mito, every one of Konoha's defensive measures can withstand any test." Mito nodded, and only then did she answer his original question. "There's someone in the village who's targeted a child, and it's someone high up in Konoha. But most crucially, it seems the third Hokage may be involved as well." Torafu's face was filled with shock. He stared at her in disbelief. The very idea that someone in the upper ranks would harm a child was hard enough to believe. But that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, might be implicated, he simply could not imagine it. Yet Mito Uzumaki would never make light of such matters. The fact that a Jonin Council had been called, there must be decisive evidence. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the face of one man flashed before Torafu's eyes. "Danzo, is it you?" The possibility left him shaken and uneasy. As a member of the second Hokage's personal guard, he'd always had a close relationship with the others who'd served in that capacity. Otherwise, the third would not have entrusted him with the village's defense after rising to power. If this incident proved true, he would be caught between old friends and duty, unable to take sides. Sensing his turmoil, Mito stepped forward to comfort him. "You don't need to take a stand in this matter. All you need to do is bear witness. It's getting late. Let's pick up the pace." He then turned around, grabbing Uchiha, Xingliu, and Nanoyu by the hand, quickening his pace. Akimichi Tsufing watched the trio as they walked away, standing rooted to the spot, lost in thought as emotions flickered across his face. After a moment, he heaved a heavy sigh and began walking toward the Hokage's office. But his footsteps no longer had their earlier lightness. Instead, each step seemed heavier than the last. By the time Uchiha Xingliu and his companions reached the meeting place, nearly everyone had already arrived. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the highest point, his face clouded with uncertainty. Where once 3 people stood behind him, now only Kohori Udatane and Hamura Mitokado remained. Danzo, however, was nowhere to be seen. This sudden convocation of the Jonin Council, and Danzo's conspicuous absence, left Hiruzen with a deep sense of unease. Just as Hiruzen was becoming increasingly anxious, the meeting began. Mito Uzumaki rose to her feet, her expression stern and unsmiling, a striking contrast to her usual self. She swept her gaze across the room, and under her eyes, even those who had been quietly whispering fell silent. This Jonin Council was called by me. The reason for summoning all of you is simple. A high-ranking official has targeted the children in our village, and he's already succeeded with some of them. The moment her words landed, the more hot-headed Jonin could no longer restrain themselves, bursting out with furious curses. Who's the bastard with no heart or soul? We're out risking our lives on the front lines, and he's pulling this filth behind our backs. I'll beat the crap out of him, then shove his face in it, and then smack him with his own filth. For a while, the entire meeting room was filled with angry, foul-mouthed outbursts. Yet Mito Uzumaki only frowned, not at the swearing, which she understood, but because she realized Danzo was still absent. On top of that, the Uchiha clan leader and many Uchiha Jonin were also missing. Still, the meeting had already begun, and it was no longer appropriate for her to leave. She could only place her trust in the Uchiha. By this point, the spate of profanity had run its course, and the hot-tempered Jonin gradually regained their composure. That's enough. Next, I'll have Uchiha Shinryo, who discovered this incident, explain what happened. With that, Mito Uzumaki turned to Uchiha Shinryo, signaling for him to step forward and recount the details. Uchiha Shinryo sighed inwardly. These endless extra duties were really wearing him down. Nevertheless, he stepped forward and began to describe the events. He started with his suspicions when he noticed something was off about his classmate Nanoyu, which led him to suspect someone had targeted her. Then he spoke about seeking help from the Hokage, and finally, about being ambushed while trying to protect Nanoyu. As Uchiha Shinryo spoke, Nanoyu joined in, confirming his account was true. And as the story unfolded, the room grew ever more silent. Ever since the matter reached the Hokage, things started to go awry. Especially after hearing Uchiha Shinryo reveal that, right after they met with the Hokage, they were ambushed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Hokage was deeply entangled in this affair. The third Hokage's face grew increasingly grim the moment he saw Uchiha Shinryo step forward to explain the situation. As he listened further, he could no longer contain himself. His emotions surged so violently that he snapped his pipe in two. The two men standing behind him stared at him in disbelief. They didn't want to believe that the man who had always dreamed of being Hokage could have sunk to such disgraceful deeds. When Uchiha Shinryo finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over everyone present. Some were too afraid to offend the Hokage. Others were carefully searching for the right words. The very next moment, the Hyuga clan leader stepped forward, joined by many heads of the smaller families. Lord Hokage, do you have any explanation for this? For a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was at a loss for words. If only Uchiha Shinryo had come to him that day, he might have been able to muddle through. But back then, it was Uzumaki Mito who brought Shinryo to see him. There was no hiding the truth now. Uzumaki Mito would never lie about something like this. Not only that, they even had witnesses. According to Nanoyu, she could even identify Danzo as the culprit. How was he supposed to refute that? Regret flooded his heart. He cursed himself for ever handing authority over to Danzo, and for not listening to Danzo's advice to deal with Uchiha Shinryo back then. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't ready to give up. As long as there was no proof that he tipped off Danzo to cover things up, even if he lost his position as Hokage, he might still escape further punishment. But if it was proven, the lightest sentence would be life imprisonment. After all, giving such an order to silence so many children, he'd be lucky just to keep his life. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and was about to start making excuses when suddenly, the doors to the meeting room burst open. Uchiha Ong staggered in, his clothes in disarray and wounds visible on his body. Behind him, the rest of the Uchiha followed, each one bearing injuries. Everyone in the meeting room turned to look just in time to see the last Uchiha dragging in a battered, miserable figure. When that person raised his head, the crowd gasped in shock. It was none other than Shimura Danzo, the very man who hadn't attended the meeting. At this moment, Danzo had none of his old composure left. His clothes hung in tatters, and one of his arms had been severed at the root. Though his wounds had been hastily bandaged, blood still seeped through. His eyes were vacant and lifeless. It was clear he had fallen under a powerful illusion. Uchiha Ong strode to Uzumaki Mito's side and declared in a loud voice, "Lord Mito, we have completed your task. All the children are safe, and the culprit has been apprehended." Upon hearing that the children were unharmed, Uzumaki Mito finally let out a sigh of relief. Yet, seeing that every member of the Uchiha clan before her bore wounds, she asked with concern, "Did you suffer any losses?" Uchiha Ong and the others behind him fell silent at her question, but at last he spoke up. Our clan leader was gravely wounded while fighting Danzo, sacrificing himself to protect the children. Though his injuries are not fatal, I fear he will never be able to serve as a shinobi again. In addition, we encountered desperate resistance from Root. A few of our clan members lost their lives in the battle. But thankfully, apart from being a little frightened, the children suffered no real harm. Hearing this, Mito felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. In her eyes, whether it was Root's shinobi or the Uchiha, none of them should have had to die because of internal strife. Her sadness soon gave way to anger. She was furious that Danzo, a high-ranking leader of the village, would ever dare to plot against innocent children. She was outraged that, despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Danzo had fought back with such reckless abandon, dragging others down with him. She was infuriated that Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, would shield someone so clearly guilty. And in the end, she was angry at herself for her poor judgment in choosing Hiruzen as Hokage, which had led to today's disaster. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the strongest person in Konoha now, Mito's presence, while not as overwhelming as Hashirama's once was still formidable. Her chakra surged uncontrollably with her emotions, manifesting tangibly and swirling around her like a living force. Everyone present felt a sense of impending catastrophe as Mito's anger filled the room. Instinctively, their bodies tensed, bracing for disaster. Only Uchiha Shinryu seemed unaffected. Though his chakra was not quite on par with Mito's, it was not far behind. He walked over to the furious Mito and gently tugged at her sleeve. At his touch, Mito snapped back to herself. The torrent of chakra gradually dissipated. If not for the faint cracks spreading beneath her feet, one might have thought the whole scene a waking dream. The others in the meeting room looked at Mito with lingering fear. To be chosen as the vessel for the Nine Tails, Mito must possess an enormous amount of chakra. And a ninja with such reserves is never weak. These Jonin had always known Mito was powerful, but they had never imagined her strength was so overwhelming. Just her aura and anger was enough to make them feel utterly powerless. By now, Mito had regained her composure. She was determined to see this matter resolved once and for all. Just like Hashirama, she would not tolerate anyone who threatened the village, no matter who they were. She strode up to Danzo, gazing thoughtfully at his vacant eyes, and murmured, "Has he already been placed under a Jinjutsu?" Uchiha was also astonished by Mito's strength. Now, hearing her question, he hurried to answer, "Yes, but Danzo is hardly weak. Our Jinjutsu can only make him stop resisting. If you want him to confess everything under Jinjutsu, that's beyond our abilities." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mito nodded, signaling she understood. Then, without anyone seeing her form a single hand seal, a series of seals swept over Danzo's body in an instant. The next moment, they vanished without a trace. Having finished, Uzumaki Mito turned to the still-stunned Uchiha Ong and said, "I've sealed his chakra. Now, can you do it?" Uchiha Ong nodded, dazed, before snapping back to his senses. In the blink of an eye, she had sealed the chakra of an elite shinobi. It was not just terrifying, it made him gasp involuntarily. "No matter what, I can never afford to cross this woman," he muttered to himself. Steeling himself, Uchiha Ong stepped up to Danzo, activated his Sharingan, and locked eyes with him. Once he confirmed Danzo was fully hypnotized, he signaled to Uzumaki Mito that they could begin. Uzumaki Mito gazed at this disciple of Tobarama for a long moment, then asked in a low voice, "Did you ever lay hands on the children of this village? Why did you do it?" Though Danzo was hypnotized, his will remained formidable. Upon hearing this question, one that was nearly a matter of life and death, his face twisted in a fierce struggle. But Uzumaki Mito was in no rush. A shinobi with sealed chakra, no matter how strong, could not withstand the power of the Sharingan's hypnosis. Sure enough, in just a moment, Danzo's expression relaxed and grew calm. He spoke slowly, giving his answer. "Yes, those orphans could be used by me. For them to contribute to Konoha is their highest honor." The instant he finished, the entire conference room erupted in an uproar. "You deserve to die. 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. We joined Konoha so our families and children wouldn't have to live in constant fear like in the Warring States era. What on earth are you doing? Execute him." "Yes, execute him," echoed again and again. The outcry in the conference room united into a single demand, Danzo's execution. Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon seeing Danzo dragged in, had already slumped into his chair. He knew there would be no escaping his own fate this time. Now, hearing the chorus demanding execution, he couldn't help but picture his own end. Amidst the cheers, a head fell. Yet at this moment, Uzumaki Mito was terrifyingly calm. She was unmoved by the uproar, slamming her hand on the table and raising her voice. Silence. There are still questions to be answered. The crowd, realizing there was unfinished business, hurriedly fell silent. Once the room was in order again, Uzumaki Mito continued her questioning of Danzo. How did you manage to keep it almost completely hidden? And in the end, how did you find out the plan was exposed? Perhaps Danzo knew his fate was sealed. This time, he didn't resist at all. I only targeted orphans without families, or those clans not entitled to attend the Jonin Council. Sarutobi gave me the Hokage's decree. None of them dared defy the Hokage's orders. In the end, it was Sarutobi who informed me, letting me know the plan had failed. In stark contrast to the earlier uproar, Danzo's words now brought a silence to the meeting room so deep it was as if nobody was present. They had anticipated that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would be involved, but no one had expected him to be an accomplice. The Jonin and clan leaders present fell into uncertainty for a moment. While the Jonin and clan heads might harbor their doubts, Mito Uzumaki had no such reservations. As soon as she heard Danzo's confession, her piercing gaze turned sharply toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that moment, Hiruzen wanted to say something, yet no words would come. Danzo had laid everything bare. The cold, hard truth was now out in the open, and anything he said would only sound like an excuse. Seeing the disappointment in Mito Uzumaki's eyes, he couldn't help but recall the things she'd said to him before. Little monkey, don't let me down. Monkey, you are the Hokage. His whole body trembled. At last, he understood. Mito Uzumaki had been giving him chances all along. It was he who had lost himself to the allure of power, step by step, until there was no turning back. Realizing all this, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a bitter laugh. He'd always believed he would sacrifice anything for the village, yet he never expected he'd end up as a condemned man. He removed the Hokage's hat, setting it aside. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he walked, step by step, to Danzo's side, taking his place among the accused. Looking at his old friend, now utterly defeated, all his resentment and regret seemed to dissipate. As Hokage, he had failed, there was no denying it. Under his leadership, Konoha's future would only grow dimmer. In every way, Hiruzen Sarutobi's failures outweighed his achievements. Yet there was no doubt he truly loved the village, and now, with everything settled, he couldn't bring himself to resist or even harm the people of Konoha. Hiruzen glanced around, meeting the angry and disappointed eyes of the Jonin, and could not help but lower his gaze. So, is this how it all ends? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered Hashiryu Uchiha, their very first meeting. He recalled how directly or indirectly it was this boy who had influenced him, step by step, to this very moment. A surge of bitter frustration welled up inside him. At that moment, he seemed to finally understand why Lord Tobarama so often branded the Uchiha clan as a tribe of evil. For the sake of the village, this brat must not be allowed to live. With his blood boiling, Hiruzen Sarutobi made up his mind. Even if it cost him his own life, he would take Uchiha Shinryu down with him. He discreetly formed several hand signs, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Yet he had underestimated Mito Uzumaki. When she saw Hiruzen approach the judgment seat, she thought he was surrendering and let her guard down. But the instant she sensed a surge of murderous intent from Hiruzen, she snapped back to attention. Just as Hiruzen finished weaving his signs, her adamantine chains lashed out, binding him in place. Still, she was a fraction too slow. Hiruzen managed to release his jutsu. Reaper Death Seal. Mito's face drained of color. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she instantly recognized this as a vicious sealing technique, a jutsu meant to drag both caster and victim into death. The true nature of the Reaper was a sealing art. It could seize even the soul, let alone chakra. Realizing what was about to happen, Mito hurried to withdraw her chains, but then she saw Hiruzen suddenly freeze in place, and the invisible Shinigami behind him began to slowly fade away. Meanwhile, every Uchiha present stared in shock at Uchiha Shinryu. Moments earlier, Shinryu had assumed that Mito's interrogation of Danzo meant he was no longer involved. He'd been content to watch from the sidelines, only for the situation to turn on him in the blink of an eye. The instant Hiruzen made his move, Shinryu sensed a wave of murderous intent directed straight at him. Subtly, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing a small-scale destructive fire that tore through the space around Hiruzen. Just as Hiruzen cast the Reaper Death Seal, intending to drag Shinryu down with him, the rift in space violently tore through Hiruzen's body, ending his life in an instant. Under normal circumstances, Hiruzen might have noticed the threat in time. Shinryu's Mangekyo could burn through space, but still took a moment to take effect. That technique could injure Hiruzen, but not kill him outright. But now, swept up in a storm of emotions, Hiruzen's mind was far from calm. He could no longer think or fight with his old composure. His vigilance gone, he was taken out by Xingliu in a single, swift strike. To Xingliu, whether Hiruzen lived or died was inconsequential. But if someone tried to kill him, tried to drag him into death, then they could not blame him for retaliating mercilessly. All of this takes long to tell, but in reality, it was over within a matter of seconds. The Jonin only saw Hiruzen suddenly perform a jutsu called Reaper Death Seal. Then Mito Uzumaki ensnared him with chains shimmering with golden light. And then Hiruzen simply stopped moving. The Shinigami summoned by the Reaper Death Seal could only be seen by the caster and their target. No one else could glimpse its presence. Moreover, Hashiryu Uchiha's method was exceptionally discreet. He carried out the kill by exploiting minuscule spatial rifts. So, aside from the other Uchiha who sensed a force of ocular power far beyond the level of the three-tomo Sharingan, even Mito failed to notice that Hiruzen Sarutobi had already died. There was no doubt about the magnitude of this power. Only the Mangekyo Sharingan could reach such a realm. That was why all the Uchiha present turned their gaze to the source of this formidable ocular force, Hashiryu Uchiha. And with Hiruzen Sarutobi's passing, the chakra within his body gradually faded away. Uzumaki Mito, with her Kagura's mind-eye, still managed to sense Hiruzen's death. A tremor ran through her heart, though she couldn't quite name the emotion lingering in her chest. She had always gotten along well with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have supported his rise to Hokage. Although she had known that Hiruzen's fate was sealed this time, facing the reality still brought a touch of sorrow. But she understood this was no time for grief. Hiruzen Sarutobi's death was now a fact, and what awaited was the mess left behind. With that in mind, Uzumaki Mito pressed her emotions deep down. Then, from the corner of her eye, she glanced at Hashiryu Uchiha, who stood nearby, feigning ignorance. Even without the Sharingan, she could guess that Hashiryu had awakened the Mangekyo. But she also knew she needed to help him keep this secret. Otherwise, assassins would come for him in droves. The other Kage of the Four Nations would never wish for another Madara Uchiha to emerge. If word got out that Hashiryu had awakened the Mangekyo at the age of 6, even if he could defend himself, as long as there was the slightest chance, the other nations would stop at nothing to snuff him out while he was still a child. Fortunately, none of the people present had truly understood what just transpired. Otherwise, with so many witnesses, there would be no way to keep the secret from leaking. Hiruzen Sarutobi, bound and immobilized by Mito's adamantine sealing chains, was expected to be unable to move. But his utter silence began to make those present sense that something was amiss. Whispers grew among the crowd, swelling in number and urgency. Uzumaki Mito realized there was no time left to delay. She guided the chains, laying Hiruzen's lifeless body flat, then drew a deep breath and announced, "Hiruzen Sarutobi is dead." Before the room could erupt in chaos, Mito pressed on. Hiruzen Sarutobi performed the dead demon consuming seal, a jutsu that drags both user and target to the grave. There was no way for me to hold back. Though many had suspected as much, and Mito had offered her explanation. Hearing the confirmation that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was truly gone still sent a jolt through everyone present. None felt it more deeply than Hamura Mito Kato and Koharu Yutane. The moment Mito finished speaking, they discarded any pretense of their advisory roles, rushing to Hiruzen's side and gazing upon him with grief etched on their faces. They never imagined that their dear friend, who had faced countless hardships alongside them, would ultimately fall at the very position of Hokage. The era of the first generation of shinobi heroes had ended before it even truly began. Still, they couldn't really blame Uzumaki Mito for what had happened. Leaving aside their own lack of standing, just considering what had transpired moments ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had openly unleashed ninjutsu, attempting to attack Uchiha Xingliu. Uzumaki Mito's intervention to stop him was legitimate self-defense, both reasonable and lawful. Not to mention, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been involved in the kidnapping of children. Koharu Yutane opened her mouth as if to speak, but Hamura Mito Kato simply shook his head at her. He turned to Uzumaki Mito and said, "Lady Mito, now that the main culprit, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has met his end, please allow us to handle his remains." Uzumaki Mito readily agreed to this request. In death, even the gravest of sins pass with the soul into the underworld, leaving behind only a name forever tainted by infamy. Once they saw Uzumaki Mito give her consent, the two quietly lifted Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and, under the gaze of everyone present, silently departed. They had no desire to witness the rest of this meeting. Danzo, too, was a friend of theirs, and soon he would not escape death either. One friend's demise had already left them grief-stricken. They could not bear to watch as Danzo met the same fate. Yet they were powerless to change this outcome, and so they chose to walk away. After their departure, Uzumaki Mito let out another sigh. She had lost count of how many times she'd sighed today. The Hokage was meant to exist to protect the village, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen had twisted the role into something that brought harm instead. This made Uzumaki Mito realize that only a truly good leader could guide the village toward progress. With this thought, she turned her gaze to Uchiha Shinryo. Will he be the captain of a new era? Can he take the village even further? Well, only time will answer those questions. Uzumaki Mito's eyes settled on Danzo, the root of all evil. She looked around at the assembly, resuming her role as chair of the meeting. As for how we deal with Shimura Danzo, let us follow our usual procedures and hold a vote. With that, she signaled for those beside her to begin the voting process. Though everyone present was still reeling from the sudden death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, when it came time to decide Danzo's fate by vote, one by one, they all took part. After all, no one wanted to return from a mission only to find their own child gone. Such a crime crossed every boundary and was utterly unforgivable. It didn't take long for the voting to conclude. Once the ballots were tallied, the decision to execute Danzo was passed unanimously. Uzumaki Mito was hardly surprised by this result. She turned to Uchiha Ao and said, "It's in your hands now." Uchiha Ong nodded gratefully, then gave a menacing grin as he led Danzo out of the conference room. During the capture of Danzo, even their clan leader had suffered grievous wounds. Now, to be able to take Danzo's life with their own hands could be considered a true act of vengeance. But even with the judgment of the two main culprits concluded, the meeting was far from over. With the Hokage lost, Konoha was in urgent need of a new leader. Everyone was animatedly discussing this issue, and, as time passed, most eyes turned toward Mito Uzumaki. As the wife of the first Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Mito held great prestige in the village, not to mention her formidable strength. Just now, with only a small display of her abilities, it was clear to all present that she surpassed even the third Hokage. So, in every respect, she seemed the most suitable to inherit this position. Though Mito Uzumaki's heart was not truly set on becoming Hokage, when it came to the village, her personal feelings no longer seemed to matter. The weight upon her shoulders now was like having 1,000 people waiting on every word she spoke. Meeting the hopeful gazes of those around her, Mito knew she had to rise to this responsibility. She stepped slowly to the center of the room and proclaimed in a ringing voice, "Konoha needs a new Hokage now, someone to lead us forward. Let me take the first step. I nominate myself." The assembled Jonin had already hoped Mito would step forward and shoulder this duty. So, as soon as she finished speaking, they all nodded their agreement. Some ninja clans, like the Hyuga, did harbor ambitions for the Hokage seat. Though they wouldn't claim to be Konoha's foremost clan, their strength was undeniable. But when they looked at Mito standing on the platform, their ambitions quietly faded away. Being Hokage certainly came with many benefits, but should it ever harm Konoha, it could very well mean their lives. For Mito's actions today, it was clear she would show no mercy. And judging by the atmosphere in the room, Mito was truly the people's choice. Mito waited for quite some time, but no second candidate stepped forward. She stood there lost in thought. Perhaps she was remembering Hashirama Senju. Only after a long moment, when the crowd below had begun to murmur among themselves, did Mito return to herself and say, "In that case, let me lead you all onward. Narashi came. Please notify the daimyo. Tell him that the third Hokage of Konoha has sadly passed away from illness, and that I will be acting as Hokage for the time being." At her words, a man with spiky hair, dressed in a flak jacket, stepped forward from below. "Yes, Lady Mito." As he finished speaking, Narashike muttered, "What a hassle," drawing a round of glances from those around him. Uzumaki Mito paid him no mind. That was simply the temperament of the Nara clan. Though they often complained about troublesome tasks, whatever they undertook was always handled with great precision. In name, the Hokage was still chosen by the daimyo. But this time, events surrounding the third Hokage had moved so swiftly that Konoha had already picked the next leader almost simultaneously. Naturally, this was bound to stir the daimyo's dissatisfaction. Granted, the fact that Uzumaki Mito was the chosen candidate would minimize that displeasure, but it would still take a clever negotiator to smooth things over. That's why entrusting this thankless task to the Nara clan put Mito's mind at ease. Once the matter with the daimyo was settled, she continued. To maintain Konoha's stability, news about the third Hokage should be withheld for now. In the future, Let's keep our story consistent. Say he died from illness. Wait until everything is finalized with the daimyo, and only then announce it to the villagers. That's all for today. Meeting adjourned. With all matters resolved, the meeting finally drew to a close. Sometimes, an old ship from a bygone era can still carry the hopes of the future. Uzumaki Mido, accompanied by Uchiha, Shinryu, and Nanoyu, returned to the Senju residence. All along the way, Nanoyu gazed at Mido with eyes sparkling with admiration. Uchiha Shinryu recognized that look. It was just like the starstruck fans he'd seen before. It was clear that Nanoyu now saw Uzumaki Mido as her idol. Mido herself found such open adoration a bit overwhelming. Though she'd been looked up to before, it had never been this direct. So, once they returned home, she excused herself, saying she had matters to attend to, and slipped away alone. Uchiha Shinryu, for his part, didn't find Nanoyu's behavior odd at all. After all, Mido had saved her from dire straits. And combined with Mido's performance at the meeting, it would have been stranger if Nanoyu hadn't reacted this way. What Shinryu failed to notice, however, was that whenever he wasn't looking, Nanoyu would sneak glances at him as well. Sometimes, her cheeks would flush with a rosy hue without her even realizing it. While Uzumaki Mido was certainly the key figure in resolving everything in Nanoyu's heart, it was Uchiha Shinryu who was her prince. Whether it was how quickly he noticed something was wrong, or how he protected her from being silenced, Shinryu's actions had left a deep impression on her heart. The trope of the hero rescuing the damsel might be old, but truly worked wonders. At this moment, Tsunade had arrived as well. She looked at the two of them, a puzzled expression on her face, sensing that something unusual was afoot. Meanwhile, far away in the Land of Iron, within a vast underground cavern, a solitary figure sat in silence, eyes closed in contemplation. Mr. Madara, you'll never guess what just happened in Konoha. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, and for an instant, the Rinnegan flickered in their depths. Clearly, he had not yet succeeded in fully awakening the eyes of God. He then turned his gaze to White Zetsu, who was running over, and said expressionlessly, "Did something happen in Konoha?" White Zetsu, brimming with excitement, rushed to Uchiha Madara's side and shouted loudly, "The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is dead. I saw his body with my own eyes." Madara's expression showed a trace of surprise at this news. Though, in his eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi was little more than a larger ant. In the current shinobi world, there were very few capable of killing him. Who killed him? How'd he die? At that, White Zetsu gave a clueless little sound, tilting his head in confusion, and spoke with childlike innocence. "I don't know. I only saw Hiruzen Sarutobi's body." Hearing such an answer, even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. He rubbed his temples and said in a low, commanding tone, "Tell me everything you know." Sensing Madara's impatience, White Zetsu obediently recounted everything he had witnessed, detail by detail. This White Zetsu had been assigned by Madara to keep watch over Hiruzen Sarutobi. Today's meeting would be attended by Uzumaki Mido, so he hadn't dared to follow inside. He only saw Hiruzen Sarutobi enter, and not long after, two people carried his body out. It was then he realized Hiruzen was already dead. After hearing the full account, there was nothing more Madara could do. It was, after all, on his orders that White Zetsu was to steer clear of Uzumaki Mido. Madara understood all too well. Uzumaki Mido's sensory abilities were terrifying beyond belief. He considered her the strongest in that regard. To avoid being discovered by her, he had made this decision. No matter, the time for the plan has yet to come. The Rinnegan still needs more time. With that thought, Madara ignored White Zetsu's incessant chatter beside him and closed his eyes once more. To Uchiha Madara, his sole purpose for living now was the Eye of the Moon plan. And to accomplish this, he needed the Rinnegan to fulfill the essential requirements. The opening of the Eye of the Moon depended first and foremost on the Rinnegan. He had not yet finished nurturing the Rinnegan. So long as the shinobi world did not undergo some earth-shattering change, nothing else mattered to him as much as the Rinnegan. Hashirama, I will prove that I was right. Time flowed by like a stream. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since Hiruzen Sarutobi's death. News of the third Hokage's demise eventually spread. Just as Uzumaki Mido had foreseen, once the news broke, Konoha remained unsettled for a while. The sudden death of the Hokage left the villagers uneasy. Fortunately, under Uzumaki Mido's steady guidance, that unease never took root. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the other four nations fell into silence. They stopped fighting as if by mutual understanding and signaled their desire for peace. The reputation of Mido Uzumaki was far more effective than that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even if she kept a low profile, the very fact that she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was enough to make people tremble. Because their own Jinchuriki could not compare with the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. This could only be used as a one-time weapon of mass destruction. And now, with both Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju gone, who could possibly withstand a tailed beast bomb from the Nine Tails? So, they dared not push Konoha too far. If they really forced Mito Uzumaki onto the battlefield and she unleashed her power, they would be the ones to suffer. The feudal lord had already agreed to Mito Uzumaki becoming the fourth Hokage and had arrived in Konoha today to formalize it. Atop the Konoha administration building, Mito Uzumaki stood in the robes of the Hokage, the fourth's cloak billowing freely in the wind behind her. She stepped to the edge of the platform, looked down at the villagers gathered below, took a deep breath, and announced in a clear, powerful voice, "From this day forward, I, Mito Uzumaki, as the fourth Hokage, will lead you onward." As her words echoed out, the crowd below erupted into a sea of joy and celebration. Off to the side, Shinryo Uchiha couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Who was it again, sighing and grumbling at home these past few days, complaining about not wanting to go to work? He then glanced at Chika, who stood beside Mito Uzumaki, gratitude shining in his eyes. During the time Mito Uzumaki had been acting Hokage, she had originally intended to have Shinryo Uchiha take on some responsibilities. The events that had unfolded made Mito realize that Shinryo Uchiha was a person of great talent. And talent couldn't be wasted. Mito didn't care how young he was, she wanted to rope him in. There was even a hint that she wanted to groom Shinryo Uchiha as a future Hokage. But who was Shinryo Uchiha? He'd always preferred to keep his hands clean, and now to have him serve as someone else's support. Wasn't that just torture for him? Fortunately, Chika stepped forward at just the right moment. Until then, Shinryo Uchiha had only known of Chika's abilities as a ninja. He hadn't expected that her skills as an assistant would be even more impressive. All the paperwork that Mito Uzumaki shirked or left unfinished, Chika handled beautifully. Thanks to the two of them, the Hokage's office actually managed to finish work on time every day. This convinced Mito Uzumaki to give up on trying to trap Shinryo Uchiha, and it saved his skin. Thank you, Chika, for your immense kindness. One day, I'll make sure you become Hokage's assistant too. Of course, Shinryo Uchiha hadn't been idle this past month either. He'd learned a great many new skills. His idea for a medical talisman had also borne fruit. He'd successfully created it. He was just waiting for Mito Uzumaki to officially become Hokage, so he could present it as a surprise gift. In this month, Shinryo Uchiha had worked hard to fill in the gaps in his abilities, mastering quite a few new techniques. In the world of Naruto, those with powerful bloodlines truly possess remarkable talent. It's not just an empty phrase. The idol system had also brought him some unexpected surprises. Although the speed of skill progression had slowed down after reaching the blue tier, with blue tier skills no longer advancing as quickly as before, skills below blue had instead started progressing even faster. Uchiha Shinryo gazed at his own stats panel within the system, lost deep in thought. Host, Uchiha Shinryo. Chakra, attributes, all attributes. Skills, Mangekyo Sharingan, blue. LV3, Indra's bloodline, incomplete, blue. LV5, Mastery of Blaze Release, blue. LV1, Mastery of Sealing Techniques, blue. LV1, Ninjutsu. Scroll Crafting, blue. LV1, Mastery of Medical Abilities, blue. LV1, Mastery of 5 Elemental Jutsu below B rank, green. Culinary Medicine Mastery, green. LV1. Idle Slots, Blaze Release Mastery, blue. LV1, Indra's Bloodline, incomplete, blue. LV5, Mangekyo Sharingan, blue. LV3. Combat Power, 3888, Super Ukata, everything I, Uchiha Shinryo, have achieved is thanks to my own hard work. 0-200, Genin, 200 to 500. Chunin, 500-1000. Jonin, 1000 to 3000. Kage, 3000 to 10,000. Super Kage, 10,000 to 50,000. Sage of 6 Paths. Please unlock higher combat power to learn about further levels. Note 1. Host Mangekyo abilities are integrated into the Mangekyo Sharingan and not listed separately. Note 2. Combat power tiering is now available as host has exceeded 3,000 combat power. Note 3. Each time the host's abilities break through to the next tier, one more idle slot is unlocked. Current idle slots, 3. Note 4. Advancing to a new combat tier increases idle speed for all abilities below the highest unlocked tier. Currently affects green tier and below. Note 5. As the host's abilities grow, the idle system will continue to gain new features. Over the past month, the idol system had produced 4 blue-tier skills for him. He never expected that the great Fireball Jutsu would idol upgrade into Blaze Release. This completely exceeded Uchiha Shinryo's expectations. Blaze Release is a bloodline limit evolved from the fire attribute, yet the system seemed to ignore all logic and simply produced it through idling. This had given Uchiha Shinryo a dependable method of confronting enemies. Moreover, Shinryo had a sense that his Blaze Release mastery was still at too low a level. Otherwise, he might have been able to teach this skill to others. Thanks to the system's idling, he had also mastered a wealth of knowledge about this skill. So, once his Blaze Release mastery reached a higher level, he would be able to replicate this skill in others. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person must possess Fire Chakra and have Master Nature Transformation. As for sealing techniques, it truly lived up to its reputation as a cheat-level art in the Naruto world. Just attaining mastery had already reached the system's blue tier. Over the past month, the sealing technique had all but monopolized one of his training slots, and Uchiha Shinryo had taught himself a great deal. Otherwise, he never would have reached the blue rank. This also made him realize that even within the same level of ability, there were subtle gradations of strength. Still, all the effort was worth it. Mastery of Fire Release alone had only pushed Shinryo's combat power to just over 2,000. But once the sealing technique broke into the blue tier, he leapt straight to the level of a Super Kage. He remembered the time Uzumaki Mito had demonstrated her skill in the meeting room. Now, Shinryo could do the very same thing. What's more, after his breakthrough, he unlocked a new skill, Ninjutsu Scroll Creation Green. As he continued his training, this ability soon advanced to the next level. With green level Ninjutsu Scroll Creation, he could only craft scrolls for B rank and lower techniques. Once upgraded to blue, he could handle anything up to A rank. Of course, this skill could also be taught to others. But realistically, only someone like Uzumaki Mito could be expected to learn it. That said, making medical tags wasn't nearly as difficult. Learning one specific thing was always simpler than mastering the whole craft. So, there was no need to worry about Shinryo being the only one capable of producing these things. As for medical ability, blue, Shinryo discovered it when he was preparing to craft medical tags. He realized that many of today's medical ninjutsu simply hadn't been invented yet. After all, the future's greatest medical ninja was still just a kid right now. So it made sense that many medical skills were still missing. But this left Shinryo in a bind. He had to swap out his Mangekyo Sharingan training slot for a medical ninjutsu one. He didn't switch it back until his medical skills hit the blue level. All things considered, though, it was a worthwhile investment. Not only did it fill in a lot of gaps in medical knowledge, it also introduced quite a few medical techniques suitable for genin to learn. People might think that medical palm technique would one day become common knowledge, but you have to consider who could actually wield it. The truth is, the medical palm technique is an A-rank jutsu. It's far beyond the reach of most people. But Shinryo's medical mastery allowed him to break it down. He dramatically lowered the difficulty of learning, and even made it possible for multiple people to use the technique together. Take, for example, the delicate extraction technique a jutsu Tsunade would invent in the future. Back then, hardly anyone in the ninja world could use it. But within the scope of medical mastery, Shinryo had found methods for a team to cooperate and perform this jutsu. And unlike the skills mentioned earlier, the prerequisites for learning were very minimal. As long as a genin had graduated normally, they could master it with a bit of study. In other words, if Shinryo set his mind to it, there would be no place for Tsunade in the history books. He would be the new #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. In fact, over the past month, Shinryo had even considered learning the Flying Thunder God technique, a jutsu as cool as it was powerful. When he received the result, he fell silent. Because mastering the Flying Thunder God technique required advanced sealing skills, he had no choice but to put the sealing technique on auto-training for now. Of course, now that he had already mastered sealing, he could finally learn this skill. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before this ability appeared in his skill list. Yet what really set Uchiha Shinryo thinking were those few prompts. First, they made clear his current level. They also plainly told him that the system would continue to evolve. Not only could it evolve, but it would also gain more and more features in the future. How to increase the skill slots, how to speed up auto-training. These were all laid out for Uchiha Shinryo in no uncertain terms. Compared to the old riddle-loving system, this was an enormous improvement. Still, the system's evaluation of his combat power made Uchiha Shinryo want to complain. He suspected the system might be reading novels too. Lost in thought, Uchiha Shinryo was suddenly brought back to reality by Tsunade gently tugging at him. That little tug snapped him out of his reverie. With a puzzled look, Uchiha Shinryo glanced at Tsunade. He'd only gotten a bit distracted. Why the need to pull him back? The next moment, An emotionless voice sounded right beside Uchiha Shinryu. Shinryu, can you repeat what I just said? Stiffly, Uchiha Shinryu turned his head inch by inch. Unbeknownst to him, Uzumaki Mito, who had been speaking moments before, was now standing right behind him, watching him with an unreadable expression. Uchiha Shinryu forced a laugh and swallowed nervously. Grandma Mito, you were absolutely impressive just now. Ouch. Before he could finish, Uzumaki Mito had already given him a light knock on the head. Even so, Uchiha Shinryu wasn't upset by the tap. Uzumaki Mito hadn't used much force. His cry of pain was mostly for show. Rubbing the spot that had been tapped, he grinned foolishly, trying to brush things off. Uzumaki Mito shot him a sidelong glance, then said, "All right, enough pretending. Let me repeat what I just said, and this time, listen carefully. Just now, Uchiha Ong came looking for me. They want you to pay them a visit. Of course, if you don't want to go, I can refuse on your behalf." Now that Uzumaki Mito was talking business, Uchiha Shinryu straightened up. He wasn't surprised to hear that the Uchiha clan wanted to see him. After all, when he'd attacked Hiruzen Sarutobi before, others might not have noticed the power of his Mangekyo, but the Uchiha certainly wouldn't have missed it. Even Hyuga might have sensed something was off. But there was one good thing about the Hyuga clan: they didn't meddle in others' business. As for the Hyuga later claiming to be Konoha's #1 ninja clan, that only happened after the Senju vanished and the Uchiha were marginalized. There was indeed something that puzzled Hashiryu Uchiha. It was the fact that the Uchiha clan had waited so long before having Mito Uzumaki inform him that he was needed back within the clan. This was the part Hashiryu couldn't quite understand. And there was another point he needed to pay attention to. Madara Uchiha had sent White Zetsu to keep an eye on the clan. Although he didn't know exactly when this surveillance began, there was no doubt that White Zetsu's presence now lingered among the Uchiha. He was aware that this kind of surveillance would only become more intense in the future. After all, with Mito Uzumaki, the human radar, still in Konoha, even White Zetsu had to keep a wide berth. But the thing about secrets is, once a second person knows, they're no longer secrets. There had been quite a few Uchiha present at the meeting. So many people knew he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. That meant he had to prepare for the worst. It was highly likely he'd caught Madara's eye. After all, a Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo was already a valuable piece on the board. Of course, Hashiryu Uchiha didn't fear Madara now. Madara's Rinnegan had yet to awaken, so he still needed a tremendous amount of chakra to nurture it. And with age catching up to him, Madara was no longer at his peak. Unlike Mito Uzumaki, Madara didn't have access to the Yin Seal. A ninja's prime is fleeting. Once age sets in, a decline in strength is inevitable. This, too, applied to Madara Uchiha. Though Hashiryu might not be confident in defeating Madara head-on, as he was now at the Super Kage level, he was certain he could escape unscathed. Not to mention, Mito Uzumaki was hardly someone to be underestimated. If Madara really dared to come, Hashiryu was ready to work with Mito and make sure Madara would never leave. But for now, Hashiryu didn't have time to return to the Uchiha clan. He still had something important for Mito. "Granny Mito, I have something for you, as a congratulatory gift for becoming Hokage." With that, Hashiryu seemed to produce a stack of talisman slips from thin air and handed them to Mito Uzumaki. Mito examined the slips, her eyes tracing the dense, intricate script. As a master of sealing arts, her interest was immediately piqued. After studying them closely for a while, she noticed a resemblance to explosive tags. Then, a sudden realization struck her. Her hand trembled as she held the talisman, and she looked at Hashiryu in disbelief. "These seal a jutsu inside?" Seeing Mito's astonished expression, Hashiryu feigned admiration and replied, "Grandma, you truly live up to your reputation as a sealing master. You saw right through it." "That's right, these are ninjutsu scrolls. And not just any jutsu. They seal sage art techniques. When you want to use it, you just need to activate it with chakra, then stick the talisman onto the injured area, and it will start working automatically." Mito Uzumaki gazed at the talisman in her hand with admiration. Such a revolutionary invention had been created by none other than a 6-year-old child. It made her feel as if she were dreaming. But after her initial amazement faded, a thought seemed to cross her mind. She picked up the talisman and asked, "Shinryu, is it difficult to make this?" Uchiha Shinryu shook his head with a gentle smile and replied, "It's not hard. The process is about as difficult as making an explosive tag, but you need a ninja who can use sage jutsu to help." At this, Mito Uzumaki could no longer contain her delight. "With this, the death rate for ninja on missions will drop in the future. Shinryu, you've given me something truly incredible." Mito Uzumaki showered praise upon Uchiha Shinryu in a flurry of compliments, so much so that he was a little overwhelmed. After a while, Mito Uzumaki took both Uchiha Shinryo and Tsunade by the hand, then turned to Chika, who had been waiting by the side, and said, "Chika, go inform the director of Konoha Hospital and the head of the sealing department. Tell them I need to see them. Oh, and ask them to come this afternoon. I don't have time right now." With that, Mito Uzumaki swept the two along with her, bustling off toward the Hokage's office. This action left Uchiha Shinryo full of questions. After all, a medical talisman that could immediately strengthen Konoha and reduce casualties ought to be a top priority. How could she not be in a hurry? But when they arrived at the Hokage's office, his confusion was resolved. The daimyo was already there, waiting for them. "Mito, sister, it's been a long time. You're still as young as ever. Ninjas, how enviable." Mito Uzumaki smiled slightly, not taking the daimyo's words to heart. After all, how was she supposed to respond to such a comment? Ninjas weren't all-powerful, and her youthful appearance was thanks to the Yin seal. So she brought Tsunade and Uchiha Shinryo forward and said, "Your grace flatters me. You're as elegant as you were at our last meeting. These two are my granddaughter Tsunade and my grandson Uchiha Shinryo. I brought them today because there's a matter that requires your approval." The daimyo opened his eyes a little wider, glanced at the two, and chuckled softly. "I wonder, Mito's sister, what is it that needs my attention?" Mito Uzumaki took a contract from her robes, handed it to the daimyo, and began speaking slowly. "Back when Hashirama and your father made an agreement, Konoha was established in the Land of Fire to help you repel invasions from other countries. But if we do resist, then you, Lord Daimyo, will have to fully compensate Konoha for all losses. With the Great Ninja War about to end, I wonder when the funds for reimbursement will actually arrive." As soon as Mito Uzumaki finished speaking, the smile froze on the daimyo's face. For the daimyo of the Land of Fire, conflicts between shinobi villages didn't affect him much. The daimyos of the 5 great nations, even those from lesser countries, were mostly related by blood. Even if his own shinobi village lost, it was nothing more than a loss of face before the victors, nothing that would truly harm him. But pride is just pride. Money, on the other hand, is tangible and real. And war is all about money. Konoha's losses in this war were anything but small. If the daimyo had to bear that entire cost, he'd be destitute by next year. But there was nothing he could do. The contract was indeed signed by his father years ago. Back then, Konoha had 2 legendary shinobi standing guard, unmatched in their era. They could have founded Konoha within a Land of Fire, or elsewhere if they'd wanted. To keep them in check, the previous daimyo had made many concessions and signed agreements like this. He'd signed them with great generosity. After all, he'd never imagined those two would turn on each other, leaving Konoha without its protectors so soon. The current daimyo understood that while he might have been able to fool the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Mito Uzumaki was not someone to trifle with. "If only I just sent an envoy instead of coming here myself. What was I thinking?" With that thought, the daimyo kept his face composed, though he tried to make one last effort. "4th Hokage, you must be joking. That was the previous daimyo's contract. It has nothing to do with me." Mito Uzumaki looked at the daimyo with a half-smile, saying nothing for a moment, just long enough for sweat to bead on his brow, then spoke at last. "I've heard the scenery in the Land of Whirlpools is beautiful. Lush mountains, clear waters, a perfect place for shinobi to settle down." At those words, the daimyo broke out in an even heavier sweat. While the results of war might not mean much to him, the existence of Konoha was a different matter entirely. Times had changed. Without shinobi, a nation could not defend its own borders. Even if Konoha lost the war, as long as it wasn't completely wiped out, the Land of Fire would lose only a bit of territory and some shinobi missions. But if the Land of Fire lost Konoha altogether, by the very next day, only the capital would remain unclaimed. By then, he wouldn't even have time to cry about it. So Mito Uzumaki's words had struck right at his weakness. The daimyo let out a hearty laugh, one that sounded generous, though it cost him dearly. "Well, the 4th Hokage makes a fair point. The previous daimyo was still a daimyo, after all. The most important thing is to keep one's word. I'll see to it that Konoha's losses are compensated. But it's getting late, so I'll take my leave for now, if I may." After being extorted out of the hefty sum, the daimyo, wary of any further trouble, made to take his leave as soon as he finished speaking. But before he could stand up, Mito Uzumaki, as if conjuring it from thin air, produced a contract and said, "Hold on, there's still one more thing. The previous daimyo also promised to grant an actual noble title and fief to the descendants of both myself and Hashirama. I wonder if you're aware of this promise." The daimyo, who had just started to rise, froze in place at her words. The smile he had just forced vanished. His face darkened as he glared at Mito Uzumaki. From the side, Hashiryu Uchiha watched the scene unfold, inwardly exclaiming, "Well, this is something else." He had been wondering if there could be anything more important than those medical talismans. Who would have guessed there actually was? When it comes to money, the more, the better, of course. After the Great War, Konoha was certainly short on funds. Compensation and rewards for the ninja needed to be paid in full. Otherwise, the next time war broke out, who would be willing to risk their lives? Mito Uzumaki kept pressing, one demand after another, and Hashiryu Uchiha was thoroughly enjoying the show from the sidelines. Unlike the third Hokage, Mito Uzumaki, as Hokage, was unyielding to the extreme. She might as well have stamped pay up right across the daimyo's forehead. But what she said next made Hashiryu Uchiha realize why she had insisted both he and Tsunade come to see the daimyo. While Hashiryu Uchiha was quietly amused, the Fire Daimyo was genuinely angered this time. For him, granting a noble title and fief in itself wasn't that big a deal. But as the saying goes, I can give, but you can't just take. Mito Uzumaki's forceful approach set off alarm bells in his mind. After all, the Land of Whirlpools was a country founded by the Uzumaki clan. If she dared to ask for noble status today, would she dare demand the daimyo's throne tomorrow? He couldn't help but worry. Mito Uzumaki's intentions were simple. Whether it was to have the daimyo reimburse the war expenses, or to have Hashiryu Uchiha or Tsunade made into nobles. Her real aim was to send a signal to the outside world. The Land of Fire would stand fully behind Konoha, and Konoha had both the strength and confidence to keep fighting if necessary. Even though there was an odd ceasefire on the battlefield at the moment, no one could guarantee that peace was here to stay. Mito Uzumaki was strong, but not yet so powerful as to dominate the whole world. If the other four nations, wary of her, joined forces, even if they weren't perfectly united, they could still make life very difficult for Konoha. And so, this move could help restore stability to the village, which had been thrown into turmoil by the third Hokage's sudden death. As for the daimyo's own feelings, did they really matter? If the Uzumaki clan could found a country, then, as the formidable matriarch of her clan, Mito Uzumaki felt no reverence for the daimyo that others might have. She held nothing but disdain for the notion that the daimyo was a descendant of the gods. To her, if this daimyo wouldn't cooperate, she could simply replace him with someone who would. Perhaps sensing Mito Uzumaki's thoughts, the daimyo's expression gradually returned to calm. In that case, I'll leave everything to the fourth Hokage. Once you've decided who will take the position, you can come to the inn and let me know. I'm not feeling well, so I'll take my leave now. With those words, the daimyo departed without a backward glance. This time, Mito Uzumaki didn't produce another contract. After all, you can't really push a person too far. After the daimyo left, she turned to look at the stunned Tsunade and Uchiha Shinryo, who was enjoying the drama. So, which one of you wants to be the noble? Uchiha Shinryo answered straightforwardly, let Tsunade have it. I don't need something like that. Besides, Lady Tsunade has a nice ring to it. At that moment, Tsunade snapped back to her senses. She truly had been shocked just now. The image of Mito Uzumaki in Tsunade's mind had been completely reshaped today. Seeing Mito Uzumaki's commanding and forceful presence left her in awe. And when she heard Uchiha Shinryo's words, a secret delight bubbled up in Tsunade's heart. You said my name sounds nice. Still, Tsunade's pride wouldn't let her show it. Instead, she let out a little huff and said, if he doesn't want it, then I don't want it either. I'm going to be Hokage like Grandma, not some noble. Mito Uzumaki looked at Tsunade with amusement. She had watched Tsunade grow up and knew her personality inside and out. So she understood that Tsunade had already accepted it in her heart. Her stubbornness just made her unwilling to admit it. As for Uchiha Shinryo, he truly didn't care about such things. After all, in the future, he might even end up stringing up a bunch of nobles. So neither of them said anything more, instead watching Tsunade quietly. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Tsunade grew restless. After hesitating a moment, she finally gave in to her true feelings. She glanced at them, lowered her head, and muttered softly, I'll listen to Grandma. Lady Tsunade does sound pretty nice. Though Tsunade spoke in a near whisper, both of them heard her clearly. They exchanged a smile, and then Mito Uzumaki turned to Uchiha Shinryo and said, you'd better head over to the Uchiha clan. It couldn't have been easy for them to wait this long before coming to find you. Uchiha Shinryo nodded. Now that everything was settled, he finally had some free time. Today marked Mito Uzumaki's inauguration as Hokage, and a ninja academy had given everyone the day off. In fact, during this past month, he'd started using a shadow clone to attend classes just a week after enrolling. The lessons taught by Tsuchikichi were practical and valuable for ordinary ninja. But clearly, they weren't suited for someone like Uchiha Shinryo. For him, it was better to spend that time reviewing the Senju clan scrolls or studying Tobarama's notes. As for the people he had in mind for his plans, Orochimaru, much like himself, had started using shadow clones to attend school on his behalf ever since he mastered the technique. Sometimes his real self would train alone, or he would discuss ninjutsu theories with Uchiha Shinryu. Nanoyu truly lived up to her future reputation as a master spy, radiating an extraordinary charm. In just a month, she had managed to forge strong bonds with all her classmates. Even Uzumaki Mito was somehow persuaded, though he wasn't quite sure how, and agreed to let Nanoyu move into the Senju residence. Unfortunately, her talent didn't quite match Orochimaru's, so she still had to attend classes in person. What puzzled Uchiha Shinryu was that every time he sent a clone to school alongside Nanoyu, she would always look at him with a peculiar gaze. As for Jiraiya, Uchiha Shinryu had his own plans. He intended, before long, to guide Jiraiya toward Mount Myaboku, so he could find his destined opportunity there. After all, Mount Myaboku was the best possible mentor for Jiraiya. Sending him there ahead of time would allow Jiraiya to grow more quickly, and it would also give Uchiha Shinryu a chance to see whether the Great Toad Sage's prophecies were truly as infallible as legend claimed. During this past month, Uchiha Shinryu also made some inquiries about White Fang, learning that he had already graduated. This news left him with a tinge of regret. Still, recalling Hitaki Sakumo's character, Uchiha Shinryu ultimately decided not to interfere with White Fang's development. Although Hitaki Sakumo was a formidable ninja, his loyalty bordered on blind devotion. He knew there was something off about the rumors, yet refused to defy Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others, choosing instead to express his discontent through suicide. Of course, White Fang's disposition might also be connected to his family heritage. The Hitaki clan used to be a samurai family, which perhaps instilled in Sakumo a reluctance to rebel against his lord, in this case, the Hokage. Thus, as long as Uchiha Shinryu became Hokage in the future, White Fang would naturally become his loyal subordinate. Besides, White Fang would eventually reach the level of Kage in his own right, which for someone without a special bloodline, was already the pinnacle. There was simply no need for Uchiha Shinryu to meddle further in his life. Tsunade, too, had changed considerably over the past month. She no longer clamored for a break. Each day, she quietly completed her training, and whenever she had a question, she would seek guidance from Uchiha Shinryu. Even her favorite pastime, gambling, was indulged only in moderation, which made Uchiha Shinryu see her in a new light. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, and Uchiha Shinryu found his past month quite pleasant. Now, Uchiha needed him to drop by, but to him, it was a trivial matter. It was also a good opportunity to take a look and see what was really happening within the Uchiha clan these days. So, after bidding farewell to Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, he made his way straight to Uchiha Aang's residence. Yes, the current head of the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Aang. The previous clan leader had been severely injured by Danzo and was no longer able to serve as a ninja. Adding to that, with Mito Uzumaki's rise in status and the contributions made during the Danzo incident, the village's attitude toward the Uchiha shifted drastically and decisively. This change allowed the dovish faction within the Uchiha to firmly take the upper hand. Thus, Uchiha Aang naturally became the new spokesperson for the clan. By the time Uchiha Shinryu arrived, Uchiha Aang and Uchiha Shien had already been waiting for quite some time. To them, even though Shinryu was just a child, he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. No one understood the power of the Mangekyo better than the Uchiha themselves. Throughout Uchiha history, every bearer of the Mangekyo had ranked among the mightiest of their time. Although Shinryu was still a child, he could no longer be treated simply as one. So when they saw Uchiha Shinryu approaching, they had already lined up to welcome him with honor. Uchiha Aang stepped forward, his face beaming with a warm smile. Shinryu, welcome back to the Uchiha. Come, let's talk inside. With that, seeing Shinryu nod in response, he led him straight to the reception hall. After the attendants set down refreshments and tea and quietly withdrew, Uchiha Aang continued, I won't beat around the bush. The reason I invited you back this time is to ask you something directly. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the symbol of the Uchiha's power. Shinryu, have you awakened it? Uchiha Aang's directness was nothing unusual to Shinryu. After all, the Uchiha were known for their blunt honesty, which, in more diplomatic terms, could be called straightforwardness. So Shinryu said nothing. In the next moment, sealing techniques began to spread, covering the entire room. Uchiha Aang stared at him in stunned silence. After all, to see a Uchiha wielding sealing arts with such mastery, one could hardly believe he was truly of this clan. What's more, Mito Uzumaki had only taken Shinryu in for a month or two, but the way he used sealing techniques seemed even more advanced than Mito's herself. Meanwhile, behind him, Uchiha Shien, who had remained silent, now watched Xingliu with wary eyes. But in the next instant, the very thing they'd dreamed of appeared before them. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, their pattern strikingly reminiscent of the Rinnegan, awakened in Xingliu's eyes. As they gazed at this small, unassuming figure, both men were momentarily at a loss, overwhelmed by the shock that Uchiha Xingliu, unprecedented and perhaps never to be repeated, brought with his presence. With the sealing technique now fully shielding the room, Xingliu revealed his Mangekyo. After all, when it came to secrets, one had to guard against fire, theft, and above all, Madara Uchiha. Unlike Mito Uzumaki, he didn't possess such keen sensory abilities, and he had no desire for any outsiders to overhear the conversation that would follow. Seeing the two still lost in awe, Xingliu cleared his throat lightly and spoke. I have indeed awakened the Mangekyo. Is there anything you'd like to say, clan leader Ong? The two of them were snapped back to reality by this cough, and then, upon hearing Uchiha Xingliu's words, Uchiha Ong found himself at a loss for words. Although before he came, Ong had already guessed that Uchiha Xingliu had awakened the Mangekyo. But now, confronted with the truth, he still did not know what to say. Should he ask Uchiha Xingliu to return to the Uchiha clan, or hand over the position of clan leader to him? His thoughts whirled, and before he knew it, he blurted out something so outrageous that it left Xingliu coughing uncontrollably. How about a wife? Do you want one? Xingliu nearly popped his eyes out at that remark. He was only 6 years old, and here Ong was talking about marriage. Wasn't that a bit too soon? Oddly enough, after saying it, Ong felt his idea made perfect sense. The words he'd intended to say had been forgotten the moment he saw Xingliu's Mangekyo. He'd been too shocked. But with talent as extraordinary as Xingliu's, it seemed only right to talk about finding him a wife early on. Not only would it ensure the inheritance of his remarkable bloodline, but perhaps it could pull Xingliu, who had already shifted alliances, a little closer back to the Uchiha. As for who would make a good wife, Ong immediately thought of his own granddaughter, Uchiha Zhili. And so he said with conviction, Xingliu-kun, my granddaughter Zhili has always admired you. Why don't you two get to know each other? Xingliu, deactivating his Sharingan, rolled his eyes and replied, clearly annoyed. I'm only 6. There's no rush at all. And besides, Zhili is my classmate. Can we not pretend otherwise? Ong only grinned, unfazed by Xingliu's retort. Oh, you're in the same class? Well, that's fate, isn't it? With such a connection, why not go ahead and set an engagement? Xingliu had no desire to continue this conversation with Ong. At this point, it was clear Aang's sole aim was to promote Zhili to Xingliu. No matter what was said, Ong would steer the topic right back to matchmaking. But there was another person in the room, Uchiha Xian. Though Xian too was stunned by Xingliu's talent, his thoughts hadn't shifted as quickly as Aang's. First, Xian poured a cup of tea for Xingliu, gave him an apologetic look, and then walked over to Ong, saying quietly, Father, there are important matters to discuss. Please, let's focus for now. Hearing this, Ong finally calmed down. Recalling his earlier indiscretion, he quickly took a sip of tea to hide his embarrassment. For a moment, an odd, awkward silence filled the room. In the end, it was Xingliu who finally broke the tension. He set down his cup of tea, fixed his gaze on the two people across from him, and spoke slowly. I suppose, Chief Ong, you didn't invite me here just to introduce me to a wife, did you? If there's something you want to discuss, please just say it directly. Uchiha Ong looked at the boy before him, his eyes tinged with a trace of complexity. If not for his small stature and childlike face, who would believe that the person sitting here was truly a child? He first refilled Uchiha Xingliu's cup, then finally spoke. Xingliu, you may have awakened a Mangekyo, but do you know? Everyone who unlocks this power eventually goes blind. Of course, Uchiha Xingliu knew this fact. Although he had no way of obtaining another direct blood relative's Mangekyo to transform his own into the eternal Mangekyo, his idle plug-in system could also remove this flaw, so he felt no concern about the problem at all. Uchiha Ong, naturally, had no inkling what was really going through the mind of the person sitting across from him. In his own view, after hearing such news, no matter how mature Xingliu might be, the boy would surely be flustered, at least for a moment. No one, having gained the power of the Mangekyo, could easily accept the prospect of losing their sight and that power. Uchiha Ong waited patiently for Xingliu's response, unaware that the boy already had his own solution. After a long silence, unable to hold back any longer, he finally asked, Xingliu, aren't you worried? You're only 6 years old. At this rate, you might lose your sight before you're even an adult. At this, Uchiha Xingliu glanced at him, his voice calm and indifferent. There's no need for you to worry about that, Chief Ong. I'll handle my own affairs. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. With that, he straightened his clothing and stood up. Just as he was about to dispel the seal and leave, Uchiha Ong finally revealed his true purpose. Xingliu, have you ever considered becoming Hokage? These words made Xingliu freeze mid-motion. In fact, before coming here, he had already guessed that the clan's real goal was likely to push him toward the position of Hokage. After all, a Hokage from the Uchiha clan will be the ultimate fulfillment of their longing for honor and recognition. So, once it was known that he had awakened the Mangekyo, his candidacy for Hokage naturally became the clan's first objective. Although becoming Hokage was also among Xingliu's goals for the future, he desired much more than that. He didn't want to be an Uchiha who became Hokage. He wanted to be the Hokage who truly embraced the Uchiha. Those two concepts were worlds apart. Xingliu turned around to face Uchiha Ong, who sat there with the calm, composed bearing of a true clan leader. Only in this moment did he truly have the air of someone worthy of leading his clan. If Lord Xingliu is willing to become engaged to my granddaughter, the Uchiha clan will give you its full support in your quest to become Hokage. At these words, Uchiha Xingliu couldn't help but laugh. He even burst out in open laughter. Uchiha Aang's brow furrowed, and his hand tightened involuntarily around his teacup. He had caught the scorn and mockery in that laughter. Sure enough, the next moment, Xingliu's words struck him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Whatever gave you the illusion that I need your support to become Hokage? And what makes you so confident that I could be manipulated by you? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from him, sending gusts of wind sweeping everything away around him. The floor beneath his feet cracked like a spider's web, and a crushing pressure descended upon both Uchiha Ong and his companion. Every instinct in their bodies screamed in warning. Every cell was shouting at them to get away from the person before them. Uchiha Ong found it hard to believe that a boy of such modest stature could make him feel such overwhelming dread. Only now did it occur to him. Had he underestimated Uchiha Xingliu all along? Both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, whom Xingliu had executed, had been tripped up by this man. Hiruzen Sarutobi, especially, had been killed by him in plain sight, without a sound. If they hadn't been of the same clan, no one would have noticed. What the Uchiha wanted done, Xingliu not only accomplished, he did it even better. Even the experiments to awaken the Sharingan within the clan were somehow connected to Xingliu. Now, looking back on his own actions, Uchiha Ong couldn't help but feel he'd behaved like a fool. At first, he tried to threaten Xingliu with the secret of Mangekyo blindness. When that failed, he dangled the position of Hokage as bait. But it had never crossed his mind that Xingliu never needed the Uchiha's help at all. On the contrary, it was the Uchiha who needed Xingliu. The Uchiha have always revered strength. Someone like this was truly worthy of their loyalty. Once he understood all this, determination flashed in Uchiha Aang's eyes. He stepped before Xingliu, who was still roaring with laughter, and dropped to one knee. Lord Xingliu, from this day forward, the Uchiha will always stand behind you. As he watched this scene, Xingliu withdrew his chakra, the oppressive aura fading away. He knew his goal had been achieved. Uchiha Ong had come with his own agenda. But Xingliu, too, had taken a risk coming to the Uchiha, knowing it might draw Madara's attention. He had his own purpose. The Uchihas, for all the criticism they faced, were sometimes just a little too proud for their own good. Their pride made them sharp-tongued, but if you earned their respect, they'd treat you as a true friend. Unlike others, when the Uchiha accept you, if trouble comes, they'll stand by your side, no matter what. Moreover, the Uchiha clan, so renowned during the Warring States period, did not earn their reputation for nothing. In single combat, their opponents would inevitably choose to flee. This was the recognition the shinobi world accorded the Uchiha, a reputation forged with the blood of their enemies. So naturally, Uchiha Xingliu hoped to harness this power for himself. And now, he had achieved his goal. He turned to Uchiha Ong, who was kneeling on one knee with his head bowed, and spoke. "Can you speak for the Uchiha?" Uchiha Ong raised his head and looked directly at the man before him, this man on whom he had staked his clan's future, and replied, "I represent the Dove faction of the Uchiha, and, as the head of the clan, I can speak for the Uchiha." Behind him, Uchiha Shien hesitated, wanting to interject but unwilling to embarrass his own father. Uchiha Xingliu grinned, neither confirming nor denying Aang's answer. Although he wasn't fully aware of the Uchiha's current situation, he did know about Uchiha Shana. With that man around, it was unlikely that the Uchiha would ever speak with a single voice. But since Uchiha Ong had declared it so, Xingliu chose to accept it as fact. If trouble arose in the future, the person making promises now would naturally be the one held responsible. "I'm quite curious," Xingliu continued. "Back when Uchiha Madara was even stronger than I am now, why didn't you choose him? Why choose me now? At the end of the day, I'm just a child." There's nothing substantial I can offer you right now. So why are you placing your hopes on me? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shien also turned his gaze to his father, eager to hear the answer himself. Uchiha Ong chuckled softly before answering. Although Lord Madara and the first Hokage founded Konoha together, the village only ever truly revered Lord Hashirama. Toward Lord Madara, there was only fear. Hashirama became the first Hokage because it was the will of the people. Lord Madara never stood a chance of becoming Hokage, for he lacked the necessary qualities. When Lord Madara tried to lead the clan away, the other nations had already established their own shinobi villages. Wherever we went, we'd only be fighting over someone else's share. Add to that our people's longing for peace and their uncertainty about the future, and it's no wonder we didn't leave with Lord Madara. With that, Uchiha Ong rose to his feet and stood before Xingliu, looking him squarely in the eye. But you, Xingliu, you are different. It's not just that you're gifted, you've already proven your strength. And you have the greatest chance of becoming the next Hokage. The whole village is hoping you'll become the next Hashirama Senju, a guardian who can protect Konoha for decades to come. What's more, it's not that you have nothing to offer us, you already have. At these words, Xingliu's eyes filled with confusion. Had he ever given anything to the Uchiha? He himself had no idea what that could be. Uchiha Ong could see the confusion on his face, so he went on to explain the events that had taken place within the Uchiha clan after Uchiha Ji awakened his Sharingan. Only after hearing this did Uchiha Xingliu nod in understanding, quietly making a mental note to remember Ji's actions. When the conversation turned to how to devise a plan for awakening the Sharingan, Uchiha Ong noticed he seemed quite interested, so he shared a bit more. Those extra words sparked new ideas for the Sharingan awakening plan. Because Uchiha Xingliu suggested that it didn't necessarily have to be the sadness of losing parents or loved ones. It could be other emotions, too. For instance, fear. If some Uchiha were afraid of ghosts, others could dress up as ghosts and scare them. Then, as a backup, they could capture the whole scene on camera. If that still didn't work to awaken the Sharingan, they could repeatedly show the embarrassing footage to everyone, ensuring a social death. And that would certainly spark the emotion of anger. Uchiha Shien, standing nearby, looked at the two of them with an expression as if he was staring at a pair of devils. Especially when they got excited and burst out into sinister laughter, which sent shivers down his spine. Time slipped by as the conversation went on among the group. By the afternoon, Uchiha Xingliu finally stopped, still reluctant to end the discussion, remembering he had other things to attend to. Looking at the man before him, someone decades older, yet so similar in interests, he couldn't help but remark with feeling. I never expected clan leader Ong to be so talented. But I have other matters to handle today. Let's continue our talk next time. Uchiha Ong was pleased as well, since he had already decided to stake his future on Uchiha Xingliu. Of course, he wanted to grow closer to him. Now that the two shared common ground, they could almost be considered confidants. Still, even confidants weren't as close as family by marriage. With that thought, Uchiha Aang's original idea crept back into his mind. He glanced at Uchiha Xingliu, who was busy removing the seals, and spoke up. Xingliu-kun, what do you think about my earlier proposal? Uchiha Xingliu, preoccupied with removing the seals, heard the question and replied automatically, without much thought. What proposal? Oh, the engagement proposal. My son Ji is an excellent match. Why don't we strengthen our family's bond even further? At that moment, Uchiha Xingliu had just finished removing all the seals and brought his attention back to the conversation. After hearing Uchiha Aang's words, he tilted his head, staring at him in disbelief and exasperation. How did he circle the conversation back to this topic again? Is he really a genius? How did he manage that? He shook his head, brushing off the thought, and also made his rejection clear. No, Ji and I are just classmates for now. Let's leave the future for the future. I prefer romantic relationships that grow freely, where both people agree willingly. So let's just let it go. In truth, Uchiha Ong knew the answer the moment he saw the shake of a head. This wasn't going to work out. But hearing it spoken aloud still left him a little disappointed. Even so, he wouldn't force the matter. Agreement would be great, but if not, it wasn't any real loss. Now that everything had been settled and his goals were largely achieved, Uchiha Xingliu prepared to take his leave. After he departed, Uchiha Shien walked over to Aang's side and asked, Father, do you really think so highly of Xingliu? Uchiha Ong let out a scornful chuckle and gave him a sharp smack on the back of the head. Seeing Xian's baffled expression, Ong finally spoke. Why else am I your father? Xingliu might well surpass Lord Madara one day. You never know. He offered no further explanation as to why Xingliu might outshine Uchiha Madara. With Xian still standing there, utterly confused, Ong strode away, leaving him in the dark. Meanwhile, after finishing lunch, Uchiha Shinryo made his way to the Hokage's office to find Uzumaki Mido. At that moment, she was deep in discussion with two others. When she spotted Shinryo entering, her eyes lit up. She turned to her companions and said, "This is Uchiha Shinryo, the creator of the medical talismans I mentioned. If you have any questions, you can ask him. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be going." With that, Uzumaki Mido strode out confidently, not sparing a glance for the bewildered expressions of those present. As she passed Shinryo, she shot him a look that clearly meant, "Do your best." It was almost enough to make him question his own lineage. Had he become a Hyuga instead? But in the very next instant, he sensed trouble brewing. Two pairs of fervent eyes landed on him the moment Mido finished speaking. The heads of the sealing department and the medical department stared at him with such intensity. It was as if they were gazing at a long-lost lover. Caught in the midst of a heated debate, neither of them was willing to give an inch. In the end, they decided to approach Uchiha Shinryo together and introduce themselves. The head of the sealing department was Uzumaki Dien, a clansman who had arrived in Konoha alongside Uzumaki Mido and was of the same generation. The head of the medical department was Senju Kafin, a direct descendant of the Senju clan and likewise of Mido's generation. After the introductions, they wasted no time. They began firing off question after question about the medical talisman, barely pausing for breath. Though answering their questions was exactly why Shinryo had come, the relentless barrage soon wore him down. Now, at last, he understood why Uzumaki Mido had made such a hasty retreat at the outset. In that moment, he truly felt the pain that Chisha had endured before. So, without further ado, he decided to put a stop to the chaos. Uchiha Shinryo raised a hand, cutting off their endless chatter. He then produced a scroll from inside his robe and set it down on the table, turning to the two somewhat bewildered department heads and said, "This is the process for making medical talismans. You could discuss it among yourselves. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." With those words, Uchiha Shinryo, who stood before them, vanished in a puff of smoke. He had already replaced himself with a shadow clone before deciding to sneak away, slipping out quietly. With his current abilities, pulling off such a trick was as easy as breathing. The move left the two of them rooted to the spot, wide-eyed and speechless, still reeling from Shinryo's antics. After a while, it was Uzumaki Dien who finally broke the silence. With a sigh, he said, "He's just like Mido, always finding some excuse to slip away whenever there's something to do." Senju Keiho chimed in, "Exactly. No wonder they're family. I just hope little Tsunade doesn't pick up the same habit in the future." As they spoke, their gazes met again, and both saw the helpless resignation in the other's eyes. But with Shinryo already gone, there was nothing more they could do. All they could do was pick up the scroll and start reading. And once they began, they were immediately drawn in, so captivated that they forgot everything else. After leaving behind his shadow clone to make his getaway, Uchiha Shinryo had nowhere special in mind, so he returned to the Senju residence. As he stepped into the courtyard, Uzumaki Mido was sitting there, basking in the sun with a cup of tea in hand, looking completely at ease. Tsunade and Nani were also there, each focused on their own training. But Chika, who usually accompanied Uzumaki Mido, was nowhere to be seen. As for her whereabouts, Shinryo didn't even have to think to know the answer. The Hokage's duties never end. If the Hokage isn't doing the work, someone else must pick up the slack. And who else could that person be but Chika? At that thought, Shinryo gave Chika a split second's silent sympathy. Then he walked over to sit beside Uzumaki Mido, pulling up a chair and settling in. With practiced ease, he poured himself a cup of tea and took a slow sip. Uzumaki Mido glanced at him from the corner of her eye, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, lacking conviction, she kept silent. After all, she herself had snuck away from her duties. How could she fault someone else for doing the same? Realizing this, she let the matter go. Better to spend the time enjoying life. For a while, the two of them simply lounged in the afternoon sun, sipping tea with their eyes half closed, utterly relaxed. Tsunade and Nanoyu watched this scene with bemusement, especially Tsunade, who was sweating as she trained her monstrous strength. She wiped her brow, feeling a bit resentful. Imagine, you're in the middle of military training, standing at attention under the blazing sun, sweat running down your face. And right in front of you, someone is leisurely enjoying a watermelon popsicle under a sun umbrella. And not just one person, a whole group of them. How would you feel? After going a whole month without a single beating, she found herself growing more and more upset the longer she thought about it. Her eyes darted about, as if a new idea had just occurred to her. Tsunade paused her training, ran over to Uzumaki Mido's side, and said, "Grandma, I've been practicing this monstrous strength technique for so long, but I still haven't really grasped the essentials." I need someone to guide me. Grandma, could you train with me, please? Uzumaki Mito's usually narrowed eyes opened just a little wider as she looked at Tsunade, who was putting on her most coaxing act, and chuckled softly. She understood Tsunade's feelings. Her granddaughter was simply unwilling to give up and wanted to drag someone else into her scheme. In the past, she truly wouldn't have had the heart to refuse such a request. After all, when your own child is striving to improve, how could you, as an elder, possibly say no? But now, wasn't there someone else who could guide Tsunade instead? With that thought, Uzumaki Mito turned her gaze toward Uchiha Shinryu, who was standing off to the side. In truth, Uchiha Shinryu had already guessed Tsunade's intentions the moment she started speaking. But this was the ninja world. After all, what made Tsunade think he didn't know how to use Shadow Clone? Just as Uzumaki Mito looked his way, a clone appeared beside him with a soft pop. Oh, come on. Just because you don't want to help, you send a clone. Doesn't anyone speak up for us clones? And anyway, once the clone disappears, you'll still have to live through all the experience for yourself. With that, Uchiha Shinryu's shadow clone appeared and immediately began grumbling at his original self. Of course, despite his complaints, he obediently started guiding Tsunade through her training. Tsunade felt a twinge of disappointment when she saw the shadow clone rather than the original. But she wasn't truly let down. Her goal had already been achieved. Just as the clone said, all the clone's experiences would return to the original once it vanished. So her plan was technically a success. Uchiha Shinryu certainly understood how shadow clones worked, but what good did that do him? This move of Tsunade's was practically an open conspiracy. There was no way to counter it. She was starting to show the same cunning as Tobarama Senju. To avoid this situation repeating in the future, he'd already added the shadow clone technique to his system's repertoire. Meanwhile, Nanoyu watched their interaction with a tinge of envy and a bit of longing, but ultimately dismissed the thought. After all, she was still an outsider, not quite as close to them as they were to each other. But in the next moment, as she was training, she suddenly felt the sunlight in front of her blocked out. Nanoyu looked up to see Uchiha Shinryu standing before her, smiling gently. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Uchiha Shinryu with a curious, almost amused look. She'd seen a lot in her life, but this was a scene she'd never witnessed before. If only Hashirama Senju had possessed such emotional intelligence, even she wouldn't have been able to fend off all those eager admirers. If Hashirama hadn't been so naive, perhaps just a fool, or maybe his heart was only for Madara, Uzumaki Mito wouldn't have been able to stop all those women who threw themselves at him. In truth, she was overthinking it. Uchiha Shinryu didn't possess that kind of emotional intelligence at all. He simply felt that since he was already putting in the effort, he might as well treat everyone equally. So, without further ado, he created 2 shadow clones, one for each of them, keeping things perfectly fair. With everything settled, Uchiha Shinryu calmly resumed, sipping his tea. Watching this scene, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but twitch her eyelids, feeling as if he was even lazier than she was. Just when they thought the afternoon would pass uneventfully, Chika came running over in a hurry, accompanied by a member of the Umbu. Lady Mito, urgent report. At these words, Uzumaki Mito instantly cast off her earlier languor. She stood up in a flash, her gaze sharp as she looked at the 2 who had rushed in. Chika produced a document, handed it to Uzumaki Mito, and explained. We have intel that the other nation's Kage had secret communications last month, though the details remain unknown. And today, an envoy arrived in Konoha, delivering the other 4 Kage's wish to convene a 5 Kage summit. This document is the formal invitation from the 4 Kage. Uzumaki Mito said nothing at first, but simply unsealed the letter and began to read it carefully. The more she read, the graver her expression became. Finally, she turned to Chika and spoke. It seems we'll need to convene another Jonin council. Chika, could you please gather all the Jonin still in the village? Chika understood the gravity of the situation. She nodded and left at once with the Umbu at her side. Now, Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Shinryu, who had moved to her side. After a moment's thought, she decided to ask his opinion. After all, he had offered many valuable suggestions during previous incidents. So Uzumaki Mito didn't see him as just a child. Shinryu, the 4 Kage want to discuss peace, and they've chosen the Land of Iron as the meeting place. What do you think? At first, when Uchiha Shinryu heard about peace talks, he thought it was worth a try. But the moment he heard the location was the Land of Iron, he didn't hesitate. Peace talks are fine, but we have to choose the venue ourselves. The Land of Iron is out of the question. Right now, there was a high chance that Uchiha Madara was hiding in the Land of Iron. If Uzumaki Mito went there and Madara saw it as an opportunity to reclaim the 9 tails, and perhaps eliminate the other 4 Kage while he was at it, Uchiha Shinryu didn't even want to imagine what chaos would engulf the ninja world. Even if he went along, if he accidentally injured the other Kage in the process, it wouldn't be peace talks at all. It would be the spark for war. Not that he was afraid, but time was on his side. A few more years, and he could sweep the field with ease. So why cause unnecessary sacrifices and trouble now? Seeing how resolute he was, Uzumaki Mito realized what he must be thinking. Tobirama Senju was ambushed by the Gold and Silver Brothers during peace talks, and in the end, sacrificed himself for the future of Konoha. Moreover, recent intelligence suggests that the other 4 Kage have been communicating in secret. If they were allowed to choose the location again, it would indeed be too risky. Although her mind wandered a bit, she agreed with the proposal. So Uzumaki Mito nodded, showing her approval of Uchiha Shinryo's suggestion. Seeing her nod, Shinryo felt a slight relief. He then fell into deep thought. This negotiation was clearly a high-stakes diplomatic exchange. The specific division of interests could only be settled at the table. But as a 6-year-old child, he was obviously not suited to attend such an occasion. So for this round of talks, Uzumaki Mito probably wouldn't bring him along. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed through his mind. Uchiha Shinryo continued, saying, I remember that Lord Tobirama created the Chunin exam as a way to assess whether genin are ready to be promoted. The point of these talks is nothing more than dividing interests, so why not let strength do the talking? We could unite the 5 villages, hold this year's Chunin exam together, and then distribute the benefits based on the results. That way, no matter the outcome, the other villages would have no grounds for complaint. Mito's eyes lit up at his words. Indeed, as Shinryo said, this method was not only fair, but also acceptable to the other villages. Letting strength speak for itself. If they were dissatisfied, they'd still have to accept the results. If they were outperformed, then naturally they'd get a smaller share, perfectly fair. She gently patted Shinryo's forehead, praising him. Little Shinryo, you're so clever. That's an excellent idea. I'll bring it up at the meeting. With that, she glanced at Tsunade and Nanoyu, who were still training, and added, I'll leave them in your care. Don't worry, Grandma Mito. After Shinryo's reply, Uzumaki Mito turned and left. Naturally, Shinryo returned to his spot and basked in the sun. But not long after, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed in regret. Oh no, I've outsmarted myself. The idea of holding a joint Chunin exam to distribute benefits was a good one. But in the rush of the moment, he hadn't thought it through. Now it dawned on him. Since the event would determine the division of interests, it would be crucial. To ensure victory for their own village, every Kage would surely send their strongest young ninja to compete. It wouldn't even be surprising if Jonin participated in the exam. Others might not realize this, but how could Uzumaki Mito not know? At this moment, the strongest of Konoha's younger generation was none other than 6-year-old Uchiha Shinryo. Therefore, Mito Uzumaki would definitely treat him as a safety net. This was also the reason for Uchiha Shinryo's recent regret. As expected, capable people have to work overtime no matter where they are. For a moment, Uchiha Shinryo couldn't help but sigh, which made Tsunade, watching from the side, beam with delight. She thought it was her own scheme that had turned Uchiha Shinryo into what he was now. Little did she know. As soon as Uchiha Shinryo's clone saw how happy she was, he had already made a mental note of it. Time flew by, and after dinner, Mito Uzumaki finally returned. After eating the meal Chinxia had saved for her, Mito sought out Uchiha Shinryo to talk about the content of the meeting. First, the proposal to let Konoha choose the venue for the 5 Kage Summit had received unanimous approval. After all, the lesson from Tobirama Senju was still fresh in everyone's minds. Secondly, his suggestion regarding the Chunin exams was also accepted by most of the attendees. The meeting had run so late because they were still discussing the list of exam participants. Mito's reason for seeking him out was precisely this. She wanted him to be the insurance. Even though the joint Chunin exams were still a long way off, and the 5 Kage Summit hadn't even convened yet, this meeting's central theme was peace talks. Mito's appearance on the stage had already caused the other villages to hesitate. Her participation in the negotiations was proof enough. Moreover, the news that the feudal lord was providing both funds and prestige hadn't even spread yet. Once word got out, the great nations would have even less desire to fight Konoha. By then, there would need to be a solution for distributing benefits. And a relatively fair exam like this was still something the major villages could accept. After all, the current generation of Konoha's youth were not as overwhelmingly strong as the previous one. Although Mito trusted the new generation of her own village. For Konoha's absolute victory, she thought of Uchiha Shinryo. Even though she didn't know the full extent of his power, she was certain he was at least as strong as a Kage. And so, quite naturally, Uchiha Shinryo fell into the trap of his own suggestion. Looking at Uchiha Shinryo's face, which now wore an expression of utter resignation. Mito couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, you don't necessarily have to appear. You're just there as insurance. With that, Mito paused and somehow produced a scroll from who knows where. The scroll was nearly as tall as a person. After picking it up, Mito set it in front of him and continued. I'd originally planned to give this to you when you were a little older, but you're already so strong now. I think you should be able to handle this. Little Xingliu, have you ever heard of the sages? As soon as Uchiha Xingliu heard this, he knew exactly what Mito had brought out. It must be the summoning scroll from the Shikatsu Forest, one of the 3 great sacred grounds. Even though Uchiha Xingliu was well aware of this matter, that didn't stop him from shaking his head in denial. There was simply no way his past experiences could have brought him into contact with such a thing. His strength could be explained by natural talent, but this sort of secret lore was beyond explanation. Uzumaki Mito wasn't surprised to see him shake his head. After all, only a handful of people knew about these things. So, she began to speak to Uchiha Xingliu in a gentle, measured voice, slowly unveiling the mysteries of the sages for him. Xingliu, do you know? This world is vast beyond imagination. On this continent, there are 3 sacred lands. Each sacred land is ruled by a sage: the Slug Sage, the Great Toad Sage, and the White Snake Sage. These sages have lived for over 1,000 years. Their power is profound, unfathomable. It is in these sacred lands that people go to learn the art of sage mode. Hashirama himself only swept all before him and became invincible after mastering sage mode. This, she continued, is the summoning scroll for the sacred land of the Slug Sage, Shikatsu Forest. Now, I'm entrusting this to you, in the hope that you too will master sage mode. Uzumaki Mito's voice was filled with hope and expectation for Uchiha Xingliu. She drew a deep breath, as if she meant to pour out all the memories she held in her heart. Yet, Uchiha Xingliu wasn't especially interested in sage mode. After all, he already possessed the idol leveling system as a means to increase his strength. Still, considering this was a sincere gift, and that he might need the scroll for his own plans, he accepted it. Seeing him take the scroll, Uzumaki Mito's face blossomed with relief and satisfaction. She firmly believed that with Xingliu's talent, mastering sage mode would be entirely within his grasp. If so, even if he couldn't surpass Hashirama, his future strength would surely be enough to shield Konoha. Afterward, Uzumaki Mito went on to explain the arrangements for the Chunin exams. She advised Uchiha Xingliu to participate under a false identity. If Konoha's contestants proved strong and handled things smoothly, he would only need to watch from the sidelines, spectating and enjoying the show, and then withdraw at the very end. However, if anything unexpected happened, if someone needed to step up, Uchiha Xingliu would have to appear and restore order. Naturally, Uchiha Xingliu agreed to Uzumaki Mito's suggestion without hesitation. He figured that simply stepping in at a crucial moment to save the day was no trouble at all. Besides, he thought the likelihood of such a situation arising was quite low. And if there was any guarantee to make sure things didn't go off track, it would be none other than Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang. Although he had just graduated, his reputation had already spread throughout Konoha. Even before graduating, he was already known as a prodigy among the villagers. As for the joint Chunin exams, they certainly wouldn't be happening right away. Because the 5 nations would never act rashly, they certainly wouldn't miss out on such a prime opportunity to promote their villages. So, this matter will likely drag on for at least another half a year. And during that time, White Fang's strength will have every chance to rise to new heights. As long as the other 4 Kage don't send their Jinchuriki, those special contestants, White Fang should have no trouble dealing with the rest and securing victory. By then, this spot in the competition will be little more than a VIP seat at the show. Just as Uzumaki Mito thought everything had been settled and was ready to take her leave, Uchiha Xingliu suddenly spoke up. Can Tsunade sign this scroll? Uzumaki Mito paused mid-step, then turned back and replied. Of course she can, but you must remind her to know her limits. She shouldn't exhaust her chakra by overdoing the summoning technique. Besides, this scroll, like the treasures of the Senju, is yours to decide now that it's been entrusted to you. With that, she didn't wait for Uchiha Xingliu's response, and simply left. Uchiha Xingliu nodded silently. This feeling of being trusted was like a warm current flowing through him, filling his heart with both joy and determination. He knew this was an acknowledgement of his strength, as well as a hope for his future. He would answer that hope with action. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed since the invitation from the 4 Kage to attend the 5 Kage summit arrived. Over those 2 weeks, the location for the summit was the subject of repeated discussion and negotiation, but at last, it was settled. As the representative of the Hidden Leaf, Uzumaki Mito was now fully prepared to set out for the meeting. During this period, Uchiha Shinryo had managed to grasp the basics of the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he still needed some preparation before casting it, and it consumed a great deal of chakra, he had already achieved a degree of mastery. This breakthrough was so significant that, the day before Uzumaki Mito's departure, he sought her out specifically. When Uchiha Shinryo handed her the shuriken engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark, Mito's eyes flashed with surprise and delight. She understood at once what that shuriken represented. With it, the summit had extra security, and Uchiha Shinryo's growth became all the more promising. Uzumaki Mito was filled with emotion. She knew Uchiha Shinryo was advancing quickly, but to master the Flying Thunder God so soon was truly astonishing. In truth, even Uchiha Shinryo himself was surprised by how quickly he'd mastered this technique. Though his sealing techniques had already met the prerequisites for learning the Flying Thunder God, this jutsu demanded much more than that. A broad sense for spatial awareness and a natural affinity with space itself were absolutely essential. Without this kind of perception, you wouldn't be able to sense the presence of the Flying Thunder God seal, which means this technique would be impossible for you to master. And without sufficient spatial affinity, when traversing through space, you might not even be able to ensure that you arrive at your destination in one piece. All these factors set a very high threshold for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Fortunately, Uchiha Shinryo possessed all the necessary talents and abilities. He guessed that perhaps it was the Otsutsuki bloodline that granted him a faint spatial ability, and traversing worlds had only strengthened this gift. Otherwise, there was no way he could have learned and used the Flying Thunder God in such a short time. Still, Shinryo didn't dwell on it too much. As long as the results were good, that was enough for him. On this particular day, Uchiha Shinryo did something out of the ordinary. Instead of sending a shadow clone to school as he usually did, he chose to go to the ninja academy together with Tsunade and Nanoyu. This change took Tsunade by complete surprise, and disbelief was written all over her face. Shinryo just shrugged it off, unconcerned, as if it were nothing worth mentioning. In fact, he had originally planned to skip class with a whole group of people. After all, Tokitomo's teaching style clearly didn't suit geniuses like them. But considering that doing so might cause unnecessary trouble and misunderstanding, he decided against it in the end. Of course, it was only a temporary decision. For instance, today he intended to bring a group along to skip class and carry out his plan of guiding Jiraiya. On the way to the academy, Shinryo, Tsunade, and Nanoyu chatted happily. They talked about recent ninja news, funny stories from school, and their own experiences growing up. Shinryo realized that, every once in a while, these moments could be quite enjoyable. Amid their laughter and conversation, the Ninja Academy soon came into view. The three of them entered the classroom, and at a glance, they saw that Orochimaru and Jiraiya had already arrived. Jiraiya was chatting warmly with Orochimaru, though what they were talking about was anyone's guess. The sight moved Shinryo. No wonder their bond was so famous in the world of Hokage. But it was perfect. Since everyone was here, the plan could begin. With that, Shinryo led Tsunade and Nanoyu over to them. "What are you two up to?" he asked. At the sound of Shinryo's voice, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Casting a slightly annoyed glance at Jiraiya, he extricated himself from Jiraiya's enthusiastic company and replied, "Jiraiya's been pestering me, insisting I teach him some ninjutsu. You know, all the ninjutsu I have came from you, and, without your permission, I wouldn't just show them to anyone. But Jiraiya is just so stubborn. He keeps at it, no matter what I say." Orochimaru's face showed a hint of helplessness, as if he found himself in a difficult position. Jiraiya scratched his head a little sheepishly and said, somewhat embarrassed, "I can't help it either. Our teacher refuses to teach me any ninjutsu, saying it's not the right time yet." It just seemed like Orochimaru had already mastered so many techniques, so I wanted to ask him for some advice. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flashed in Uchiha Shinryo's eyes. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. The situation was perfect for putting his plan into action. He turned to Jiraiya, who still looked a little shy, and spoke. "Although Orochimaru has learned a few jutsu, he only got them by trading something of his own with me, so he can't just teach them to you. But I can take you with us to train. Your foundation still needs some work, so you'll have to put in more effort. Would you like to join us?" Jiraiya's eyes lit up with delight at this, and he nodded without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Jiraiya's eager agreement, Uchiha Shinryo thought to himself, hook, line, and sinker. He looked at the others and said slowly, "In that case, let's all go train together today. After all, Tsuchikichi's teaching methods aren't doing much for us." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. These few months since the start of the Ninja Academy had been long enough for the talented students to pull far ahead of the rest. But the teachers couldn't speed up the curriculum just for a handful of students. Otherwise, most people wouldn't be able to keep up. So for them, the current lessons were becoming a waste of time. In the original story, the legendary Sannin graduated at the age of 6, instead of still being stuck at the academy like now. Naturally, this was all because of Uchiha Shinryu. For the Sannin, if someone as powerful as Shinryu hadn't chosen to graduate yet, there was no way they'd feel comfortable graduating themselves, given how large the gap between them still was. With everyone in agreement, Uchiha Shinryu led them to the Senju clan's training grounds. Orochimaru was just the same as ever. He took the new ninjutsu scroll Shinryu handed him and immediately went off on his own to study it. Tsunade and Nanoyu were planning to train by themselves as well, but Shinryu stopped them. "Today, I've got something special for you." As he spoke, he brought out the summoning scroll from Shikatsu Forest. Once he unrolled the scroll, the names of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Shinryu stood out prominently. Seeing their puzzled looks, he explained, "This is a summoning scroll. Once you sign your name, you'll be able to use the summoning jutsu to call forth a summoned beast to help you in battle. Go ahead and sign your names first. After that, I'll teach you how to use the jutsu." Hearing this, understanding dawned on Tsunade and Nanoyu's faces. They had at least heard of this kind of technique before. They also placed great trust in Uchiha Shinryu, believing he would never harm them. So, one after another, both of them signed their names on the scroll. Once they had both finished, Uchiha Shinryu began to teach them how to perform the summoning jutsu. It wasn't long before they managed to succeed. Although the slugs they summoned were each smaller than the last, it was, nevertheless, a promising start. From the sidelines, Jiraiya watched with growing envy. After memorizing the hand signs for the summoning jutsu, he decided to give it a try himself. And with this attempt, it was as if the wheels of fate began to turn. With a sudden bang, Jiraiya vanished from where he stood. The others, seeing Jiraiya disappear before their eyes, were left utterly speechless. They had never witnessed anyone practicing ninjutsu only to vanish themselves without a trace. No matter what, Jiraiya was still their friend. His abrupt disappearance left them all a bit anxious. Uchiha Shinryu, however, showed not the slightest worry. He knew that, at this very moment, Jiraiya had arrived at a place destined to change his fate. So, after reassuring the others, he simply began to wait. He waited for Jiraiya's return, and for the news he would bring back. Unlike the calm anticipation on Uchiha Shinryu's side, Jiraiya's heart was in chaos, filled with worry and unease. He had only meant to try out the jutsu for a bit of fun, but the moment he activated it, he felt an overwhelming force wrench him into a tunnel through space and time. For an instant, Jiraiya felt his body swept up by a powerful vortex. The world around him blurred. Every sound faded away. All that remained was the rapid thudding of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. To his horror, he realized he could no longer control his body, as though he'd lost all sense of freedom. This mysterious journey through time and space left Jiraiya dizzy and nauseous. He had no idea where he might end up, nor whether he would ever return to his own world. An instant might have passed, or perhaps an eternity. Jiraiya could no longer tell how much time had slipped by. In a daze, he suddenly found himself in Mount Myaboku. When he finally regained his senses, the sight before him left him rooted to the spot. He was standing in the midst of a dense forest, where the trees soared to extraordinary heights. Their branches and leaves shimmered in the sunlight, swaying gracefully as if greeting every passerby. Here and there, clear streams meandered through the woods. The water babbled quietly, reflecting the lush greenery around it and imbuing the scene with a peaceful, enchanting beauty. Jiraiya looked into the distance, where a magnificent waterfall tumbled down the mountainside like a silver river suspended from the heavens. The rushing water crashed against the rocks, sending up billowing clouds of mist. Bathed in sunlight, the mist shimmered with dazzling colors. As he lost himself in this enchanting, unfamiliar scene, a sudden, rude noise erupted at his feet. "Hey, who are you? And how did you get here?" The sound jolted Jiraiya awake. His ninja instincts kicked in, and he quickly leapt away from where he had just been standing. Once he'd regained his composure, he looked down toward the source of the voice. There, staring up at him, was a small toad with a deep brown body. Seeing Jiraiya hesitate to answer, instead remaining on guard, the toad curled its lip in disdain and said, "Human, answer my question." Jiraiya's jaw dropped in astonishment as he saw the toad speak, and he shouted, "What?" The toads turned into a spirit. At those words, veins bulged on the toad's forehead in irritation. The toads of Mount Myaboku all aspired to become sages. To be mistaken for mere monsters was a grave insult. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Suddenly, the toad leapt up and smacked Jiraiya. Caught completely off guard, Jiraiya was knocked to the ground, staring in bewilderment at his attacker. After venting his frustration, the toad, Gamabunta, regained a bit of composure. Just as he was about to question Jiraiya further, an ancient, frail-looking toad appeared beside him. "That's enough, Bunta. The great elder wishes to meet this human." The moment this toad arrived, Gamabunta's demeanor changed completely. His earlier scorn vanished, and he now looked at the elderly toad with utmost respect. "Sage Fukasaku, what brings you here?" Fukasaku chuckled kindly and explained, "The great elder has just awakened and asked me to bring a guest." Gamabunta's eyes widened in shock. He pointed at the still-prone Jiraiya and exclaimed, "You don't mean him, do you?" Jiraiya looked even more confused now and pointed at himself, staring at Sage Fukasaku in disbelief. Jiraiya's comical gesture made Fukasaku burst into hearty laughter. But after his laughter faded, Fukasaku confirmed both their suspicions. He walked up to Jiraiya and hauled him to his feet. Then, with Fukasaku leading the way, the two of them set off to visit the great toad sage. On their way, Fukasaku gave Jiraiya a brief introduction to this mysterious place. Upon learning that Jiraiya had arrived through a summoning technique, Fukasaku sighed and offered a word of advice. In the future, if you haven't signed a contract with a summoning beast, it's best not to use that jutsu. This time he got lucky, but next time, who knows where you might end up? He then shared some basic knowledge about summoning beasts, which only made Jiraiya more and more excited. He knew that he had stumbled upon a place one could only hope to encounter, but never seek out deliberately. Because Fukasaku had told him that there were 3 great sanctuaries of the summoning beasts in this place, Mount Myaboku was one of them. So, just as they were about to reach their destination, Jiraiya made a request to Fukasaku. "Fukasaku, could I also sign the summoning contract for Mount Myaboku?" Upon hearing this request, Fukasaku didn't answer Jiraiya right away. He simply cast him a deep, searching look, then pushed open the doors to their destination. "You'll have to wait until you meet the Great Elder. Only then can a decision be made." With those words, he led Jiraiya inside. The moment Jiraiya stepped into the room, he saw a gigantic orange toad sitting atop a stone chair. This toad looked ancient. Its skin was deeply wrinkled with age. Around its neck hung a string of prayer beads, inlaid at the center with a pale violet cat's-eye stone engraved with the character "For Oil." Atop its head rested a scholar's cap. At that moment, the toad appeared to be dozing off, its head nodding with the rhythm of sleep. Fukasaku walked up to it and called out in a booming voice, "Great Elder, the one you asked for is here." Fukasaku knew well the toad sage's temperament. If he didn't raise his voice, there was no way to rouse him. So this time, he put every bit of strength into his call. His effort paid off, for the great toad sage was indeed awakened. Seeing the sage begin to stir, Fukasaku beckoned to Jiraiya, signaling him to come closer. By the time Jiraiya approached, the great toad sage finally opened his eyes. He gazed in confusion at the man and the toad before him. In a voice still heavy with sleep, he asked, "And who might you be?" For a moment, an awkward silence filled the room. "Are you losing your mind in old age? This is Fukasaku. Don't tell me you can't even recognize him." Standing off to the side, Shima pressed her forehead in exasperation, her face full of helplessness. Oh, it's Fukasaku. Now, what brings you here?" That question instantly cast a pained expression on both sages' faces. Fukasaku clutched his chest as if warding off a heart attack, and, coughing, replied, "Great Elder, you asked me to bring a guest. Do you remember?" At this, the great toad sage seemed to finally recall, nodding in realization as he looked over at Jiraiya. Then, as if drifting into memory, he spoke in a wavering tone. "My child, I have seen glimpses of your future. In times to come, you will take on a disciple, one who will bring great change to the ninja world. And one day, you yourself will be forced to make a momentous decision. This choice will, in turn, shape your student's path, whether he brings peace to the world or its utter destruction. Thank you to all the readers for your support and rewards. Because of you, the rating for this book has gone up and saved me from trouble. Consider this chapter an extra update. Once again, my deepest thanks to everyone bows." The words of the great toad sage echoed in Jiraiya's ears, resonant and ancient, like the toll of an old temple bell. At only 6 years old, Jiraiya had yet to witness the harsh realities of war, nor had he truly grasped the gravity of life. So, those words about fate and choices were still hazy concepts to him, little more than distant ideas. Yet, Jiraiya did not simply shrug off these words. On the contrary, he listened intently. He might not fully understand, but he could sense the importance and depth within them. He knew that the great toad sage was telling him he possessed a special power. His choices and actions might one day shape the destinies of others. And for a boy his age, being called a child of destiny was nothing short of thrilling. It symbolized a mysterious force, a power that could shape the world. Though he didn't yet know what this truly meant, he could feel that he had been entrusted with a mission of great significance. So, even if these words were still somewhat unclear to him, he chose to etch them into his memory. He believed that as he grew older and gained more experience, he would eventually come to understand their true meaning. Meanwhile, after speaking those words, the great Toad Sage found himself beset by a trace of doubt. He sensed that Jiraiya's arrival in Mount Mayaboku seemed a bit premature. Yes, this time, the great Toad Sage's prophetic powers were not baseless. As a sage, he possessed an extraordinary ability to foresee the future, sometimes glimpsing the experiences of his counterparts in other worlds through dreams. Those other worlds existed at different points in time and space, allowing him to glimpse certain pivotal events that echoed across worlds. He had foreseen that Jiraiya would one day come to Mount Mayaboku by chance, and that the child of destiny, Naruto, would eventually be born. But he had never seen Jiraiya arrive at Mount Mayaboku at such a young age. This anomaly filled the great Toad Sage with a sense of unease. He began to wonder if some unknown force was at work behind the scenes. With this thought, the great Toad Sage opened his ancient, world-weary eyes a little wider, gazing at Jiraiya and softly asking, "Little Jiraiya, how did you come to be here?" Hearing this question, Jiraiya immediately felt a bit embarrassed. He stammered and replied, "I was practicing the summoning technique, and I ended up being summoned here. I didn't know you weren't supposed to use the summoning technique like that." Upon hearing this answer, a wave of relief washed over the great Toad Sage's heart. Although Jiraiya's arrival hadn't happened at the originally scheduled time, the cause and effect of the situation played out exactly the same as before. This allowed him to set aside his newly raised concerns. At that moment, it seemed as if Jiraiya suddenly remembered something. He let out a loud exclamation and asked in confusion, "Wait a minute, I never told you my name. How do you know who I am?" Upon hearing this, the sage Shima, standing to the side, pressed her hand to her forehead and sighed before replying. "The great lord just spoke about things that will happen to you in the future. How could he not know your name?" Jiraiya immediately fell silent. He scratched his head awkwardly, covering his embarrassment with a dry, sheepish chuckle. Now that Jiraiya's situation had been clarified, the great Toad Sage felt a wave of relief and quickly slipped back into a drowsy state. Just as he was on the verge of drifting off completely, he suddenly spoke up. "Jiraiya is the teacher of the child of destiny. He can sign a contract with Mount Mayaboku. Fukasaku, given the scroll." At this command, Fukasaku Sage promptly produced a scroll from within his robe and handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya accepted the scroll, his heart swelling with anticipation and excitement. He knew that the thing he had longed for was finally, at last, placed in his hands. After delivering these words, the great Toad Sage didn't wait for anyone's response. He immediately slipped into a deep sleep. His lightning-fast transition from speech to slumber left everyone feeling helpless, with exasperated expressions. They gazed at the slumbering great Toad Sage, unable to help but marvel at the sage's utterly unique character. At this time, Fukasaku Sage gently patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, signaling that he could now leave. Jiraiya nodded, carefully picking up the scroll, and followed Fukasaku Sage out of the great Toad Sage's cave. Once outside the cave, Fukasaku Sage said to Jiraiya, "This scroll is the summoning contract of Mount Mayaboku. You can sign your name on it right now." Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Under Fukasaku Sage's guidance, he solemnly wrote his name upon the scroll. When all was done, Fukasaku Sage stepped in front of Jiraiya and offered a word of advice. "Young man, if you ever face difficulties in the future, you can use this scroll to summon and contact us. For now, it's time for you to return." Still immersed in his excitement, Jiraiya slowly came back to his senses as he heard Fukasaku Sage's words. He was about to ask how to return, when suddenly, that familiar tugging sensation swept over him. The next instant, Jiraiya only had time to mutter, "Here we go again," before vanishing from the spot once more. After that all-too-familiar sensation, Jiraiya's consciousness returned to the Senju training grounds. He opened his eyes and immediately saw Uchiha Shinryu and several companions gathered around him. Their faces bore peculiar expressions. The strange look in their eyes made Jiraiya uneasy, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He sat up at once, a little anxious, and asked, "What's going on? Why are you all looking at me like that?" The group exchanged glances, each shaking their head in denial, as if to reassure him that nothing was amiss. In the end, it was Orochimaru who finally spoke up to clear Jiraiya's confusion. "You're truly bold, practicing the summoning jutsu like that? Weren't you afraid you might never make it back? Orochimaru's words left Jiraiya momentarily stunned. Only then did he realize they were looking at him, as if he were some reckless fool oblivious to danger. A flush quickly crept up Jiraiya's cheeks, and he retorted in embarrassment and irritation. Ignorance doesn't mean stupidity. What's wrong with not knowing? Can you really call a ninja foolish for that? He followed up with phrases like, you can't blame someone for not knowing, and how was I supposed to know if you never told me? This sparked laughter all around, and the atmosphere instantly filled with cheer. After the laughter subsided, before Uchiha Shinryu even had a chance to question him, Jiraiya began recounting his bizarre adventure of his own accord. As he delved into the details, Tsunade and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. He had haphazardly used the summoning jutsu, and after being spirited away, he had actually ended up in Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great sacred places of summoning beasts. What's more, he had even signed a contract with them in the end. Everyone was amazed by his sheer luck. Uchiha Shinryu, like the others, expressed his surprise outwardly, but inside, he listened intently to every detail of Jiraiya's story. When he heard about the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, Uchiha Shinryu finally let go of his lingering wariness. He understood that the power of prophecy must have its limits. His greatest fear had been that the Great Toad Sage and the Sage of 6 Paths were as overwhelmingly strong and terrifying as some fan stories described. If that were the case, everything Uchiha Shinryu had done would be futile, a fleeting moment unable to change fate. But since the prophecy hadn't mentioned him at all, it proved they weren't as omnipotent as he'd feared. At the very least, they couldn't predict or control everything. They weren't like the heavenly Tao, capable of ensuring the world's steady course. Under these circumstances, outsiders like Uchiha Shinryu might actually be able to affect them, altering the original course of the story. With that realization, Uchiha Shinryu's heart gradually grew calm. He knew he didn't need to be overly anxious or guarded. He could continue to pursue his own goals and explore this world. Just then, Jiraiya's noisy voice snapped Uchiha Shinryu out of his thoughts. After sharing his own experiences, he couldn't help but want to show off the summoning contract he had signed to everyone. With excitement, he formed the hand seals for the summoning technique, then slammed his hand onto the ground and shouted loudly. Watch closely. This is Jiraiya the Great's specialty, summoning technique. With a loud bang, a puff of smoke erupted. When the smoke cleared, a single tadpole appeared within the summoning circle. Everyone exchanged glances at the scene, and then the room burst into laughter. Even Hashiryu Uchiha couldn't resist a chuckle. After that, he began to guide Jiraiya in his training, treating it as payment for the information Jiraiya had brought him. The others also began their own training. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mido and her companions, after traveling non-stop, finally arrived at the site of the 5 Kage Summit. By this time, the leaders of the other 4 nations had already gathered. Only Uzumaki Mido was the last to arrive. Now that everyone was present, and since shinobi were not ones to dawdle, the second 5 Kage Summit of the ninja world officially began. Compared to the first time, many new faces sat among the Kage. The first Great Ninja War had claimed more Kage than any other conflict. The second Raikage and the second Hokage had both been ambushed by the Gold and Silver Brothers, meeting their ends there. The second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage perished together in their struggle. Only the second Kazekage, Shaman, remained, the sole surviving second. One could say that although this war was less brutal than future ones, it claimed only the highest ranks. When the meeting began, each Kage took their seat, their faces grave and focused. They all knew that the decisions made at this summit would shape the future direction of the ninja world. So every participant engaged with the utmost caution and seriousness. For a while, silence filled the room, until Uzumaki Mido finally broke it. Looking at the assembled Kage, she said, "We haven't gathered here just to stare at one another." She paused, then continued, "We all know that this war needs to end now. None of us can keep fighting." Sitting beside her, Kazekage Shaman nodded in agreement. Then Shaman spoke up. "That's right. The fact that we're all sitting at the negotiating table means we've already accepted this. So let's bring this war to a close." The Raikage, known for his fiery temper, slammed the table and shouted, "Nonsense! If we end things like this, what about what happened to our second? He was killed while negotiating with the Hokage." Uzumaki Mido, for her part, was well aware of the shamelessness of the Cloud Ninja. After all, what could you expect in terms of honor from a ninja village that operates like a syndicate? But as for this kind of situation, where the villain accuses the victim first, she truly had never witnessed anything like it before. Setting aside the fact that this ambush had cost the life of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, right then and there. And even if she only focused on the fact that the ambushers were from their own hidden cloud village, she hadn't even had the chance to seek revenge, yet the Raikage dared to turn around and lay the blame on them. This truly left her momentarily speechless, caught off guard, and plunged into silence. Of course, if she had known that in the future the Hidden Cloud would use the Banner of Peace talks as a pretense to kidnap Hinata, and after failing, would falsely accuse the Hyuga clan of killing their envoy, then none of this would have surprised her. As the Raikage's words fell, the third Mizukage and the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, who stood to the side, broke into a heated quarrel of their own. Their predecessors had perished together in a fierce confrontation. Such deep-seated hatred was clearly not something that could be resolved simply by sitting down and talking it out. Just moments ago, the meeting had been as calm as still water. Now, the air grew thick and tense, as if it had turned to stone, suffocating everyone inside. It was at this moment that Mito Uzumaki's anger finally erupted. Her eyes turned sharp as blades, flashing with a cold, piercing light as she fixed her gaze unflinchingly on the third Raikage. Third Raikage, are you trying to turn truth on its head? Mito's voice rang out, icy and resolute, carrying an unshakable determination. Golden chakra began to swirl around her, as if she were bathed in a raging inferno, awe-inspiring and impossible to ignore. For Mito Uzumaki, the death of Tobarama Senju had always been a thorn lodged deep in her heart. Tobarama had been killed during peace negotiations. How could she possibly accept such an end? For the sake of the greater good, she had managed to hold herself back, until now. But the words of the third Raikage sent her fury erupting like a volcano. Not only had the killers come from the hidden cloud, but what was even more intolerable was that the third Raikage now dared to falsely accuse the second Hokage in return. Such brazen reversal of truth and deliberate confusion of right and wrong was more than Mito could bear. She was ready to fight the third Raikage, determined to seek justice for Tobarama Senju. Seeing that Mito Uzumaki was already prepared for battle, the third Raikage wasted no time in gathering his chakra. He was well aware of Mito's formidable power, and dared not let his guard down for an instant. In that charged moment, Uchiha Ong, who had been silent until now, suddenly lit up with excitement. His eyes spun, transforming into the swirling pattern of the Uchiha's Starstream Mangekyo. In the next instant, a torrent of violent flames burst from his gaze, tearing through the void before dissipating into the air. Though brief, that wave of fire made everyone present instinctively wary. Where those terrifying flames had just swept by, thin lines of pitch black slowly began to knit themselves back together. Everyone in attendance was far from ordinary. Even the least among them was an elite jonin. It was clear at a glance that those black traces were rifts in the very fabric of space. The Kage who had once witnessed the terrifying power of Madara Uchiha could not help but tremble inwardly at this moment. They were reminded of that nightmare from the past, and now, this same dreadful force had resurfaced. Although it was not yet decades later, Madara Uchiha's name still resounded throughout the shinobi world like a thunderclap. His eyes were unlike those of an ordinary Uchiha, and naturally, their fame was anything but ordinary as well. The eyes that had just appeared in Uchiha Aang's gaze were unmistakably identical to Madara's own Mangekyo. These eyes were nothing like those of a typical Uchiha. They possessed unique powers and characteristics. This, too, was one of Madara Uchiha's most iconic features in life. When these eyes surfaced in Uchiha Aang, everyone present fell silent in an instant. They understood that the power behind those eyes was not something mere mortals could hope to contend with. Anoki, in particular, who had once witnessed Madara's disaster-like power with his own eyes, found his body trembling involuntarily. Fortunately, no one else seemed to notice these subtle details. Everyone's attention was firmly fixed on Uchiha Aang. All were wary, watching him with vigilance, leaving little room for concern over such minor details. This, in turn, allowed Anoki and the others to save face, sparing them the embarrassment of faltering before the assembly. After all, as a Kage, you could die in battle, but fleeing without a fight was simply unacceptable. When Uchiha Aang had just revealed the Mangekyo, Mito Uzumaki was briefly astonished, but soon regained her composure. She knew well that these Mangekyo were not Uchiha Aang's own, but rather belonged to Uchiha Shinryu. Indeed, her assessment was correct. The ability of these Mangekyo was none other than Uchiha Shinryu's dojutsu, the Great Brahma. For this 5 Kage summit, Uchiha Shinryu had made thorough preparations to ensure Mito Uzumaki's safety. Not only had he used the Flying Thunder God Kunai openly as a precaution against a sudden move from Madara, but he had also sealed his own dojutsu in Uchiha Aang's eyes through the technique of transcription sealing. The left eye would be triggered if Mito Uzumaki was about to enter combat. Uchiha Shinryu reasoned that this summit might not proceed so peacefully. After all, even in the 5 Kage summits of later generations, held in a time without war, the 5 Kage could barely tolerate one another, much less now. Thus, the main function of this was to send a stern warning to the other Kage, compelling them to quiet down and listen to each other's views. Uchiha Shinryu believed that in this era, Mangekyo identical to Madara's would be enough to make most people reconsider their actions. If the left eye was sealed, then naturally the right eye was as well. Unlike the left, though the right eye also held the Great Brahma, its power was for healing and would activate should Mito Uzumaki be injured. After both seals have been triggered, Shinryu Uchiha would instantly teleport to the scene using the Flying Thunder God technique. If both seals are set off, it means Mito Uzumaki has already been injured. At that moment, aside from Madara Uchiha, only the combined force of the other Kage could possibly harm Mito Uzumaki. Should such a situation arise, even though the time is not quite right, Shinryu Uchiha wouldn't mind forcing the other 4 nations to replace their Kage. It would be a replay of that moment when Madara Uchiha's presence alone cowed the entire shinobi world. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan brought the other Kage back to their original calm and composed state. Even the Reikage, who just moments ago looked ready to fight at the slightest provocation, sank back into his seat. Don't be fooled by the Reikage's rough exterior. Each generation has always paired toughness with cunning. In truth, even without Shinryu Uchiha's Mangekyo, he never intended to fight Mito Uzumaki. He had only spoken up so forcefully at the start, hoping to seize the narrative and gain greater leverage in these talks. After all, as Mito Uzumaki herself pointed out, the second Hokage was killed by the Hidden Cloud during peace talks with the Reikage. Cloud is in the wrong from the outset. Having this brought up during negotiations puts them at a clear disadvantage. Most people might simply accept it as it is, but the third Reikage chose another path. He decided to air the issue himself, twisting black and white, muddying the waters so that Mito Uzumaki couldn't use this incident to force Cloud to yield. After all, the Hokage was killed, but wasn't a Kage from the Cloud also lost? The third Reikage understood this perfectly. Using this event as a bargaining chip was his plan from the very beginning. But instead of gaining the upper hand, the plan backfired. Shinryu Uchiha had already anticipated the Kage would resort to such tricks. He responded with overwhelming force, making them wary while subtly undermining Konoha's psychological advantage. After all, having a 9-tailed Jinchuriki was formidable enough. Now the Mangekyo Sharingan wielder had appeared as well. And not just any Mangekyo, but one that could unleash space-rending flames. If such a power were used for an ambush, none of the 4 Kage present could confidently claim they could escape unscathed. Fighting would be futile, so the only option left was to negotiate properly. With this move, Shinryu Uchiha brought the council, which had been on the verge of exploding, back to the negotiating table. Mito Uzumaki, of course, saw through all of this. Some lines simply could not be crossed. She drew a deep breath, her voice steady as she questioned the third Reikage. Were your recent remarks made as the Kage, or do they represent your own personal opinion? The third Reikage looked at Mito Uzumaki's grave expression and immediately understood he might have crossed a line. He knew well that, as a Kage, his words and actions represented the entire village's stance and attitude. The words he had just spoken, though intended to protect the interests of the village, had completely disregarded Uzumaki Mito's feelings, and that was why the current situation had unfolded. Yet, as a Kage, he also had to uphold his own dignity and honor. For him to yield so easily would indeed be awkward and humiliating. However, when he recalled the terrifying power of that Mangekyo ability, the flames that could slice through space itself, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. As the third Reikage, he took the greatest pride in his unbreakable defense and unparalleled offensive power. Yet this unreasonable, space-rending fire seemed almost tailor-made to counter his defenses. And with the Uchiha's 3-Tomo Sharingan already granting astonishing reflexes, the Mangekyo only amplified that advantage. He realized, then, that even his speed would be rendered useless. If it ever came to a life-or-death battle on the field, he might well perish to those eyes. If the Cloud was to lose him now, before the next generation had grown strong, even if the other villages did not simply stand by, expecting them to face both the 9-Tails Jinchuriki and the Mangekyo was unrealistic. The village simply could not withstand such a calamity. Thus, after a fierce internal struggle, he forced himself to mutter in a low voice. It was my personal statement. I apologize. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly, then let the golden chakra shield around her dissipate, and calmly sat back in her place. At this moment, the second Kazekage, shaman, stepped forward to smooth things over, his tone calm and steady. Everyone, we are not here to settle personal grudges, but to discuss how to bring this war to an end. The pain and destruction wrought by war have already gone deep enough. It is time to put a stop to it. The third Mizukage nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, the Kazekage speaks the truth. We need to establish a fair agreement to end this conflict." After the third Mizukage finished, the others nodded in unison. They understood that, though none of the nations had gained what they wanted from this war, their villages could no longer bear the strain. If they continued fighting, the villages themselves might collapse before victory was ever achieved on the battlefield. This was especially true for the Sand, whose lands were already barren. They had hoped to gain enough from the Great Shinobi War to develop their village, but instead, the more they fought, the poorer they became. As for why Shaman could become the second Kazekage, it was partly due to his achievements in past battles, but also because he had pioneered puppet techniques and the skill of manipulating sand. The development of puppet jutsu had given the impoverished sand village a glimmer of hope. They needed time to recover and grow. Therefore, he naturally agreed that it was time to end the war and focus on reconstruction and development. As for the Stone and Mist Shinobi, that battle had not only claimed the lives of their Kage, but had also taken many of their comrades from the villages. Now, they needed to lick their wounds and wait patiently for a better opportunity. At this moment, the Raikage seemed to have an idea. His eyes lit up as he spoke. This time, it seems Konoha's losses were rather minor, and isn't Konoha always claiming to be the strongest? How about we ask the Hokage to make some sacrifices and support us smaller nations? With these words, the Raikage unmistakably shifted the focus onto Konoha. Whether it was to benefit his own village or regain his dignity, pushing Konoha to the center of the storm was a very effective strategy. And, it had to be said, his words were indeed having an impact. Although Uchiha Shinryo's Mangekyo had stunned them all, its power came with a price, both benefits and drawbacks. Now, with the Raikage suggestion and Konoha's overwhelming strength, there were faint signs of alliance forming among the other four nations. The other Kage, who were still in discussion, all fell silent at the Raikage's words. They turned to look at the fourth Hokage, Mito Uzumaki, their gazes filled with barely concealed hostility. Yet Mito Uzumaki acted as if she hadn't noticed their unfriendly stares. Calmly, she poured herself a cup of tea and began to savor it. Her composed demeanor and measured actions left everyone present somewhat surprised. They had expected a strong reaction from her, but hadn't anticipated such unruffled calm. Still, the others weren't about to give up their pressure on Mito Uzumaki. When the stakes were this high, nothing else really mattered. But Mito Uzumaki remained unmoved by their pointed gazes. She continued to taste her tea in serene silence, as if enjoying the moment itself. Her composure and confidence astonished those around her. Just as the others began to doubt themselves, Mito Uzumaki gently set down her teacup. She took a deep breath, then spoke slowly. "If you want concessions from me, it's not entirely out of the question." She paused, noticing the anticipation growing on the other Kage's faces, then continued. "I propose that we hold a joint Chunin exam, and use the results to fairly allocate each nation's interests. You all want more? Then win the final victory in this exam. If not, I suggest you return home and focus on your own development." Mito Uzumaki's words left everyone momentarily stunned. None of them had expected her to make such a proposal. Yet, upon reflection, it was clear there was some merit to her suggestion. Allocating benefits based on exam results not only helps to avoid direct conflict, but also allows others to witness the strength of the hidden villages, thus attracting more missions. However, this suggestion is not so easily put into practice. They needed to believe in the new generation of their own village's ninjas to see for themselves their strength and potential. Moreover, if the new generation of Konoha's ninjas truly proved outstanding, Mito Uzumaki's concessions could, in fact, bring even greater gains in return. Everyone present began to contemplate, recalling the young ninjas of Konoha's new generation. They soon confirmed that, indeed, there were some prodigies among Konoha's current youth. But these prodigies had not yet left the new generation of their own villages far behind. They were confident of victory. So, after much thought and discussion, they agreed to Mito Uzumaki's proposal. They decided to distribute the interests of each nation fairly through a joint Chunin exam. Once the proposal had passed, the five Kage began to discuss where the exam would be held. If the venue were within their own village, it would surely bring many benefits, even granting the competitors the advantage of home ground. Yet in the end, the location was ceded to Konoha. For in their eyes, Mito Uzumaki had already made a significant compromise, and so they, too, should make their own concession. Granting Konoha the right to host the exam became the other Kage's way of yielding. With the core issue resolved, only a few minor details remained. After discussing these trivial matters, the 5 Kage summit drew to a close, and the leaders of each nation began their journey home. Once the meeting ended, Mito Uzumaki immediately sent her attendants to inform the Konoha ninjas on the front lines. She understood that for them, the war was now over. It was time for them to return home. When the news spread, the Konoha ninjas erupted with excitement. They embraced each other, some even wept tears of joy. In that moment, they could finally lay down the burdens and exhaustion of war and return to the comfort of their homeland. Before long, the news swept through Konoha as well. When the villagers learned that the war had ended and their ninjas would soon return in triumph, the entire village burst into celebration. When Mito Uzumaki returned to Konoha, every street and alley was packed with people who had come to welcome her. They waved flags, set off fireworks, beat drums and gongs, and celebrated the moment with unrestrained joy. Yet Mito Uzumaki felt somewhat undeserving of such honor. The end of the war had been won by the Konoha ninjas who fought bravely, risking their lives. In Mito Uzumaki's view, she had merely participated in the negotiations as Hokage. Among the crowd was Uchiha Shinryu, who, watching Mito Uzumaki's expression, immediately understood her thoughts. But she never considered that, if not for her exceptional strength and the authority she wielded as Hokage, this war might have dragged on much longer before it finally ended. And during that drawn-out time, all those who would have perished were, in fact, the ones Mito Uzumaki had managed to save. Most notably among them were Orochimaru's parents. Uchiha Shinryu turned his gaze to the side, where Orochimaru stood beaming with joy. At that moment, he was among the wounded, wearing an expression of pure childish delight, something Uchiha Shinryu had never seen from him before. Snakes may be cold-blooded creatures, yet even they yearn for warmth. This truth found its perfect embodiment in Orochimaru. On ordinary days, Orochimaru always appeared before others as the very picture of composure and maturity. But on this extraordinary night, he shed that usual facade and revealed a childlike innocence never seen before. His face was alight with a radiant smile as he chatted warmly with his parents, as if eager to recount every event that had happened during their long separation. In the original course of history, Orochimaru's transformation began with the death of his parents during that war. It was at their graves that he discovered the shed skin of a rare white snake, something seldom seen. At that time, the third Hokage tried to comfort Orochimaru, telling him that his parents had been reborn somewhere else. Thus, both his parents' deaths and the white snake's discarded skin left a lasting mark on Orochimaru. From then on, the white snake's sloughed skin became his personal talisman and laid the groundwork for his later mastery of snake techniques. It was from this point that Orochimaru began his descent into darkness, though deep within, he still kept a fragile spark of love for life and hope for the future. But later, the death of Nawaki and Danzo's manipulations led him down a path of utter darkness. Now, however, none of that would come to pass. Orochimaru's parents had survived the war, and he was already walking a path entirely different from before. This realization left Uchiha Shinryu momentarily dazed. He hadn't even realized how much he'd changed the world. From the very beginning, Uchiha Shinryu had dealt with the two main sources of trouble, breathing new life into Konoha. Even without his own contributions, as long as Konoha was given time to grow, it would easily be able to stand against 4 adversaries at once. But just then, Uchiha Shinryu suddenly noticed a shadow fall across Orochimaru's face, his expression turning grim. This struck him as odd, because Orochimaru was always so composed. Almost never would he lose control of his emotions like this. Yet what surprised him even more was that Orochimaru's parents were now the ones trying to comfort him. But their words seemed to have little effect. Instead, Orochimaru's face only grew darker. He began to look around anxiously, as if searching for someone. When his gaze fell upon Uchiha Shinryu, his eyes lit up instantly. He hurried over, almost running, to stand in front of him. At this moment, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Shinryu as if he were a lifeline, his voice tinged with hope as he said, "Shinryu, I have a favor to ask of you. If you help me, I'll agree to any condition you name." Hearing this, Uchiha Shinryu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He cast a thoughtful glance in the direction of Orochimaru's parents. They were standing among the wounded, wearing bittersweet smiles as they looked in this direction. This made him begin to understand the reason behind Orochimaru's anxiety. Sure enough, Orochimaru quickly explained the situation to Uchiha Shinryu. It turned out that although his parents had not perished in the war, they had fallen victim to a new type of poison developed by the Sand Ninja. Fortunately, they had been rescued in time, but the toxin had drastically shortened the lifespan of their cells. In other words, the years they had left to live could now be counted on one hand. Orochimaru's request was for Uchiha Shinryu to ask the Senju clan if they had any means to remedy this situation. He understood what Orochimaru's plea implied, but also recognized that this problem might be unsolvable. If the Senju clan truly possessed the technology to overcome cellular aging, then they would be faced with only two possible fates: annihilation or world domination. After all, such a technique would solve the problem of mortality itself. If word of this got out, the clan would become the enemy of the entire world. Yet, since neither the extinction nor the unification of the world by the Senju had come to pass, it meant such a technique did not exist. Although the Senju clan had no solution, Uchiha Shinryu did in fact have a method of his own. He could seal Orochimaru's parents, halting the countdown on their lives. However, this would only address the symptoms, not the underlying problem. Once sealed, it would be as if they were dead. Still, Uchiha Shinryu felt compelled to share this option with Orochimaru. He looked into Orochimaru's anxious and helpless eyes, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He understood that, at this moment, what Orochimaru needed most was a solution. Any solution, to ease his anxiety and hopelessness, even if it was only a temporary fix. So Uchiha Shinryu spoke up. "In fact, I do have a way to help you." Orochimaru immediately looked up, hope flickering in his eyes as he gazed at Uchiha Shinryu. Uchiha Shinryu continued, "I could seal them, placing them into a state of suspended animation. That way, their lives could be prolonged." Orochimaru fell silent, lost deep in thought. He looked at Uchiha Shinryu, wrestling with conflicting emotions. He knew that this wasn't a perfect solution, but for now, it was the only viable choice. At last, Orochimaru bowed deeply and said, "Thank you very much, Hashiryu-kun, but as for the answer to this question, I'm afraid I can't give it to you right now." A wry smile tugged at his lips as he shook his head, then added, "I'll need to discuss it with my parents before I can give you a response." Uchiha Hashiryu waved his hand, unconcerned, and said, "It's fine. There's no need to overthink it. Whether or not you use this solution is entirely up to you and your family." As Uchiha Hashiryu watched Orochimaru's retreating figure, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of unease. He realized that, even though Orochimaru's fate had shifted somewhat due to his own interference, there were still things that seemed inescapably bound by destiny. Now, because his parents' cells had been damaged by poison, it was highly likely that Orochimaru would eventually embark on the path of biological research. This made Uchiha Hashiryu ponder the mysterious ways of fate. Perhaps, one day, the boomerang you toss out will come flying back and hit you square between the eyes. But then again, fate isn't always so immutable. Uchiha Hashiryu was certain that as long as he kept improving his medical abilities, he could definitely heal the damaged cells of Orochimaru's parents. Still, his current skills were adequate for now. Enhancing his bloodline and his Sharingan remained his top priorities. He wasn't a saint. After all, what he needed in the future was Orochimaru's talents, not those of his parents. So he wasn't about to sacrifice himself for others. Offering the sealing technique as an option was already the utmost he could do for a friend. At that moment, Mito Uzumaki also noticed the commotion and signaled to Uchiha Hashiryu, gesturing for him to meet her at the Hokage's office. Though he didn't know what she wanted to discuss, Uchiha Hashiryu nodded in agreement. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, Mito Uzumaki had just gotten there as well. Days of constant travel and the subtle battles during meetings had left her looking weary. But the moment she saw Hashiryu, energy lit up her face. She didn't want him to worry. "Little Hashiryu, I really have you to thank this time," Mito Uzumaki said with heartfelt emotion. "If not for you, I doubt the summit would have ended so smoothly." Uchiha Hashiryu simply smiled, not taking all the credit, and motioned for her to continue. So Mito Uzumaki recounted in detail everything that had transpired during the Five Kage summit. Through her account, Uchiha Hashiryu came to understand the complex web of events that had unfolded at the summit. Though the process had its twists and turns, the outcome was ultimately a satisfying one. Now, Mito Uzumaki's trust in Uchiha Hashiryu had reached an unprecedented level. She was well aware of Uchiha Shinryu's abilities and strength. Throughout the previous series of events, he had demonstrated wisdom and decisiveness far beyond his peers. Despite his young age, his judgment and personal prowess were truly remarkable. In Uzumaki Mito's eyes, Uchiha Shinryu was a fitting candidate capable of shouldering the heavy responsibility of Hokage. That was why, when faced with important decisions that might shape the future of the village, she would always seek his counsel. She hoped that through his opinions and suggestions, they could find even better solutions. After listening to Uzumaki Mito's explanation, Uchiha Shinryu felt somewhat puzzled. Everything had already gone according to plan, so why had she called him here? Sensing his confusion, Uzumaki Mito spoke up. Although things have gone smoothly so far, and the joint Chunin exams will be held in Konoha, there's a chance that the ninja from the other four nations may join forces to eliminate Konoha first. In fact, Uzumaki Mito had only come to realize this possibility gradually after the 5 Kage summit. She had noticed signs of unity among the 4 other Kage during the meeting. Perhaps it was because Konoha's strength at this stage was simply too intimidating, stirring their vigilance and concern. After all, Uzumaki Mito herself had rarely appeared in public as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki up until now. Now, she had suddenly become Hokage, and Uchiha Ao's eyes were showing the Mangekyo Sharingan. These developments were bound to touch a nerve with the other villages. It made her realize that, in this exam, the other villages might very well try to eliminate Konoha first. After all, if they managed to knock Konoha out of the competition right away, Konoha would not only lose its chance to vie for any benefits, but might even have to make concessions. Such a blow would greatly restrict Konoha's development, while offering the other villages a better opportunity. Uchiha Shinryu fell silent for a moment after hearing this, inwardly agreeing with Uzumaki Mito's assessment and understanding why she had sought him out. Originally, his only task was to watch from the sidelines and serve as the final safeguard. But now, the situation had shifted. If the other 4 nations truly joined forces, even White Fang might not be able to hold them back. After all, while White Fang was a prodigy, he was not invincible. As expected, Uzumaki Mito then revealed her true thoughts. She hoped Uchiha Shinryu would take an active role in the exams, using his strength to suppress the contestants from other villages. Hearing this request, Uchiha Shinryu rolled his eyes in exasperation, but he still agreed. Deep down, he had already sensed that the participants in this exam were far from ordinary ninja. Even if Jinchuriki made an appearance, it would not surprise him. But deep down, he knew this was impossible, because at this point in time, there weren't any Jinchuriki who could freely wield the power of a tailed beast as they did in the future. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that the Uzumaki clan hasn't been destroyed yet. With that thought, Uchiha Shinryu couldn't help but glance a few more times at Uzumaki Mito. In his memory, it was truly absurd that Konoha village simply stood by and watched as their ally, the Uzumaki clan, was wiped out. Perhaps it was the strange emotion flickering in his eyes that caught Uzumaki Mito's attention. She reached up and touched her face, a little perplexed. After making sure there was nothing wrong with her appearance, she tapped Uchiha Shinryu lightly on the forehead, a hint of annoyance in her gesture. Uchiha Shinryu, caught off guard by the tap, felt a bit awkward and could only laugh sheepishly. With the matter settled, and as he was about to take his leave, Uzumaki Mito suddenly brought up another request. Shinryu, if it's possible, during this exam, I want you to teach those Cloud Shinobi a real lesson. Of course, Uchiha Shinryu understood why Uzumaki Mito would say such a thing. She had already recounted everything that had happened during the meeting in full detail. Hearing the anger and resolve in her voice, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Seems that even a Hokage is still a woman at heart, he thought to himself wryly. Still, this was a minor matter, and Uchiha Shinryu agreed easily and without hesitation. Seeing how readily he accepted, Uzumaki Mito seemed to recall something else. Her expression shifted into that of someone about to enjoy a good show, her eyes locking onto Shinryu as she spoke slowly. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. There's a personal matter I need to discuss with you. The smile on her face grew wider, as if she was eagerly awaiting Shinryu's reaction. Uchiha Ao reached out to me. He wants to arrange a betrothal between you and his granddaughter. What do you think? Interested? At these words, realization dawned on Uchiha Shinryu. So that's why Uchiha Jili had been avoiding him so scrupulously lately. Even with a shy and timid personality, this level of avoidance was a bit much. So it was all thanks to that old fox Uchiha Ao scheming behind the scenes. Given Uchiha Jili's nature, it was no wonder she'd run off in embarrassment, knowing her grandfather was set on marrying her off to him. This made Uchiha Shinryu grit his teeth a little, and he silently vowed to return the favor to Uchiha Ao at the first opportunity. Watching the ever-changing expressions on his face, Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction. As a woman, even though her senses didn't pick up any ill will from Uchiha Shinryu, her intuition told her that he was probably grumbling about her on the inside. Now, seeing Shinryu's discomfort, she was thoroughly pleased. Besides, she hadn't lied about any of it. These days, Uchiha Ao serving as her guardian, had been constantly bringing up this matter by her side. So now, by speaking of it aloud, she was fulfilling someone else's request while also satisfying her own inner longing. With such a win-win situation, why not go along with it? As for whether this would affect Tsunade's future feelings towards him, in her opinion, matters of the heart were best left to those involved to resolve themselves. Still, she couldn't help but think, this little rascal really does have a way of attracting girls. With that thought, Uzumaki Mido narrowed her eyes slightly and let out a quiet sigh. After Uchiha Shinryo left the Hokage's office building, he found himself unable to let go of Uchiha Ao's actions. Though Ao's original intention was simply to arrange a marriage between their families, the way he went about it had truly tripped Shinryo up, and that lingered in his mind. Moreover, for Uchiha Ao to approach Uzumaki Mido and ask her to arrange a match for his granddaughter, it was as if he didn't consider Tsunade's feelings at all. When it came to his future partner, Uchiha Shinryo had his own ideas. He understood that in this era, monogamy was accepted, but having multiple wives was also possible. However, how to achieve such a goal depended on his own abilities. Besides, he was still very young. Such worries could be set aside for now. He believed that, with time, some things would naturally fall into place. Because of this, he decided to let things take their course and allow events to unfold on their own. Yet, Uchiha Ao's actions did feel like an intrusion in this regard. It was only natural for Uchiha Shinryo to feel a bit upset about it. Just then, his eyes flickered with a sudden idea, and an unmistakably mischievous grin crept across his face. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ao, who was chatting and laughing with his granddaughter, felt a sudden chill run down his spine, but he paid it no mind and continued talking with Jili. After all, it had been quite some time since Uchiha Ao had last seen Jili, and he truly missed her. Several days had passed since Uzumaki Mido's return to Konoha, and the haze of war was gradually lifting. Some of the squads from the front lines had already returned, bringing renewed bustle and vitality to the once quiet village. During these days, Uchiha Shinryo had been quietly observing Uchiha Jili's every move. Uchiha Jili, in her daily life, was a shy and reserved girl. She always approached everything around her with a cautious, almost timid attitude. Like a young deer just venturing into the wild, she was filled with curiosity and apprehension toward the unknown world. Whenever Uchiha Shinryo's gaze fell upon her, she would always respond with wide eyes, shimmering with both shyness and awe. Uchiha Shinryo understood, well, that much of Jili's bashfulness could be traced back to Uchiha Ao's influence. He was too eager to plan Governance's future, yet failed to consider her feelings. Otherwise, no matter how introverted Governance might be, she wouldn't keep him at such a distance, nor would even the simplest interactions become so difficult. He must have said something to Governance, otherwise things would never turn out like this. In truth, it was just as Shinryo Uchiha had suspected. Because he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age, Ao Uchiha was deeply invested in his bloodline. He believed that as long as Shinryo Uchiha married Governance, their children would surely inherit their extraordinary gifts. Moreover, Shinryo Uchiha had managed to eliminate the third Hokage and others. With such talent and cunning, he would hardly be unworthy of Governance as a husband. Still, he truly cared for Governance, and told her everything about Shinryo Uchiha. After learning that Shinryo Uchiha had awakened the Mangekyo, Governance's view of him changed profoundly. She used to think that as long as she worked hard enough, she could catch up to him. Back then, they were merely classmates or partners. But now, out of the blue, her grandfather told her, from now on, Shinryo Uchiha is to be your husband. The change was so abrupt that for someone as shy and introverted as her, it made her want to run away. Of course, now that Shinryo Uchiha understood this, he certainly wouldn't just sit idly by. He was no Naruto. Rather than being timid and hesitant, he chose to take direct action. So, on this day, just as classes were about to start at the academy, Shinryo Uchiha unceremoniously pulled Governance along with him. He gave her no chance to protest, simply making her part of his class-cutting squad. Though Governance was a bit bewildered at first as she was pulled away, once she realized who it was, some thought crossed her mind, and in the end, she chose to remain silent. She hung her head, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, and even her neck flushed as red as an apple. Tsunade and Nanoyu watched this unfold with puzzled expressions, but eventually they simply followed along. Jiraiya, meanwhile, looked at the four of them ahead with deep admiration, inwardly exclaiming at their boldness. But in this situation, all he could do was helplessly watch their figures recede into the distance. After all, he didn't know the shadow clone technique, so he couldn't skip class and still ace the test like the others. As for Orochimaru, he wasn't here today. He'd gone with his parents to Konoha Hospital. For him, Nothing mattered more than his parents right now. Though the doctors had already delivered their verdict, as long as there was even a sliver of hope, he refused to give up. Meanwhile, Shinryo Uchiha led governance all the way to the training grounds, then let go of her hand. Taking advantage of the time before Tsunade and Nanoyu arrived, he leaned in and whispered softly in governance's ear, "Gigi, you wouldn't want the news about your grandfather wanting you to get engaged to me to spread around, would you?" Gigi had still been feeling shy, flustered by Shinryo's sudden whisper in her ear. But the moment she heard those words, her mind went utterly blank, as though a firework had exploded within her thoughts. Some people panic in the face of trouble, but Uchiha Gigi was the opposite. Instead of losing her composure, she grew even calmer after a brief moment of confusion. She shoved Uchiha Shinryo away, her voice cool and collected as she replied, "Shinryo, what nonsense are you talking about? I have no idea what you're referring to." Shinryo was caught off guard by how quickly Gigi regained her composure. Still, it didn't throw off his plans. With a soft smile, he said, "You don't need to deny it, Gigi. As long as you help me with one thing, I promise this rumor will stay between us." Those words sent a jolt through Gigi's heart. She knew that lately, there'd been talk within the clan about a new way to awaken their eyes, a method proposed by the very person standing before her. It was effective, sure, but it was also ruinous. As if sensing her unease, Shinryo added, "Don't worry, helping me with this won't hurt anyone." Even with that reassurance, Gigi wasn't convinced. But as she looked at the young man who might very well become her husband in the future, her cheeks flushed pink and, almost despite herself, she nodded in agreement. Seeing Gigi's face redden again, Shinryo gave a subtle nod of satisfaction. Now, that was the Uchiha Gigi he knew. The calmness she'd just shown had felt almost unfamiliar, even unsettling. Next, he laid out his plan for her, and it surprised Gigi so much she couldn't help but gasp. Sometime later, Tsunade and Nanoyu arrived. At first, the two of them were curious about what he'd been discussing with Gigi, but as they moved closer and overheard his plan, their curiosity turned to excitement. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked to join. Seeing everyone else get involved, Nanoyu hesitated for a moment, then decided to take part as well. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ao was sitting in his spacious, sunlit living room at home. Sunlight poured in through the windows, casting a warm glow across his figure. He was dressed in comfortable loungewear, wearing slippers and cradling a freshly brewed cup of hot tea in his hands. A gentle fragrance wafted up from the tea, bringing him a sense of peace and clarity. Accompanying Uzumaki Mido to the 5 Kage summit this time had brought tremendous prestige to the Uchiha clan. Not to mention, Mido had returned from the summit bearing news that the war would soon come to an end. This meant the Uchiha clan was also reaping the benefits of their newfound renown. As a result, the police force had been enjoying a stretch of smooth and uneventful work. Reflecting on it all, Ao took a deep breath, savoring the aroma of tea as it mingled in the air before him. In this moment, he forgot all his worries, feeling as if he had been transported into a world of peace and harmony. Just as he was lost in this leisure and comfort, a loud, urgent knocking came from the door. Before he could even call out in annoyance, Uchiha Shien flung the door open and rushed in, bringing Tsunade and Nanoyu with him. The moment they saw him, Uchiha Shien's eyes were red, his voice choked as he said, "Dad, something's happened to Jili." That single sentence exploded in Uchiha Aang's mind like a bomb. His once calm thoughts were thrown into chaos. Emotions, memories, and frantic reasoning collided in a tumult, as if a storm had swept through his mind. Uchiha Aang felt his heartbeat quicken, pounding so hard it seemed it might burst from his chest. Still, he forced himself to stay calm, trying to control his trembling body as he managed to speak. "Jili, what happened to her?" Uchiha Shien opened his mouth, but seemed at a loss for words. At last, Tsunade stepped forward to explain. "Jili was taken hostage by a group of spies. She's in a standoff with Shinryo right now. Shinryo sent us to let you know. Come with us. We have to hurry over there." Perhaps it was his panic, or maybe because so many had come together, but the urgency of the situation felt all too real. As soon as Uchiha Aang heard this, he sprang to his feet, rushing with them toward the scene. He never stopped to consider, who could possibly take Jili hostage in front of Uchiha Shinryo, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan? Nor did he notice the small camera quietly recording his every move. When Uchiha Aang arrived at the scene, he could hardly believe what he saw before him. Jili was being held hostage by a group of people, and the one leading them even had a kunai pressed to her throat. On the other side, Shinryo stood with a deep frown, locked in a tense standoff with them. The sight filled Uchiha Aang with shock and dread. He felt his body trembling, his heart flooded with fury and fear. He could not imagine what it would be like to lose Gili. That image kept flashing before his eyes, cutting him to the core. He didn't know what to do, his mind racing anxiously for a way to save Gili. At that moment, Uchiha Shinryu spoke. I'll let you leave, but you must release the girl you're holding. His voice was firm and resolute, giving Uchiha On a sliver of hope. The man leading the group looked no different from an ordinary Konoha villager, showing no sign of being a spy from another village. After hearing Shinryu's words, he let out a mocking laugh and sneered. Do you take me for a fool? If I let her go, I'll be dead the very next second. There are only two choices now. Either we die here together with this little girl, or we take her and leave the land of fire. As the spy's mocking words echoed in the air, Uchiha On felt his mind go completely blank. He understood all too well that for Uchiha Chiji, either option meant death. The first choice was instant death, the second, a temporary reprieve. Yet once they left the land of fire, her safety would be impossible to guarantee. For Uchiha Chiji, perhaps death was already the kindest release. Uchiha Shinryu's reaction that followed plunged Uchiha Aang's heart into the abyss. Impossible. Let Chiji go right now. Just as his words rang out, the spy across from them lost all restraint and snapped. He let out a manic laugh, no longer bothering to hide anything. In a flash, he drove his kunai straight toward the hostage. In that instant, Uchiha Aang saw, with unbearable agony, the blade closing in on Chiji's body. The pain in his heart nearly drove him mad. He couldn't understand why the usually shrewd Uchiha Shinryu would lose his composure and act so rashly at such a crucial moment. Nor could he fathom how events had spiraled out of control so quickly. But there was no time to blame Shinryu. He summoned every ounce of speed he had ever possessed, darting forward in a desperate attempt to stop what was happening. Yet, it seemed he was too late. Through the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he saw the kunai inexorably sink into Chiji's chest. But in the next instant, a figure flashed past, so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't track it. The man holding Chiji was hurled aside, and the two behind him fell lifelessly to the ground without a sound. Uchiha Aang rushed forward, cradling Chiji desperately in his arms. He looked down at his granddaughter, anxiety twisting his heart. She slowly opened her eyes, lips parting as if to speak. But before she could utter a word, blood gushed from her mouth, soaking Aang's arms in a torrent of crimson and silencing whatever she had tried to say. The vivid red stained his hands and sent Aang into a frantic panic. He frantically checked her for wounds, but what he found filled him with despair. A deep gash lay over Chiji's heart. Such a mortal wound. No medical ninja could hope to save her. Time seemed to freeze. Uchiha Aang held Chiji tightly, his heart riven with unbearable pain. His Sharingan spun wildly, and blood-tinged tears welled from the corners of his eyes. In his pupils, the pattern of the Mangekyo slowly emerged. My Chiji, my child. Just as grief overwhelmed him and he was about to break down in tears, Chiji vanished from his arms with a muffled pop. The abruptness of it all left Uchiha Aang utterly bewildered, the words on his lips cut short. In the next instant, the air was filled with a dense chorus of whooshing sounds, the kind only made when people use the body flicker technique. Our clan head, Ao, truly lives up to his title as the leader of the Uchiha clan. He set a fine example for us all. That's right. As expected of the clan head, such magnanimity. A stifled snicker broke through. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Didn't you see the clan head awaken the Mangekyo? Everyone, give him a round of applause. No, it's not that. I just remembered something amusing. My wife's pregnant. Ha. Is that so? Well, guess what? My wife's pregnant too. To Uchiha Ao, these voices pierced his ears as sharply as needles, each word stabbing at him. Yet, at the same time, they were like a bolt of lightning, wrenching him from illusion and slamming him back into reality. But at this moment, he would have preferred to lose consciousness altogether. Mechanically, he lifted his head and took in the scene around him, finding himself completely surrounded by members of the Uchiha clan, every pair of eyes fixed on him. As he scanned the crowd with stiff movements, he even spotted Uchiha Shana, his lifelong rival, standing amongst them. Shana's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he stared at Ao, his eyes brimming with envy and reluctant relief. The jealousy in Shana's gaze was unmistakable. He had long coveted the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but now it was Uchiha Ao, his adversary, who had achieved it. A silent sigh echoed in Shana's heart as he lamented his own misfortune. Why wasn't he the one to unlock the Mangekyo? Yet, at the same time, he felt a guilty sense of relief. It wasn't him standing in the midst of this awkward situation. Casting achado frio gelado em glance eti Uchiha, Shana invade-lhe moque das misfortuni. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ao stood at the center of the crowd like a clueless fledgling, unwittingly stepping into the cunning fox's trap. He stood there, rigid and exposed under the scrutiny of the clan, feeling the heat rising to his cheeks. As he looked at the faces around him, a sudden, unwelcome memory flashed through his mind, draining the color from his face. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he parted his lips with a tremor in his voice, testing the waters with his question. You didn't record that, did you? His words immediately drew the clan's attention. They exchanged glances, wordlessly communicating with a shared understanding. We weren't even here at the start. How could we have recorded anything? Clan head AO, are you feeling a bit muddled? One clansman stepped forward, a gentle smile on his face as he shook his head lightly. That's right, we only just arrived. How could we have recorded anything? Don't worry, it wasn't us. Another came up beside AO, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Hearing this, Uchiha AO let out a long, relieved sigh. Although he had already experienced social death in front of his clansmen, as long as there was no recording, he could still put up a stubborn front. In his heart, he secretly felt relieved, thinking he had managed to escape a crisis. However, in the very next second, it was as if hell itself suddenly appeared before him. He saw his son, Uchiha Shien, step out from the crowd, a faint, triumphant smile on his face. Mission accomplished, Shien announced. This time, I captured everything perfectly on video. Uchiha Shien lifted the recording device in his hand, giving it a gentle shake for emphasis. I believe this footage will greatly help our research into awakening the Mangekyo. We'll need to study it thoroughly. Shien's words echoed in Uchiha Aang's ears like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering the last remnants of hope in his heart. Staring at Uchiha Shien's back, Aang's eyes reddened in an instant. Suddenly, his figure blurred like a gust of wind, and in a flash, he was standing right beside Uchiha Shien. Reaching out with lightning speed, he made a grab for the recording device in Shien's hand. I've got it. That was Aang's only thought as his fingers brushed the device, only for the camcorder to vanish from Shien's grasp at the very last instant. Though this entire sequence is described in detail, in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, it seemed as if Aang had teleported to Shien's side and reached out for the camera. And yet, inexplicably, the device had simply disappeared, as though swallowed by thin air. Why are you in such a hurry, clan leader Aang? I think I'll hold on to this camera for safekeeping. Just as Aang was left bewildered and at a complete loss, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd. Uchiha Xingliu emerged from among the spectators. A sly, confident smile played at his lips, and a glint of cunning shone in his eyes. He waved the recording device in his hand, grinning challengingly at Aang. In that instant, Aang understood everything. It was all orchestrated by Uchiha Xingliu. And yet, what puzzled him was that he had never wronged Xingliu before. Why was Xingliu targeting him like this? Seeing the look on Aang's face, Xingliu immediately knew what he was thinking. But of course, he had no intention of explaining anything to Aang. Once Aang realized he'd asked Uchiha Jili to help him, he would understand. He'd overstepped his bounds. Uchiha Jili was his granddaughter. He could arrange her affairs as he pleased. But Xingliu was by no means his junior. Both in name and in strength, Aang was the subordinate of Uchiha Xingliu. Xingliu could understand what was in Aang's heart, his desire to bind Xingliu completely to the Uchiha clan's cause. But there are some things that, if I don't give them to you, you can't just take them on your own. That's why he orchestrated everything that happened today, to give Uchiha Aang a warning. His plan, in essence, was quite simple. Pretend that spies had kidnapped Osamu, and then make Osamu die right before his eyes. Of course, these so-called spies and Uchiha Osamu were all his shadow clones. And the reason he enlisted Uchiha Osamu's help was equally straightforward. With the actors in place, naturally, there needed to be an audience as well. He sought out Uchiha Osamu to persuade Uchiha Shien, and then have Shien spread the news to the rest of the Uchiha clan. Though Tsunade and Nanoyu joined in at the last minute, their involvement added even more authenticity to the act, making it easier for Uchiha Aang to fall for the ruse. To prevent Uchiha Aang from spotting any flaws, Uchiha Xingliu made his move the instant he arrived, swift and decisive, cutting down the spies and letting Osamu die right before Aang's eyes, not even giving him time to react. Although this was all intended as a warning, Uchiha Xingliu also wanted to see if, as Osamu's grandfather, Aang could awaken the Mangekyo. So, he made a backup plan. He brought a video camera. If Uchiha Aang failed to awaken the Mangekyo, Uchiha Xingliu intended to play the footage on repeat within the clan. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Uchiha Aang did awaken his Mangekyo, saving himself at the last second. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xingliu clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. But that was all right. He still had a third contingency. Just as Uchiha Shien had mentioned earlier, this performance, which led Aang to awaken the Mangekyo, held tremendous research value. It was worth studying for every Uchiha who longed to awaken their own Mangekyo. That's precisely why Uchiha Shinryu snatched the camera before Ong could get to it. Holding the camera in his hands, he smiled, a smile that made Uchiha Ong, standing to the side, feel a cold chill run down his spine. Clan leader Aang's awakening of the Mangekyo is truly worth celebrating, especially since this camera has recorded the entire moment, he said. This footage isn't just valuable for research. It will also let everyone witness the dashing moment when clan leader Aang awakened his Mangekyo. Why don't we host a celebration back home and let the rest of the clan see how their leader awakened his Mangekyo? Uchiha Shinryo's words struck Uchiha Aang like a hammer blow to the heart, plunging him into an abyss of despair. His face turned deathly pale, his eyes flickered, and within their reflection, the Mangekyo spun wildly. His heartbeat raced, as if it might leap right out of his chest. In that instant, he finally understood why those Uchihas he tricked before would look at him with such complicated expressions. The joy of awakening his eyes and the agony of public humiliation twisted together, leaving him with a feeling so complex he could hardly describe it. He stood there, his body trembling ever so slightly, as fragile as a fallen leaf caught in the wind. Uchiha Aang took a deep breath, struggling to calm the surge of emotions within him. He squeezed his eyes shut, attempting to suppress the storm of feelings churning inside. Watching the countless expressions flicker across Aang's face, Uchiha Shinryu understood. It was time to bring things to an end. There was no need to push things too far. This incident alone was enough to leave a lasting mark on Aang's memory. He gently released his grip on the camcorder, a faint smile appearing on his lips. All right, don't worry. It was just a joke, nothing more. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of flames consumed the camcorder that had fallen to the floor moments earlier. Witnessing this, Uchiha finally let out a sigh of relief. Yet, the ambiguous, almost teasing smile lingering on Shinryo's face made his heart clench once more. He began to realize that perhaps the camcorder just now hadn't been real after all. It was possible that Shinryu had simply given him a way out, an escape from this predicament. But what choice did he have? He could only accept this outcome, treating the whole affair as nothing but a prank. Haha, I see, just a joke. No problem at all. Why would I mind? He forced a laugh, then turned his head toward Uchiha Shien and the other members of the Uchiha clan. He might not be able to do anything about Shinryu, but that didn't mean he couldn't deal with the others, especially the ever-dutiful Uchiha Shien. His gaze sharpened like a blade, landing on the Uchihas and making them feel as though icy arrows had pierced their very souls. Under Aang's stare, anxiety welled up inside Shien. His eyes darted away, unable to meet Aang's gaze. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, trickling down his cheek and soaking into his collar. The other Uchihas could sense the growing tension as well. They swallowed nervously, their eyes darting about, searching for an escape. My wife's about to give birth. I'll be heading out first. Yes, my wife too. I should go as well. Let's go together. Let's go. The Uchihas understood Aang's current state all too well. After all, he wasn't the first in the clan to awaken his Sharingan in this way. They'd witnessed the fury of a newly awakened Uchiha before, and none of them wished to become the target of his wrath. So, after coming up with a series of flimsy excuses, they slipped away one by one. Even Uchiha Shana, who had always had a tense relationship with Aang, didn't dare to linger. Now that Aang had awakened the Mangekyo, he was no longer someone Shana could handle. Shana certainly didn't want to risk a beating, especially now that Aang wielded the power of the Mangekyo. If he really did get beaten up, he'd have no one to complain to. These people could slip away, but Uchiha Shien had no such luck. He let out a helpless sigh, bracing himself for the approaching storm. Though he forced a smile onto his face, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. This version of Aang reminded him of the fear that used to grip him as a child under his father's rule. As for Uchiha Shinryu, he vanished the moment Uchiha Aang turned around. In fact, his original plan was for Nanoyu and Tsunade to bring Uchiha Aang there, while Uchiha Shien was supposed to go report the matter to the Hokage. That way, Uchiha Shien would have an excuse to say he knew nothing about what happened. But for some reason, Uchiha Shien insisted on tagging along to witness the commotion himself. Since he was so eager to watch the fun, Uchiha Shinryu saw no reason to stop him. Whether he would himself become the subject of others' amusement was a matter beyond Shinryu's control. Once the crowd dispersed, Uchiha Aang's smile vanished in an instant, his face darkening like an impending storm. He slowly drew his belt and strode toward Uchiha Shien. Uchiha Shien watched his father approach, desperately hoping to awaken some paternal affection. Father, look at you. The Mangekyo Sharingan. It's something you've dreamed of unlocking, isn't it? At those words, Uchiha Aang let out a cold, mirthless laugh, raising the belt high in his hand. A piercing scream tore through the forest, so chilling that even the Uchiha who had just left shivered in unison. And then they ran even faster. It was said that after this incident, not a single person caught sight of Uchiha Shien for an entire month. From that day on, every Uchiha who awakened their eyes in such a manner found themselves with a videotape that was no longer in their own hands. After this episode, Uchiha Ong stopped interfering in the management of things, which allowed the truancy gang to resume their reign. Occasionally, when he glanced at Uchiha Xingliu, there would be a look in his eyes that Xingliu simply couldn't decipher. Xingliu would just scratch his head in confusion and let the matter go. After much careful consideration, Orochimaru eventually sought out Uchiha Xingliu. He asked Xingliu to seal his own parents. He hoped that, once he figured out a way to cure them, he could release the seal and thus save their lives. Orochimaru had thought it through. Walking this path would require far more resources than simply mastering every ninjutsu. So, he planned to join the Senju clan in exchange for the support he needed. Orochimaru was a true genius. Though he had only spent a short time researching ninjutsu, he had already succeeded in modifying several techniques. He altered the C-rank Great Fireball technique, transforming it into an E-rank Fireball technique. Though it lost some of its power, it became much easier to learn, on par with the clone technique. When Mito Uzumaki found out, she decided to incorporate these modified E-rank jutsu into the curriculum at the Ninja Academy. Just like the transformation, clone, and substitution techniques, they became part of the standard exam subjects. Because of this achievement, Orochimaru successfully joined the Senju faction and gained access to a wealth of new resources. From that moment on, Orochimaru's path began to shift toward the field of biology. As for Hashiryu Uchiha, he didn't mind at all. He believed that wherever Orochimaru focused his efforts, he would find success. Letting Orochimaru delve into biology research so early, who knows, maybe one day he'd even invent a custom version of Sage Mode. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had already started his training under Fukasaku, the sage of Mount Myaboku, and was progressing at a remarkable pace. At this rate, he was sure to surpass the Jiraiya from the original story by a wide margin. As for Nanoyu and Tsunade, under Hashiryu's guidance, they had begun studying medical ninjutsu. At this pace, every member of their little truancy club had a bright future ahead of them. Each of them carried their own dreams and ideals, and so each one steadfastly marched toward their chosen path in life. That's how it was for Hashiryu and his friends. They moved forward, step by step. Their footprints marked the training grounds of Konoha, each step an imprint on the road to becoming stronger shinobi. Time flew by like a shuttle weaving through fabric, the years passing by in a gentle, melodic flow. Without anyone noticing, days slipped through their fingers like fine sand, quietly fading away. Before they knew it, the new year was almost upon them, and the joint Chunin exams were scheduled to take place right after the celebrations. With both events happening together, Konoha was more lively than ever. The coming of the new year, coupled with the end of the war, had the villagers eagerly preparing for the festival. Everywhere in the streets and alleys, people chatted excitedly, their faces beaming with joy and anticipation. In a quiet corner of the Ninja Academy, Hashiryu and his truancy squad waited anxiously for the results of their end-of-term exams. Teacher Chiji Doki stood at the front of the classroom, his face dark as thunderclouds, casting a heavy shadow across the room. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the leader of the truancy squad, Hashiryu Uchiha. His fists trembled ever so slightly, betraying the furious storm he was struggling to contain inside. But when his eyes fell on Hashiryu's exam scores, his expression softened just a little. Frowning, he let out a sigh, his voice tinged with reluctant approval. Hashiryu Uchiha, you may skip classes often, but you scored a perfect grade on this test. It seems you do have some real ability, after all. Hashiryu's lips curled into a confident smile as he listened. With calm composure, he replied to Teacher Doki, "That's all thanks to your excellent teaching, sir." The hint of relief that had just appeared on Doki's face vanished at once, as if he simply couldn't accept such an answer. In Toki Satoshi's mind, a student like Uchiha Xingliu, who often skipped class yet still managed to score perfect marks on exams, and even praised his teaching to his face, felt nothing short of ironic. But to his surprise, Uchiha Xingliu showed no intention of stopping. Although your lessons are quite basic, they cover knowledge that is absolutely essential for any ninja. I truly appreciate all your efforts, sensei. Uchiha Xingliu continued speaking. There was a sincerity and openness in his gaze, as if he could see right through Toki Satoshi's doubts and unease. For a moment, Toki Satoshi was taken aback, but then he understood what Uchiha Xingliu meant. Perhaps, as an ordinary ninja, he really couldn't help prodigies progress any further, but his teaching could still benefit most of the students. He recalled his original intention. He simply wanted to give these children a bit more strength to protect themselves in the future. Now, he realized that he had already achieved his goal. There was nothing left to worry about. At that moment, Toki Satoshi felt at peace. He smiled and nodded, accepting Uchiha Shinryo's gratitude and praise. When you skip class next year, I hope Sensei will go easy on me. But just as he was basking in satisfaction, Uchiha Shinryo's words drifted over, making the lines of exasperation return to his face. Yet, watching Uchiha Shinryo dash off into the distance, a helpless yet doting smile spread across his lips. This rascal. He shook his head, his smile warm and forgiving. It's good to be young. After reuniting with his squad, Uchiha Shinryo walked home with them. These days, almost everyone in the notorious truancy squad, except for Jiraiya and Uchiha Osamu, had moved into the Senju clan's compound. At that moment, Orochimaru edged over a bit awkwardly. A faint blush tinged his pale cheeks, and there was a hint of embarrassment and hope in his eyes. He bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally voiced his request in a small voice. Shinryo-kun, would you help unseal my parents on New Year's Eve? I want to spend the holiday with them. Orochimaru's voice was barely above a whisper, and it felt as though his words made the air around them freeze for a moment. He knew his request was a bit much. After all, he hadn't really done anything substantial for Uchiha Shinryo. A wave of guilt washed over him, making him feel like nothing but a burden, someone who only knew how to ask for favors. Yet, Uchiha Shinryo didn't show the slightest hint of annoyance. He glanced at Orochimaru, a subtle smile flickering in his eyes. For him, this was just a trivial matter, something he could resolve in a few seconds. Besides, he knew Orochimaru was far from useless. He just hadn't realized his own potential yet. He had invented several E-rank ninjutsu techniques, each as simple as the clone technique and requiring very little chakra to perform. Even Genin could use them several times, which significantly strengthened the abilities of Konoha's young ninjas. This pleased Uchiha Shinryo greatly. After all, he considered Konoha his own, and improvements like this made him very satisfied. So, with a casual wave of his hand, Shinryo replied breezily, "No problem, it's a simple matter. When you come to see me that day, I'll help you lift the seal." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face showed a look of genuine gratitude. He bowed his head to hide the excitement in his heart, his voice quivering slightly. "Thank you, Shinryo-kun." Just then, Jiraiya bounced over, his spirits high. Rubbing his hands together and flashing a mischievous grin, he said, "Hey, Shinryo, do you think maybe I could—" Before he could finish, Uchiha Shinryo shot him a glance and cut him off. "No." Jiraiya's grin froze instantly, replaced by a pleading expression. He pressed his hands together as if in prayer and chanted, "Come on, Shinryo, just say yes. I'm your best buddy, aren't I?" Uchiha Shinryo rolled his eyes at him, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. He knew perfectly well what Jiraiya was after. He simply wanted an invitation to celebrate the new year at his house. But Shinryo was no babysitter, here to cater to the whims of these kids. Sure, he hoped that, in the days to come, these young ones would become his capable assistants, but that didn't mean he'd indulge their every desire. Helping Orochimaru was a trivial matter, but Jiraiya's request, well, that was another story. Waving his hand, Shinryo said impatiently, No, absolutely not. This is a matter of principle." With that, he left Jiraiya behind and turned toward Uchiha Jili. Wouldn't it be far nicer to attend the festival with a group of lovely girls? Why let Jiraiya tag along and play the third wheel? So, Jili, do you have any plans for the new year? Although Uchiha Jili had grown used to Shinryo's presence, being asked so directly caught her off guard, and a shy blush crept across her cheeks. She lowered her head and answered softly, "Nothing special planned." Hearing this, Shinryo smiled gently and said, "How about joining us tonight to stroll around the festival? Of course, it'll be you, Nanoyu, Tsunade, and me, 4 of us in total. I've already talked to them about it. Would you like to come?" Jili looked up, meeting Shinryo's gaze, and in her eyes flickered a gleam she herself hadn't noticed. It was a look full of anticipation and joy, like a bright star shining in the night, impossible to miss. She bit her lower lip lightly, a shy smile blooming on her face. Finally, she gave a small nod and answered in a barely audible voice. "All right." Her voice was soft, but Shinryo Uchiha could hear every word clearly. Shinryo watched her with a gentle smile, finding himself quite fond of Jili. Though she seemed shy at the moment, he knew she was strong at heart. Just then, Tsunade walked over. Observing the interaction between Shinryo and Jili, Tsunade couldn't quite explain the discomfort that crept into her heart. A faint frown appeared on her brow, and a trace of confusion and displeasure flickered in her eyes. With a proud little huff, she turned briskly and hurried away. Seeing this, Xingliu turned back to Zhili, offering her an apologetic smile before saying, "It's settled then. I'll come find you that day." With that, he too walked away in quick strides. Jiraiya smacked his lips and muttered under his breath, "Choosing love over friends." Despite his words, there was a hint of envy in his gaze. When Xingliu caught up to Tsunade, he found that her anger had already faded. Her inexplicable mood had come and gone in a flash. Tsunade was back to her usual self, lively and mischievous. She tugged at Xingliu's hand, whining playfully, "Xingliu, do you have a New Year's gift for me?" Her voice brimmed with anticipation and joy. Looking at her, Xingliu couldn't help but find the moment amusing. He knew Tsunade was at her core a simple soul, sometimes willful, sometimes cheeky. She hadn't yet experienced the sorrows that would come later, and her spirit remained kind and warm. With that thought, he smiled and replied, "Of course I do. I've had it ready for a while." The delight on Tsunade's face was unmistakable when she heard those words. She immediately pressed, "What is it? Can I have it now?" Xingliu didn't answer directly. Instead, he silently brought up his system interface to check his status. Host, Xingliu Uchiha. Skills, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, purple, LV7. Indra's Bloodline, purple. LV7, Instant Transmission, purple. LV3, Fire Release Mastery, blue. LV10, Wood Release Mastery, blue. LV10, Sealing Jutsu Mastery, blue. LV1, Ninjutsu Scroll Crafting, blue. LV1, Medical Skill Mastery, blue. LV1, Alchemy, blue. LV1, Expand all green and lower skills at once. Idle slot, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, purple. LV7, Indra's Bloodline, purple. LV7, Instant Transmission, purple. LV3, Fire Release Mastery, blue. LV10. Combat Power, 9999 Kaga level plus. Alright, no more pretending. I'm showing my true colors now. Ranks, 0, 200 for Jinin, 200 to 500 for Chunin, 500, 1000 for Jonin, 1000 to 3000 for Kaga level, 3000 to 10,000 for Super Kage, 10,000 to 50,000. 4-6 pads level, and 50,000 to 200,000 for Otsutsuki 10 Tails Jinchuriki. 4 higher ranks. Unlock more power to discover them. Current world, Naruto. Degree of plot change. Completely transformed. AFK speed plus 100%. No change plus 0%. Some change plus 30%. Major change plus 70%. Completely transformed plus 100%. Hint 1. The system has detected that the host has broken through to the next level. One more AFK slot unlocked. Current AFK slots, 4. Hint 2. The improvement and advancement of AFK abilities are to some extent influenced by the host's intentions. Hint 3. The system has detected that the host is about to reach 6 pads level power. The beginner's bonus, AFK speed plus 100%, is about to end. Hint 4. The system has detected that the host has completely altered the plot, unlocking a new feature. Hint 5. The system will activate the World Gate function once the host meets the requirements. Hint 6. As the host's abilities increase, the AFK system will continue to gain new features. Now, as the new year approaches, it has been nearly half a year since the 5 Kage Summit. The system's notifications have helped Uchiha Xingliu understand a few things. Judging from certain comments the system has made, it seems to have an AI with questionable intelligence. Why do I say that? For instance, the system actually comes with a newbie bonus, something he'd never even known about. And this AI never even bothered to give him a heads up. If that's not clueless, what is? The system's intelligence can't be called useless. It's simply not useful at all, even if it exists. He's had to figure out all the functions on his own, but at least the hints have been helpful. Now, with the newbie bonus coming to an end, the arrival of new features has thankfully made up for the lost acceleration. And previous suspicions have finally been confirmed. This system truly can traverse different worlds. The World Gate, just from its name, it's obviously meant for jumping between worlds. Although he doesn't know what the requirements are yet, just having it, even if it's not usable, is a completely different feeling from not having it at all. Another hint left him thoughtful. Hint 2, which said that AFK abilities are influenced by the host's mindset. That made his gaze fall on the alchemy ability. The alchemy skill only appeared after his cooking skill leveled up to blue. Uchiha Xingliu has already tried it out. While the ability is quite handy, it's not as overpowered as he'd imagined. After all, it's only a blue-tier ability. But when combined with his medical skills, he's actually managed to create some things that feel straight out of fantasy novel. Beauty pills and bloodline purification pills. Just hearing those names, you know they don't fit the Naruto vibe at all. The beauty pill, true to its name, allows one to maintain a youthful appearance. there's really nothing more to say about that. But the bloodline purification pill, something that sounds like it's meant for beasts, would be incredibly useful in the world of Naruto. After all, the reputation of the Otsutsuki clan is certainly well-deserved, and giving this pill to someone like Tsunade would be immensely beneficial. He had been troubled by how his own strength was advancing too quickly, leaving his companions far behind. This particular item, then, arrived at a perfect time. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinryo's other abilities had also seen significant improvement. For example, his teleportation ability had been acquired by passively training the Flying Thunder God technique. With it, he could instantly move anywhere within a 10-kilometer radius. However, if he wanted to go further, he still needed a marker to assist him. Uchiha Shinryo wasn't disappointed, though. After all, this was only a purple-tier teleportation skill. As for the appearance of wood release, it had manifested after he'd trained earth, water, and yang-style ninjutsu to the blue level, and then fused them together. At this point, he possessed almost everything except Sage Mode. Otherwise, he could truly cosplay as Hashirama Senju. The most crucial part was that, just like before, the method for cultivating this ability had appeared in his mind. The prerequisites for training wood release weren't high. One simply needed the water, earth, and yang attributes. Of course, the training notes made it clear that although wood release was a 3-attribute Kekkei Toda, its true strength depended entirely on the individual. Thinking of this, he pulled out the training scroll he had prepared long ago, an odd look on his face, and handed it to Tsunade. There was no particular reason for it. He was simply curious. If Tsunade mastered this, would she, like Yamato, only be able to use it for building houses? Tsunade accepted the scroll from Uchiha Shinryo, her brow slightly raised, a flicker of puzzlement in her eyes. She gently unrolled the scroll, revealing lines upon lines of densely written script. Looking up at Uchiha Shinryo, her expression questioning, she asked, "What is this? It looks quite advanced." A spark of curiosity danced in her eyes, and she was filled with the urge to explore the mysteries of this scroll. This was technically the first formal gift Uchiha Shinryo had ever given her, so it must be quite precious. A subtle sense of anticipation and nervousness welled up inside her, as if she were opening a treasure chest full of unknown wonders. Watching Tsunade's reactions, Uchiha Shinryo couldn't help but find it amusing. His lips curled into a mysterious smile as he said, "This is a training scroll for wood release. So what do you think? Satisfied?" There was a look of expectation in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to see Tsunade's response. When Tsunade heard that it was a wood release training scroll, her eyes immediately widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Her reaction made Uchiha Shinryo nod to himself in satisfaction. This was exactly the expression he'd hoped to see. But at the same time, he completely understood why Tsunade would be so astonished. In Shinobi world, wood release is widely believed to be a type of Kekkei Genkai, a bloodline limit. This unique ability is typically passed down only through one's lineage. As a result, for most people, mastering wood release is little more than an unattainable dream. Yet this scroll shattered that long-held belief. It carried with it a possibility, a chance for those without the right bloodline to learn wood release as well. No wonder Tsunade wore such an expression of disbelief. It was as if a doorway to an entirely new world had suddenly opened before her. In a burst of excitement, Tsunade grabbed Uchiha Shinryo's hand and dashed off toward the Senju estate. Her heart overflowed with anticipation and delight. Even if she couldn't understand the scroll right away, she knew that once she got home and showed it to Uzumaki Mido, all her questions would be answered. Tsunade's grip was so tight her palm was nearly slick with sweat. From behind, Nanoyu watched Tsunade and Uchiha Shinryo running hand in hand, a faint envy stirring in her heart. She realized she too wanted to ask Uchiha Shinryo for a gift. But after hesitating for a long time, she couldn't quite bring herself to speak up. An orphan still living under someone else's roof, Nanoyu was all too aware of her place. Though Uzumaki Mido and everyone in the household liked her, her experiences as an orphan had made her both mature and reserved. So, in this moment, she simply kept her wish to herself. With Tsunade leading the way, they soon arrived at their destination and found Uzumaki Mido. At that moment, Uzumaki Mido was lying lazily on a bench, basking in the warm sunlight. A look of satisfaction and peace rested on her face, as if she had forgotten all the troubles of the world. By her side was Chinatsu, the one who had always accompanied her before she became Hokage. But now, Chinatsu was nowhere to be seen, likely off handling some matter for her. Tsunade hurried over to Uzumaki Mido, pulling Uchiha Shinryo along, and spoke with barely restrained excitement. "Grandma Mido, look, this is a gift from Uchiha Shinryo." The thrill and hope in her voice made Uzumaki Mito open her eyes with curiosity. It's a would-release training scroll. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mito immediately rose from the bench. She accepted the scroll from Tsunade and examined it closely. Uchiha Shinryu stood quietly to one side, making no move to stop her. He understood the scroll's true value and what it represented. Truth be told, although this scroll could teach someone a master would-release if they followed its steps, it was not all that different from other elemental ninjutsu. The real power depended on the person wielding the jutsu. Just as Hashirama Senju could bring peace to a warring world, while Yamato could only use his abilities to build houses. This difference does not stem from the jutsu themselves, but rather from the strength of those who wield them. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, carries the blood of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Her natural gifts are nothing short of extraordinary. In the future, when she reaches the level of a Kage, that alone is enough to prove her immense potential. With that would-release training scroll, coupled with the bloodline pill prepared by Hashiryu Uchiha, perhaps Tsunade truly could revive the splendor once displayed by Hashirama Senju. However, for others, they simply do not possess such exceptional advantages. If they could even reach Yamato's level, it would already be nothing short of miraculous. After all, Yamato's very existence is a special case. He once fused Hashirama's cells into his own body and survived. That fact alone sets him apart, marking his uniqueness. Because, aside from those born with all three chakra natures, anyone else seeking to master would-release first needs to train in 3 elemental affinities. The process of mastering these 3 elements consumes an enormous amount of time and energy. And in the end, they might discover that all that effort is not as rewarding as specializing in just one affinity. Even Jonin only begin to train in a second chakra nature after years of diligent practice. So for those without the natural talent, attempting such a path might mean never succeeding, no matter how long they try. This is a simple truth, and Hashiryu Uchiha believed that Mito Uzumaki would understand it as well. Sure enough, after reading the scroll, her brow furrowed and her eyes revealed deep contemplation. Then, she looked at Hashiryu Uchiha with a rather peculiar expression. In her mind, anyone capable of providing such a detailed would-release training scroll must have already mastered the technique themselves. And Hashiryu Uchiha had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Originally, she thought that Hashiryu Uchiha's abilities might at best rival Madara Uchiha's. But now, the powers of would-release and the Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to be gathered within the same person. As she thought this, a vivid image flashed through Mito Uzumaki's mind, making her expression even stranger. In her vision, Susanoo was clad in the true several thousand hands technique, with Hashiryu Uchiha standing atop the giant Buddha's head, laughing wildly as he rampaged through the battlefield. Hashiryu Uchiha, unaware of the scene playing out in Mito Uzumaki's imagination, simply noticed the odd look in her eyes, which made him feel a little uneasy. He sensed that Mito Uzumaki was probably imagining something rather unusual, so he decided to break her train of thought. With a smile, he said, "Grandma Mito, this scroll is my New Year's gift for Tsunade. What do you think? Not bad, right?" His tone carried a hint of confidence and pride, as if he was quite pleased with his own present. His voice eased the image in Mito Uzumaki's mind of Uchiha Shinryo's wild laughter, making it fade considerably. In fact, just looking at the face before her, she couldn't help but feel a smile tug at her lips. After all, the way Shinryo had just been cackling in her imagination was almost too mischievous to bear. But as a woman, the mention of a gift made her intelligence instantly soar. Seeing her eyes light up, Uchiha Shinryo suddenly had a bad feeling. Before he could make another move, Mito Uzumaki spoke up. "Shinryo, where's my present then?" Uchiha Shinryo inwardly groaned, realizing he'd made a misstep. But it was already too late. He truly had forgotten to prepare a gift for Mito Uzumaki. Now, he could only muster a forced smile as he replied, "Grandma Mito, it's not New Year's yet, is it? When the time comes, I'll definitely have something ready for you." Of course, such an excuse would never fool Mito Uzumaki. She saw right through Shinryo's embarrassment and helplessness with a single glance. Luckily for Shinryo, Mito didn't press the matter any further. She shot him a glance and offered a calm, knowing smile. Then she turned away, focusing her attention on the scroll in her hands, as if she had suddenly become deeply interested in it. After a while, Mito Uzumaki returned the scroll to Tsunade, and with a solemn tone, said, "You must take good care of this scroll. Don't let anyone else know about it, understand?" Seeing the seriousness on Mito's face, Tsunade realized that this scroll truly could allow her to practice would-release, and the excitement in her heart was hard to contain. Not letting anyone else see it was also a way to protect her safety. Otherwise, if someone desperate tried to steal the scroll, Tsunade didn't have the strength of Uchiha Shinryu to defend herself. She nodded enthusiastically, and after accepting the scroll, she immediately ran over to Shinryu's side. Her cheeks had turned rosy from excitement, and she looked up at Shinryu, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Shinryu. This New Year's gift is perfect." Shinryu smiled gently and reached out to pat Tsunade's head, making her blush even more. "It's nothing really," he said quietly. Tsunade, however, shook her head with a sudden seriousness and replied, "It might be nothing to you, but to me, this is the most precious thing of all." Hearing these words, Shinryu looked into her eyes, and Tsunade gazed right back at him. In that moment, the strange feeling that had once stirred in Tsunade's heart welled up again. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki watched them with a warm, indulgent smile of an aunt enjoying a good story. She found the scene utterly delightful. Yet, in this romantic moment, the ever-oblivious Uchiha Shinryu made no move to continue the conversation with Tsunade. He suddenly turned around and spoke to Nanoyu, whose face was full of envy. "Nanoyu, I haven't prepared your New Year's gift yet, but I promise I'll give it to you on New Year's Day." This gesture sparked a flurry of emotions among the three women present. Nanoyu, of course, beamed at Uchiha Shinryu, happiness written all over her face, while Mito Uzumaki looked at him as if he were a fool. Tsunade, on the other hand, pouted, let out a cold huff, and stormed back to her room. His straightforward, almost clueless move shattered the romantic atmosphere that had just settled in, though that didn't stop Mito from eagerly watching the drama unfold. Uchiha Shinryu felt rather puzzled by the whole situation. He shook his head, unable to figure out what had just happened. After all, he couldn't read minds, so this sudden surge of romance left him a little at a loss. As a result, he didn't dwell too much on Tsunade's reaction. Sometimes, women truly were difficult to understand. Turning back to Nanoyu, Uchiha Shinryu continued, "Your gift is also a secret technique scroll. Look forward to it." Indeed, the gift he was preparing for Nanoyu was also a training scroll. Since Nanoyu would eventually master sage techniques, as a ninja, she must have a natural talent for Jinjutsu as well. Being able to learn sage techniques meant she had exceptional chakra control. So, Jinjutsu, which also required fine chakra control, would suit Nanoyu perfectly. Moreover, with her natural talent for espionage, her insight into people's hearts was second to none. That's why Uchiha Shinryu believed Jinjutsu would be an excellent fit for her. He planned to master a Jinjutsu and add it to his idle training slot, letting it auto-train until it reached the blue rank before teaching it to Nanoyu. Though the auto-training system wasn't as fast as it used to be at higher levels like purple, it was now much quicker for blue rank and below. The system's prompts also mentioned that, to some extent, he could influence the abilities gained after ranking up. He speculated that, if he trained a Jinjutsu to blue rank, it would likely grant an ability similar to five-sense hypnosis. Granted, the blue rank ability might not be as powerful, but it would still be more than enough for Nanoyu's use. Nanoyu was already basking in the joy of receiving a gift from Uchiha Shinryu. Her rosy lips curled into a gentle smile, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. When she learned that the gifts for both Tsunade and herself were secret technique scrolls, her happiness overflowed, her eyes brimming with surprise and gratitude, as if the whole world had brightened in that moment. But one had to admit, Uchiha Shinryu was truly the epitome of a dense, oblivious man. After saying all this, he left the two of them behind, their faces filled with confusion. The reason he chose to leave was simple. He really did have important matters to attend to. Ever since his three abilities advanced to the purple tier, he had begun to faintly sense the presence of white Zetsu lurking within the Hidden Leaf Village. Today, however, he could clearly perceive exactly how many white Zetsu were hiding in the village. Just as he had suspected before, the greatest number of white Zetsu clustered around the Uchiha territory, while their presence in other areas was far sparser. In particular, the Senju compound, the Hokage building, and a few key streets stood out. Upon careful consideration, Uchiha Shinryu realized that these were all places Uzumaki Mito frequented. Even though the absence of white Zetsu in these locations no longer posed much of a threat to him, who could tolerate interlopers by their very bedside? With this thought, Uchiha Shinryu resolved to eradicate every last white Zetsu from the village. Given their mayfly technique allowed them to escape swiftly, Shinryu decided he would have to give it his all. Come to think of it, I've never truly fought at full strength, he mused with a wry, self-deprecating smile, shutting his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, the Mangekyo Sharingan was already spinning in his sockets. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Uchiha Tamori household, 3 white Zetsu were keeping watch. Madara Uchiha's plans required a suitable proxy. So he had set his sights on the Uchiha clan early, searching for ones with talent. Uchiha Tomori was one of those under surveillance. After Uchiha Ong awakened his Mangekyo, Madara's interest in this family only deepened. Uchiha Ong, Uchiha Shien, and Uchiha Tomori each had a white Zetsu shadowing them. Now, the three white Zetsu were huddled underground, engaged in a hushed conversation. The boss told me to keep an eye on this little girl, but all she does is go to class and train. Nothing else really. Yeah, same here. The old guy I'm watching just drinks tea, deals with paperwork, and when he's free, he scolds his son. Say, why are we talking about this? By the way, have you ever wondered what it feels like to, take a dump? One of the white Zetsu asked me that, and honestly, I'm kind of curry. He didn't get to finish. In the next instant, every white Zetsu within the hidden leaf lost their lives at once. Uchiha Ong and Uzumaki Mito both turned, faces filled with shock, to look in one particular direction. That was where Uchiha Shinryu stood. He remained rooted to the spot, the Mangekyo in his eyes swirling like a miniature universe, as if swallowing everything around him. In that fleeting moment, he had used his teleportation ability to send the Mangekyo-esque black flames to the side of every single white Zetsu in Konoha. With the power of his eternal Mangekyo unleashed, his ocular jutsu became even more potent. The faintest spar from his great Brahma Heaven technique, like the silent sweep of a reaper's scythe, reduced each white Zetsu to ashes without a sound. It was a silent massacre, so subtle that almost no one even sensed it. Just as the system had hinted earlier, combat power alone is never the whole story. At this moment, Uchiha Shinryu didn't even have the strength of a Kage. He could barely stand before him. This time, when he struck at white Zetsu, he wasn't afraid of an attack from Madara Uchiha. After all, the current Madara was not the Six Paths Madara of the Fourth Great Ninja War. If Madara truly did show up, Shinryu was confident he could make sure Madara never left Konoha. Just then, Mito Uzumaki and Uchiha Ong arrived in a hurry, worry and urgency written all over their faces. Behind them followed a squad of fully armed shinobi. Tsunade's parents, Uchiha Shien, Uzumaki Dien, Senju Kafin, and other formidable ninja trailed close behind. The air seemed to freeze, thick with tension and the promise of battle. Leaves rustled in the wind, as if the forest itself was bracing for the coming conflict. He realized that perhaps his actions had been a little too extreme. Though the shockwave from slaying white Zetsu was subtle, its reach had stretched across most of Konoha. That was more than enough to trigger a sense of crisis in Mito Uzumaki and Uchiha Ong, both of whom had keen sensory abilities. To be on the safe side, they had called many others to join them. And so, the scene before him was fraught with a grave and solemn atmosphere. But as soon as they saw that it was Uchiha Shinryu standing there, they visibly relaxed. Mito Uzumaki strode up to him, rapped him lightly on the forehead, and scolded with feigned annoyance. Didn't you promise me last time that you'd let me know before pulling something like this again? He remembered. After he set off those fireworks to surprise Tsunade, he'd indeed promised Mito that she'd be the first to know about such things. So Shinryu felt a little awkward. He really had forgotten. But this time was different from before. Strictly speaking, what he'd done was actually for the good of Konoha. With that thought, Shinryu's confidence returned in full, and he retorted, Grandma Mito, this isn't like last time. I had my reasons for not telling you. Hearing this, Mito Uzumaki's brow furrowed slightly. She didn't doubt Shinryu's intentions, but she couldn't help feeling concerned. The power this child had shown already surpassed his years. She worried he might become blinded by it. Yet when she looked into Shinryu's eyes, saw the unwavering determination and confidence shining there, she knew he'd already made up his mind. So, she gestured for him to go on. Feeling the encouragement in Mito Uzumaki's gaze, Shinryu's heart warmed, and he continued. I've made some progress lately. I sense that all over Konoha, something, or rather, the same thing, was spying on us. His tone grew solemn as he spoke. Moreover, I've discovered that these creatures move with incredible speed and are masters at hiding themselves. If we let them continue unchecked, they could become a real threat to Konoha. As he spoke, a grave look settled on Hashiryu Uchiha's face. That's why I decided to handle them all myself, to eliminate the danger in one stroke. No sooner had Hashiryu finished speaking than the people standing behind Mito Uzumaki stared at him, wide-eyed. They exchanged glances filled with confusion and shock. For a brief moment, silence fell over the gathering, broken only by the whisper of wind rustling through the leaves. It was Tsunade's father, Yosuke Senju, who finally broke the stillness. Taking a step forward, he fixed Hashiryu with a piercing gaze. Hashiryu, do you realize just how staggering your words are? How could you possibly strike every corner of Konoha in an instant and kill every single one of those creatures with such precision? That's simply unbelievable. Uchiha Noboru picked up where Yosuke left off, shaking his head with a frown. We might be skeptical, but even the sensory ninja detected nothing at all. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He knew Hashiryu had awakened the Mangekyo, but even in the storied history of the Uchiha, no Mangekyo had ever possessed such outrageous power. His words found agreement with Den Uzumaki and Keiho Senju, who both nodded in support. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Hashiryu showed no trace of anger. He understood their reaction. After all, this was a shocking event, one that defied their usual understanding of the world. The legends of the Sage of Six Paths had faded in a myth after 1,000 years. The strongest shinobi they had seen were Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. But the powers of those men were grand and overwhelming, not silent and invisible, able to wipe out threats on such a scale without a sound. So Hashiryu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I know how difficult this is to believe, but it's the truth. I'm not misleading you, nor did I make a mistake in my sensing. His eyes were unwavering and clear, seeming almost to see straight into their hearts. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to go and see for yourselves. I'm certain the remains of those creatures haven't faded yet, even if they're dead. The crowd was struck silent by the determination in his eyes. None could find words to respond. Off to the side, Mito Uzumaki stood quietly, watching Hashiryu with a gleam of approval in her eyes. She knew this child well. He would never speak recklessly, and certainly would not lie about something so important. So Mito stepped forward and said, "Don't be too quick to doubt him. I believe that Hashiryu would never lie about something so serious." Her words calmed the rising tide of skepticism, and once more the group fell silent. And in her voice, there was unmistakable trust in Hashiryu Uchiha. Instead of arguing here, why not listen to him and search for traces left behind by these creatures? Hearing this, they suddenly realized the sense in her words. Mito Uzumaki's suggestion was indeed reasonable. If these creatures truly existed, searching for their remains would confirm it. So, they split into groups and set off toward the locations Uchiha Shinryu had described. Uchiha Shinryu stayed where he was, a calm smile on his face. At his current level of strength, he no longer needed to hide anything. This open display of his abilities was also a way of laying the groundwork for what was to come. Though he had never deliberately concealed anything before, now he would be even more forthright. He was ready to stand officially upon the stage of the ninja world. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shinryu turned to look at Mito Uzumaki, who had been watching him all along, and said with a warm smile, "Grandma Mito, let me take part in this Chunin exam as myself, without any disguises. It's time for the other villages to experience, once again, what it was like when the first Hokage was still alive." Mito Uzumaki gazed at Uchiha Shinryu, her eyes reflecting both comfort and pride at the self-assured light radiating from him. This little boy she'd met just a year ago had, in such a short time, gained more than enough strength. What was even rarer was that he hadn't let his power change who he was. She looked at Uchiha Shinryu with deep fondness, then nodded resolutely and said in a firm voice, "All right, Shinryu, do as you wish. I will always believe in you." With Mito Uzumaki's affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed across Uchiha Shinryu's face. As the two spoke, those who had been sent out to search for the remnants of white Zetsu began to return. They carried with them the lifeless bodies of white Zetsu, bringing them back for all to see. This sight immediately caused a stir among everyone present. Countless eyes turned, all staring at Uchiha Shinryu in disbelief. Senju Keiho, the Minister of Medical Affairs, was the first to step forward. His expression was grave, his gaze sharp. He crouched down and began to carefully examine the bodies of white Zetsu. With gentle movements, he touched the corpses, as if sensing for any lingering signs of life. His eyes were focused and intent, as though searching for secrets hidden within these remains. During this time, everyone's attention centered on Senju Keiho. Holding their breath, they waited for the medical minister's verdict. Soon, Senju Keiho finished his examination. The bodies of white Zetsu were unlike those of humans. In fact, they were more akin to plants. This meant it was entirely possible for them to go undetected. Moreover, as he had just observed, all of these remains had been felled with a single blow, exactly as Uchiha Shinryu had described. This proves that Uchiha Shinryu truly achieved something of this magnitude. He stood up, his gaze now tinged with both awe and respect as he looked at Uchiha Shinryu. The discovery he had just made forced him to reconsider this young man standing before him. Then he announced the results. As Uchiha Shinryu said, all these creatures were killed by the exact same attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire square fell instantly silent. Everyone present stared at Uchiha Shinryu in astonishment, their hearts filled with a mixture of shock and admiration. The sight of those white Zetsu corpses, which had been brought back earlier, had already given many in the crowd an uneasy premonition. Yet now, confronted with the undeniable truth, they still found it hard to believe their own eyes. This child before them, still just a first year at the Ninja Academy, possessed such overwhelming strength. There had long been rumors that Uchiha Shinryu had driven off outside spies and even escaped assassination attempts from the Foundation. Back then, people could still chalk it up to natural talent. But what happened today, right in front of their eyes, defied all their previous understanding. This was no longer just potential, nor mere genius. He had become a true powerhouse, someone who had surpassed every one of them. Senji Yusuke still found it hard to accept. He had watched Uchiha Shinryu grow up under his own eyes and never saw him train that much. So how had he become this strong? So he asked, "Then, Shinryu, are you saying you really did defeat all those spies in the blink of an eye?" Uchiha Shinryu nodded without denying it and replied, "As you've seen, that's exactly what happened. I haven't exaggerated, nor have I lied." The certainty of his answer left the crowd in brief silence, each person struggling to process this staggering news. Just then, Uzumaki Mito's voice rang out, calm and steady. "Well then, with the truth of this matter now revealed, let us bring this to a close." Her words echoed clearly across the square. At that moment, everyone fell silent, waiting for what she would say next. "Since you're all here, I'll take this opportunity to speak about a second matter. The upcoming Chunin exams are of great importance. Originally, I'd planned for Shinryu to quietly participate as one of the contestants. This way, we could ensure Konoha's victory and, at the same time, protect Shinryu from becoming a target of other villages." Her words warmed everyone's hearts. It was a thoughtful plan, showing her deep care for Shinryu. But, after everything that happened today, and with Shinryu just now confirming his own decision to me, I believe it's necessary to make an announcement to you all. Her tone suddenly grew passionate, her gaze turning toward Uchiha Shinryu. Uchiha Shinryu will no longer conceal his true strength. This time, he will enter the exam as his true self, sending a clear message to the other ninja villages. She paused, then her voice rose with unmistakable pride. Konoha has once again gained a god of the ninja world. As soon as Uzumaki Mito's words fell, every person present widened their eyes, gazes burning as they fixed on Uchiha Shinryu. Her declaration made it clear. Uchiha Shinryu now possessed power on par with the first Hokage. There was no need to wait for him to mature. As he was now, he was more than capable of standing as Konoha's guardian deity. How could anyone remain calm in the face of such news? Especially those who had lived through the era of the first Hokage. Their eyes brimmed with emotion, barely holding back tears of excitement. As the wife of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito knew all too well the magnitude of her husband's strength. Numbers meant nothing before ninjas of their caliber. The power Uchiha Shinryu had displayed left her in no doubt. He too now possessed such might. There was no question, not only would this Chunin exam secure the greatest possible benefit for Konoha, it would also ensure that none of the other villages would dare provoke war while Uchiha Shinryu still lived. Konoha would enjoy at least several decades of peace. Standing beneath the weight of so many gazes, Uchiha Shinryu let a faint, confident smile touch his lips, a smile filled with poise and assurance. He didn't say a word, but the transformation in his eyes spoke volumes. His Sharingan, almost imperceptibly, had evolved into its Mangekyo form. Those dazzling colors and intricate patterns were a testament to his power. When the crowd saw this change in his eyes, their admiration and fervor intensified. In the world of shinobi, nothing was more convincing than the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was the ultimate symbol of strength, the very pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. In this moment, Uchiha Shinryu's presence was indelibly etched into everyone's hearts. His reputation had reached its zenith. Those who had survived the first great ninja war knew all too well the importance of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. No sooner had they passed than the other villages rushed to seize the chance for war. It was a lesson learned. Only overwhelming strength could preserve peace. So, no matter how he might resist, even if he had no wish to be Hokage, there would be those who would push him toward that lofty position. Perhaps one day, he would wake to find himself clad in the robes of leadership, already crowned as Konoha's leader. Uchiha Shinryu stood at the very heart of the crowd, surrounded by their reverent and expectant eyes, as if he alone embodied their hopes and future. Faced with such a scene, Uchiha Shinryu responded with just a gentle smile, then said, "Grandma Mito flatters me far too much. I'm still young, there's always room to grow." As soon as he finished speaking, the plaza was instantly engulfed in silence. People stared wide-eyed, as if unable to believe what they had just heard. But in the blink of an eye, they snapped out of their stupor, erupting into even more fervent cheers. How humble he is! Truly worthy of the Uchiha name. He will surely surpass the first Hokage. Their voices converged into a mighty torrent, battering at Uchiha Shinryo's ears. He frowned slightly and raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. All he had intended was to show a bit of humility. He never expected his words to be taken this way. In that moment, he suddenly understood Zhao Kuangyin. Uchiha Shinryo could only speak again, a trace of helplessness in his voice. I simply said that I still have room to improve. I never claimed I would definitely surpass the first Hokage. But the crowd paid no heed to his explanation. It only seemed to strengthen their resolve. After all, they had just witnessed Uchiha Shinryo's strength with their own eyes. And now, even Uzumaki Mido had spoken so highly of him. So, they chose to believe only what they had seen for themselves. This young man surely held limitless possibilities. At that moment, a gentle voice floated through the air. Shinryo, don't sell yourself short. Your potential is unmatched. The future belongs to you. It was Uzumaki Mido. She stood not far away, smiling softly at Uchiha Shinryo. Her gaze was filled with encouragement and hope, as if to say, "You are the best." This scene gave Uchiha Shinryo pause, as if he had suddenly realized something. After the god of shinobi was lost, Konoha had been plunged into war, and war always took so much from people. Now, what they needed most was to regain a pillar to support them. At this moment, what was needed was not humility, but boldness. He needed to let loose his pride, to display his unrivaled strength and authority. With his clarity, he embraced the Uchiha tradition, throwing his head back and laughing wildly. In that case, let this Chunin exam become a nightmare for every other shinobi village. A thunderous roar of approval rose in response. After Uchiha Shinryo's wild laughter echoed across the plaza that day, matters drew to a close. The truth had been revealed, and everyone present had gotten the answers they sought, so they left satisfied. None more so than Senju Kafin of the Medical Corps, who was beaming with delight. Having obtained White Zetsu's remains, he immediately dove into his research with great excitement. Naturally, Uchiha Shinryo wasn't about to pass up the chance to involve Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru was just beginning to learn in this field, he could study and research at the same time. Orochimaru needed to save his own parents, so even if this work would be grueling, he would still be grateful. Strangely, even after several days had passed, Konoha remained as peaceful as ever. As it turned out, after learning about Uchiha Shinryo's abilities, these people kept quiet about it. After all, such information was also considered a type of ninja intelligence. If you can keep it secret, why go out of your way to broadcast it? On the other hand, they were all biding their time with mischief in their hearts. They were just waiting for the Chunin exams, ready to give the other villages a big surprise. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mido felt completely helpless. That day, when Uchiha Shinryo asked her to confirm that he would be participating in the Chunin exams with his true identity, she had instinctively assumed that Shinryo intended to graduate early. Because of this, she had specially prepared his graduation materials in advance, hoping to help him complete the graduation procedures as soon as possible. On this day, she called Uchiha Shinryo over, looked at him, and said, "Shinryo, I've already prepared all the graduation materials for you from the Ninja Academy." Her tone carried both concern and hope for Shinryo's future. "How about we go through the formalities one day, soon, and arrange a graduation exam for you?" She continued, her eyes shining with expectations for his future. However, to her surprise, Uchiha Shinryo looked at her with wide eyes and replied, "I never said I wanted to graduate." Uzumaki Mido was stunned. She stared at Shinryo, her heart filling with confusion and questions. "You plan to take the Chunin exams openly, so how can you participate without graduating?" She couldn't help but ask, hoping for a clear answer from him. "That's right." Shinryo nodded in affirmation. "Then doesn't that mean you're graduating?" Uzumaki Mido pressed further. "Why would I need to graduate? Is there a rule that says only genin can take the Chunin exams?" Shinryo shot back with a sly smile. This question left Uzumaki Mido speechless. Suddenly, she realized she'd made a mistake. It turned out that Shinryo had never planned to graduate early. He just wanted to take part in the Chunin exams under his real name. Yes, Shinryo had no intention of graduating at all. What benefit would becoming a ninja bring him after graduation? None whatsoever. Right now, his strength increased simply by waiting and letting time pass. As for reputation, he was certain that after the Chunin exams, no one in Konoha would be able to outshine him. And money? That was hardly worth mentioning. Could Uzumaki Mito really make him worry about such things? So, no matter how he looked at it, graduating early simply held no value for him. On the contrary, once he became a ninja, he'd be expected to take on missions. Why waste time on that, when he could just bask in the sun, savor some pastries, and watch Tsunade and the others train? Wouldn't that be far more enjoyable? Faced with a situation that offered no benefits and only downsides, of course he chose to refuse. Uchiha Shinryo's refusal truly left Uzumaki Mito at a loss for words. But suddenly, something seemed to occur to her. She gave a gentle laugh, and a hint of mischief appeared on her face. "Since you don't want to graduate, let's leave it at that," she said, her voice carrying an odd sense of delight. She went on, "When the time comes, watching those carefully selected ninja lose to a mere academy student is going to be quite entertaining." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she could already picture the scene unfolding before her. At that moment, Mito Uzumaki and Hashiryu Uchiha exchanged a glance, each reading the same thought in the other's eyes. Just imagine a 7-year-old academy student single-handedly defeating the ninja from the other 4 great villages. Witnessing something like that, anyone issuing a mission would surely consider Konoha first. If a grown ninja can't beat a kid, it's nothing short of embarrassing. By then, even if the other villages wanted to make a move, it would be too late. They'd have no choice but to swallow their frustration in silence. After all, when faced with overwhelming strength, any scheme or trick seems utterly feeble. With this thought, both of them allowed sly smiles to creep across their faces. Once it was clear that Hashiryu Uchiha had no intention of graduating, Mito Uzumaki no longer pressed the matter. She simply offered a few words of advice before taking her leave. Just then, Tsunade approached. She had been waiting patiently nearby, only coming forward after her grandmother and Hashiryu finished their conversation. Her steps were light, and her face glowed with excitement and anticipation. Tsunade dashed up to Hashiryu Uchiha, her eyes shining with exhilaration as she exclaimed, "Hashiryu, I've mastered it." Her voice brimmed with pride and excitement, making it clear just how happy she was at that moment. Hashiryu Uchiha looked at her in surprise. Naturally, what Tsunade meant was that she had succeeded in learning the wood release technique from the scroll. This genuinely astonished Hashiryu Uchiha. After all, it hadn't been long since he'd given her the scroll, and now she had already mastered it. He couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. That wood release scroll was no easy feat. Even with an innate affinity for water, earth, and yang chakra, it shouldn't be possible to succeed so quickly. With that thought, Hashiryu frowned, his voice tinged with both doubt and surprise. "You've already mastered wood release?" Clearly, he found it hard to believe Tsunade could grasp it in such a short time. Seeing the disbelief in his expression, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little indignant. She gave a light huff and declared with pride, "Who are you underestimating? Don't think I couldn't do it this fast." Before Hashiryu Uchiha could respond, Tsunade took him by the arm and started toward the training grounds outside, eager to show him the results of her hard work. Although Tsunade pulled Uchiha Shinryo along a little roughly, he didn't shake off her hand. He felt a bit helpless, but at the same time, his heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. He was genuinely interested to see what this mastered the technique that Tsunade spoke of would look like. And so, following Tsunade, he made his way to the training grounds. The moment they set foot in the training area, Tsunade could barely contain her excitement to show off her hard-won results. She formed hand seals with both hands, her whole body tensed as if she were mustering every ounce of strength she had. All at once, the blades of grass on the ground seemed to respond to a mysterious summons, shooting up and growing several centimeters taller. Seeing this, Tsunade ran to Uchiha Shinryo with a face full of excitement and declared proudly, "Well, I did it, didn't I?" However, Uchiha Shinryo's reaction was not at all what she expected. He froze in place, mouth hanging open in astonishment, unable to utter a single word. His gaze lingered on Tsunade's face for a moment, then slowly drifted toward the suddenly taller grass. Then, the corners of his mouth began to twitch, and a laugh sparkled in his eyes, impossible to suppress. He finally couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. With each laugh, his shoulders shook violently, and he was nearly in tears. He was afraid that if he tried to speak, it would just come out as laughter. Seeing Tsunade's little face brimming with anticipation made the whole thing even more hilarious. Strictly speaking, what Tsunade accomplished could indeed be called a success. While her results weren't exactly impressive, she had at least grasped the fundamentals of the technique and could put it to use. It was just that her way of demonstrating it was completely unexpected, utterly comical, in fact. Looking at Tsunade, so brimming with confidence and pride, Uchiha Shinryo just couldn't help himself. But then he noticed Tsunade's expression darkening, storm clouds gathering in her eyes, on the verge of an outburst. Uchiha Shinryu quickly stifled his laughter, cleared his throat, and tried to ease the tension in the air. Doing his best to keep a straight face, he said, "Your release really did work. Keep it up." Unfortunately, his words didn't seem to help much. Tsunade's face remained stormy, like a brewing tempest. Sensing the danger, Uchiha Shinryu decided it was best to make a swift exit and quickly lifted his foot to sneak away. But just as he turned to leave, Tsunade's voice crashed into his ears like thunder. Ki, Xing, Liu. Her tone was full of anger and indignation, freezing Uchiha Shinryu in his tracks. He cursed his luck inwardly, knowing he'd well and truly stepped on the tiger's tail this time. He immediately stopped, turned to face Tsunade, and braced himself to weather her fury. However, to his surprise, Tsunade didn't lash out at him as he'd expected. Instead, she shot him a furious glare, turned on her heel, and walked away. As she left, a few sparkling tears slipped down, catching the light as they fell. The sight left him both stunned and, in a way, relieved. It was then that Uchiha Shinryu realized how out of line he had been. After mastering Mokuton, Tsunade had come to share her joy with him before anyone else. Not Uzumaki Mito, nor her own parents. This made it clear that, in her heart, he already held a place of great importance. Yet, he had greeted her excitement with untimely mockery, wounding her feelings in the process. Understanding this, Uchiha Shinryu scratched his head in distress. In his previous life, he'd always been straightforward, never even had a girlfriend, so handling complicated emotions was not his strong suit. Now, faced with this situation, he found himself at a complete loss as to how to make things right. He mulled it over for a long time, but failed to come up with a proper solution. In the end, he decided to apologize to Tsunade directly, hoping it would ease the tension between them. With that resolve, Uchiha Shinryu made his way to Tsunade's room. He gently pushed the door open, and the first thing he saw was Tsunade curled up beneath her blanket, her body trembling with silent sobs. Guilt welled up inside him at the sight. Taking a deep breath, he spoke softly. "Tsunade, this was my fault. I shouldn't have laughed at you." His voice was sincere, hoping she would accept his apology. Hearing Uchiha Shinryu's voice, Tsunade slowly lifted her head, letting out a faint, indignant sniff. Her face was tinged with grievance, and her eyes red and puffy, clear sign she had just been crying. Come to think of it, this was the first time he'd ever seen Tsunade wear such an expression. In the past, no matter how much she lost at gambling, she'd never looked like this. It made him realize that some things truly required care and attention. Just as he'd always believed, a joke is only funny when both people are laughing. Uchiha Shinryu quietly sat at the edge of the bed, reached out, and gently stroked Tsunade's hair, speaking in a low voice. "You came to share your happiness with me. I shouldn't have made fun of you." In that moment, Tsunade seemed to sense the genuine remorse in his words. She looked up into his eyes and said softly, "I get it, but if you ever laugh at me like that again, I'll ignore you." Though her voice still held a trace of tears, there was also a playful, teasing note to it. A child's emotions come and go as quickly as a summer storm. After Uchiha Shinryu's apology, things between them only grew closer. Of course, this was also due to a change in his own attitude. He still played the occasional harmless prank on Tsunade, but they were always the kind of jokes that left no scars. Whenever this happened, Mito Uzumaki would watch the two of them with an indulgent, almost motherly smile. Then, she would cast a complicated glance at Nanu, who stood quietly to the side. Having experienced so much herself, it was easy for her to see what was going on with this young girl. Yet any trace of worry in her mind would vanish in an instant. After all, she thought, back when even the bond between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, those two stubborn men, was beyond her ability to unravel. How could she possibly be expected to sort out something like this? This was hardly her area of expertise. Besides, children and grandchildren have their own destinies. She was quite happy to let them find their own way, while she enjoyed her well-earned peace. Matters of the heart, she believed, were best left for those involved to resolve themselves. As for why Mito Uzumaki always seemed to be present during these moments, wasn't she the Hokage? Didn't she have important duties to attend to? At such times, Chika could always be found giving a silent thumbs up from behind her mountain of paperwork to anyone who dared ask that question. And so, time flowed on, and the new year quietly arrived. This marked Uchiha Shinryu's very first new year in this place. He stood by the window, gazing quietly at the slowly rising moon. That bright, glowing moon was like a beacon lighting his path, stirring memories of a life he had once known. Though nostalgia for the past lingered in his heart, he had found a new beginning in this unfamiliar world. As Uchiha Shinryo was lost in his thoughts, a gentle, tender voice called from behind him. It was Nanoyu. Shinryo-kun, Lady Mito, and Tsunade are already waiting for you. He turned around and met Nanoyu's smiling face. Her eyes shone with kindness and hope, and there was an emotion within them that was hard to decipher, one that filled Uchiha Shinryo with a quiet warmth. In that moment, he understood that although he hadn't been here long, he had already begun to form bonds of his own in this world. He walked over to stand beside Nanoyu, gazing into the eyes that now reflected his own. He reached out and gently patted her head, as if comforting her, and, in a way, comforting himself as well. Let's go. Nanoyu, surprised by the sudden pat on the head, felt her heart skip a beat. A blush crept across her cheeks. Shyly, she lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the person who had once saved her, and answered softly, "Okay." Uchiha Shinryo watched the color spread across Nanoyu's face and let out a quiet, easy laugh. That single laugh deepened her blush, and inwardly, Nanoyu began to rally herself. "Come on, Nanoyu. Aren't you always a little envious when Shinryo-kun and Tsunade interact? Why do you clam up the moment it's your turn?" Resolving herself, Nanoyu took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and reached out to take Uchiha Shinryo's hand. Her palm was slightly damp with nervous tension. Shinryo was a little surprised, but didn't say anything. Together, they descended the stairs and made their way to the living room on the first floor. Tsunade and the others were already waiting there. As she saw them walking hand in hand, Tsunade suddenly grabbed his other hand. Her cheeks puffed up, making her look a bit upset. Uchiha Shinryo looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she was acting this way. Clearly, Shinryo had forgotten that girls in the world of Hokage mature much faster than he imagined. Hinata and Sakura, girls whom he still thought of as children, had fallen deeply in love with Naruto and Sasuke at a very young age. He glanced at the others nearby and noticed they were stifling laughs, clearly having picked up on his awkwardness in this situation. At that moment, Uzumaki Mito stepped forward to break the stalemate. With a playful tone and a hint of mischief in her eyes as she watched the three of them interact, she said, "Since little Shinryo is here now, let's get going. They'll catch up with us." With that, she took the lead and strode out of the room. The Senji Yosuke couple also gave Shinryo a long, meaningful look before following her out. Tsunade and Nanoyu exchanged glances, then each grabbed one of his hands and pulled him along after the others. At this point, even someone as dense as Uchiha Shinryo realized something was wrong. The competitive tension between Tsunade and Nanoyu made him uneasy. But before Shinryo could come up with a way to resolve things between them, they had already arrived at the site of the celebration. With the war's end and the upcoming Chunin exams, this festival was especially lively, drawing most of the village to join the festivities. Now, the festival grounds had transformed into a sea of joy. The entire area was packed with people as far as the eye could see, a living tide of villagers whose enthusiasm filled every inch of space. Cheers and laughter came from all directions, cresting and falling in waves that seemed to ripple through the air. These sounds were brimming with happiness and delight, creating an atmosphere so relaxed and joyful that it was impossible not to be swept up in it. Down the streets and alleyways, food stalls and game booths lined the way. People queued up in long lines, eager to sample delicacies and try their luck at games. The enticing aromas of grilled skewers, sushi, tempura, and other traditional treats filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. At the game stalls, people threw themselves into all sorts of fun activities, laughter and shouts of excitement rising up again and again. Just then, Uchiha Osamu's voice sounded right beside them. "Shing, Lukun, what a coincidence." Shinryo turned and saw Osamu, standing there, head down and hands fidgeting awkwardly. The sight of Osamu made Shinryo's headache even worse. He was already struggling to deal with the current situation, and now, another complication had arrived. There's a saying that goes, "As long as I go with the flow, nothing can really stump me." Unable to come up with a way out of the situation, Hashiryu Uchiha simply decided to take things easy. He grabbed hold of the three girls, ignoring their startled cries, and led them straight to a booth where you could throw shuriken at balloons. Without waiting for their reactions, Hashiryu turned to the stall owner and asked, "Boss, how does this game work?" The vendor, spotting a group of children eager to play, put on a wide, welcoming smile and approached them, saying, "All the rules are written right there." He gestured to a sign on the side. Hashiryu took a closer look. The rules were straightforward. 100 ryo for a round, and you get 5 paper shuriken each time. If you burst all the balloons, you get to choose any mask you like. There was also a special note: no participation for ninjas. Seeing this particular rule, Hashiryu asked with some hesitation, "Boss, We're all students from the Ninja Academy. Can we still play? The vendor glanced at the group of kids, secretly scoffing to himself. Even if you're ninja trainees, you won't be able to pop these balloons. They're made of tough rubber. No way paper shuriken can break them. With that thought, his smile grew even brighter. No problem at all. As long as you're not full-fledged ninja, you're welcome to try. But he failed to notice the odd expressions on Tsunade and the other two girls. Before long, the air was filled with sounds that could move even the hardest hearts to tears. While the vendor looked on in utter dismay, Hashiryu casually collected every single prize. He handed out the masks to the girls, and their faces instantly lit up with delight. Hashiryu smiled faintly. Though the vendor's business practices were questionable, the masks themselves were quite well made. Lightweight, yet sturdy, vibrant in color, it was obvious they'd been crafted with care. He made sure each of the girls received a mask. Tsunade, Nanoyu, and the other girls accepted their masks, beaming with joy. What Hashiryu didn't realize was that the reason they cherished the masks so much wasn't anything special. They simply loved that they'd been given by him. He smiled again, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Looking around, he saw the festival growing ever more lively, with laughter ringing out, and booth after booth displaying rows of tempting goods. He felt as if he had truly become part of this joyous world, all his worries melting away. After that, he couldn't quite catch what the girls were whispering about. Nanoyu and Tsunade, who had been sparring with words before, now seemed to have called a truce, and the three of them began to stroll through the festival with Hashiryu, chatting and laughing together. They sampled all sorts of delicious food, played amusing games, and simply enjoyed themselves. Under the bright, high-hanging moon, they remained wrapped in the festival's cheerful spirit. At that very moment, a few fireworks slowly soared into the night sky, shattering the evening silence. Uchiha Shinryo and several girls looked up, their gazes captivated by the dazzling display above. The fireworks blossomed against the darkness, painting the sky with brilliant colors, each one blooming like a beautiful dream. Their spirits lifted with the spectacle, a joyful energy sweeping through them. The girls cheered excitedly, waving their masks in the air as if applauding the fireworks themselves. Uchiha Shinryo watched them quietly, his heart filled with warmth and contentment. Not far away, Uzumaki Mido stood among the clan leaders, including Uchiha Ong, and watched the scene unfold. Seeing their happiness, she couldn't help but sigh softly. How wonderful! This must be the kind of scene Hashirama always wished to see. After the New Year festivities, the shinobi of Konoha quickly shifted their focus. With the upcoming Chunin exams, even Uzumaki Mido found herself caught up in a flurry of activity. To ensure the exams would run smoothly, a great number of people threw themselves into the preparations. Besides, most of the jonin and higher in Konoha now knew about Uchiha Shinryo's presence. To them, this wasn't merely an exam, it was a stage. A show of strength to declare to the other villages that the era remained unchanged. With this thought in mind, everyone involved in the preparations worked with renewed dedication. They understood the significance of this exam and what it would mean to the representatives of the other shinobi villages. They looked forward to seeing the expressions on those visitors' faces, to witnessing the shock when they faced Konoha's overwhelming power. Having completed the initial accumulation of resources, Uchiha Shinryo now found himself with time to spare. Unable to sit idle, he began to instruct Tsunade and the others in their training, crafting the medicines and elixirs they would need. While he enjoyed these leisurely days, the other villages began making their way toward Konoha. In a land swept by endless yellow sands, the village hidden in the sand stood resilient amidst barren lands. This desolate desert seemed abandoned by life itself. Yet, in this unforgiving place, the shinobi of Sunagakure survived through sheer tenacity and will. The second Kazekage, Seimin, stood high above the village, gazing out into the distance. He turned to face Kurosuna and Akasuna, two of the most formidable shinobi in the village. Kurosuna, Akasuna, this time, everything depends on you. Akasuna, I'm putting the Chikamatsu 10 puppets in your care. Remember, you can only control 3 at a time. Any more, and you'll lose control. Kurosuna, I trust your abilities completely, but stay vigilant. This time, Sunagakure must win. Black Sand and Red Sand exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they saw unwavering resolve. They both knew that this was the moment to fight, for their village, for their families, and for themselves. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Black Sand and Red Sand replied in unison. Meanwhile, far away in Iwagakure, Inoki was troubled. It seemed the next generation of Earth shinobi lacked anyone particularly outstanding. After pondering for quite some time, he sighed and said to Rashi across from him, "There's no other way. For the sake of Iwagakure, You'll have to be demoted to genin for now. At these words, Rashi couldn't help himself. His face turned red as he protested. What? Are you out of your mind? Forget about my rank. I'm a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki. You want me to take the Chunin exams? Are you serious? Veins bulged on Inoki's forehead as he bellowed. You fool. Who do you think you're talking to? This exam is crucial. It concerns the future of a Wagakure. If I tell you go, you go. Seeing Inoki so furious, Rashi's bluster faltered, though he still muttered stubbornly. You're getting worked up. You're getting worked up. Before he could finish, Inoki floored him with a single punch. Luckily, Inoki hadn't used much force, so Rashi climbed back up as if nothing had happened. All right, I get it. Don't worry. Kumogakure. The third Reikage addressed the Jonin before him bluntly. You've all been demoted. You're Genin now. Go prepare for the Chunin exams. The demoted Jonin exchanged uneasy glances, but none dared voice a complaint. They could only nod in agreement. After they left, the third Reikage paced back and forth, uneasy. In his mind, if even he could stoop so low, there was no reason to think the other villages wouldn't do the same. Which meant these Jonin were hardly a guarantee. With that thought, he bellowed, Bring Dodai here. In his eyes, Dodai, though still a bit young, was blessed with a rare lava release, Kekiai Genkai, making him the ideal choice. Before the Reikage could even speak, Dodai entered and declared, Rest assured, Lord Reikage, victory will belong to Kumogakure this time. Kirigakure lies far from the mainland, shrouded year-round in thick mist. Uchiha Madara gazed calmly at the third Mizukage before him. At that moment, in the third Mizukage's eyes, Madara's Manjikyu, Sharingan spun slowly. Although the Mizukage was not a Jinchuriki, making him harder to control. For Madara, it was only a matter of expending a bit more effort. For this Chunin exam being held in Konoha, you will go in person. Let the Three Tails go berserk midway and flush out the hidden powerhouse in Konoha. Understood. For Uchiha Madara, this period had been especially frustrating. First came the news that someone from the Uchiha clan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which left him somewhat vexed. After all, the time was not yet ripe. His Rinnegan still needed more preparation. That meant this particular pawn was destined to slip through his grasp. Fortunately, the new wielder was already old, so Madara didn't pay too much mind. He simply planned to reclaim those eyes after the wielder's death. However, not long after, all the white Zetsu operatives he dispatched to Konoha suddenly lost contact, which shocked him. In Madara's estimation, even if Mito Uzumaki discovered the white Zetsu, it shouldn't have led to so many of them vanishing without a trace. Even he himself, short of unleashing his most devastating techniques, couldn't have wiped them out so thoroughly. Because of this, he decided to use the upcoming Chunin exams as an opportunity to probe Konoha's situation. He wanted to see if anything had changed in Konoha that he was unaware of. That was why he came to Kirigakure. This village was far removed from the mainland, and the third Mizukage's bloody mist policy had left him isolated and loathed by his own people. To Madara, that made him the perfect pawn. It's a pity, but the Moon's Eye plan remains the most important. And that wretched woman, she actually managed to harness the power of the Nine Tails. Still, everything is unfolding as I anticipated. Just wait, Hashirama. The one who will bring true and everlasting peace to the ninja world will be me. So this is Konoha? Just as I'd heard. Full of life, blooming with prosperity. If only our sand village enjoyed such fortune. Akasuna sighed, his gaze lingering on the bustling streets, watching villagers and merchants come and go. His voice brimmed with longing and admiration for Konoha, tinged with a trace of envy. Kurasuna shook his head helplessly and gently tapped his own forehead. Then, grabbing Akasuna's sleeve, he gave a subtle signal for restraint. Enough, Akasuna. Don't forget why we're here. Kurasuna's tone was serious and calm. Hearing this, Akasuna reluctantly tore his eyes away from the lively scene. He allowed a deep sigh and nodded. Behind them, a group of sand shinobi whispered among themselves, many sharing Akasuna's sentiments. Are you from the sand village? Just as they were about to register for the Chunin exams, a voice suddenly called out beside them. They turned to see a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector. He was staring at them with a stern expression. That's right, we're all from Sunagakure. Is there something you need? One of the sand shinobi responded. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninja gave them a practiced, polite smile and said, Please don't misunderstand. I'm your assigned host. I'll guide you through the registration process here in the Leaf Village and arrange your accommodations. Please follow me. The sand ninja exchanged glances in silence. After a moment, they realized the chances of someone posing as a leaf ninja inside Konoha were vanishingly small, and with a sigh of relief, they accepted the arrangement. They quickly completed the registration and were led to a temporary residence, where they wearily set down their packs. However, it didn't take them long to notice that they weren't the only ones from the village hidden in the sand. Ninja from different villages had already gathered here as well. "Hey, Sand Village, want to team up with us?" A burly cloud ninja called out loudly. Akasuna and Kurosuna exchanged a look, then met his gaze directly. They noticed that the other ninja around them didn't seem surprised by the cloud ninja's proposal. It was clear this had been discussed beforehand. As soon as he had their attention, Sukadai strode over, his expression grave. "Besides you from the sand, the rest of us have already decided. Our first target is eliminating the Leaf Village's ninja." His eyes were sharp as he posed the question. "The smaller villages feel the same way. So what do you say? Are you in?" Akasuna and his group stared wide-eyed at the cloud ninja before them, shock written plainly on their faces. Uncertainty flickered in their hearts. Here they were, in accommodations provided by the Leaf, and yet being asked to join a plot to eliminate Leaf Ninja. Was this really the right place for such talk? As if sensing their hesitation, Sukadai let out a cold, scornful laugh, his voice tinged with both contempt and anger. "Haven't you realized yet? This is all part of the Leaf's plan. They arranged for all of us to stay together, hoping we'd form alliances, as if victory is already in their hands." His voice grew louder and more impassioned, anger spreading through him like wildfire. Konoha's arrogance was unbearable. They'd grouped all the outsiders together, never considering what strategies they might hatch. It was as if the Leaf were declaring, "No matter what you try, the final victory will always belong to Konoha." Sukadai's jaw tightened. Fury surged within him like a volcano ready to erupt. He felt belittled, insulted. To him, the Leaf's move was nothing short of a provocation. He simply couldn't accept it. He would prove to Konoha that their confidence was misplaced. "That's right. The Leaf has overstepped this time. We've all agreed. The first to go will be the Leaf. Let them reap what they've sown." Old Purple stepped forward from the side, his deep, weighty voice lingering in the air. Determination shone in his eyes. It was clear that he, too, was deeply angered by the Leaf's decision. Seeing that even the Stone Ninja were joining forces as the Cloud had described, the Sand Ninja nodded in agreement. No one likes being looked down upon, and the Sand were no exception. In the Senju estate, Mito Uzumaki sat in a bamboo chair in the courtyard, her gaze fixed intently on Hashiryu Uchiha. "Aren't you worried that this will completely shatter the confidence of these young shinobi?" she asked, her voice calm and contemplative. "Still, it's a clever arrangement." She spoke slowly, her tone filled with deep consideration. Hashiryu Uchiha stood in the courtyard, looking at Mito in silence, inwardly grumbling to himself. "When I first brought this up, who was it that looked the most excited to agree? All of us just want to have a bit of fun. No one could point fingers." The memory of that moment came vividly to mind. Back then, when he suggested the plan, Mito had looked at him like a beast spotting its prey, her eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Perhaps his thoughts were a little too obvious, because Mito's gaze grew increasingly knowing as she looked at him. Knowing all too well the perceptiveness of the woman before him, Hashiryu quickly shifted the topic. "Grandma Mito, are you sure just me and Tsukumo Hataki are enough for the Chunin exams? Will the Leaf really be all right with just the two of us representing?" As expected, Mito's attention was successfully diverted. She slowly stood up, stretching with a lazy confidence in her voice as she replied, "Honestly, I was considering sending you alone, but that Hataki kid was eager to contribute to the Leaf, so I allowed him to join. As for the others, none of them had any objections to my suggestion." Little Hashiryu. This was something Hashiryu could believe. After all, in their eyes, Hashiryu Uchiha wasn't just ready for a mere exam. He was strong enough to take down an entire ninja village if he set his mind to it. Yeah, I bet the other villages are absolutely fuming right now. Indeed. The AMBU have already reported that they've decided to join forces and try to knock the Leaf out first. At this, the elder and the younger, two foxes in their own right, shared a knowing smile. The grand stage of the Chunin exams had yet to be revealed in full, but the undercurrents had already begun to stir in every corner of the Leaf. Beneath this seemingly calm surface, the four great ninja villages, thanks to the deliberate arrangements of the Leaf, had reached an unprecedented agreement. Even the smaller villages, who usually could only look up in awe at the four giants, were swept into this temporary alliance, forming what appeared to be an unbreakable front. And among them, the Grass Village, ever fickle in its allegiances during times of war, had quietly slipped into the mix. In Hashiryu's eyes, the Grass Village was nothing if not short-sighted and lacking in backbone. If there was one thing they were known for, it was the pride their ninjas took in stealing jutsu from other villages. They eagerly pursued rare techniques by whatever means necessary, whether through trade, espionage, or other methods. And after the fall of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's mother, herself, and Uzumaki, ended up wandering into the grass village. She awakened the physical healing Kekii Genkai, which in Uchiha Shinryo's eyes was a true gift. After all, in this world, power in one's bloodline is the ultimate mark of respect. Yet, the hidden grass village treated her as nothing more than a walking medicine pill, using her without a second thought, completely ignoring the possibility that she could grow into a formidable force on the battlefield. They had no convictions of their own, only the ability to sway with the powerful, always aligning themselves with whoever seemed strongest. In the coming Great Ninja Wars, the grass village would repeat this same behavior. They drifted wherever the wind blew, always siding with the victor. Such utterly unprincipled fence-sitting made Uchiha Shinryo feel a distinct aversion toward this village. Just like now, the grass village, though officially an ally of Konoha, had secretly struck a deal with the other 4 great villages behind their backs. Without a doubt, this was a betrayal and abandonment of Konoha. Simply put, they believed that in this exam, Konoha stood no chance against the combined forces of the other villages, so they decided to side with the 4 great villages in advance. Their actions made it clear to everyone just what kind of village they truly were. Even Uzumaki Mito, upon learning of this, felt a strong distaste for the village. After all, who would want their supposed ally to stab them in the back in the middle of a war? The land of whirlpools, for its part, hadn't participated in the Chunin exams this time. But they did send someone to explain the situation to Uzumaki Mito, though the specifics were unknown to Uchiha Shinryo. He only knew that something might have gone wrong back in the land of whirlpools. It was something that Uchiha Shinryo made a mental note of. After all, while the destruction of the land of whirlpools hadn't happened yet, Uchiha Shinryo's presence, like a butterfly flapping its wings, had already sent the story spiraling off course. Akasuna and Kurosuna led the Sand Village delegation as they made their way toward the venue of the Chunin exams. Their faces radiated confidence and ease, as if they could already see victory waving to them from the future. After all, though the trial hadn't even begun, they already believed Konoha was as good as eliminated. Could Konoha, no matter how powerful, really face off against so many villages united together? Unless, of course, another figure like Hashirama Senju appeared. And once Konoha was out of the running, none of the remaining villages would be able to stand against them. Ironically, the other villages were thinking exactly the same thing. So when they crossed paths at the exam site, they all greeted each other with apparent warmth and harmony. "Aren't you just the perfect friend, helping us take down Konoha?" ×4. As they exchanged pleasantries, masking their true intentions, suddenly a mocking voice drifted to their ears. The voice was tinged with laziness and irony, rustling softly like a breeze stirring the leaves. "I thought this was the Chunin exams, so why are there only a bunch of old men here?" That voice spoke softly. "Oh, come on, really? There can't actually be someone in their 20s who still isn't a Chunin, right?" The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere became instantly tense. The ninjas from the 4 great villages stared in astonishment, their eyes blazing with fury. They turned toward the source of the voice, only to see a young boy standing there, his face twisted in mocking disdain as he looked back at them. In his gaze was a clear message of scorn and contempt, as if to say he didn't even consider them worthy opponents. That boy, of course, was Uchiha Shinryo, who had just arrived at the scene. He wore a black ninja outfit, his entire demeanor radiating a maturity and calm that belied his age. White Fang stood quietly at his side, watching the events unfold. At this moment, Uchiha Shinryo's expression brimmed with disdain. He had known the other villages would resort to underhanded tricks in this Chunin exam, but even he hadn't expected them to be so shameless. Not a single participant they'd brought was actually a genin. Even the youngest among them was several years older than White Fang. At their age, anyone still eligible for the Chunin exams could hardly be a genin. These people were, without a doubt, all jonin. Uchiha Shinryo's words and bearing stoked the anger of the 4 great villages ninjas. But they also understood that they were on Konoha's territory, and the Chunin exams were about to begin. They didn't want to stir up trouble at such a critical moment. "This is Konoha's turf. We can't make a move so easily," one of the Cloud Village shinobi muttered under his breath. "But are we just supposed to let him insult us like that?" Another from Cloud Village protested, his voice simmering with discontent. As the murmurs grew, a ninja from the Stone Village suddenly leapt forward. He glared at Uchiha Shinryo, his face twisted with rage, and bellowed, "Hey, brat, this isn't a place for kids. Run home to your mother and have some milk." His tone was harsh and impatient, as if he were swatting away a bothersome insect. Hearing this, Uchiha Shinryo's gaze turned icy in an instant. He stared back at the insolent Stone Village ninja, his pupils shining with a profound, chilling light. That look sent a shiver through the stone ninja, Old Purple, piercing him to the core as if with shards of ice. Unconsciously, he took a step back, and the four tails sealed within him trembled faintly. Suddenly, Old Purple's vision blurred, and the world around him turned unfamiliar in a flash. He found himself standing in a vast, shadow-filled space, surrounded by swirling, impenetrable darkness. He realized at once, this was the sealed space within his own body. But before Old Purple could make sense of what was happening, a contemptuous voice sounded by his ear. TSK. Anoki is quite bold. He actually dared to send a Jinchuriki to Konoha. Isn't he afraid he might never get him back? Uchiha Shinryo's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Rashi. His gaze was sharp as a blade, carrying a trace of mockery and disdain, as if he were sizing up a feeble prey. This sudden turn of events made Rashi's pupils contract in alarm. A cold sweat instantly broke out across his forehead. Catching sight of this, the corners of Shinryo's mouth lifted ever so slightly, curving into a confident smile. He clapped his hands lightly, as if deeply pleased with Rashi's reaction. "Haha, easy now. It's not time yet. How could we begin without an audience?" He sneered, his laughter laced with taunt. Rashi was stunned by his actions, but as soon as he gathered his wits, he instantly understood Shinryo's intention. He wanted to defeat him in front of everyone, under the gaze of the crowd. A deep scowl darkened Rashi's brow, his eyes blazing as he glared at Shinryo, fury igniting within him. Hot-tempered as he was, he cared little for consequences. Besides, fighting here wouldn't affect the outside world. Realizing this, he decisively leapt backward, putting distance between himself and Shinryo. With practiced speed, he pressed his hands together, preparing to unleash a jutsu. But at that crucial moment, he suddenly realized his whole body was immobilized. He forced his head down, only to see countless sealing marks snaking around him like pitch-black chains. Damn it! Rashi cursed inwardly, knowing full well he'd fallen into his opponent's trap. Though shock pulsed in his heart, he struggled desperately to break free of the restraints. But no matter how he fought, his body simply wouldn't budge. Having dealt with Rashi, Uchiha Shinryo paid no further heed to his struggles. He shot him a sidelong glance, noting his futile attempts to break the seal, yet his body remained rigid and unmoving. Shinryo knew that no matter how Rashi struggled, he would never break free from his sealing technique. He turned away, his gaze shifting toward the depths of the seal. There, a massive red ape fixed its solemn gaze upon him. A powerful aura radiated from the creature, as if it could shake the very foundations of the sealed space. Son Goku, if I'm not mistaken, you're the Four Tails, Son Goku, right? Shinryo strode slowly toward the Four Tails, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. His face was calm and self-assured, as if everything unfolded exactly as he intended. Watching Shinryo approach, the Four Tails couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. With a hint of tension, it spoke up, its voice gravelly and low, laden with an oppressive weight. "Who are you, really?" There was something hauntingly familiar about the presence emanating from Shinryo, a feeling that dredged up memories of the one who had once stolen its freedom. He instinctively took a step back, trying to keep his distance. But the sealed space was only so big, there was nowhere left for him to retreat. With Uchiha Shinryo steadily closing in, the Four Tails felt a suffocating pressure it couldn't resist. In truth, Uchiha Shinryo himself hadn't fully decided how to deal with these tailed beasts. Yet for Inoki to send the Four Tails to Konoha, there was no doubt it was a provocation. On this point, Uchiha Shinryo was more than willing to respond, ensuring the Four Tails would never return to Iwagakure. Now, watching the Four Tails in such a state, Uchiha Shinryo couldn't help but let out a small, amused smile. He had no idea that, once upon a time, the Four Tails had roamed free, until two formidable shinobi suddenly captured it. Back then, they claimed it was too dangerous, but they'd subdued it as easily as an adult scolding a child. That left a deep psychological scar in the heart of the Four Tails. So when it saw Uchiha Shinryo break into a smile, the tightly wound tension inside the beast snapped all at once. It opened its massive jaws and bellowed, ready to unleash a tailed beast ball. Yet in that very instant, Uchiha Shinryo sprang into action. His form flickered, and in a heartbeat, he appeared right in front of the Four Tails, reaching out to gently press a hand against its chest. The next moment, the Four Tails met the same fate as Rashi. It felt its entire body shackled by an overwhelming force. And the more it struggled, the tighter the bindings became. "What a headache," Uchiha Shinryo muttered, looking at the gigantic beast before him, feeling somewhat troubled. Dealing with a tailed beast was never easy, especially when its Jinchuriki was still a candidate in the Chunin exams. The exams had yet to begin, and if he released the Four Tails now, it would surely disrupt everything, causing chaos and panic. That was the last thing he wanted. Uchiha Shinryu narrowed his eyes, his mind racing for a solution. After a brief pause, the pattern of the Mangekyo, Sharingan, slowly unfolded in his gaze. At the same time, the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, shuddered, its wild, ferocious demeanor gradually settling into a peaceful calm. Not far away, Rashi was rooted to the spot, wide-eyed, his heart flooded with shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The mighty Four Tails, Sun Wukong, subdued so effortlessly. Was this really the same beast that would lose its temper at the slightest provocation? Rashi began to doubt his choices. Had he known, he never would have acted so rashly. After all, those brutes from the Cloud Village would have stepped in anyway. Now, he'd landed himself in hot water and was filled with regret. Uchiha Shinryu shot Rashi a glance, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Seeing the Four Tails utterly pacified, he turned his attention to Rashi. Then, step by step, he strode toward him. Rashi, watching Uchiha Shinryu approach, could not help but feel a surge of panic in his heart. He forced a calm smile onto his face and said, "Would you believe me if I said I was just joking a moment ago?" Hashiryu Uchiha couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard Rashi's words. Shaking his head, he stepped up to Rashi and smiled. "I actually prefer the way you looked just now, so proud and unyielding. Can you go back to that?" As he spoke, he reached out and patted Rashi on the shoulder. Seeing that Hashiryu's words were mocking but his actions harmless, Rashi decided to soften his stance and say something conciliatory. But in the very next instant, flames abruptly burst to life on the very spot where Hashiryu had just patted his shoulder. He tried to throw himself to the ground to smother the fire, but the binding Hashiryu had placed on him earlier still held fast. The restraint hadn't been lifted, so Rashi could only watch in helpless horror as his shoulder became an inferno, the flames twisting like serpents, slithering across his skin. The searing pain cut into his heart like knives, wrenching a scream from his throat. Just as he couldn't take it any longer and was about to beg Hashiryu for mercy, he realized the man had already vanished. What happened in the sealed space no longer concerned Hashiryu Uchiha. Those flames were just to teach Rashi a lesson, nothing fatal. If the audience hadn't been in place, the actor couldn't simply vanish from the stage. Otherwise, Hashiryu would have extracted the Four Tails from Rashi long ago and sealed it away. He wasn't one for excessive mercy, nor would he meekly accept humiliation. To Hashiryu, letting Rashi suffer was already letting him off easy. Of course, what happened within the seal did not go unnoticed in the outside world. But, in truth, everything that unfolded had taken only a brief moment. All the other ninjas saw was Rashi leaping out, clearly looking for trouble with Hashiryu Uchiha. They had no idea what had already transpired. The two Cloud ninjas, emboldened by someone taking the lead, no longer hesitated and jumped in with their own taunts. Has Konoha run out of real shinobi, sending children to take the Chunin exams? Though Hashiryu wasn't wearing a Konoha forehead protector, standing right beside him was Tsukumo Hataki. Tsukumo might not yet have earned the title White Fang, but in the Chunin exams, the other villages would certainly be gathering intelligence. Anyone with a reputation as a Konoha prodigy, like Tsukumo, would be well known to them, and whoever stood alongside him was obviously a Konoha contestant. Since they'd already decided to team up and target Konoha, there was no reason to hold back, especially since it was Hashiryu who had provoked them first. So the Cloud ninjas couldn't resist firing off their barbs. At their words, Hashiryu slowly shifted his gaze away from Rashi and fixed it on the two Cloud ninjas before him. Those two Cloud ninja had been wearing expressions of mockery and disdain, but the moment they met Uchiha Shinryu's gaze, a wave of unease crept over them despite themselves. His eyes brimmed with contempt, piercing straight through to the depths of their souls. Yet, Shinryu looked far too young. His appearance was misleading, almost disarming. So, although the two Cloud ninja felt a flicker of anxiety, they refused to be intimidated by a mere child. To cover up their own tension, they lashed out in anger, shouting, "What are you staring at? Never seen your daddy before?" One of them even shot Shinryu a fierce glare, desperately trying to mask his own panic with bravado. Uchiha Shinryu paid them no heed. Neither their words nor their actions seemed to reach him. He simply stood there, silent and unmoved. His eyes were cold and dismissive, as if he were looking at a pair of barking dogs. After all, the Chunin exams were about to begin, and in his mind, these two Cloud ninja already bore the label of corpses. Their fate was sealed, merely awaiting his next move. At last, The crowd around them began to notice that something was wrong with Rashi. They turned to look at him, seeing sweat streaming down his face, his pupils contracting and dilating as if racked by excruciating pain. Just as the two Cloud Ninja were about to speak again, Sukadai stepped forward to stop them. With a look, Sukadai gestured for them to pay attention to Rashi. They followed his gaze, and in that instant, their hearts seemed to stop. Rashi, who had been the first to step forward and provoke Uchiha Shinryu, was now in such a pitiful state. No one present could quite comprehend what Shinryu had done. All they had seen was Rashi leap out to throw down a challenge, and in the blink of an eye, he lost all ability to resist. The jolt of alarm that shot through the crowd was palpable. This was especially true for the Stone Ninja, who knew both Rashi's identity and his strength. Rashi, as the Four Tails Jinchuriki, could wield the power of lava release. None among them could defeat him in a fight. Yet this man, a high-level shinobi even by Iwagakure standards, now stood utterly powerless before Uchiha Shinryu. The stark contrast filled the Stone Ninja with helplessness and fear. And that fear, like a whirlpool of darkness, quietly spread through their hearts. They feared Shinryu's strength, but even more so his unfathomable, mysterious power. Their eyes darted from one to another, silently asking, "What do we do now?" The Cloud Ninja, who had just been jeering and mouthing off, were now visibly flustered. They'd sensed trouble earlier, but hadn't thought it would become anything serious. But now, everything had changed. Uchiha Shinryu was clearly someone to be reckoned with. They couldn't help but recall the icy look in Shinryu's eyes moments ago, a look reserved for the already dead. This terrifying thought made them shiver uncontrollably, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. They kept swallowing hard, desperately trying to hide their fear. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Shinryu. Yet, his gaze shifted to the platform not far away. Sure enough, the very next second, a familiar figure appeared on that platform. At some point, Uchiha Shien had already made his way up there. He cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention, then announced in a commanding voice, "All right, the Chunin exams officially begin now. Settle down, everyone. Tomorrow's matches will be watched by nobles, and even the daimyos from various nations. With so many people here today, we need to—" He paused, scanning the crowd, his gaze lingering on Uchiha Shinryu for a moment. Then, enunciating each word, he continued, "Today is just the preliminary round. Only 12 will be chosen to compete in tomorrow's finals. The forest behind you is the testing ground. Inside, there are 12 scrolls. By whatever means necessary, whoever brings a scroll out before nightfall advances." As he spoke, he pointed toward the dense woods. "Is that clear?" His piercing gaze swept over the group, radiating an unmistakable pressure. Under the weight of his stare, the gathered shinobi hurried to voice their understanding. Seeing that everyone grasped the rules, Uchiha Shien nodded in satisfaction. His eyes roved over the crowd, finally settling on a motionless figure. His expression darkened, and a frown creased his brow. Which village is that one from? What's going on with him? Does he not realize the exam is about to start? His voice was low and edged with clear annoyance. The IWNeen, seeing the examiner's attention shift to Old Purple, immediately looked tense. They knew well that this was Konoha's territory. The examiner was from Konoha, and Uchiha Shinryu was undoubtedly one of their own. This made them hesitate and falter before the sharp questioning, unsure how to explain. Uchiha Shinryu, however, grew impatient and frowned. Watching their indecision, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. At that moment, Old Purple's body suddenly convulsed, as if an invisible force had struck him. A second later, his face twisted in agony. His body began to shake violently, as though he had lost all control. "Ah!" Old Purple cried out, his voice raw with pain and terror. His eyes bulged, hands clutching at himself as though struggling to endure the torment. With that anguished scream, Old Purple suddenly collapsed to his knees, gasping desperately for breath. Sweat streamed down his face, yet in his eyes there was an unmistakable glimmer of relief. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm, all the while secretly grateful that he had finally escaped that dreadful hell. The image of Uchiha Shinryu was now burned deep into his mind, marked forever as someone he must never, under any circumstances, provoke. The way the two of them reacted to each other left no doubt as to the reason behind this. Naturally, Uchiha Shien would never make things difficult for his own people. He simply sidestepped the issue altogether. He spoke with a calm detachment. "Since everyone understands, let's begin." His gaze swept over the crowd, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. "You may set out now. Live or die. Konoha bears no responsibility. There was a cold edge to Uchiha Shien's words, a cruelty that made his intentions clear. Everyone present instantly understood. This was no place of kindness, no playground. This was the ninja world, a place of fierce competition and deadly peril. With his announcement, the crowd began to disperse, each team heading for their designated entrance, disappearing into the forest in search of the scrolls. Uchiha Shinryu cast a meaningful glance in the direction of the Cloud Ninja. Then, without another word, he turned and stepped into the forest, vanishing from sight. The memory of old Jiro's brutal defeat was still fresh, and that last look from Shinryu only added to the crushing pressure they felt. But this Chunin exam was simply too important. No matter what, they had to succeed. They drew deep breaths, steadying their nerves, as if offering one another silent encouragement. Then, following close behind the Cloud Ninja squad, they set off into the depths of the forest. The moment they entered, it felt as though they had crossed into another world. The air was thick with the scent of trees, and the breeze sent the leaves whispering overhead, as if the forest itself was telling secrets. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting mottled patterns on the ground, a strange, oppressive feeling weighing on their hearts. Sensing their unease, Tutai came forward to comfort them. "There are so many of us. What's there to fear? Relax, this time victory will be ours." His voice was gentle, offering reassurance to the group. He reached out, giving the two Cloud Ninja a light pat on the shoulder and an encouraging look. "According to the plan, we'll join up with the other villages, eliminate Konoha first, and then—" "Oh, planning to take out Konoha first? What a coincidence, I was thinking the same thing." Before he could finish, a voice suddenly drifted down from above, high in the trees. All eyes snapped upward, and there sat Uchiha Shinryu on a branch, idly toying with his fingers completely at ease. His gaze swept across the group, a faint, knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Although they hadn't detected the hidden Uchiha Shinryu right away, their instincts as shinobi made them prepare for battle in an instant. They watched Uchiha Shinryu with tense gazes, their palms slick with sweat. Seeing the anxiety written on their faces, Uchiha Shinryu spoke in a calm, detached voice. "Relax. It'll all be over in a moment, so worrying won't do you any good." No sooner had he finished speaking than Uchiha Shinryu appeared before them, moving like a phantom. His figure, half shrouded in the last rays of the setting sun, seemed almost unreal, as if he weren't a person of flesh and blood at all. This sudden move pushed everyone's nerves to the breaking point. They realized at once that this was no ordinary adversary. "Lightning style, Thunderball," they yelled in unison. With a shout, they unleashed their jutsu. Spheres of crackling lightning tore through the air, streaking toward Uchiha Shinryu. At the same time, several Cloud Shinobi, their bodies alight with electricity, charged at him from the side, determination blazing in their eyes. Yet, faced with this coordinated assault, Uchiha Shinryu remained utterly composed. Expressionless, he slowly raised a hand before him and said quietly, "Blaze release, Amaterasu." In the next heartbeat, black flames snaked from his fingers, instantly devouring both the thunderballs and the Cloud Shinobi rushing forward. The fire's eerie glow lent him an even more invincible presence. "This can't be. How is he so strong?" Tudai stared in disbelief at the scene before him, words tumbling from his lips in a daze. His face had gone pale, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. Inside, it felt as though a monstrous wave had crashed over Tudai. He simply couldn't accept that their combined attack had been neutralized so effortlessly by a single person. Each one of them was in fact a Jonin, chosen for this mission in hopes of victory, yet now they seemed utterly powerless. But reality could not be denied. Even after devouring the thunderballs, the Amaterasu flames did not die out. Instead, under Uchiha Shinryu's control, they surged forward like a ravening dragon. The fire roared as it swept through the forest, consuming everything in its path with its pitch-black blaze. Staring at the devastation, Tudai's heart was seized with terror. But clearly, there was no time for despair. He fought to steady himself, refusing to let fear take hold. As the flames swept toward him, he swiftly formed hand signs, preparing a defensive jutsu to ward off the attack. His hands moved through the air in a blur, leaving after-images too quick for the eye to follow. Lava release, protective wall. With Tudai's thunderous shout, a searing barrier erupted from the ground, instantly enveloping the group. Just as Tokudai thought his jutsu could withstand Uchiha Shinryu's attack, and allowed himself a moment of relief. Thin wisps of flame began to seep through the barrier right before him. This sight startled Tokudai to his core. He quickly retreated and shouted in a booming voice. "Now!" At his command, The others immediately performed water release jutsu in unison. Wall after wall of water sprang up before them in an instant, blocking the advancing fire. Water and fire clashed, erupting in a series of violent explosions. The resulting steam billowed into thick clouds of mist, shrouding them completely. Then, cries of agony began to echo through the forest, one after another, rising and falling in the gloom. When at last the chaos subsided, Tokudai realized that all the Cloud Shinobi, except for himself, were sprawled on the ground. Their faces were deathly pale, their bodies convulsing, clearly suffering beyond measure. And standing before him, Uchiha Shinryu watched with a broad, almost cheerful smile. "Don't worry. Aside from those two who insulted me, the rest are still alive." Hearing this, Tokudai felt a small measure of relief. He glanced nervously around, confirming that the other Cloud Shinobi were alive, and only then did he allow himself to relax a little. But before he could say anything, Uchiha Shinryu spoke again. "Whether they'll be crippled, or even still alive in a while, I can't guarantee." No sooner had the words left his lips than Tokudai, seething with rage, charged forward. Lightning crackled around his body, chakra transforming into electricity that enveloped him from head to toe. He swung his left hand at Uchiha Shinryu with explosive force, trailing the afterimage of thunder. Yet in the very next instant, his left hand was severed, flying away from him. He froze in shock as his arm sailed through the air, terror and confusion flickering in his eyes, before a wave of excruciating pain crashed over him. Clutching the stump of his arm, blood oozed between his fingers, staining his palm crimson. Tokudai gritted his teeth, the pain unbearable, but not a single scream escaped his lips. He stared at the seemingly ordinary child standing before him, all traces of contempt or carelessness gone from his heart. "But what are you really?" Tokudai forced out the words through the pain, his voice trembling and weak. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shinryu paused his attack. He spoke the line he'd long since prepared. "First year, Konoha Ninja Academy, Uchiha Shinryu." His answer drifted lightly through the trees, laced with a subtle hint of irony and mockery. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. Tokudai stood there dumbfounded, fists clenched, shoulders trembling ever so slightly. His eyes were wide with shock, his mind a swirl of confusion and disbelief. He could not tell if the boy before him was telling the truth. Fighting to master the pain, Tokudai drew a deep, steadying breath, struggling to calm himself. He knew very well that the current situation was beyond his control. Even if Uchiha Shinryu was toying with him, he couldn't afford to lose his temper so easily. He had to keep a clear head if he wanted to find even the slightest chance of survival in this perilous environment. All around him, the Cloud Ninja lay on the ground, groaning in pain, their eyes filled with hope and desperation as they looked to him. A pang of guilt twisted in Tokudai's heart. He knew they needed his help. Uchiha Shinryu seemed to see straight through Tokudai's thoughts, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. He extended a finger and began counting slowly. 1, 2, 3. His voice echoed through the air, carrying with it an eerie undertone. "With you included, there are 10 survivors. 10 million ryo for each of you, 100 million ryo, and I'll let you all go." Uchiha Shinryu spoke as if it were nothing at all. Tokudai bit down hard on his lower lip, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Just as he was about to bargain, Uchiha Shinryu interrupted him. "You're all jonin, aren't you? Especially you. Even for the hidden cloud village, losing so many elite ninja at once would be a devastating blow. You'd best think carefully. I'll only show mercy once." At those words, Tokudai understood he had no room left to negotiate. He drew a deep breath, forcing down his fury and helplessness. Then, slowly he spoke. "Fine, I accept your terms." There was a note of pleading and hope in his tone. He continued, "But we don't have that much money on us right now. We can only pay you after this exam is over." His voice trembled slightly, betraying his anxiety and unease. Uchiha Shinryu let out a cold chuckle, his face full of disdain. He shook his head slowly and said, "How foolish. When did I ever say I wanted the money you're carrying? The 100 million ryo was always meant to be paid after the exam." Then, Uchiha Shinryu added, "For now, gather everything your comrades have on them and give it to me. Do that, and I'll let you go." A slight smile played on his lips, his eyes glinting with an unfathomable light. Hearing this, Tokudai knew he couldn't afford to anger the man in front of him. Yet he couldn't help but shout in frustration. "You!" His fist clenched tight, veins bulging on his forehead, showing just how furious and dissatisfied he was. But before he could utter another word, he saw Uchiha Shinryu's eyes slowly transform into the spinning pattern of the Mangekyo. The sight caught him completely off guard, choking his words in his throat. Tsukadai's face went deathly pale. His eyes widened, as if he'd just seen something truly terrifying. The surrounding cloud ninja, witnessing this scene, were seized by fear as well, their faces etched with terror. They all knew how terrifying the Uchiha Mangekyo could be, and they understood that the man before them was not joking in the slightest. Uchiha Shinryu stood quietly where he was, as if everything was unfolding according to his will. Though Tsukadai had not yet become the right-hand man of the Cloud Village, he was already considered one of its upper echelons. He understood all too well how Madara Uchiha had earned the title of Demon of the Battlefield. It was a name forged from the flesh and blood of his enemies. At the same time, he remembered the terror and despair the Mangekyo brought upon the world in that era. And now, the very same power resided within Uchiha Shinryu. This was no longer an enemy he could overcome by sheer force of will. Yet at that very moment, a sudden realization dawned upon Tsukadai. Only now did he truly see that Uchiha Shinryu had never cared about money. He was simply humiliating them. Had Uchiha Shinryu heard his thoughts, he certainly would have nodded in agreement. To Uchiha Shinryu, money was nothing more than a number, a trivial object. Ordering them to hand over their belongings was, indeed, nothing but an act of humiliation. As for the 100 million ryo to be paid later, if the Cloud Village delivered, so be it. But if they refused, he would simply take it himself. And as for why he did not kill them, it was important to remember that the very purpose of Shinryu participating in the Chunin exams under his true identity was to make a name for himself and display his strength on this stage. If he killed everyone here, who would remain to spread the tale of his prowess? Besides, when it came to these insignificant ants, it was actually more troublesome to hold back and let them live. Uchiha Shinryu glanced around. Just as he had predicted, the conscious Cloud Nines stared at him with faces full of terror. Their eyes brimmed with fear and anxiety, as if he were a ferocious beast they could never hope to resist. Even Tsukadai, a ranking member of the Cloud Village, could not conceal the dread in his gaze. Uchiha Shinryu smiled, saying nothing more, and simply gestured for Tsukadai to search the Cloud Nin for valuables. Though Tsukadai looked reluctant, he obeyed. Under Shinryu's watchful eyes, he went from one to the next, gathering each Cloud Nin's possessions. He placed the items to the side, his expression a complex mix of emotions, and said, "We let's go now." Uchiha Shinryu let out a soft, amused laugh, remaining utterly still. Yet at that very moment, as his laughter faded, the pile of items suddenly erupted in flames, fire roaring hot and wild. In just a short while, all the objects had been reduced to ashes. With that done, Uchiha Shinryu turned and walked away at a measured pace. As he departed, the world around them gradually returned to silence, leaving only Tsukadai and the other Cloud Nin frozen in fear and helplessness. Just as Uchiha Shinryu passed by Tsukadai's side, a voice drifted into Tsukadai's ears. It was Uchiha Shinryu himself, his tone icy as he spoke. "Have the 100 million ryo ready. Otherwise, I'll come to the hidden Cloud Village and take it myself." Hearing these words, Tsukadai's face went pale, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet this humiliation and pressure were burdens he could only bear in silence. After leaving, Uchiha Shinryu didn't bother seeking out the other teams from the ninja villages. In his eyes, that would be far too slow. Rather than hunting them down one by one, it was better to let them come to him. After all, scrolls were required to pass the first test this time. In the next moment, his terrifying sensory perception swept across the entire forest. Then, his figure flickered and blurred. When he reappeared, he held several objects in his hands. A closer look revealed 12 scrolls. Every single one accounted for, all in his grasp. "That should do it," Uchiha Shinryu murmured, a strange smile curling on his lips. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Akasa, Haisha, and several other sand ninja were proceeding with utmost caution. They remained alert to every movement around them, wary of any lurking danger. To their excitement, not far from where they stood, a scroll lay quietly atop a massive stone. Yet this scroll was cleverly concealed within an ordinary-looking trap array, preventing them from snatching it quickly. Just as they successfully deactivated the trap and reached out for the scroll, a shadow flashed through their field of vision and whisked the scroll away. They stared in disbelief, utterly stunned by what had just happened. Staring at the now empty stone, their minds went blank, unable to process the events of the last few seconds. Everything had happened far too quickly, far too unexpectedly. They hadn't even managed to see who had taken the scroll. Only the fleeting blur of a silhouette remained in their minds. But as for misfortune, the sand ninja weren't the unluckiest ones in the forest. On the other side, Inoki's subordinate Rashi was leading the stone ninja in their own search for scrolls. Luck seemed to favor them. They managed to find 2 scrolls in a short span of time. With a scroll in his hand, Rashi's tense expression relaxed into joy. He marveled at his good fortune and felt relieved not to have run into Uchiha Shinryu. But just as he was admiring the scroll, a figure appeared out of thin air and landed a heavy kick, knocking him to the ground. In the next instant, the figure vanished, taking both scrolls with him. By the time Rashi scrambled to his feet, the mysterious figure was long gone. He stood there, frozen, helpless confusion written all over his face. The stone ninja behind him were equally dumbfounded. None of them had seen what had transpired. But one thing was clear enough. The scrolls were gone. Originally, there was already discontent toward the Jinchuriki among them, and Old Z's previous actions had further eroded the trust and respect these IWNIN held for him. They began to doubt Old Z's abilities and leadership, believing he was unfit for the task at hand. So, they decided to seize command from Old Z and reorganize their plans and assignments. Afterward, the teams from several ninja villages regrouped. United in their purpose, they began searching the forest for both the scrolls and the Konoha participants. However, the scrolls had long since been taken by Uchiha Shinryu, and this time, there were only 2 participants from Konoha. Thanks to a warning from Uchiha Shinryu, Tsukumo Hitaki had already left the forest well ahead of time. The teams from the various villages struggled through the dense woods, searching for any possible clues. At times they split up, then regrouped, always maintaining close communication. Their eyes were as sharp as hawks, sweeping every corner of their surroundings, unwilling to miss the slightest trace. Yet, as dusk deepened and darkness crept in, the ninja teams still hadn't found anything. Exhausted and disheartened, they felt as if they had plunged into endless night. When they gathered again and realized their situation, they exchanged bewildered glances, frustration and confusion weighing heavily on their hearts. This was especially true for the Suna and IWA ninja who had lost their scrolls. They knew that only someone from Konoha could have stolen them. But after searching for so long and finding not a single clue, they were left utterly confounded. In the end, they resolved to leave the forest and go to Konoha to demand an explanation. As they emerged from the woods, a brilliant flash suddenly split the sky. Looking up, they saw Uchiha Shinryu seated beneath a tall tree, calmly waiting for their arrival. Arrayed before him on the ground were all 12 scrolls, not a single one missing. The scrolls glimmered with a faint light, as if proclaiming their own existence. The teams from the various villages stared in astonishment at the scene, their hearts filled with confusion and unease. They wondered why all the scrolls were with Uchiha Shinryu. Their unease grew. After all, for Uchiha Shinryu to face so many of them alone, he must have something up his sleeve. At that moment, a ninja from Kusagakure could no longer restrain himself. He dashed forward, intent on snatching a scroll. His movements were swift and agile, a testament to his formidable skills. But just as his hand was about to touch a scroll, a sudden eruption of pitch-black flames engulfed him in an instant. He was incinerated to ash before he could even utter a scream. Everyone present was stunned into silence by the sight. Old Z, in particular, was shaken. Those familiar flames brought back memories of his own excruciating agony not long ago. But seeing this comrade reduced to cinders, he realized that Uchiha Shinryu had actually shown him mercy before. The rest of the group felt their pupils contract, instantly realizing what Uchiha Shinryu's true trump card was. It was his overwhelming strength. Uchiha Shinryu sat high up on a thick tree branch, a faint, elusive smile playing on his lips. He gazed down at the somewhat panicked shinobi below and spoke in an even, calm voice. "Don't rush. The scrolls are right here." He paused for a moment, then continued. "You have 2 choices. First, you can try to seize these scrolls by force. Life or death, it's up to fate. Second, the scrolls will be auctioned off to the highest bidder." His words made the atmosphere even more tense. The grass ninja were visibly agitated, their faces contorted in rage as they glared up at Uchiha Shinryu. It looked as though they were ready to charge, in no matter the cost. "Get revenge for Daichi, kill him," someone shouted from above, their voice thick with hatred and fury. "That's right, he's only one person. There are so many of us. What do we have to fear?" Another ninja chimed in. "The scrolls are right in front of us. Do you really want to bow your heads to him? He's just a kid. For all we know, it might have been another ninja attacking from the shadows. If we all rush him at once, there's no way he could cast jutsu in time." These words only threw the scene into deeper chaos. Not only were the small village shinobi itching to make a move, even the sand and mist ninja, who hadn't suffered a beating, looked like they were about to step forward. However, the stone and cloud ninja remained rooted to the spot. They neither advanced nor tried to persuade the others. Their own recent experiences made them painfully aware of just how terrifying this seemingly young child truly was. In fact, they were even thinking, if a fight really does break out, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to let the sand and mist ninja get eliminated first. The air grew thick with tension and danger. Wind howled through the forest, occasionally mingling with the sound of anxious breathing and hushed whispers from the shinobi. As the crowd hesitated, a sudden burst of searing flames erupted right in the midst of the grass ninja, engulfing them all at once. The fire blazed fiercely, lighting up the forest as night began to fall. When the flames finally died down, not a single grass ninja remained. Only scorched earth and scattered debris marked where they had stood. Uchiha Shinryu landed softly from his perch, his gaze sweeping over every person present. Then, step by step, he advanced toward them, each step filling them with mounting dread. Unconsciously, they began to back away, desperate to escape the control of this demon in human form. Standing before them, Shinryu's lips curled into a cold, chilling smile. So what will you choose now? The shouts of the grass ninja still echoed faintly in the air, but those arrogant warriors had long since been reduced to ashes, scattered on the wind. As Uchiha Shinryu closed in, none of the shinobi present dared to make a single reckless move. In that fleeting moment, as the flames blazed, they realized that death was prowling right beside them. Holding his severed arm, Sukadai stepped out from the crowd, his expression a complex mix as he looked at the enemy who had just cost him a limb. His eyes were filled with confusion, unease, and wariness. With a hoarse voice, he asked, "What is it that you really want?" Uchiha Shinryu glanced at the tense nerves and fearful faces around him and let out a dismissive laugh. Then with ease he said, "Was I not clear enough? These scrolls will go to the highest bidder. Tomorrow is the official Chunin exams, and, as per our agreement, the final rankings will determine the future share of missions and reparations for each nation." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Fellow shinobi, you wouldn't want to see only the Leaf Village performing on stage tomorrow, would you?" As he finished speaking, his gaze swept over the crowd, pressing down on them with an invisible weight. Uchiha Shinryu's words made everyone's faces drain of color. They could easily imagine what would happen if, come tomorrow, the audience discovered that the Leaf Village had eliminated all other villages in the preliminary rounds. The scene would become unbearably awkward and humiliating. The crowd's attention would be fixed solely on the strength and victory of the Leaf, caring little for whether their methods were fair or not. Besides, Uchiha Shinryu had defeated them outright, leaving them no room for excuses. This kind of contrast would only make them appear feeble and incompetent, something they simply could not accept. Sukadai and the Cloud Shinobi looked especially grim, their hearts a storm of anger and frustration. They had personally heard Uchiha Shinryu claim to be a mere academy student. At the time, they thought he was mocking them. Only now did they grasp his true intention, to highlight their weakness and incompetence by comparison. What stung the most was that their villages depended heavily on funding from their respective lords. If tomorrow played out as Uchiha Shinryu described, and their country's daimyos suffered such a public embarrassment, the blame would surely fall on their shoulders. That was a burden none of them could bear. With these thoughts swirling, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Old Purple, who had witnessed Uchiha Shinryu subdue the Four Tails firsthand, knew all too well that his power could not be resisted. He wanted to step forward and bid for the scrolls, as Uchiha Shinryu suggested. But remembering that he no longer held command, he gave up the idea, feeling utterly disheartened. As it turned out, his moment of hesitation turned out to be a fortunate turn for the IWNE. The Mist and Sand Shinobi seemed to share an unspoken understanding. They both chose to make their move at almost the exact same moment. Clearly, while Uchiha Shinryu's earlier display of strength had filled them with dread, it wasn't enough to make them give up all hope of resistance.